Chapter 491. Time passed slowly, and 200 years passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, there were only two native civilizations in the core area of the Andromeda Galaxy. One was the Three-Eyed Clan, and the other was the Rabina civilization. As for the other civilizations, they had all been destroyed by the Earth Federation and the Men in Black. However, after the Earth Federation destroyed the second civilization, it began to mobilize troops to besiege the Three-Eyed Clan. He ignored the last of the Rabina civilization and went all out to fight the Three-Eyed Clan. After 200 years of hard fighting, the Man in Black finally wiped out that civilization, and now only the Rabina civilization is left to stand in his way. Hill, go ask the Earth Federation if they need help? The Man in Black looked at the Earth Federation's microcosm, the Three-Eyed Clan's microcosm, and the Rabina civilization's microcosm on the big screen, sneered, and then said to Hill, "Yes, Master," Hill said respectfully. Half an hour later, Hill returned to report, "Master, the Earth Federation said they don't need help, they can solve it themselves." "Humph. They can solve it, but they deliberately don't solve it. Order the two small universes to open the space channel connecting the small universe of the Three-Eyed Clan civilization. If you don't solve it, let me help you." The Man in Black snorted coldly. "Yes, Master." After the Man in Black gave the order, the two occupied small universes, regardless of whether the small universe could bear it, opened the space channel with all their strength and began to connect the small universe of the Three-Eyed Clan. As soon as there was a move here, the Three-Eyed Clan knew about it immediately. However, as the new royal patriarch of the Three-Eyed Clan, Fair did not notify the Earth Federation immediately, but connected to Xiang Qian's desk and directly found the Vidin Prophet. "Boss," the Three-Eyed Clan contacted the Vidin Prophet and told him that they hoped that the two small universes controlled by the Federation were opening a space channel to the Three-Eyed Clan's small universe. Shinkong reported to Xiang Qian as soon as he got the news. "Yes, I know." Xiang Qian frowned, then relaxed his brows, and stood up and walked towards the office. When Xiang Qian arrived at the office, the Prophet Vidin was talking to Fair about the migration of the Three-Eyed tribe. Even when Xiang Qian sat on the sofa, the Prophet Vidin did not stop and continued to explain to Fair. 10 minutes later, when the Prophet Vidin had finished what he should say, Fair said goodbye to Xiang Qian and the Prophet Vidin and closed the communication. "Why, the Three-Eyed tribe's small universe can't be preserved?" Xiang Qian asked casually. "Well, even if we can keep it, what's the point? We're all going to leave here anyway," the Vidin Prophet said indifferently. "Without the microcosm, the Three-Eyed tribe doesn't have the flagship and scepter of the civilized race. Does it mean that the Three-Eyed tribe will have to rely on time to improve their civilization level in the future?" Xiang Qian asked curiously. He didn't ask the Vidin Prophet how to solve the problem of the limitations of the universe's operating rules. Since he started calculating hundreds of thousands of years ago, it is impossible that he couldn't do this. Otherwise, what's the point of doing this? However, how the Three-Eyed tribe will live in the future is a very serious problem. If it really depends on time, then the Three-Eyed tribe will be of no use to the Earth Federation. Who said that the Three-Eyed tribe does not have a civilization race flagship and a civilization race scepter? The Vidin Prophet said with a smile. Could it be that the Three-Eyed tribe has preserved the 8th level civilization race flagship? Xiang Qian had an expression of disbelief on his face. Ahem. There is no 8th level civilization race flagship, but there is still a 5th level civilization race flagship. You should know that the power of civilizations above level 7 is not allowed to enter this universe, so don't even think about it. Even if there is, it has to hide in a small universe. Once it enters the large universe, it will be attacked by the rules of the universe. The Vidin Prophet coughed twice and said unhappily, "This universe, are all civilizations above level 7 no longer in the universe?" Xiang Qian didn't pay attention to anything else. He was completely confused by what the Vidin Prophet said. "This universe. Attracted? That's right, all forces above level 7 civilization will leave this universe. You will know where they will go when the time comes. It's useless to tell you now." The Vidin Prophet nodded, but he didn't want to continue. Seeing the expression of the Vidin Prophet, Xiang Qian didn't ask any more questions, and turned the topic back to the previous matter. After all, this is the real business. The Vidin Prophet didn't let Xiang Qian down, and told him directly that the Three-Eyed Race's civilization race flagship and civilization race scepter were ready, but there was only one last procedure, which was to embed the Three-Eyed Race into the sequence of the internal civilization management system of the universe's operating rules. Only by embedding the mark of the Three-Eyed tribe into the sequence of the civilization management system can the Three-Eyed tribe be considered to have a legitimate identity, and no longer be an illegal household. In the future, the three-eyed tribe can enjoy the same treatment as the Earth Federation, and of course they must abide by the rules of the universe. Xiang Qian was stunned by the explanation of the Vidin Prophet. In the words of the Vidin Prophet, it seems that the rules of the universe are like a super large system, and the Vidin Prophet is a hacker. Now the hacker Vidin Prophet is going to invade the household registration management system inside this system and register with the three-eyed tribe. If the Vidin Prophet had not been an 8th level civilization before, Xiang Qian would have felt like he was just bragging. I don't know what method you can use to do this. Are you still casting a true prophecy now? Xiang Qian asked curiously. Of course, I can't do it now, but before I died, I left 3 true prophecies. The power of these 3 true prophecies is equivalent to my power at my peak. It is a small branch of changing the rules of the universe. It is a simple matter. The Vidin Prophet said very arrogantly, and it seemed that he didn't take the rules of the universe into consideration at all. It seemed that the rules of the universe in his eyes were just like the hackers in the Earth era, which had many loopholes, like honeycomb coals, and were all patched up. They could invade as they wanted. 3 true prophecies, then use 1 true prophecy to complete the household registration problem of the three-eyed tribe. What are the other 2 for? Xiang Qian immediately thought of the abilities of the remaining 2 true prophecies. No matter how unreliable the Vidin Prophet seems, the remaining 2 true prophecies are his power at his peak. That is the power that can tamper with the system of rules for the operation of the universe. If used well, the Earth Federation will have 2 more life-saving trump cards. You don't have to calculate the 2 true prophecies. They are reserved for you to save your life, and before leaving the Andromeda Galaxy, these 2 true prophecies will be used, so you don't have to think about keeping them to save your life. The Vidin Prophet said with a smile. Use it to save your life, or before leaving the Andromeda Galaxy. After hearing this, Xiang Qian's smile disappeared, replaced by a solemn look. He knew that the Vidin Prophet would not speak nonsense, which meant that the Earth Federation would face a very dangerous situation, and the power of the 2 true prophecies of the Vidin Prophet would be needed to ensure the safety of the Earth Federation. Chapter 492. When Xiang Qian left the office, it was already a day later. No one knew what Xiang Qian talked about with the Vidin Prophet during that day, and Xiang Qian did not say it. However, everyone saw that Xiang Qian's face was very bad, and they also knew that something big was going to happen. Shinkong, notify the three-eyed tribe to follow the plan of the Vidin Prophet. At the same time, let all civilized races send elite fleets to cooperate with us to attack the three-eyed tribe's microcosm. Xiang Qian said to Shinkong as soon as he arrived at the command hall. Okay, boss. Shinkong replied. Lucen and the others were very curious when they heard the order from Xiang Qian. They didn't know what the Vidin Prophet had planned. Why did they suddenly start a fight? The three-eyed tribe has no choice. They have to sacrifice their pawns to save their chariots. The next step is a real fight. Xiang Qian saw their expressions and knew what they were thinking. He explained immediately. Did the Vidin Prophet have already calculated it? Queen Mingwei asked. Yes. Xiang Qian nodded and said nothing. Following Shinkong's notification, the three-eyed tribe also began to take action. Fel, you must take good care of your people in the future. Don't try to be the center of attention, but you must show the role of our three-eyed tribe, and you must not let the Earth Federation feel that our three-eyed tribe is dispensable. And, forget it, you understand all these things, I won't say more. Viotti said to Fel in front of him, with a kind smile on his face. Why? We can leave together. Before Fel finished speaking, he was interrupted by Fiotti. No need, I've lived long enough, let's make the best use of our remaining energy. If we all leave, how can we deceive others? Fiotti said with a smile. Fel didn't say anything. Although he knew he had to do this, he still couldn't accept it. Okay, it's almost time, don't delay any longer. Fiotti patted Fel's shoulder and signaled him to leave quickly. Well, take care, father. Fair took a deep breath and spoke with difficulty. Well, go ahead. Fair turned and left the palace. The other members of the three-eyed royal family were waiting for him at the gate. Haha, we are about to be freed, and you still have to continue to work hard. Just think about it, it's great. If it weren't for maintaining the face of the three-eyed royal family, I would have committed suicide 100,000 years ago. The prophet is finally going to be freed. It's not easy. The members of the three-eyed royal family all had smiles on their faces, and some even showed a mocking expression, as if Fair was going to be unlucky, but they were the ones who got the benefit. But the fact is just the opposite. They can only stay here and wait for death, while Fair will leave the small universe with the elites of the three-eyed tribe, and the future is infinitely broad. Fair said nothing more, and said goodbye to everyone. Hearing the words of encouragement, ridicule, or gloating in his ears, he felt extremely uncomfortable in his heart, but he couldn't show it. After Fair left, the expressions of those who were still cheerful and smiling just now disappeared in an instant, and a bleak atmosphere enveloped everyone. Your Majesty, all scientists have been frozen and sent to transport ships. When Fair entered the spaceship, an official came to report immediately. How many people are there in total? Fell asked in a deep voice. Your Majesty, there are 10 billion scientists, 10 billion civilians and other elites, plus Your Majesty and your entourage, a total of 20.3 billion people. Well, I understand. Let's leave with the Earth Federation fleet. Fell nodded. Yes, Your Majesty. Fell came to the porthole, looking at the familiar small universe, looking at the busy spaceships on countless planets. He couldn't tell how sad he was. The total population of the Three-Eyed Tribe is over 100 trillion, but only over 20 billion people can finally leave here. The remaining Three-Eyed Tribe members will be annihilated along with this small universe. A few months later, when the transport ships of the Earth Federation returned to the outer edge of the Andromeda Galaxy, they did not directly enter the outer edge of the Andromeda Galaxy, but stopped at the edge. These transport ships unloaded countless equipment just like normal transport ships, and these equipment will be sent into the small universe of the Earth Federation after disinfection and analysis. The Three-Eyed Tribe elites led by Fair were waiting in these transport ships. Now the Earth Federation has not signed a civilization race contract with the Three-Eyed Tribe, so the Earth Federation can attack the Three-Eyed Tribe fleet at will. If a civilization race contract is signed, the Earth Federation will not be able to attack the Three-Eyed Tribe. The prophet of the Three-Eyed Tribe led by Fair still belongs to the native civilization race of the Andromeda Galaxy, so he cannot leave the core of the Andromeda Galaxy, otherwise he will be wiped out by the rules of the universe. They can only sign a civilization race contract with the Earth Federation after all the Three-Eyed Tribe members in the microcosm are wiped out. It is conceivable how sad Fell was at this time, but he could do nothing but watch. 10 years later, the space channel from the two microcosms controlled by the Hope Alliance to the Three-Eyed Tribe's microcosm has been opened. Under the attack of all civilized races, all the Three-Eyed Tribe members in the microcosm were destroyed. The Three-Eyed Tribe's royal family detonated their mother planet and was destroyed together with the Three-Eyed Tribe's central brain, so the Three-Eyed Tribe's scientific and technological information was not obtained by everyone. On the day when the Three-Eyed Tribe's microcosm was captured, Xiang Qian signed a civilization race contract with Fel and connected the Three-Eyed Tribe's people to the Earth Federation's microcosm. At this time, the entire Andromeda Galaxy had only one civilization race left, the Rabina civilization. However, the Earth Federation and the Hope Alliance started a long argument about how to attack the Rabina civilization. At this time, there were still more than 1,500 years left before the time limit of the universe's operation rules. Boss, the data of the other two microcosms have been collected, Shinkong said to Xiang Qian. Okay, is there any unusual movement in the Hope Alliance? Xiang Qian's face showed a hint of joy. No unusual movement. Well, I got it. Close the space channel between the Three-Eyed Tribe's microcosm and the macrocosm immediately, Xiang Qian said seriously after listening. Okay, boss. Under Xiang Qian's order, the space channel between the Three-Eyed Tribe's microcosm and the macrocosm was instantly closed. At the moment the space channel was closed, all civilized races were stunned, not knowing what the Earth Federation was going to do. Only the black-clothed man in the Morty civilization microcosm, after receiving Hill's notification, found that something was wrong. Master, Xiang Qian of the Earth Federation asked to talk to the Master, he said. If the Master does not answer, the Earth Federation will destroy the three microcosms, Hill said with horror. Chapter 493. The man in black was silent for a while after listening, and said to Hill, Open the communication. Yes, Master. Hill nodded immediately. The man in black had no choice but to admit it. Since Xiang Qian said so, he must be sure, otherwise he would not say those words. And he knew that Xiang Qian was not joking. The Earth Federation had the means to destroy the microcosm. He was now in the microcosm of the Morty civilization. If the Earth Federation destroyed the microcosm of the Morty civilization, he would not be able to escape even if he wanted to. Controller, long time no see. I never thought you could escape under such circumstances, Xiang Qian said with a smile after seeing the man in black. At the same time, he paid more attention to what the Vidin Prophet said. When Xiang Qian heard the Vidin Prophet say that the man in black was not dead, he was also surprised. However, after he learned from the Vidin Prophet that the man in black was the first generation of controllers, and that the Holy Light civilization was once an 8th level civilization, he was not so surprised. Every level 8 civilization is not simple, especially the level 8 civilization with the first generation of special evolutionists. Each of them has its own backup plan. Compared with the Vidin Prophet, the Black-Clothed Man's situation is miserable after all, but no matter how miserable the Black-Clothed Man is, he will not lack the experience of becoming a level 8 civilization. When did you find out? The Black-Clothed Man said in a deep voice. On the way to the Andromeda Galaxy, I felt that the Hope Alliance was wrong, and then after tens of thousands of years of observation and analysis, until you suddenly took action hundreds of years ago, I was sure that you were still alive. Xiang Qian instantly started to deceive people. He couldn't let the man in black know about the existence of the Vidin Prophet, and he also wanted to let the man in black know that he knew his trump card. Very good, it is indeed human civilization. What do you want to talk to me about today? The man in black knew that Xiang Qian would definitely not find him for good, but he would not destroy him by destroying the microcosm, otherwise he would not talk to him. Of course, there is still one civilized race left in the Andromeda Galaxy. My request is very simple, that is, you take the lead in attacking the microcosm of the Rabina civilization. Xiang Qian did not continue to talk nonsense, and directly stated his purpose. What if I don't agree? The man in black snorted coldly. If you don't agree, then follow the small universe to be destroyed. Now the 3 small universes are not connected to the big universe. Even if you are a prophet to open the space channel to the big universe, it will take 10 years. And in these 10 years, it is enough for us to destroy the small universe hundreds of times. If you think that you will be fine if the small universe is destroyed, then you don't have to do what I say. Xiang Qian looked at the man in black with an expression that he had won over. Okay, I do as you say. The man in black thought for a while, and said happily, Okay, then I wait for you to take action. Xiang Qian closed the communication after he finished speaking. After Xiang Qian closed the communication, the man in black looked at the scene in front of him in a daze. Although he agreed happily, he didn't expect Xiang Qian to trust him without any doubt. What does this mean? Could it be that Xiang Qian didn't want him to take the lead, but just wanted to stabilize him, and then wait for the Earth Federation to make arrangements and then eliminate him directly? But that shouldn't be the case. If they really wanted to destroy him, they shouldn't have come to him. It would be better to pretend that they didn't know. But if they really wanted him to test the Rabina civilization, why didn't they have any doubts at all? Aren't they afraid that he would play tricks? Or does the Earth Federation think that they are absolutely sure that they can control him? But that's impossible. The man in black couldn't figure it out. He really didn't know what Xiang Qian wanted to do. But the most fundamental purpose must be to destroy the Rabina civilization. That is to say, the Earth Federation will not touch Rabina civilization until it has tested its strength, or until it is sure to destroy it. After understanding this, the man in black also relaxed. As long as the Earth Federation does not destroy the microcosm now, with his means, there are many ways to escape the control of the Earth Federation. He'll notify the Earth Federation and let them cooperate with us to open the space channel to the microcosm of Rabina civilization. Yes, Master. Under the orders of Xiang Qian and the man in black, the 3 microcosms opened the space channel at the same time, which also meant that the final battle of the Andromeda Galaxy had begun. After Xiang Qian hung up the communication with the man in black, he said a few words to Shinkong, and went to see how the 3-eyed people were settled. The next day, Xiang Qian came to the office again. Prophet Vidin, I want to know what will happen if I order the destruction of all space channels after the 3 microcosms are connected to the microcosm of the Rabina civilization. Xiang Qian entered the office, sat on the sofa, and asked Prophet Vidin. I don't know. Prophet Vidin said very straightforwardly. I don't know. Didn't you predict the result? Xiang Qian asked with a frown. You should know that the future is not unchangeable. If you suddenly want to change the trajectory of the future, how can I know what will happen? Vidin Prophet said very bluntly. But you are the first-generation prophet. Wrong, I am the sole fragment of the first-generation prophet, not the first-generation prophet. There is an essential difference between the two. I have told you all the future I knew before my death. What you want to do is your business. Xiang Qian didn't say anything after listening. He sat on the sofa and thought for a long time before he said, If I follow the future you see, will the future really be true? Not necessarily. Any prediction involving human civilization is subject to change. The Prophet Vidin also said seriously, Then how did you predict it before? I never said that my previous predictions were based on your Earth Federation. From the beginning to the end, my predictions were based on the 3-eyed race and other civilized races. I am only deducing the future of human civilization based on the results of these prophecies. Do you know why I did not stop the Three-Eyed Tribe from attacking you when your Earth Federation just entered the Andromeda Galaxy? Why didn't I let the Three-Eyed Tribe remind you when you jointly attacked the core area of Andromeda? That's because the human civilization represented by your Earth Federation is not the only one. If your Earth Federation was destroyed by other civilizations before it entered the Three-Eyed Tribe's microcosm, then you are not the human civilization I am looking for. There are countless human civilizations in the infinite space of the entire universe, but when I used all my strength to predict the future led me here. It's not that there were no human civilizations before this, but unfortunately all of them were destroyed. The Vidin Prophet said slowly. You mean that human civilization is a variable, and the future of other civilized races is already determined? Xiang Qian asked. It can be said that, to a certain extent, except for human civilization, the final outcome of all civilizations has been determined. Vidin Prophet said with emotion. After listening to this, Xiang Qian finally understood why Vidin Prophet had gone to great lengths to get the Earth Federation to accept the Three-Eyed Tribe. Perhaps hundreds of thousands of years ago, Vidin Prophet had seen the end of the Three-Eyed Tribe, so he wanted to change this end, and the end of other civilized races was also destined like the Three-Eyed Tribe. Then the only thing the Three-Eyed Tribe can rely on is human civilization, because in the eyes of Vidin Prophet, human civilization is the only variable. Chapter 494. The Rabina civilization microcosm is pitch black. There is no light source inside the entire microcosm, not even a star. Master, the space channels of the three enemy microcosms will be connected to our microcosm in 1 hour and 27 minutes. The central intelligence of the Rabina civilization said to the Patriarch Yavis. Has the human civilization not made any moves yet? Yavis asked, opening his eyes. The human civilization is still fighting with the fleet in the space channel. Slowly release human civilization into the microcosm. Okay, Master. After the virtual projection of the intelligent brain disappeared, the entire palace became dark again. Avis stood up from the throne and slowly walked towards a passage. This passage was very long. Avis walked for a full hour before he pushed open a door and entered a huge hall. The hall was filled with ice capsules for permanent hibernation. In these ice capsules, all the bodies of the Rabina civilization were there. That's right, it's the corpse. Normal ice capsules are used to prolong life in the future, but these ice capsules are used to preserve corpses. These ice capsules are endless. Yavi stood at the door of the hall, quietly watching the ice capsules in front of him. I will give more points later. Among the civilizations that came to attack this time, there is human civilization. The value of a human civilization is hundreds of times that of other civilizations. After destroying this human civilization, at most 2 more eras will be enough points to revive you. Don't worry, everyone. Although I am the least capable patriarch in the history of Rabina civilization, I will do my best to revive you. I know I have said the same thing hundreds of times, but this time, with the blessing of my ancestors, a human civilization came, which saved me dozens of epochs of time. If you don't say anything, it means you agree. Don't worry, I won't let you down this time. Avis's whole body trembled with excitement, and his breathing became a little faster. After a long time, Yavis calmed down, and then he saluted to the countless frozen cabins and turned to leave. When Yavis returned to the palace hall again, the central intelligent brain of the Rabina civilization was waiting for him at the exit of the passage. What happened? Yavis projected to the intelligent brain. He knew that if there was no emergency, the intelligent brain would not come to him, let alone wait for him at the exit of the passage. Master, the space channel was opened 47 minutes ago. The enemy is very powerful. So far, we have lost 200 trillion warships and countless interstellar fortresses, and the material collapse weapon is ineffective against the enemy. Due to the emergency situation, without the Master's authorization, I activated the life-annihilating weapon through the emergency plan. The enemy is currently trapped in the star field where the Material Research Center is located, but our warships still cannot enter the enemy's 1 light-year range. The intelligent brain said immediately. Well, confirm that the command is correct. Open the life-annihilating weapon authorization, open the special database, and search for enemy information. Avis nodded, not angry at all for the loss of countless warships and equipment, and gave the order very calmly. Okay, Master, please wait. At this time, Avis looked at the manned spacecrafts on the big screen, and finally a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. Beep beep. Report to the Master. After comparison, the Holy Light civilization, the universe's top wanted civilization, was found, and the soul fluctuations of the first generation of controllers were found. The information of the Holy Light civilization instantly appeared on the big screen. Avis was startled by the prompt of the intelligent brain. He was originally going to let the intelligent brain look for the type of this soul-type civilization race from the database. But the result obtained by the intelligent brain shocked him. The Universe Wanted Civilization is a disguised hunting order issued by the Universe Guardian Alliance for civilizations that destroy the stability of the universe. Any civilization race under the Universe Guardian Alliance can report to the Universe Guardian Alliance after discovering these wanted civilizations. After confirming the news, the civilization race that provided the news will be rewarded by the Universe Guardian Alliance. Of course, any civilization can hunt down the civilizations wanted by the Universe Guardian Alliance. Once these civilizations are eliminated, the Universe Guardian Alliance will give generous rewards according to the level of the wanted civilization. It can be said that once a civilization is wanted by the Universe Guardian Alliance, it is basically inevitable that it will be destroyed. However, not all civilizations will be hunted down after being wanted. Some civilizations are very powerful. Even if they are wanted by the Universe Guardian Alliance, many civilizations dare not go to hunt them down. For such civilizations, only the powerful civilizations within the Universe Guardian Alliance can destroy them. And these very powerful civilizations will be given the title of Special Wanted Civilizations on the wanted list. Holy Light Civilization is such a once very powerful civilization. Even Avis had heard the legend of Holy Light Civilization in the universe when Rabina Civilization was flourishing. As for the first generation of controllers, it is even more of a legend. Now that Rabina Civilization has declined, Avis has become a pawn of the Universe Guardian Alliance. In order to revive his people, he has become the guardian of this level, with the goal of destroying any civilization race that wants to pass the level. But Avis would never have thought that the Holy Light Civilization and the first generation of controllers, who were once high and mighty and dared to challenge the Universe Guardian Alliance, would appear in the small universe of Rabina Civilization. This is as unbelievable as the appearance of a civilization guardian tree on a small meteorite. But the special database will not go wrong. It is the civilization race data provided by the Universe Guardian Alliance. It can be said to be the most complete database in the entire universe. There is no possibility of error. Then the only explanation is that the once extremely powerful Holy Light Civilization and the legendary first-generation controller really appeared in the small universe of their Rabina Civilization. After being shocked, Avis calmed down and carefully browsed the data scanned by the intelligent brain. Then, there was a burst of ecstasy. The current Holy Light Civilization and the first-generation controller were simply weak. If he could destroy the Holy Light Civilization and the first generation of controllers, the generous rewards given by the Universe Guardian Alliance could directly help him revive all his people and restore the freedom of the Rabina Civilization. Such an opportunity is simply a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A severely damaged Holy Light Civilization and a first generation of controllers, who are extremely weak, are simply giving points to their Rabina Civilization. At this time, Avis had already forgotten about human civilization. How could the points for destroying human civilization be compared with destroying the universe's top wanted civilization? It is not a heavyweight at all, and cannot be compared. Immediately destroy all space channels, enable the Universe Operation Rules Authority, and close the space channel with the big universe, Avis said excitedly. He wanted to close the small universe because he was afraid of letting the Holy Light Civilization escape. At this time, in his eyes, the Holy Light Civilization was just a pile of huge points, and the future of the Rabina Civilization. Chapter 495. Boss, Rabina Civilization destroyed all space channels, and the space channel connecting the big universe has also been closed. We have lost contact with the Man in Black. The last time we contacted him, the Man in Black was trapped in the other party's small universe. Shinkong said to Xiang Qian. Well, I understand. Let Vicadia predict the current situation of the Man in Black. Xiang Qian nodded and said, not surprised at all. Okay, boss. After a while, Shinkong appeared again and reported to Xiang Qian. Boss, Vicadia said that the Man in Black is protected by the Protector and cannot make predictions. Have you collected the data of the Rabina Civilization's microcosm? Xiang Qian asked. 92% have been collected, and there is still 8% to be collected. Well, let's do it this way for now. Immediately start to produce space collapse weapons with all your strength, and let other civilizations and races help with the production. Okay, boss. Xiang Qian looked at the bubble representing the Rabina Civilization's microcosm on the big screen, remembered the words of the Vidin Prophet, shook his head helplessly, and ignored him. Inside the microcosm of Rabina Civilization, all the space gates disappeared, and the entire microcosm returned to darkness again. After seeing all the space gates disappear, the man in black was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that the enemy would help him do what he wanted to do. After being threatened by Xiang Qian to enter the microcosm of Rabina civilization, the man in black had been preparing to destroy all the space channels, and then quietly leave the microcosm of Rabina civilization when the space channels were reopened. But he didn't expect that Rabina civilization would even close the space channel connecting to the big universe, which made his idea fall through. What surprised him most was that the Rabina civilization could ignore the rules of the universe. Although it was normal to ignore the rules of the universe when the Holy Light civilization was glorious, it did not mean that any civilization could ignore the rules of the universe, especially for civilizations below level 7. The rules of the universe were the sword of Damocles hanging over the heads of all civilizations, which could wipe out these civilizations at any time. While the man in black was thinking, the intensity of the surrounding attacks increased again, and the mental consumption of everyone increased again. Humph! So you're afraid that I run away? Do you really think you can destroy me by ignoring the rules of the universe? The man in black instantly understood Avis's idea, and snorted disdainfully. However, the man in black did not continue to tangle with the Rabina civilization, but changed the way he controlled the surroundings. Gradually, the man in black and the surrounding manned spacecraft became transparent, and finally disappeared in the entire small universe. Master, the target has disappeared, the intelligent computer said to Avis. In fact, without the reminder from the intelligent computer, Avis was almost going crazy at this time. The hope that he finally saw turned into despair in the blink of an eye. The target was disappearing bit by bit in front of his eyes. He could even see the disappearance process clearly, but he could not stop it. No matter what weapon was used, it could not cause any damage at present. Now that the target disappeared, no matter what detector was used, it could not be scanned. The weapon could not touch anything when it swept through the void of the universe. Even if the fleet entered there and sailed to the place where the manned spacecraft just stopped, they did not find anything different. Use small black hole weapons. After a while, Yavis gritted his teeth and said, Small black hole weapons are also black hole weapons. Using black hole weapons in a small universe is equivalent to throwing grenades in a room. Even if the harm caused is relatively small, the harm to the small universe is real. Yes, Master, the small black hole weapon is authorized. 10 minutes later, a small black hole appeared at the location where the man in black had just been. At the moment the black hole appeared, the wreckage of the warships destroyed by the man in black began to revolve around the black hole, and the black hole that absorbed matter also began to form a material jet. But at this time, the detector still had no reaction. The man in black and the manned spacecraft seemed to have really disappeared from the small universe without a trace. 3 hours later, the small black hole disappeared under interference, and Avis had to admit that with the technology mastered by the Rabina civilization, it was really impossible to find the Holy Light civilization. Although Avis was sure that the Holy Light civilization existed in the microcosm of their Rabina civilization, he didn't know what form it existed in. The only thing he knew was that without a space channel connecting to the outside world, he couldn't leave the microcosm unless he broke the crystal wall of the microcosm. Now the crystal wall of the microcosm is intact and the space channel is not open, so the Holy Light civilization can't leave the microcosm at all. But he couldn't find it inside the microcosm, and this feeling made Avis so depressed that he vomited blood. In fact, the men in black and the manned spacecraft were in the same position as before, but the form they were in was different from the form of normal cosmic matter. Before breaking through the 7th level civilization, no civilization could achieve this form. So the men in black were not afraid of Avis's attack. Even if a black hole was generated around him, it would not have any effect on him in this form. However, the men in black in this form could not interfere with the microcosm, and could only wait quietly for the opportunity. This is just like the inside and outside of the mirror. Although they look the same, they do not belong to the same dimension. The current state of the man in black is above the dimension, and belongs to a kind of cosmic rule. In this way, time passed bit by bit, and 500 years passed in the blink of an eye. Avis did not open the space channel. He was afraid that the man in black would run away. As long as the space channel was not opened, the man in black would not be able to escape. Anyway, he had already scanned the information about the Holy Light civilization. As long as the time limit of the universe operation rules was reached, the Holy Light civilization would be wiped out by the universe operation rules, and his points were also in hand, so he was not in a hurry at all. At this time, the man in black was waiting for the Earth Federation to attack. Only if the Earth Federation attacked the small universe of Rabina civilization, he would have a chance to escape. But 500 years had passed, and the Earth Federation had not made any move, which made the man in black feel bad. To be honest, after 500 years of thinking, the man in black knew that he was careless this time. He did not expect that the management civilization of the Andromeda Galaxy could ignore the rules of the universe, which was obviously unreasonable. Although he didn't know what conspiracy the Cosmic Guardian Alliance was up to, only the Cosmic Guardian Alliance could make civilizations below level 7 ignore the rules of the universe. And the Cosmic Guardian Alliance was his biggest enemy. Once the Cosmic Guardian Alliance found out that he was not dead, it would be a big deal. However, as of now, the Cosmic Guardian Alliance has not discovered his existence. Maybe the Rabina civilization did not report it, or there were other problems, but that was also a good thing. The man in black also made up his mind that once he could successfully escape this time, he would never appear in front of human civilization after leaving the Andromeda Galaxy. As for the previous idea of controlling human civilization, he has now thrown it behind his mind. In the past 500 years, the Earth Federation has produced countless space collapse weapons. If these weapons explode at the same time, they can destroy 1/3 of the Andromeda Galaxy. When Xiang Qian looked at the countless red dots on the big screen where space collapse weapons were buried, which had already covered dozens of star fields, he finally came to the office to find the Vidin Prophet. "Everything is ready, let's start," Xiang Qian said to the Vidin Prophet. "Are you sure you want to use the second true prophecy?" The Vidin Prophet asked seriously. "Sure." Xiang Qian nodded and said. Chapter 496. The Vidin Prophet looked at Xiang Qian and said nothing more. He opened the scroll and released the second true prophecy. In the name of the prophet, the Rabina civilization microcosm will overlap with the macrocosm. The overlapping area is the 15 light-year space around the coordinate point xx.xxx. As the Vidin Prophet spoke, a complex pattern mark on the scroll slowly dissipated. On an unknown level, huge and complex fluctuations began to affect the macrocosm and the Rabina civilization's microcosm. Xiang Qian looked at the dissipating lines. He knew that the Prophet Vidin's prediction had succeeded. It was up to him next. "You should know how dangerous it is to do this," the Prophet Vidin said to Xiang Qian. "I know that even if the small universe of the Rabina civilization is pulled to the outer space of the Andromeda Galaxy, the rules of the universe will not wipe out the Rabina civilization. But didn't you say that even if the Rabina civilization can ignore the rules of the universe, it is within a certain range? If I do this, even if the Rabina civilization will not be wiped out by the rules of the universe, then in the future, the Rabina civilization will not be able to use the rules of the universe to deal with us." Xiang Qian nodded. "But what if your plan fails? Have you thought about the consequences?" The Vidin Prophet continued to ask. "What if it fails? It's better to control your own destiny than to leave it to an unknown future. According to your prediction, in the next battle, the Earth Federation took more than 800 years to attack the small universe of the Rabina civilization, and then used the true prophecy to destroy the small universe. In desperation, Rabina civilization violated its authority and unlocked the universe's operating rules to suppress Kaku civilization, allowing Kaku civilization to escape from the Andromeda Galaxy's core black hole. At that time, we will use two true prophecies to escape the pursuit of Kaku civilization, and finally be forced into the chaotic space by Kaku civilization, and our life and death are unknown. You also explained to me what the chaotic space is. Do you think the Earth Federation can really survive in the chaotic space? Don't fool me with the saying that human civilization is a variable. Although your confidence in the Earth Federation is greater than my confidence in the Earth Federation, it is based on your confidence in the prophecy. But I have no confidence in your prediction, so I won't gamble on that illusory luck. I would rather keep these two chances of true predictions for myself than use them to escape, and escape without any assurance," Xiang Qian said indifferently. The Prophet Vidin looked at Xiang Qian and finally said nothing. At the same time, he also began to waver in his prediction, because from the moment Xiang Qian made this decision, the future had changed and was no longer the future he saw. So he didn't know what the future would be like, and he had no ability to know. The moment the true prophecy took effect, Robin Navin's wise brain reminded Avis. "Find the reason immediately." Avis was shocked. If the small universe really approached the big universe and overlapped with the big universe, then his idea would fail. Originally, he planned to cut off the connection between the small universe and the big universe. No matter how many space channels connected to the small universe, he would destroy it. Then, there is no need to worry about other things. As long as the time comes, the rules of the universe will naturally wipe out all civilized races. But now the small universe is approaching the big universe, and it is possible to overlap with the space of the big universe. At that time, The small universe of Rabina civilization is completely open to the outside world, and the enemy fleet can directly attack the core of Rabina civilization without going through the space channel. At the same time, the Holy Light civilization trapped in this small universe will also be freed. It can be said that the overlap of the small universe and the big universe is a disaster for Rabina civilization, and it is devastating. The data cannot be analyzed. The only possibility is that the enemy used the causal weapon of the true prophecy. A few hours later, the intelligent computer gave a reply. The true prophecy is impossible. The power of the true prophecy cannot be so strong that it can push the microcosm and the macrocosm to overlap. After listening, Yavi shook his head and said with an expression of disbelief, "This is the only result that can be judged, with an accuracy rate of 82.5%. Yavi stopped talking. In fact, he had already believed this result, but he did not dare to admit it. If the enemy really has such a powerful force, then his ideal will not be realized, and their Rabina civilization will be destroyed. If he can promote the microcosm, he can directly abolish all the equipment of Rabina civilization. How can he fight without weapons? The saddest thing is that he just saw hope, the Holy Light civilization and the human civilization. If he can destroy these two civilizations, he can revive the people of Rabina civilization and regain freedom. But now, everything will come to nothing, which is what he can't accept the most." Yavi's racked his brains to think of a way to deal with it. The expression on his face changed rapidly, from depression to sadness, from sadness to despair, from despair to ferocity, from ferocity to madness, and finally turned into endless calmness. After a long time, Yavi said calmly, "Use special permissions to contact the Kaku civilization." "Yes, master." In the blink of an eye, 600 years have passed, and now there are only 400 years left before the time limit set by the rules of the universe. At this time, Xiang Qian and Yavis were all looking at the big screen, which showed the overlap of the Rabina civilization's microcosm and the macrocosm. If we talk about the universe, the macrocosm and the microcosm should be two bubbles of different sizes, both of which are surrounded by chaotic space-time energy. But overall, the macrocosm actually contains the microcosm. Although they are also two bubbles, the microcosm is inside the macrocosm bubble, but the two sides are not directly connected. When the macrocosm and microcosm begin to overlap, the two cosmic spaces are truly connected, but this connection is not a collision, but an overlap. When two three-dimensional spaces overlap, a large space will not suddenly appear, but the energy reaction will double in the overlapping part, generating a huge energy explosion. If the energy and matter content of the part of the cosmic space where the macrocosm overlaps is 1, the energy and matter content of the part of the cosmic space where the microcosm overlaps is also 1. When the two universes begin to overlap, the energy reaction will become 1 plus 1, but this 1 plus 1 is not equal to 2, but 2 to the nth power. On the big screen, huge rays burst out from the space where the two universes overlap, and the temperature can reach hundreds of millions of degrees. Various elements and substances are generated out of thin air under the violent reaction. If we don't know that this is the overlap of two universes, such a scene can even be said to simulate the situation when the universe was born. Chapter 497. The overlapping space of the universe slowly expanded, and the superposition reaction of the two universes became stronger and stronger. Under the scanning of the detector, some places with dense material density have begun to produce nebulae, and there are high-temperature reactions inside the nebulae. This is a precursor to the formation of a planet. As long as the temperature, pressure and other data of the nebula core reach the critical point, the star core will be produced, and the next step is to form a planet. However, although the scene of the overlapping of the two universes is spectacular, Xiang Qian and his team did not focus on it. They were looking at the small universe of the Rabina civilization that showed the tip of the iceberg. "Master, if you find the fleet of Holy Light civilization, should you launch an attack?" Rabina said to Avis with a clear mind. "No, let them go." Avis said calmly, "Even if the Holy Light civilization could be destroyed at this time, it would still be impossible to save Rabina civilization. From the moment the microcosm and the macrocosm overlapped, Rabina civilization had already entered a countdown state, and it was not far from destruction, so why waste that energy? The advantage of Rabina civilization itself is that it has a closed microcosm. As long as it is disconnected from the outside world, all civilizations and races will be wiped out by the rules of the universe when the time comes. Even if the other party opens the space channel, he can destroy all the space channels. Destruction is always faster than construction. At the same time, the speed of time flow inside the small universe is also under his control. As long as there are resources, the Rabina civilization can increase its troops infinitely. 1,500 years, even if it is a desperate defense, it can be defended. But now the small universe and the large universe are merged, and the advantage of the Rabina civilization disappears instantly. The small universe portal is open, and the opponent's fleet can directly attack the small universe. At this time, even if time acceleration is turned on, it is meaningless, because everyone is in the same space, and the Earth Federation fleet can also enjoy the benefits brought by time acceleration. So now the Rabina civilization no longer needs to make any meaningless struggles. Just wait until death. The Man in Black was affected by the overlap of the small universe and the large universe, and appeared in the small universe again, but the Rabina civilization fleet surrounding the Man in Black did not attack him. Seeing this situation, the Man in Black knew that the Rabina civilization had given up resistance. However, compared with the passive treatment of the Rabina civilization, what scared the Man in Black the most was the strength of the Earth Federation. He knew how much power was needed to make a small universe overlap with a large universe. With the technological capabilities below the 7th level of civilization, it is impossible to do such a thing. But now the Earth Federation has done it, which makes the Man in Black extremely terrified. He doesn't know how the Earth Federation did it, and it also makes him feel that human civilization is terrible. Such endless trump cards are a nightmare for any civilized race. Whenever you feel that you can defeat human civilization will burst out surprising trump cards, and you don't know how many of these trump cards there are. So at this time, the Man in Black just quietly watched the huge fleet of the Earth Federation outside the overlapping range of space through the detector, and finally gave up the idea of controlling the Earth Federation. The Man in Black thought carefully. In fact, he and the Earth Federation really had no conflict in position. On the contrary, he and the Earth Federation should be natural allies. It's just that at the beginning, he saw the potential of the Earth Federation and wanted to control it under his own hands as his own helper. If it weren't for this, there would actually be no conflict of position between him and the Earth Federation. On the contrary, after the Earth Federation breaks through the 7th level civilization, they can become allies. Because the Earth Federation, which is dominated by human civilization, is naturally the target that the Universal Guardian Alliance needs to kill. So after the Earth Federation becomes a 7th level civilization, he only needs to take the initiative to find the Earth Federation to form an alliance, and the two sides should be able to reach a consensus, and then deal with the Universal Guardian Alliance together. After thinking about this, the Man in Black did not have any regrets. Although all this was caused by him, the most basic law in the universe is that the strong prey on the weak and the fittest survive. If the Earth Federation did not have enough strength, it would have been controlled by him by now. On the other hand, it was because of its strong strength that the Earth Federation tricked him twice, which made him think of treating him equally. As for the unpleasantness between him and the Earth Federation, or the hatred of the Earth Federation destroying his home planet that he had finally revived, these things are nothing compared to the blood feud between him and the Universe Guardian Alliance. They can only be said to be small misunderstandings. The Man in Black never thought about whether the Earth Federation could reach a peace agreement with him. After all, he was the one who suffered in the battle between him and the Earth Federation, and the Earth Federation did not suffer any losses. Even if there were some insignificant losses, what would it matter in front of the huge enemy of the Universal Guardian Alliance? When the Man in Black was thinking about when to contact the Earth Federation again, Xiang Qian and his team also discovered the existence of the Man in Black. Although Xiang Qian and his team were curious about how the Man in Black withstood the siege of the Rabina civilization for hundreds of years, they had no way to ask the Man in Black. After all, the two sides were not allies, but enemies. But what Xiang Qian and his friends didn't know was that the enemy they thought was now thinking about how to cooperate with them, and at the same time had a little admiration for them. If Xiang Qian and his friends knew, they could only say that all this was just a coincidence. In any case, whether you are kind or evil in the universe, it all comes down to a question of strength. Otherwise, even if you are good to any civilization, and have helped a large number of civilized races, it is useless for everyone to say you are good. In the face of absolute strength, everything is false. Starry Sky, notify all civilized races to start attacking. Xiang Qian looked at the space with a diameter of tens of millions of kilometers overlapping on the big screen, and immediately gave the order. Okay, boss. Following Xiang Qian's order, all the warships accumulated by all civilized races for thousands of years rushed madly into the small universe of Rabina civilization. In front of this huge fleet, the small universe of Rabina civilization was like a lone boat on the sea, which could be destroyed at any time in the storm. Master, the third production base was destroyed. The fleet suffered 21% casualties. The fifth area of the core defense circle was seriously damaged. The intelligent brain of Robin Non reported the situation on the battlefield to Avis every few minutes, but all of it was bad news. Open special permissions and release the Kaku civilization. After Avis finished speaking, he stood up and left the palace without looking back, entering the hall leading to the ice cabin. I'm here. I've disappointed everyone again this time, but this is the last time I disappoint everyone. Now I'm here to accompany you. There was no other sound in the dark passage, and even the last footsteps gradually disappeared. Only the report from the intelligent brain in the palace. Master, the Kaku civilization has been released. Chapter 498. Boss, we have invaded the core planet of Rabina civilization. The mecha troops have been dispatched, and are invading the central intelligent brain of Rabina civilization. Shinkong reported to Xiang Qian. Well, is there any abnormal reaction from the black hole at the core of the Andromeda galaxy? Xiang Qian nodded, not caring about this matter, but asked about the black hole. Nothing abnormal. Shinkong replied immediately. Report any abnormality immediately. After hearing this, Xiang Qian's expression was no longer so serious, and his nervous mood also eased a little. Okay, boss. Although Lu Sun and his men didn't know why Xiang Qian cared so much about the Andromeda galaxy's core black hole, they also knew the existence of the Vidden Prophet, so they didn't feel strange that Xiang Qian knew something they didn't know. On the contrary, based on Xiang Qian's expression, they also guessed that the destruction of the Rabina civilization did not mean the end of the crisis, and perhaps a greater crisis was coming. After half an hour, all the resistance forces of the Rabina civilization were destroyed, including other civilized races in the Hope Alliance, and they also sent ground troops to the Rabina civilization's mother planet, and everyone was scrambling for the Rabina civilization's scientific and technological information. But for some reason, the core program of the central intelligent brain of the Rabina civilization is very difficult to crack. So far, no civilized race has been able to break through the outermost shell of the core program, let alone the inner defense layer. Xiang Qian has no interest in competing for the scientific and technological information of the Rabina civilization. What he wants to know is the information about the Universe Guardian Alliance stored in the central intelligent brain of the Rabina civilization. Although he may not have it, as long as there is information about the Universe Guardian Alliance, he will grab it. Boss, the mecha troops found the cemetery of the Rabina civilization, but only found one Rabina who had just died. The rest of the Rabina people had already died, and were all frozen in the warehouse. Starry Sky displayed the Rabina civilization's frozen cabin hall on the big screen. Have you found any Rabina bodies elsewhere? Xiang Qian asked. No, so far only this Rabina body has been found, and the rest are all in the frozen cabin. There are no signs of Rabina survival in other locations. All equipment is controlled by the central intelligent brain. Shinkong answered. Fel, do you three-eyed people know about this? Xiang Qian turned to Fair and said. Fair also looked at the big screen with curiosity. Hearing Xiang Qian's question, he shook his head and said, We have never heard of it. We only know that the Rabina civilization is the most powerful civilization race, but we never knew that the Rabina civilization has only one living person. The communication between civilization races in the Andromeda galaxy is carried out by the patriarchs of each race going to the Civilization Conference Center within the black holes event horizon. For hundreds of thousands of years, we have not known the situation of other civilization races, but only know who the patriarch of this civilization is. There is a conference center inside the black holes event horizon? Xiang Qian was stunned. Building a conference center there was quite trendy. Yes, it is because of this conference center that we recognize the Rabina civilization as the most powerful civilization. After all, although we can ignore the gravity of the black hole, we still have to spend some effort within the event horizon of the black hole. But we really can't fix a large device within the event horizon of the black hole like the Rabina civilization did. Fel nodded. Xiang Qian had a guess in his mind after listening. Maybe the technology level of Rabina civilization is a little stronger than that of the three-eyed people, but it is definitely not much stronger. The reason why Rabina civilization can place a large device for a long time within the black hole's event horizon is probably because it has changed the rules of the universe. In a blink of an eye, several hours have passed, and the thing Xiang Qian has been talking about has not happened yet. This also makes him full of hope. Maybe Rabina civilization did not open Pandora's box because it was destroyed too quickly. However, Xiang Qian did not place too much hope on this. The Earth Federation was still on the highest alert. As long as he found any abnormality in the core black hole of the Andromeda galaxy, he would immediately launch the ultimate plan. At this time, all the native civilizations and races in the Andromeda Galaxy had been eliminated. If it were not for the information of the Cosmic Guardian Alliance in the central intelligent brain of the Rabina civilization, he would have been ready to leave the Andromeda Galaxy. Beep beep beep. Suddenly, a piercing alarm sounded from the command hull, and the starry sky appeared in front of Xiang Qian at the first time. Boss, the gravity around the black hole in the core of the Andromeda Galaxy has found abnormal fluctuations, and the black hole's horizon has begun to expand outward, Shinkong said to Xiang Qian. Xiang Qian did not speak, but he knew that what he had been worried about had happened. Although this matter was within the scope of his plan, he still couldn't help but feel a little panic, because the enemy that the Earth Federation had to face this time was too powerful, and was not something the Earth Federation could fight against at all. Leave the Andromeda Galaxy immediately, confirm whether the space collapse weapon is normal, and prepare to execute the final plan. After Xiang Qian finished speaking, he stood up and left the command hall and went to the office. He was going to find the Vidin Prophet and use the third true prophecy. When Xiang Qian entered the office, the Vidin Prophet was looking at the big screen, which showed the situation of the Andromeda Galaxy's core black hole. Use the third true prophecy. Xiang Qian said to the Vidin Prophet. Well, let me watch for a while. Anyway, the other party hasn't come out. Why are you in a hurry? The Vidin Prophet said unhappily. Xiang Qian was speechless, but after hearing what Vidin Prophet said, his anxiety disappeared without a trace, and his mood gradually calmed down. Vidin Prophet turned his head, looked at Xiang Qian very seriously, and said very seriously, I will disappear after I use the third true prophecy. Now there is a choice in front of you. You must think carefully before making a choice, because it concerns the future of the Earth Federation. Xiang Qian was stunned by the sudden change of Vidin Prophet, but after seeing the serious expression of Vidin Prophet, he also became serious, nodded to Vidin Prophet, and motioned him to continue. You should know that our three-eyed tribe was once an 8th-level civilization. We have also walked the same path that you are walking now. So I know what you will face in the future, and I also know how to break through the 7th-level civilization, and know the highest-level secrets of the universe. But I did not leave this information to the three-eyed tribe, because once the three-eyed tribe knew this information, they would have been exterminated long ago. So now the choice I give you is whether you need me to leave this information. With this information, you will have the upper hand before reaching the 7th level of civilization. At the same time, you will also know how to break through the 7th level of civilization, which will save you a lot of detours. But the universe is fair. If you know this information, it means that your Earth Federation will be in danger for hundreds of thousands, or even millions of years in the future. Only when the Earth Federation becomes an 8th level civilization, and can bear this information, can it break the curse of the rules on the Earth Federation. Now tell me, what is your choice? Do you want me to keep this information? The Vidin Prophet said sternly. Chapter 499. Xiang Qian knew that you would lose as much as you gain. Someone told him this when he was in the large Magellanic system, and he never forgot it. He knew that once he chose to let the Vidin Prophet leave those messages, the Earth Federation would face crises every moment before it became an 8th level civilization. But he also knew that as long as he had this information, the Earth Federation would be able to seize the initiative, and no civilization would be a match for the Earth Federation. Why does the Earth Federation have such a deep foundation now? There are various coincidences, and the Earth Federation has always been lucky, which is why the Earth Federation is now. But in the final analysis, the Earth Federation can have the current scale, which is directly related to his rebirth. If the Earth Federation did not lay a solid foundation before the 4th level civilization, and did not get enough resources in the 4th level civilization, then the current Earth Federation would have been destroyed long ago. The reason why the Earth Federation had such a deep foundation before the 4th level civilization was entirely because of his foresight and knowledge of the future, so that he could seize the opportunity step by step. Otherwise, there would be no current Earth Federation. But now Xiang Qian was asked to make a choice. He was very inclined to let the Vidin Prophet leave this message, but he didn't dare. Before the 8th level civilization, the Earth Federation was in crisis every moment. As long as there was any negligence, the Earth Federation would perish. Before I make a choice, I want to know how strong the rules in the dark are, and what specific forms they manifest. After a while, Xiang Qian asked. The rules in the dark are the rules bred by the universe itself. Even the Universe Guardian Alliance must abide by these rules. As for what is included in these rules, the Universe Guardian Alliance did not figure it out before I died. But the only clear thing is that if you break the rules of the universe, you will be rejected by the rules in the dark. And the intensity of rejection varies according to the degree of violation of the rules of the universe. Now I leave the information to you, which breaks the rules of the game. You know the future situation and will make targeted arrangements. Then you will easily complete the test arranged by the rules of the universe. Therefore, the rules in the dark will punish your behavior. Although this punishment will not cause any direct harm to you, it is more terrible than direct harm. For example, if you choose to let me keep this information, then in the future, if a prophet uses the true prophecy against the Earth Federation, the mysterious rules will help the enemies of the Earth Federation and make the true prophecy more effective. At the same time, any plan of the Earth Federation may fail due to various accidents. In other words, wherever the Earth Federation goes, there will be enemies. Even if there are no enemies, a cosmic disaster will break out where the Earth Federation appears. The Vidin prophet said with lingering fear. That means the Earth Federation's luck will become very bad, and it will be like turning on the taunting aura all the time to attract hatred. Moreover, if there are enemies who want to deal with the Earth Federation, the mysterious rules will also add buffs to the enemies of the Earth Federation. Isn't this a star of misfortune? Xiang Qian muttered to himself after hearing this, and he felt bad. If it really becomes like this, the Earth Federation will not only be in danger, but will be dead. If it becomes a star of misfortune in a universe full of dangers, it is estimated that the Earth Federation will kill itself without any attack from other civilizations. Apart from anything else, at that time, the Earth Federation conducted a dangerous experiment. Even if there was a 99% chance of success, the experiment would become uncontrollable due to various problems, and eventually turn into a disaster. Thinking of this, Xiang Qian shuddered. It was hard to imagine how miserable the Earth Federation would face at that time. But he was unwilling to give up, which resulted in his current tangled heart. The prophet Vidin looked at Xiang Qian, whose face kept changing, and did not urge him. He turned his head and looked at the big screen. At this time, the black hole on the big screen has expanded by 1/3, and a triangular metal object with an arc extends out of the black hole. At this time, all the civilized races in the Andromeda galaxy began to flee frantically to the outside of the galaxy, but in a short time, they don't have to think about leaving the Andromeda galaxy. Only a few smart civilized races followed the Earth Federation to the edge of the Andromeda galaxy early. As soon as they saw the black hole change, they quickly fled with the Earth Federation. After seeing the changes in the black hole, the man in black's face changed, and he immediately began to rush out of the galaxy. After controlling the space, the man in black basically ignored the distance and flashed quickly within a light year, and each flash was about 4 trillion kilometers. At this time, the man in black no longer cared about the people of the spiritually connected civilizations. His only thought now was to leave the Andromeda galaxy immediately, otherwise, he would not dare to say that he could leave the Andromeda galaxy safely after the civilization in the black hole came out. The man in black fled quickly, cursing in his heart. I don't know which idiot is in this black hole. Even if someone uses his authority to release the constraints of the rules of the universe, he shouldn't come out at this time. Even if the rules of the universe don't bother you, as an existence that destroys the balance of the game, you will definitely be targeted by the rules in the dark, and you will die sooner or later. Although the man in black cursed in his heart, his speed of escape was much faster than other civilized races, because he knew that this kind of civilized race that can be bound in the black hole by the rules of the universe is at least a level 6 peak civilization. As long as they find a way, they can break through the existence of level 7 civilization. Although the man in black looked down on this kind of civilization, he had to admit that under the 7th level civilization, these civilizations were invincible. Even now, he had no way to fight against this kind of civilization, because these civilizations have existed for hundreds of thousands, or even millions of years. They all belong to civilizations from more than a dozen eras ago. Since they cannot break through the 7th level civilization, at the end of each era, they will run to black holes, or other secret places, and then honestly wait for the constraints of the rules of the universe. This is because their existence affects the balance of the game, which is a bug. It is fine if they hide honestly, and do not affect other civilizations. Once they affect other civilizations, and interfere with the normal progress of the game, they will definitely be killed by the rules of the universe. The civilization race that has escaped from the black hole at the core of the Andromeda galaxy belongs to this type of civilization, but now the Rabina civilization has freed it from the constraints of the rules of the universe, so that its actions will not be wiped out by the rules of the universe. As for the rules in the dark, they are invincible under the 7th level civilization. This kind of civilization does not think that any civilization will harm them now, even if it is a cosmic disaster. As for those civilizations of the same kind as them, they are still bound by the rules of the universe at this time, and will not attack them. So at this time, the Kaku civilization race that just escaped from the black hole feels a bit unscrupulous. Chapter 500. You have to make a choice quickly, the other party will come out soon. The Vidin Prophet looked at the corner of the spaceship leaking out of the black hole on the big screen, and said to Xiang Qian. Xiang Qian saw the scene on the big screen, and suddenly said to the Vidin Prophet, "Can you use the true prophecy to bind the civilization race inside the black hole again?" "No, it is the authority of the Universal Guardian Alliance to remove its restraints. If you use my power to bind this civilization again, then wait for the attack of the Universal Guardian Alliance. So you should think about how to escape. You can't deal with this kind of civilized race at all now." The Prophet Vidin shook his head. "The space collapse weapons deployed in the Andromeda Galaxy won't work?" Xiang Qian asked immediately. "No, at most they can help you delay a little time." Xiang Qian was stunned after hearing this. The Earth Federation has deployed countless space collapse weapons in the Andromeda Galaxy. At the same time, these space collapse weapons are placed on space nodes. Once the Earth Federation detonates these space collapse weapons, 1/3 of the Andromeda Galaxy will become nothingness in the chain reaction after the space collapse weapons are detonated. But now the Vidin Prophet told Xiang Qian that the Earth Federation's arrangement was completely useless. Xiang Qian really didn't know what to do. Don't think that the weapons you deployed are very powerful. They just have a wider range of influence. The average power is not very good. And the power of the space collapse weapon is at its maximum, which only affects the surrounding destroyed matter to form a black hole. Do you think that a civilized race that can survive in a black hole will be harmed by the space collapse weapon? Vidin Prophet looked at Xiang Qian's expression, and knew what he was thinking. In his opinion, the arrangement made by Xiang Qian had no effect at all. Maybe the only effect was that the light and shadow effect looked good. Huh? Xiang Qian exhaled, calmed down, and said to Vidin Prophet, "I've thought about it, leave the information." "Are you sure?" Vidin Prophet asked seriously. "Sure, since the arrangement made by the Andromeda Galaxy is useless, then even if the third true prophecy is used, it will only prolong the time for the Earth Federation to be destroyed. Now the Earth Federation doesn't know where to escape. Leaving this information behind is actually almost as dangerous as not leaving it behind. What else is there to consider now?" Xiang Qian gritted his teeth and said, "Yes, your idea is right, but I can't leave all the information behind." Vidin Prophet said with a smile, "Because you will surely die, I can only leave information below the 7th level of civilization, which is the limit you can bear. But don't worry, for now, you are not in any danger. Although the opponent is in existence that you cannot resist, the opponent cannot interfere with the progress of the game. After you use the third true prophecy, you will be able to enter the next place controlled by the rules of the universe. Once there, you will be safe. As for what happens next, it depends on you." After the Vidin Prophet finished speaking, the ball on the table flew into Xiang Qian's hand. Xiang Qian looked at the ball in his hand and said to the Vidin Prophet, "Have you prepared this a long time ago? Do you think I can do this in my current state?" The Vidin Prophet said unhappily, "Well, do you want to ask Fair to come and see you for the last time?" Xiang Qian put away the ball and said to the Vidin Prophet, "No, there is nothing to see. I have said everything I should say, and my mission is also completed." The Vidin Prophet shook his head and said. Xiang Qian said nothing more, just stood beside him and watched the big screen with him. An hour later, the huge ship in the black hole had leaked out 1/3 of its length. At this time, all civilized races were rushing madly to the outside of the Andromeda Galaxy. But as a wave was emitted from the front of the ship, all civilizations found that their speed of movement dropped sharply in an instant. Originally, after collecting the scientific and technological information of the 5th stage civilization, all civilizations basically reached a speed of more than 300 times the speed of light, and the fastest was close to 400 times the speed of light. But in the moment of being swept by this wave, the speed of navigation of all civilizations once again became the normal speed of navigation. The space method of the entire Andromeda Galaxy became sticky, and all the flagships of civilizations could no longer drive the space or break through the space for navigation, and could only honestly carry out normal navigation. Such changes have frightened all civilized races. If they try to escape from the Andromeda Galaxy at the speed of normal navigation, they will probably die of exhaustion. These civilized races are finished. After seeing this situation, the Prophet Wei Yan said with emotion, "This is the strength of the peak level 6 civilization." Xiang Qian frowned and said, "This is just the tip of the iceberg. The other party is not an ordinary level 6 civilization, but an existence that is infinitely close to level 7 civilization. Such civilized races have existed for at least several epochs, and their technological background is beyond your imagination. Some civilizations like these, which are bound by the rules of the universe, have existed for dozens of epochs, and their technological reserves are deeper than those of ordinary level 7 civilizations. It's just that the gap between level 7 civilization and level 6 civilization is too big. No matter how strong a level 6 civilization is, it can't fight against level 7 civilization. You still have a long way to go. When you become a level 7 civilization, looking back at the present, you will feel that all this is just a very simple thing. The prophet then said. Xiang Qian did not ask the Vidin prophet why the 7th level civilization was so much stronger than the 6th level civilization. He knew that if the Vidin prophet wanted to tell him, he would have told him long ago. He did not tell him, because he could not know the information above the 7th level civilization. However, the more this happened, the more Xiang Qian yearned for the 7th level civilization. If a 6th level peak civilization was so powerful, how much stronger the 7th level civilization would be was simply unimaginable. As time passed, the hull in the black hole slowly emerged. The entire spaceship is like a huge starfish, with 9 life planets in the middle, which surround the interior of the ship. In the middle of the 9 planets, which is the core of the entire spaceship, there is a huge diamond-shaped crystal. This diamond-shaped crystal occupies 1/3 of the size of the entire spaceship, which is several times larger than an ordinary star, and is extremely spectacular. The next second after the entire spaceship left the black hole, the hull shook and disappeared instantly. When the spaceship appeared again, it was already at the overlap of the Rabina civilization microcosm and the macrocosm. Xiang Qian couldn't understand why the civilization didn't pay attention to those civilized races that were madly fleeing outward, but went to the Rabina civilization first. However, with such a good opportunity, Xiang Qian would not give up. Starry Sky, detonate all space collapse weapons, and at the same time let Vacadia guide the space turbulence after the explosion to sweep the location of the Rabina civilization. Xiang Qian gave the order directly. Chapter 501. At the moment when countless space collapse weapons were detonated, the entire Andromeda galaxy was strangely frozen, as if time had stopped and suddenly stopped moving. But in the next second, the space within dozens of star fields began to collapse at the same time. The countless detectors arranged by the Earth Federation in the Andromeda galaxy sent back an extremely spectacular scene at this moment. Around these star fields where space collapse weapons were deployed, the images sent back by the detectors showed that the star fields in front of them were directly cracked, and the planets in the star fields were also cut into powder by dense space cracks at the same time. Then the fragments of the star field space began to stir frantically, and the huge space turbulence began to rage, swallowing countless space fragments. Dozens of star fields were detonated at the same time, and the huge space turbulence swept towards the location of the Rabina civilization under the guidance of Vacadia. As for what will happen next, it is something Vacadia can control. On the star map of the Andromeda galaxy displayed on the big screen, 1/3 of the area has turned black, and the entire Andromeda galaxy seems to be missing a piece. If a few hundred years pass, the detector outside the Andromeda galaxy will be able to receive new images. That is, a huge black spot suddenly appeared on the huge silver vortex of the Andromeda galaxy, as if something had bitten off a piece. Now the images uploaded back on the big screen are all the scenes of the outside world, and Xiang Qian has no idea about the internal situation of the eruption of space turbulence. Under such an attack, will the opponent really not be in any danger? Xiang Qian looked at the erupting space turbulence, and his heart was a little more expectant. There won't be any danger. Such an attack is fine for ordinary level 6 civilizations, but it won't have any effect on civilizations like this. As for why I can't tell you, when the Earth Federation becomes a level 6 civilization, you will know. At that time, you will also know why level 7 civilization is so much stronger than level 6 civilization. The prophet then said. In that case, should we leave here now? No hurry, although we can't beat them, but with the true prophecy, they can't stop us. Don't you want to see if the other party's spaceship will be damaged after completely withstanding this attack? You can't have a direct impression just by listening to me. Okay, let's wait and see. Xiang Qian and the prophet Vidin chatted casually while watching the big screen. As for those civilized races that did not escape from the range of the space collapse weapon, they didn't care at all. At this time, in the center of the space turbulence explosion, inside the Rabina civilization microcosm, the spaceship of the Kaku civilization was opening the protective shield to cover the mother planet of the Rabina civilization. As the space turbulence continued to erupt, the small universe of the Rabina civilization began to collapse. There was not only space turbulence here, but also chaotic space-time energy that flowed into the small universe when the small universe collapsed. But no matter what kind of energy, in front of the protective shield of the Kaku civilization spaceship, It was almost like a breeze. The violent energy mixed with the impact of countless substances was not qualified to cause the protective shield of the Kaku civilization to fluctuate. In fact, when the space collapse weapon erupted, the Kaku civilization had the ability to leave the small universe of the Rabina civilization, but in order to obtain the information in the central intelligent brain of the Rabina civilization, the Kaku civilization could not leave at all. Once they leave here, the mother planet of the Rabina civilization will be destroyed by violent energy, and the data inside the central intelligent brain will disappear without a trace. The Kaku civilization is the real background of the Rabina civilization. Before entering the core black hole of the Andromeda galaxy, the Kaku civilization had contacted the Rabina civilization. At that time, in order to intimidate the Kaku civilization, the Rabina civilization clearly told the Kaku civilization that their Rabina civilization was once a level 7 civilization, and also had the authority to control the rules of the universe. This is why, in the past hundreds of thousands of years, the Kaku civilization has stayed in the black hole obediently, and has not caused any trouble. Although the Rabina civilization is only a level 5 civilization now, and its strength is much worse than that of the Kaku civilization, if the Rabina civilization can really complete the tasks assigned to them by the Universe Guardian Alliance, sooner or later, the Rabina civilization will be able to return to its peak. At that time, their Kaku civilization may not have broken through to the level 7 civilization, but with the care of the Rabina civilization, the probability of breaking through to the level 7 civilization will increase several times. So for hundreds of thousands of years, the Kaku civilization stayed in the black hole obediently, waiting for the Rabina civilization to return to its peak. But after waiting for hundreds of thousands of years, the Rabina civilization was about to complete the mission of the Space Guardian Alliance, but was destroyed by a few ants. Fortunately, before the Rabina civilization was destroyed, it promised them that as long as they, the Kaku civilization, could destroy the enemy that destroyed the Rabina civilization, they could open the Rabina civilization database and obtain the Rabina civilization's 7th level civilization technology information. This is also the reason why the Kaku civilization is willing to leave the black hole in advance, and it is also the reason why they want to protect the mother planet of the Rabina civilization. In the eyes of the Kaku civilization, these level 5 civilizations and some level 6 civilizations are just ants, and they can be eliminated without any effort. So when the space turbulence broke out in the outside world, the Kaku civilization was cracking the central intelligence brain of the Rabina civilization. But after wasting several days and burning tens of thousands of hosts, the Kaku civilization finally gave up. They also had to admit that even though the Rabina civilization had fallen, the central intelligence of the 7th level civilization was not something that their Kaku civilization could crack. Under such circumstances, the Kaku civilization could only follow the agreement to eliminate those ant-like civilizations in order to obtain the information in the central intelligence. After the Kaku civilization began to act, in an instant, all the civilizations and races that were not yet in the Andromeda galaxy were imprisoned in space, and then turned into powder along with the entire space. In less than 10 seconds, more than 5,000 civilized races were killed. After seeing this scene, Xiang Qian's scalp began to numb. This is indeed not on the same level. The gap is too big. Before Xiang Qian finished sighing, the Kaku civilization spaceship on the big screen disappeared, and then a huge shock came from his feet, making him sit directly on the ground. Earthquake. No, how could an earthquake happen in the Earth Federation continent? See the gap, this is the 6th level peak civilization, but such a civilized race is like an ant in front of the 7th level civilization, and can be exterminated at will. You still have a long way to go. Try to survive. Only when you become a level 7 civilization can you barely protect yourself. Don't let the myth of the first generation of prophets being omniscient and omnipotent be shattered. You must become a level 9 civilization. Now I will send you off for the last time. In the name of the prophet, the Earth Federation. Xiang Qian watched the influence of the Vidin prophet slowly dissipate. In the end, he couldn't even hear what the Vidin prophet said. A huge roar came to his ears. When the vibration dissipated and Xiang Qian stood up again, the big screen showed an unfamiliar star field. Chapter 502. In the void of the universe, outside the Andromeda galaxy, the Kaku civilization was surrounded by the wreckage of the broken flagships of civilizations. In just a few minutes, except for the fleets controlled by the Earth Federation and the men in black, all civilizations were destroyed by the Kaku civilization. It can be said that the entire Andromeda galaxy has buried hundreds of thousands of civilizations in the past 50,000 years. However, the escape of the Earth Federation and the men in black brought great trouble to the Kaku civilization. The deal between Kaku civilization and Rabina civilization was to kill all civilized races, but it has not been completed yet. That also means that Rabina civilization's central intelligence brain cannot be opened, and Kaku civilization cannot get the 7th level civilization information that it is extremely eager to have, which makes Kaku civilization very collapsed. This is like a person who is about to starve to death, seeing a table of rich food in the room in front of him, but there is no way to open the door of the room. If it is like this, it will be fine, but the owner of the room tells you when you leave home that as long as you step on dozens of ants on the ground to death, you can enter the room and have a feast. As a result, you thought you could kill all the ants with one step, but in fact, 2 of them ran away, and you couldn't find where they ran after searching for a long time. This is no longer a matter of madness, but extremely crazy. Now the Kaku civilization is in such a crazy state. The crazy Kaku civilization wants to block the Virgo galaxy, but the result of doing so is that it will be directly wiped out by the rules of the universe. After the crazy Kaku civilization directly destroyed half of the Andromeda galaxy, it calmed down. The huge mothership disappeared from the outside of the Andromeda galaxy, and went to a place where all civilized races must pass, waiting for the 2 escaping civilized races. 3 days after the Kaku civilization's mothership disappeared, the fleet controlled by the man in black reappeared and entered the curvature navigation state. Xiang Qian stood up and looked at the scene of a strange galaxy on the big screen. Before he asked, the civilization race scepter conveyed a confidence into his mind. Enter the Virgo galaxy cluster. The civilization race scepter sent a very simple message and also gave a star map, which divided a huge area. According to Xiang Qian's understanding, Na just can't leave this area. Starry sky, locate our current location. Xiang Qian casually browsed the star map given by the civilization race scepter, and said to the starry sky, "Boss, it has been confirmed that our current location is the Ursa Major region, 17.2 million light-years away from the Andromeda galaxy." Starry Sky said immediately. In the Ursa Major region, Xiang Qian was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that a true prophecy of the Vidin Prophet would send the Earth Federation more than 17 million light-years away. Although Xiang Qian may not know about other galaxies, he still knows about the Ursa Major. The famous Big Dipper belongs to the Ursa Major. Of course, Xiang Qian only knows this about the Ursa Major. He doesn't know other data. Did the vibration just now cause any damage to the microcosm? Xiang Qian put the matter of the Ursa Major behind him. The microcosm was not damaged. Only some geological faults appeared in the Earth Federation continent, which have been resolved now. Shinkong's answer made Xiang Qian completely relieved. That's good. Meanwhile, everyone else goes to the command hall. Xiang Qian walked out of the office after he finished speaking. Next, he would explain what had happened during this period to others. The next day, Xiang Qian and a few others were in a small room, looking at the star map displayed by Shinkong. Last night, Xiang Qian had imported the star map given by the civilization race scepter into Shinkong's database. According to the comparison, the star map given by the civilization race scepter happened to be the largest galaxy cluster in this supercluster, the Virgo galaxy cluster. The range drawn on the star map given by the civilization race scepter just includes all the galaxies in the entire Virgo galaxy cluster, which is about 3,000. It can be said that this is the largest galaxy cluster in this supercluster, and the most dense galaxy cluster. The next place we are going to is the Virgo galaxy cluster, but the civilization race scepter only gives a range without specific restrictions. I am not sure where to go yet. I will make a decision after reading the information given by the Vidin Prophet. We are now more than 16 million light-years away from the edge of the Virgo star cluster, and even farther from the core galaxy. Even if we move at 400 light speeds, it will take more than 40,000 years to reach the edge of the Virgo galaxy, so we have to plan well in these 40,000 years. Xiang Qian said. That's easy to say. We have all the technological data of the 5th level late civilization of the Three-Eyed Tribe, and these 40,000 years are just enough. But what I am worried about is whether that civilized race will catch up with us in a few hundred or thousands of years. Now we are a level 5 civilization, and our navigation speed can reach 400 times the speed of light. With the peak technological level of a level 6 civilization, it is not thousands of times the speed of light. I guess the other party even has the technology of interstellar gate. Should we first study the problem of hiding the microcosm? Anyway, the information given by the civilization race scepter does not require us to reach the Virgo galaxy cluster within a specific time. Lucen continued Xiang Qian's words. After Lucen finished speaking, the others nodded in agreement. They were indeed frightened. After all, the power of the Kaku civilization. It directly shook the small universe, and they didn't even have the power to resist. Facing such an enemy, no matter how cautious you are, it's not too much. Well, this problem does need to be solved. But the Prophet Vidin once said that once we enter a new area, an area under the control of the rules of the universe, the other party will not dare to come in. Prophet, I don't know if the location we are in is controlled by the rules of the universe, but the cosmic void within the Virgo galaxy cluster is definitely controlled by the rules of the universe. I will check the information left by the Vidin Prophet later, and first determine this issue before considering other civilizations. Starry Sky, head to the Virgo galaxy cluster as quickly as possible. Xiang Qian nodded. Okay, boss. Xiang Qian and the others didn't talk much. It's not certain whether it's safe yet, so everyone urged Xiang Qian to confirm it. The meeting could not be continued, and Xiang Qian did not force it, although he did not think that the Vidin Prophet used the last true prophecy to teleport the Earth Federation away, and would also teleport the Earth Federation to a dangerous location. But he could not say anything without evidence. Don't let others raise objections, and make Fair feel that they are slandering the ancestors of the Three-Eyed Tribe, which would be bad. Xiang Qian returned to the office, took out the ball left by the Vidin Prophet from the drawer, put on the helmet, closed his eyes, and entered the state of mind synchronization transmission. Chapter 503. What's going on? You're not dead? Xiang Qian looked at the Vidin Prophet in front of him and said in surprise. After Xiang Qian put on the helmet and started synchronous transmission, the influence of the Vidin Prophet appeared in front of him again, and the Vidin Prophet in front of him was still smiling at Xiang Qian, as if his evil plan had succeeded. Who told you I'm dead? Don't you think that a prophet of the 8th level civilization will not leave some cards for himself? The Vidin Prophet said with contempt. Then why did you make that expression when you used the third true prophecy? Xiang Qian was really fooled by the Vidin Prophet, and said unhappily. Shouldn't every hero have that expression in that situation? The Vidin Prophet ignored Xiang Qian's anger, and continued to smile. Xiang Qian looked at the Vidin Prophet, and really didn't know what to say to him. After all this time, this fear was the last means of survival left by the Vidin Prophet. Although the Vidin Prophet was no different from a dead person now, and could not use the power of a prophet, all his memories and soul core were preserved. With this backup plan, when the Earth Federation becomes a level 9 civilization, the Vidin Prophet can come back to life. This is also the reason why he painstakingly merged the Three-Eyed Tribe into the Earth Federation, because other civilizations, except human civilization, simply do not have the potential to advance to a level 9 civilization, and it is impossible for him to be resurrected. Well, since you are still alive, it will be easy. Why did you send the Earth Federation to the Ursa Major? Is there no danger here anymore? Xiang Qian stopped dwelling on the Vidin Prophet's question and started to ask about the real business. Of course, this is already an area controlled by the rules of the universe. You are safe until you leave the Virgo galaxy cluster. The Vidin Prophet said with certainty. That's not right. The range given by the civilization race scepter is the Virgo galaxy cluster, which does not include this place. Why is this also controlled by the rules of the universe? Xiang Qian asked curiously. What's so strange about this? You will know after reading this information, so I don't have to explain it. The Prophet Vidin handed Xiang Qian a document for him to read. Xiang Qian read the document carefully, and after reading the first page, he understood why this place was also controlled by the rules of the universe. The area within 20 million light-years around the Virgo galaxy cluster is the latest test of all civilized races, by the rules of the universe. Once a civilized race enters this range, the terms of the civilized race contract between all civilized races and subordinate races will be swapped. That is, if the terms of the suzerain civilization on the subordinate races were very harsh in the past, those subordinate races turned over after entering this range, and the various terms of the suzerain civilization on the subordinate races now all became terms of the subordinate races on the suzerain civilization. If the suzerain civilization was very harsh on the subordinate races in the past, then at this time, the suzerain civilization should be prepared to accept the revenge of the subordinate races. Spit out what you ate from me, give me back what you took from me. When Xiang Qian saw this, he suddenly thought of such a song. However, this has no impact on the Earth Federation. Even if the civilization race contract is exchanged, everyone is equal. The only difference is that the Earth Federation no longer has absolute control over the Civilization Race Council, but this thing or not, it doesn't matter at all. When the Earth Federation signed the Civilization Race contract with other civilizations, there was only one day when the contract was unequal, that is, after the Earth Federation joined a new civilization race, human civilization automatically added a seat in the Earth Federation Civilization Race Council. That is to say, no matter how many civilizations there are in the Earth Federation, the human civilization has one more vote than all other civilizations combined, which also guarantees the absolute control of the Earth Federation by humans. However, although this clause was signed, Xiang Qian never used this right, and of course, he did not need to use it. So for tens of thousands of years, any major event in the Earth Federation was discussed by the clan leaders of several civilizations including Xiang Qian, and finally Xiang Qian made the final decision. Voting and the like, it seems that except for a few times at the beginning, it was never used later. On the one hand, Xiang Qian is not an unreasonable person. On the other hand, Xiang Qian also listened to everyone's opinions before making a decision, so there was no need to vote if there was no disagreement. On the other hand, other civilized races can put themselves in the right position. For example, the Green Star Civilization and the Mandi clan chose to assist the civilization when they broke through the 4th level civilization. In other words, they never thought of rebelling against the Earth Federation from the day they broke through the 4th level civilization. As for fighting for power and profit, what is there to fight for? Everyone has absolute power within their own race, and Xiang Qian has never interfered in the internal affairs of other civilized races. In the case of constant external crisis and no irreconcilable internal contradictions, there is nothing to gain. This is also the reason why Xiang Qian can still gloat here after seeing this information. No, since we have entered here, it doesn't mean that the exchange of civilization race contracts has been completed, but I haven't received any reminders from the civilization race sector. Xiang Qian suddenly thought of this problem, and said to the Vidin Prophet, "It's normal. It depends on yourself whether you can find it. In fact, the universe's operating rules give this opportunity to exchange civilization race contracts in order to adjust the internal structure of each civilization race alliance. Some civilization races relied on their natural advantages to plunder and suppress other civilization races in the early stage, enslaving many civilization races. Those enslaved civilization races are not necessarily less potential than other civilization races, but they just haven't used it. However, they have no way to regret the civilization race contract signed in the early stage, and can only leave it to fate. This is unfair to those civilizations, and this situation also weakens the potential of most civilizations in disguise. The final result is that fewer and fewer races break through the 7th level civilization. This situation is not allowed by the rules of the universe, so this opportunity is given." The Vidin Prophet explained. "There shouldn't be no hints. What if those enslaved civilizations never find out?" Xiang Qian frowned and asked. "If they didn't find out, it means that those enslaved civilizations are actually living a pretty good life. Think about it. If a civilized race is enslaved, and if it is abused by the master civilization every day, then at this time, the civilized race contract is exchanged, and the master civilization abuses those civilized races again, what will happen?" The Vidin Prophet said with a smile. So that's how it is, I understand." Xiang Qian understood after listening. After understanding this civilized race, Xiang Qian continued to look at the information about the Virgo galaxy. Chapter 504. While Xiang Qian was browsing the information given by the Vidin Prophet, in the void of the universe thousands of light years away, a fleet composed of tens of thousands of civilized races was heading towards the Virgo galaxy cluster. All the civilized races in this fleet had just completed the task of destroying all the native civilized races in a galaxy. Now they received the information from the civilized race sector, and were rushing to the Virgo galaxy cluster. Although this fleet has tens of thousands of civilized races, it is actually controlled by 32 civilizations. Each of these 32 civilizations has thousands of subordinate races. It can be said that these 32 civilizations are very powerful civilizations within the entire supercluster. After these 32 civilizations joined forces to divide other civilizations, and destroyed the native civilizations of the galaxy, they temporarily formed an alliance. The purpose of this alliance is to take the lead in the Virgo galaxy, while maintaining resource sharing, gaining control within the Virgo galaxy cluster, and then continue to divide other civilizations and races, and increase the number of their subordinate races, so that these 32 civilizations and races can become civilizations that surpass all other civilizations and races. Such an alliance that does not require the civilization to make any effort, but only needs to use subordinate races to fight, and the civilization can also benefit, of course. The alliance is very smooth. So after the 32 civilizations happily held the alliance meeting, they returned to their own civilization areas to act arrogantly. "Chief, the meeting is over. Please have some snacks." A giant beast with a body size of 300,000 kilometers said flatteringly to a huge giant beast with a body size of 1.8 million kilometers. This giant beast with a length of 1.8 million kilometers is the chief of the Douglas civilization race, one of the 32 civilization races. At the same time, Douglas civilization is the only beast civilization among the 32 civilizations. Although the number of beasts in Douglas civilization cannot be compared with the trillions of tribesmen in other civilizations, the Douglas civilization has only 33 billion tribesmen, and the combat power of each adult tribesman can be comparable to the flagship of the civilization. In addition, the racial talents of the beasts in Douglas civilization, even trillions of warships cannot stop the attack of the Douglas civilization tribesmen. Well, I'm a little hungry, please bring me some. The chieftain of the Douglas civilization returned to the throne that took 600 life planets to build, and said while shaking his tail, "Okay, tribesmen, please wait." The giant beast grinned and disappeared in an instant. The chieftain of the Douglas civilization leaned his head against the back of the throne, smelling the fragrance of the special cultivated plants of the subordinate race, and suddenly felt like taking a nap. Since he wanted to sleep, he should sleep for a while. When the snacks come later, the tribesmen will wake him up. While Chief Douglas was sleeping on the throne, the giant beast came to the home planet of a race affiliated with the Douglas civilization. He came here to pick snacks for the chief and eat some for himself. "Dear envoy, what do you want?" After seeing the giant beast, the chief of the affiliated race suddenly showed a look of despair on his face, but he had to say to the beast respectfully, "Quickly gather your people, our chief wants to eat snacks." The giant beast urged. "But, Mr. Envoy, didn't you just take away 50 billion people from our tribe half a month ago? It's been less than 10 years. Why do you want our tribe to go out again?" The tribe leader was furious after hearing this, but he could only speak tremblingly. But he was interrupted by the giant beast before he finished speaking. "Why are you talking so much nonsense? I asked you to summon them. If you delay the tribe leader's meal, I will exterminate your tribe." The giant beast swung its tail and directly smashed a huge crack in the ground, and the whole planet trembled. "Mr. Envoy, our tribe is really empty. If so many people show up again this time, our tribe will be exterminated. Please, Mr. Envoy, have mercy on us and don't choose our tribe." The chief said sadly. "Impossible, go quickly." The giant beast suddenly lost its breath, and its entire body began to fall to the surface of the planet. "Mr. Envoy, Mr. Envoy." The chief watched the giant beast's huge body falling to the planet, and called out in a hurry, but received no response. At this time, a man ran to the patriarch and said to him, "Patriarch, it seems to be dead. The detector can't scan its life wave." "Dead? How is this possible?" The patriarch looked at the giant beast that continued to fall, and said in disbelief, "Patriarch, what should we do now?" The patriarch didn't know what to do. A giant beast died on their civilization's home planet. No matter what, their civilization cannot escape responsibility. Now it depends on whether they can keep the continuation of the race. Throw his body off the planet, and fix it in the outer orbit. The chieftain looked at the giant beast's body that was about to hit the ground and said with gritted teeth, "Yes, chieftain." At the moment of the giant beast's death, Chieftain Douglas woke up instantly, because he felt the death of his people. Boom! Who dares to fool our Douglas civilization? I want their entire race to be buried with them. Chief Douglas instantly soared into the sky, and even his favorite throne was instantly destroyed. After scanning and seeing Chief Douglas rushing over, the chief sat on the ground. He was already in despair. Sure enough, after seeing the corpse of the giant beast, the Douglas tribe was very angry and destroyed the airport outside the mother planet, and then slapped the mother planet with its huge claws. But at the moment the airport was destroyed, Chief Douglas also lost his breath of life, but his claws still rushed down to the mother planet according to inertia. Facing this grab, the mother planet's defense system was activated, and the protective shield blocked this grab. "Chief, the life wave of Chief Douglas has also disappeared." "What?" "The life wave has also disappeared." The chief looked up at the two huge corpses displayed on the big screen, and was stunned. After a while, the chief said, "Scan the other Douglas people immediately to see if they are still alive." "Yes, chief." A few minutes later, the scan results showed that all the people of Douglas civilization were dead. After waiting for this result, the chief laughed crazily, and then notified all the people that they were free. At this time, tens of thousands of civilized races have already known about the death of the entire glass civilization. Among them, the affiliated races of the Douglas civilization have all begun to celebrate wildly. Over the years, they have been oppressed too badly by the Douglas civilization. Knowing that all the members of the glass civilization have died first, they will regain their freedom. Chapter 505. The subordinate races of Douglas civilization regained their freedom, because of the strange demise of Douglas civilization, which made the subordinate races of the other 31 civilizations very envious. Although those 31 civilizations were not as brutal as Douglas civilization, they were not much better. On the battlefield, they were the subordinate races who had to pay with their lives. In the galaxy war that just ended, the native civilizations of those galaxies were all paid with the lives of their people. So now these civilized races are very envious of the subordinate races of Douglas civilization, envious of their regained freedom, and at this time, they have forgotten that they had a sense of superiority over the subordinate races of Douglas civilization. Compared with the simple ideas of these subordinate races, the 31 suzerain civilizations can't sit still. On the one hand, they are looking for the reason for the sudden demise of Douglas civilization, and on the other hand, they begin to discuss how to divide up the subordinate races left by Douglas civilization. Because they are afraid that those civilized races will run away, the 31 suzerain civilizations begin to order the subordinate races to surround the civilized races under Douglas, and then they continue to argue. After being surrounded by the subordinate races of the other 31 suzerain civilizations, the subordinate races of the Douglas civilization suddenly realized that they were too happy too early. Although the Douglas civilization was destroyed, there were still 31 suzerain civilizations that would not let them go. For a time, these civilizations and races contacted each other and prepared to form an alliance to resist. But once they contacted each other, they found that the subordinate races of the Douglas civilization had been rotten to a certain extent. 90% of the civilizations could not even gather 100 million warships. Although the technological level was similar to that of other civilizations, they did not have enough resources and could not produce warships at all. As for the talent pool and technological background, let alone, Douglas civilization eats the people of these subordinate races all day long. Except for those old scientists, there is no new blood to replenish. Look at the subordinate races of the 31 main civilizations. Although those civilized races are not necessarily much stronger than them, they are more numerous, and their strength is dozens of times theirs. It is difficult to resist, let alone escape. For a time, sadness and despair enveloped the subordinate races of the Douglas civilization, and this emotion even spread to the civilized races that surrounded them. Although they are better than the subordinate races of Douglas civilization, at least their master civilization does not eat people, but as subordinate races, how much better can their fate be? They still have no freedom. The future of the race is in the hands of others. What freedom can they talk about? A few hours later, the 31 master civilizations finished their wrangling, and everyone began to divide these civilizations according to the discussed plan. Some civilizations can still resist, but what is the use of resistance in such a situation? After several stubborn civilizations were destroyed by the suzerain civilization to establish its authority, no more civilizations resisted. Don't worry, we will never treat you like Douglas civilization. Here are the new terms. Take a look. The patriarch of one of the 31 suzerain civilizations said to the patriarchs of the civilizations in front of him. The patriarchs of these civilizations took the civilization contract and took a look. To be honest, it was better than the terms of Douglas civilization, but not much better. But they were telling the truth. The civilized race contract clearly stated that they would never eat their civilized race members as food. But this clause was nonsense. Apart from not eating people, the other clauses were also very harsh. They just escaped from the wolf pack, but fell into the tiger's mouth. There was no big difference in essence. At this time, the patriarchs of these civilized races really didn't want to sign the civilized race contract, but when they thought about the civilizations that were exterminated, they knew they had to sign it. If you don't sign, you're dead, but if you sign, you're dead, that's it. Okay, now that everyone has finished reading, let's start signing the civilization race contract. The first row, please come up one by one, and go back after signing. The head of the first row had an expression on his face that was uglier than crying, and he signed the civilization race contract with all his heart. As the light of the civilization race scepter disappeared, the civilization race contract was signed, and the head turned around expressionlessly and walked outside like a zombie. When he walked out of the hall, he trembled and picked up the civilization race contract in his hand, ready to tear it up. Although doing so would not affect the effect of the civilization race contract, it would allow him to vent. He picked up the civilization race contract and was about to tear it up, but he accidentally glanced at the contents of the civilization race contract, and he was stunned. Because the terms of the civilization race contract were completely opposite to the terms of the civilization race contract he signed. There were no restrictions on their civilization races, and the harsh terms were all to bind the other party. He was stunned when he saw this. He saw it clearly before signing the civilization race contract. How come the terms were switched now? While he was stunned, the second civilized race leader signed the civilization race contract and walked over in a daze. What are you still looking at? Haven't you seen enough of a slave contract? The civilized race leader said sarcastically. Where is your civilization race contract? Take it out and show it to me. The first leader said excitedly to the second leader. What are you looking at? Are you sick? The second patriarch looked at the first patriarch and said impatiently. No, you will know if you take it out. The terms of the civilization race contract have been changed. Take a look at my civilization race contract. The first patriarch said, while holding the civilization race contract in his hand. After seeing the civilization race contract in the first patriarch's hand, the second patriarch was completely stunned. Impossible. The second patriarch shouted, and then immediately took out his own civilization race contract. As a result, after the two of them finished watching, they looked at each other and saw the uncontrollable excitement and joy in each other's eyes. At this time, the patriarch of the third civilized race also walked out in a daze and was stopped by the two of them. Then the three patriarchs, who were half dead, just now looked like they had been injected with stimulants. Then the fourth, fifth. After the patriarchs of the 37th civilized race joined the team, their excitement could no longer be suppressed, and they all started shouting. What are you arguing about? Get back quickly. A guard in the distance saw this, and immediately shouted angrily. As a result, dozens of clan leaders looked at each other, and one of them gritted his teeth and said, We know if it's true or not by trying it out. Kill him. Yes, kill him and try. Instantly, a group of clan leaders rushed towards the guards like crazy, and then they took revenge and complained. Chapter 506. What's going on outside? The patriarch of the main civilization heard the noise outside and asked with a frown. Patriarch, the guards are fighting with the patriarch of the subordinate race. The intelligent brain immediately replied. What? The patriarch of the subordinate race is fighting with the guards. The patriarch of the main civilization was stunned for a moment and said in surprise. Yes, patriarch. Let the guards separate them. Tell the guards to be more restrained, and if anyone is injured, send the information immediately. After the patriarch of the suzerain civilization got a positive answer, he said to the intelligent computer impatiently. In his opinion, those guards must have asked the patriarchs of those subordinate races for benefits again. As a result, the patriarch, who had just regained his freedom for a short time, signed a contract to sell himself again. He was in a bad mood and quarreled with the guards and then fought. He was too lazy to care about these things. Even if he beat up the patriarchs of those civilized races, what would happen? It was just the right opportunity to let the patriarchs of those civilized races know who would be their masters in the future. After hearing the plan of the chief of the suzerain civilization, the chiefs who had not signed the civilized race contract felt very uncomfortable. They were the chiefs of a civilized race after all, but now, they were not even as good as a guard. The gap was too big. But within a few seconds, the intelligent computer reported again, Chief, the guard has been killed by the chief of the subordinate race. Should we arrest him? What? They want to rebel. The patriarch of the suzerain civilization was furious. It was simply a bad idea to kill their guards inside the suzerain civilization. But the next second, the suzerain civilization was stunned. Because there was a clause in the civilization race contract that clearly stated that the subordinate races could not attack the suzerain civilization, and could not consciously harm the suzerain civilization. Even if they unconsciously harmed the patriarch civilization, those who harmed the suzerain civilization would be wiped out by the rules of the universe. If they consciously harmed, 1/10 of the population of the entire subordinate race would be wiped out by the rules of the universe. At the same time, the suzerain civilization could require the rules of the universe to directly wipe out the subordinate race. It can be said that under the constraints of such a civilization race contract, the subordinate races dare not attack the master civilization at all. Even if the master civilization attacks the subordinate races can only stand at attention and wait to be beaten. But now, the clan leaders of the subordinate races killed the guards of their master civilization. Are they not afraid of the obliteration of the rules of the universe? While the clan leader of the master civilization was thinking about this problem, the clan leaders of the civilization races who killed the guards walked into the hall with a swagger. A group of people showed ferocious smiles on their faces, looking at the patriarch of the clan leader civilization as if they were seeing prey. You still dare to come in? Aren't you afraid of your race being exterminated? The patriarch of the clan leader civilization said to a group of clan leaders. Although he hadn't figured out where the problem was, it didn't stop him from getting angry at them. Afraid of extermination? Haha, I'm dying of laughter. Did you hear what he said just now? He said he wanted to exterminate our clan. Are you afraid, haha? One of the clan leaders laughed and said, Of course I'm afraid, but I want to see how he's going to wipe out the clan. A group of clan leaders said jokingly, not taking the clan leader civilization race seriously at all. At this time, the guards and staff inside the hall rushed over and wanted to beat up the clan leaders. This was a good opportunity to show off in front of the clan leaders. Faced with the guards and staff rushing over, these clan leaders just watched coldly, without any intention of running away. How dare you defy the clan leader? You are courting death again. Even your race. A guard ran and cursed, then kicked one of the clan leaders. As a result, he kicked the clan leader, and he lost his life. At the same time, the intelligent computer appeared again, and the alarm in the hall sounded at the same time. Clan leader, 1/10 of the clan members died suddenly just now. The dead people protected various ages, and had different job natures. The cause of death of these people is still uncertain. The intelligent brain said to the patriarch of the main civilization. But after hearing the report from the intelligent brain, the patriarch of the main civilization was completely dumbfounded. If you want to destroy our race, take a look at the civilization race contract first. The patriarch of the civilization race that was kicked by the guard threw the civilization race contract in his hand to the patriarch of the main civilization, looking at him with a sneer on his face. The patriarch of the main civilization picked up the civilization race contract and almost fainted after seeing the terms on it. Impossible, this is impossible. He shouted and threw away the civilization race contract in his hand, then picked up the pile of civilization race contracts beside him. The terms on it were the same as what he had just seen. The terms on dozens of civilization race contracts were completely opposite to the terms he had given. The clan leader of the clan civilization looked at the dozens of civilization race contracts in his hand in despair, and the whole person was collapsed by this sudden blow. Although he didn't want to admit that this was true, what happened just now clearly told him that what he saw was the truth. Inform the tribesmen to come over with a spaceship. Take whatever you like. If you like something, take it back. If you don't like something, destroy it. Now we are truly free. The chief of one of the civilized races picked up the communicator and shouted excitedly. The chiefs of other civilized races saw this example and also took out their communicators to contact their tribesmen. After seeing this, the chief of the suzerain civilization pointed at the group of chiefs tremblingly. He didn't say anything before his eyes went dark and he passed out. At about the same time, the same thing happened in the other 31 master civilizations. As more and more subordinate races knew about this, the 31 master civilizations suddenly became Shura fields, and they had to be held accountable for their previous actions. The result of being held accountable was that within one day, hundreds of billions of people in the entire civilization race were wiped out, and the entire civilization race was destroyed. In fact, such situations happen in many places, when subordinate races find that they have become masters. Tens of thousands of years of oppression and exploitation have turned these subordinate races into demons in an instant. They retaliate against their master civilization in a more bloody and crazy way. After such situations occurred one after another, the consequences were that the previously very powerful civilization races perished, the very large alliances disintegrated, and countless races once again became individuals and began to compete for the legacy left by the once powerful master civilization. Basically, all power groups were reshuffled. This time, the various civilization races no longer signed the civilization race contract, but formed an alliance. Chapter 507. In the Earth Federation Conference Hall, Xiang Qian and his colleagues, think tank members, elite staff, and some scientific representatives all looked carefully at the star map projection in the center of the hall. This star map projection is the data of all galaxies in the Virgo galaxy cluster, and today's meeting is also related to this star map. This is a simple data report of all galaxies in the Virgo galaxy cluster. Next, everyone will choose one or several galaxies from the perspective of strategic value, scientific research value, resource value, etc., as the Earth Federation's base in the Virgo galaxy cluster. Oh, I forgot to tell you that for the next 60,000 years, our Earth Federation will stay in the Virgo galaxy cluster. The more galaxies we occupy, the more beneficial it will be for the development of the Earth Federation. So when you choose, you must consider it comprehensively and try to find some galaxies that are closer, so that it will be easier for us to occupy. Xiang Qian said to the staff below. Chief, is there a direct relationship between the size of the occupied galaxy and the number of occupied galaxies? For example, if there is a small galaxy with a diameter of 1,000 light-years and a large galaxy with a diameter of 50,000 light-years, is it better to occupy the large galaxy? As soon as Xiang Qian finished speaking, A member of the think tank immediately asked. It matters. Occupying a large galaxy will definitely bring more benefits than occupying a small galaxy. That's for sure, Xiang Qian said affirmatively. After Xiang Qian finished speaking, a group of people below began to look at the star map and discuss. Scientists don't care about any strategic issues. They only consider which galaxy is more valuable for scientific research, and which galaxy has the scientific research materials they need. The staff department considered more than the scientists. Strategic value was the first priority, followed by resource value, and finally scientific research value. The think tank had to evaluate and take all factors into consideration, so the members of the think tank did not choose to look at the star map directly, but discussed with the scientists and the staff department. What are the benefits of occupying the galaxy? Now you can tell me, Lucen said to Xiang Qian. After hearing Lejizan's words, the others looked at Xiang Qian, waiting for his explanation. You have to know that Xiang Qian called a meeting directly after leaving the office, and they didn't know what information Xiang Qian had obtained. Now seeing that the people below were discussing, they couldn't help but want to know the specific situation. Let me start from the beginning. Our current location is safe, and the Virgo galaxy is also safe. At least within 60,000 years, we are not afraid of that civilized race coming to trouble us. Xiang Qian took a sip of water and continued, then, from our current location to the cosmic void between the Virgo galaxy cluster area, it is a special area for the exchange of civilized race contracts. In this area, the civilization race contracts we signed before have been reversed at this time. If you don't believe it, you can check the terms of the civilization race contract through the civilization race scepter. After listening to Xiang Qian's words, several people immediately contacted the civilization race scepter and began to check the civilization race contract. As a result, more than 10 seconds later, several people opened their eyes and looked at Xiang Qian very curiously, wanting to know what was going on. Xiang Qian explained to everyone what the Vidin prophet had said to him at that time. That means that after entering the Virgo galaxy cluster, our opponents will all be civilizations that have just been decomposed, and their strength will be very weak. Dilong said immediately. How is that possible? Not to mention whether there are civilizations, like our Earth Federation. Even if those enslaved subordinate races are liberated, their foundation is much worse than ours. They will definitely choose to form an alliance with other civilizations, and it will be an equal alliance. By then, our Earth Federation may encounter an alliance composed of thousands, or even tens of thousands of civilizations. It's not as simple as you think. Grisun immediately retorted. Before Dilong could continue speaking, Queen Mingwa spoke. In fact, I think that within the Virgo galaxy cluster, the strength of our Earth Federation is definitely top-notch. Although these civilized races can form an alliance, an equal alliance represents the dispersion of power. Once there is a conflict of interest, it is easy to collapse. Especially after arriving in the Virgo galaxy cluster, where it is necessary to occupy galaxies to ensure interests, those equal civilized race alliances will inevitably collapse instantly, and we don't even need to do anything, they will disintegrate due to uneven distribution of interests. So in this case, unless it is an alliance like our Earth Federation, other alliances are all scattered and unreliable. After listening to Queen Mingyue's words, Xiang Qian nodded in appreciation. She is indeed a professional. He hasn't said anything yet, but Queen Mingyue can think of these things. I have to admire her. No matter what other civilized races are like, why do we want to occupy as many galaxies as possible in the Virgo galaxy cluster? What benefits will it bring to us? It can't be resources. Kyle looked at Xiang Qian and said, of course it's not resources. The Virgo galaxy cluster is so big, what's so good about resources? The number of galaxies occupied is directly related to the rewards given by the rules of the universe. For example, if the Earth Federation occupies a galaxy, then as long as the galaxy occupied by the Earth Federation is not occupied by other civilized races, the rules of the universe will reward the Earth Federation every year, allowing a technology of the Earth Federation to reach the peak of this technology. And for every additional galaxy we occupy, the reward time will be shortened by 1/6. If we occupy 6 galaxies, we can get a reward from the rules of the universe once a month. Just imagine how fast our technology will develop if we occupy dozens of galaxies. Xiang Qian said seriously. Suck. After hearing what Xiang Qian said, several people were shocked. They didn't expect that the rewards given by the rules of the universe were so crazy. Directly improve a technology to the peak level, although for a discipline, improving a technical means to the peak every year is nothing. But the Earth Federation will stay in the Virgo galaxy cluster for many years. Even if one technology is developed every year, there will be 60,000 technologies in 60,000 years. Moreover, with the strength of the Earth Federation, it is impossible to occupy only one galaxy. So in 60,000 years, to what extent the Earth Federation's technological level can be improved, they dare not imagine. When we arrive at the Virgo Galaxy Cluster, I plan to improve the technological level of Babadalong civilization first, because in the Earth Federation, as long as their civilization level is level 6, but because there is no corresponding technological accumulation, they can't exert the strength of level 6 civilization at all. Xiang Qian smiled at the surprised expressions of several people and continued. Chapter 508. No one had any objection to Xiang Qian's proposal. I don't think it's necessary. The Three-Eyed Tribe is the most technologically advanced civilized race in the civilized Earth Federation. As long as they work hard, they can break through the 6th level civilization. By then, the strength of the Three-Eyed Tribe will definitely change dramatically. Di Long raised objections. After listening to Di Long's words, everyone looked at Xiang Qian, waiting for him to make a decision. Although Di Long was telling the truth, if all the strength of the Earth Federation was concentrated, the Three-Eyed Tribe could break through the 6th level civilization. But no matter what, the Three-Eyed Tribe was once the enemy civilization of the Earth Federation, and the leader of the Babadalong civilization also died because of the Three-Eyed Tribe. Although no one said anything, after all, without the Three-Eyed Tribe, the Earth Federation would have been left in the Andromeda Galaxy. But now, everyone doesn't want to give this opportunity to the Three-Eyed Tribe. When Fair saw this situation, he wanted to speak, but before he could speak, Xiang Qian said, "This matter is settled." Although Di Long's words make sense, the actual situation is not as you imagine. There is an absolute gap between the 5th level civilization and the 6th level civilization, and this gap is reflected in the classification of scientific and technological disciplines. Although the Three-Eyed Clan is a late-level 5th level civilization, in fact, many of the Three-Eyed Clan's disciplines and technologies have not yet reached their peak. At the same time, there are some disciplines that have not been studied, and they are not in a hurry to break through the 6th level civilization. Everyone felt a lot more comfortable listening to Xiang Qian's words. After all, the Babadalong civilization is an old member of the Earth Federation, and everyone still tends to favor the Babadalong civilization in their hearts. Although Fair apparently agreed with Xiang Qian's absoluteness, a trace of sadness flashed in his eyes. What is the difference between a level 5 civilization and a level 6 civilization? Why is the Babadalong civilization not as powerful as imagined after breaking through to a level 6 civilization? Kaya happened to see the sadness in Fair's eyes, and immediately changed the subject, while also asking Xiang Qian to explain in detail. Let's put it this way. For a level 4 civilization to break through to a level 5 civilization, it must master all the technologies in its subject classification, just like the Babadalong civilization is a biological subject classification, so it must master all the information in the biological subject classification, including plants and spores that they didn't study much before. It can be said that the 5th level civilization has already stood at the top of a classification discipline. The development of biological civilization to the 5th level civilization has actually reached the end. What the 5th level civilization can do is to continue to improve the technical level and make the technology reach the peak. In the Virgo Galaxy Cluster, the rules of the universe operation give us this opportunity, so that the original technology accumulation of hundreds of thousands of years can be completed in a short period of time, so that all civilizations can quickly become the 5th level peak civilization. At this time, the 5th level peak civilization has nothing to continue to study. At this time, the 5th level civilization has already stood at the top of a classification discipline. If you want to continue researching, there is nothing for you to study. Therefore, the 5th level civilization at this time must become a 6th level civilization. Because only by becoming a 6th level civilization, this civilized race standing at the top of the classification discipline can continue to study the technology of other classification disciplines, integrate the technology of other disciplines into its own classification discipline technology, and thus improve the level of classification technology. Just like the current Green Star civilization, in addition to continuing to study the technology of biological classification, they cannot study the technology of mechanical classification, nor can they study the technology of energy classification. Although they can achieve the effects that other disciplines can achieve by using biotechnology, it is not another discipline after all. For example, the energy reserve of the Green Star civilization is solved by cells, but are these cells as powerful as the energy crystals or space energy of the energy classification discipline? Impossible, because the biological discipline classification is not specialized in energy, and it is impossible to surpass the civilization races of the energy classification in energy research. Only after the Green Star civilization becomes a level 6 civilization can it study the technology of other disciplines, integrate the technology of those disciplines into the biological classification, and finally enable the biological classification to accomplish what other scientific classifications can do. At this time, the civilization is a level 6 peak civilization. Although the Pabatalong civilization is now a level 6 civilization, it has not even studied the technology that a level 5 civilization can master. It can be said to be the weakest level 6 civilization in history. So I gave this opportunity to the Pabatalong civilization, just to make them truly become a level 6 civilization. Xiang Qian told all the information he knew. After listening to Xiang Qian, the discomfort in Fei's heart disappeared instantly. At the same time, he looked at Dilong with a little apology and sympathy, but it was only a flash. Then what should we do with civilizations that develop multiple disciplines? Other civilizations that develop single disciplines will soon be able to break through to level 6 civilization, but we don't know when we can break through to level 6 civilization. The gap is too big. Queen Mingwe frowned and said, "No, it's just the opposite. It's the civilizations that develop single or dual disciplines that are lagging behind us. We started multidisciplinary integration a long time ago. When we reached the peak of level 5 civilization, we were actually at the peak of level 6 civilization. Once we become a level 6 civilization, we will be a level 6 peak civilization after the breakthrough. After breaking through the 6th level civilization, other single-discipline 5th level civilizations have to start from scratch to study the technology of other disciplines, and then try their best to integrate these technologies. Do you think that integrating technology from the beginning is not as good as starting to study other disciplines after one discipline reaches its peak and integrating other disciplines together?" Xiang Qian asked back. After listening, Queen Mingwe thought about it and smiled. That's right, they had already started to integrate disciplines when they were at the 4th level civilization. After they broke through the 6th level of civilization, they no longer had to spend time and energy to reintegrate. Moreover, one subject was too high-end, and the other subjects were too low-end, so it was very troublesome to integrate them. Why do I feel that this is deliberately done by the rules of the universe? With so many subject categories, if I were to study them myself, I don't know how long it would take. But if we rob the scientific and technological information of other civilized races, wouldn't the research speed be greatly accelerated? Moreover, the 5th level peak civilizations are all civilizations with the peak of technological development, and those technologies can be used directly. Isn't it obvious that we have to rob and seize the technological information of other civilizations? Kaya said in a deep voice. It is true that from the beginning, the rules of the universe have been desperately improving our civilization level and technological level, and then giving us one restriction after another, so that we can fight. Xiang Qian nodded and said, "What is this for?" As soon as Sephiroth opened his mouth, the audience was stunned, because no one could answer this question. Even Xiang Qian didn't know. He also asked the Vidin Prophet this question, but the Vidin Prophet told him that this was not something he could know now. If you want to know this secret, wait until you become a level 7 civilization. Chapter 509. After several hours of discussion, the expert group consisting of the think tank, the staff, and the Academy of Sciences reached a preliminary consensus. Chief, according to the rules and requirements you mentioned, we think there is a place that best meets these requirements, but this place is also the best location in the entire Virgo galaxy cluster, and it is estimated that many civilized races will fight there. That location is the elliptical galaxy called M87. The resources inside this galaxy are very rich. The entire galaxy is more than 120,000 light-years away. At the same time, there is a huge black hole in the galaxy with a mass equivalent to 2.4 billion suns. At the same time, there are galaxies such as M49, M58, M59, M60, M61, M84, M86, M89, and M90 around the elliptical galaxy M87. Among them, M84 and M86 are very close to M87, which is in line with the strategic requirements. In other words, as long as M87 is occupied, it is equivalent to controlling the cores of the surrounding galaxies, which is completely offensive and defensive. At the same time, M87 and the galaxies around it fully meet the 3 points of scientific research requirements, resource needs, and strategic locations, and are the best location in the entire Virgo galaxy cluster. The think tank said to Xiang Qian. Xiang Qian and his companions looked at the M87 galaxy, and the 9 galaxies around it on the star map, and nodded with satisfaction. It can be said that this place really meets his requirements. If the Earth Federation occupies these 10 galaxies, then every month or so, it can get a reward for the rules of the universe, and 10 rewards a year. This is already a very crazy thing. There are only more than 3,000 galaxies in the entire Virgo galaxy cluster. If the Earth Federation occupies these 10 galaxies, it is equivalent to getting a reward of 1/3 of the rules of the universe. And how many civilized races have entered the Virgo galaxy? Following the news from the Prophet Vidin, all civilized races in the entire supercluster will come to the core galaxy cluster of the Virgo galaxy cluster. Xiang Qian cannot calculate how many civilized races there are in a supercluster, but the local galaxy cluster, where the Milky Way is located, has hundreds of thousands of civilized races that have reached the Andromeda galaxy. The only civilized races that left the Andromeda galaxy are those controlled by the Earth Federation and the Men in Black. But the Earth Federation includes 8 civilizations, including the Green Star Civilization, Silver Wing Civilization, Mandi Clan, Regatros, Pabodalong Civilization, Bright Moon Empire, Three-Eyed Clan, and Earth Civilization itself. As for how many civilizations there are in the Black-Clothed Man, Xiang Qian doesn't know. Even if the Black-Clothed Man is a civilization, plus the 8 civilizations on the Earth Federation side, it is equivalent to 9 civilizations. This is just the local galaxy group, where the Milky Way is located. After encountering a major change, there are still 9 civilizations left. How many galaxy clusters are contained in the entire supercluster? At least 150 or more. Among these 150 galaxy clusters, including those that failed to pass the test and were wiped out by the rules of the universe, and those that were eliminated by subordinate races along the way, at least 100 civilizations in the galaxy clusters can reach the Virgo cluster. In this way, even if only 50 civilizations in each galaxy cluster rush to the Virgo cluster, there are still 5,000 civilizations competing for the 3,000 galaxies in the Virgo cluster. This is still the most conservative estimate. According to the information given by the Vidin Prophet, when the Three-Eyed Tribe reached this point, there were more than 27,000 civilizations competing for 3,200 galaxies. The competition was so fierce that it was unimaginable. So Xiang Qian was considering whether the Earth Federation could hold on to this suggestion given by the think tank. After all, if the Earth Federation can think of it, other civilizations can think of it too. Without the corresponding strength, it is basically impossible to occupy the best position in the entire Virgo galaxy cluster. Have you ever considered whether the Earth Federation can defend these galaxies with its strength? If the enemy is stronger than the Earth Federation, can we defend them? Xiang Qian asked. We have also considered this question, but we believe that after a battle like the Andromeda galaxy, there should only be one powerful civilization race alliance left in a local galaxy group. And a civilization race alliance must be centered on the interests of the suzerain civilization. Then a suzerain civilization will definitely not just think about occupying 10 galaxies and stop. It will definitely think about occupying more galaxies. When the time comes, the subordinate races will give the rewards of the universe operation rules to the master civilization. Then the master civilization will have no need to fight with our Earth Federation for 10 galaxies. After all, our Earth Federation is not weak. So as long as we occupy these 10 galaxies, and do not expand outward, those master civilizations should not attack us. The think tank replied. After listening, Xiang Qian suddenly understood why the universe operation rules required the civilization race contract to be exchanged on the way to the Virgo galaxy cluster. It turned out that there was this meaning. He really didn't think of this before, but now that the think tank said it, he thought of it. You are wrong about this. I forgot to tell you before that on the way to the Virgo galaxy cluster, at this time, the civilization race contracts between the main civilization and the subordinate races were exchanged, which means, so the situation you are talking about will not happen. The competition for galaxies in the Virgo galaxy cluster must be based on a single civilization race. Xiang Qian explained the matter of the civilization race contract exchange to the think tank. He had not thought of this before, and this point had no impact on the Earth Federation, so he forgot to mention it. After hearing what Xiang Qian said, the think tank and the staff began to discuss again. Not long after, the think tank said with a smile, Chief, if things are really as you said, then there will be absolutely no problem for our Earth Federation to occupy those 10 star systems. Without the constraints of the sovereign civilization, any civilized race will fight for themselves. If there is no benefit, these civilized races will not do it. And we occupy 10 star systems. So the civilizations that attack our Earth Federation are at most 10 civilized races. Because once there are more than 10 civilizations attacking the Earth Federation, even if we drive the Earth Federation away, they will not have enough to share the spoils. So we can boldly occupy these 10 galaxies without worrying about attacks from other civilizations. With the current strength of our Earth Federation, it is impossible for 10 civilizations to capture the galaxies we occupy. The think tank said excitedly. Xiang Qian thought about it, and it seemed to be true. Then Xiang Qian asked others to leave the venue. He discussed it with Lugason and others, and everyone thought that this plan was feasible. The next day, the strategic task with the M87 Galaxy, as the core, was issued to various units of the Earth Federation. All departments began to study this plan, supplementing and preparing at the same time. Chapter 510. Xiang Qian held the Civilization Ray Scepter, sat on the sofa, and looked at the star map on the big screen. It was already 15,000 years later, and the Earth Federation was about to enter the Virgo Galaxy cluster. Xiang Qian held the Civilization Ray Scepter just to feel the moment when the Civilization Ray's contract was turned around, and to feel the power of the rules of the universe. 10 minutes later, Xiang Qian sighed, and put the Civilization Ray Scepter aside. Do you feel it? The Vidin Prophet said with a smile. No, the Civilization Ray's contract returned to its original state in an instant, and then the reward rules within the Virgo Galaxy cluster were transmitted to my mind. I didn't feel anything else. Xiang Qian shook his head and said, It's normal. If you can really feel it, it would be a strange thing. The Vidin Prophet said. You didn't remind me if you knew it earlier. I'm too lazy to tell you. I'm leaving. Xiang Qian looked at the smiling Vidin Prophet, and had the urge to beat him up. After Xiang Qian left, the smile on the face of the Prophet Vidin disappeared. He looked at the star map and muttered to himself, What will the controller do? Will he continue to oppose the Earth Federation, or prepare to join forces with the Earth Federation, or continue to seek death? After leaving the office, Xiang Qian went directly to the command hall, and watched the staff of the General Staff implement the plan step by step. The biological weapon seeds are ready, and will be deployed in an hour. The big screen displayed the data of the galaxy closest to the Earth Federation. At the same time, more than 10 trillion biological weapon seeds have been accumulated at the location of the space gate in this small universe. Once the Earth Federation approaches the galaxy, it will deploy these 10 trillion biological weapon seeds. These 10 trillion biological weapon seeds will occupy this galaxy on behalf of the Earth Federation. After all, the M87 galaxy that the Earth Federation is heading to is 23 million light-years away from the edge of the Virgo Galaxy cluster, and the Earth Federation needs to sail for more than 20,000 years to reach it. Therefore, the Earth Federation has no time to waste on these galaxies outside the Virgo Galaxy cluster, and can only use this method to occupy this galaxy in a roundabout way. Although doing so can also get rewards from the rules of the universe. In fact, this method can't occupy these galaxies for a long time. The only advantage of the Earth Federation now is that it arrived at the Virgo Galaxy earlier than other civilized races, so it can use this trick to get a little advantage. When other civilized races reach the Virgo Galaxy cluster, they will immediately destroy the biological weapons left by the Earth Federation. Without the support of the Earth Federation, these biological weapons simply cannot occupy a galaxy. Soon, an hour passed, and the Earth Federation's 10 trillion biological weapon seeds had been deployed. The Earth Federation moved along an arc, approaching the second star field on the route to the M87 galaxy, preparing to deploy biological weapon seeds again. During this period of more than 15,000 years, the Earth Federation did not produce much else, but it produced a lot of biological weapon seeds. It can be said that all the materials except the war reserve of the Earth Federation were used to produce biological weapon seeds. Now all the resources in the Earth Federation's microcosm have been almost consumed, and all the resource planets collected in the Andromeda Galaxy have been decomposed. The entire microcosm is clean, and seems extremely empty. Time passed bit by bit, and 5,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Boss, the biological weapons army has sent a message that they are under attack. One day Xingkong suddenly reported to Xiang Qian. Show it on the big screen. Xiang Qian said immediately. Okay, boss. Instantly, the big screen showed the situation of the biological weapons army fighting with another civilized race. The other party was a mechanical civilization. It was not clear whether it was a few disciplines. We could only see that the other party sent countless strange warships to fight against the biological weapons army. As a mechanical civilization, it is obviously not afraid of the human wave tactics of the biological weapons army. Now the two civilized races are fighting hard at the edge of the galaxy, but Xiang Qian knows that it will not take more than 100 years for the biological weapons army to be eliminated, and the other party will occupy that star field by then. But it's better to hold on for a few years. Anyway, every extra year will bring more benefits to the Earth Federation. In the past 5,000 years, the Earth Federation has placed biological weapon seeds in 12 star systems, which means that the Earth Federation has occupied 12 star systems. In other words, the time of 1 year has been shortened by 12 times. Now the Earth Federation can get a reward for the rules of the universe every month. This is the benefit of being ahead. As the Earth Federation continues to move forward, it will occupy more star systems. Although these star systems will definitely be occupied by other civilizations in hundreds or even thousands of years, the Earth Federation can get actual benefits now. 30 years later, the Earth Federation discovered a second civilized race, because this civilized race was also attacking the galaxy occupied by the biological weapon army. What made Xiang Qian most depressed was that there was another civilized race attacking the galaxy occupied by the biological weapon army, but the galaxy suitable for occupation in front of the Earth Federation was still millions of light years away from the Earth Federation. This meant that after the two civilizations conquered the galaxies occupied by the Earth Federation would not be able to replenish new galaxies in time, so the time to get the reward of the universe operation rules would be extended, which was the most depressing. But thinking back, the Earth Federation has already taken advantage, because it arrived at the Virgo galaxy cluster in advance and occupied so many galaxies first, which is equivalent to 5,000 years more time than other civilizations. So in terms of technological development, it is almost bringing the technology of one discipline of the Pabatalong civilization to the peak. Now the Pabatalong civilization is not the weakest 6th level civilization in history. Although it is not very strong, it is about the same as an ordinary 6th level civilization. After all, with 15,000 years of technological accumulation and 5,000 years of cosmic operation rules as a bonus, the Pabatalong civilization has developed the biological science to its peak, becoming dozens of times stronger. If the biological weapon seeds left in the galaxies on the edge of the Virgo galaxy cluster could only hold back those civilizations for 100 or 80 years, the biological weapon seeds to be released next can completely withstand the attacks of other civilizations for hundreds or even thousands of years. This is the benefit of technological progress. As time went by, more and more civilizations entered the Virgo galaxy cluster. After understanding the rules of the game, everyone began to fight for territory. The edge of the Virgo galaxy cluster has become chaotic, and this chaos has begun to spread to the inside. 200 years later, a huge fleet composed of more than 600 civilizations entered the Virgo galaxy cluster. Compared with other civilizations, which are all single civilizations, this huge fleet attracted the attention of all civilizations as soon as it entered the Virgo galaxy cluster, including the Earth Federation. It's like a wolf appears in a flock of sheep. It's impossible not to attract attention. After all, the strength of this fleet is too huge. However, after Xiang Qian saw the soul crystal in the center of the fleet through the big screen, he already knew that this was the fleet controlled by the man in black. Chapter 511. Under such circumstances, the abilities of the men in black are really powerful. Should the Earth Federation learn from the men in black and let Queen Mingwei control a few civilized races for fun? Xiang Qian thought in his mind, as he looked at the fleet controlled by the men in black on the big screen. Compared to Xiang Qian, who looked at the fleet of the men in black so calmly, other civilized races were not so calm. After the civilization race contract was transferred, there are not many decent alliances of civilized races, let alone a super large alliance like the fleet of the men in black, which consists of more than 600 civilized races. So after the fleet of the men in black was discovered, all the civilizations that were close turned away from the fleet. Those that were far away also began to communicate with other civilizations and discuss the issue of alliance. After all, many civilizations now belonged to the same master civilization before, and they were all familiar with each other. When they encountered such an irresistible force as the fleet of the men in black, they naturally chose to unite with familiar forces. In the blink of an eye, 3,000 years have passed, and undercurrents are surging inside the Virgo galaxy cluster. The gunpowder smell of the major civilizations to snatch the galaxy is getting stronger and stronger. However, under the threat of the huge power controlled by the men in black, everyone carefully controlled each other's anger. After 3,000 years of development, the men in black occupied 7 galaxies, and at the same time, all the rewards of the universe operation rules obtained from these 7 galaxies were piled on a civilization. The factories built in these galaxies also produced warships of this civilization. Over the past 3,000 years, the warships produced by these factories have been updated countless versions. Every time the warships are updated, the overall strength will be improved. From the update speed of these warships, we can see how fast the technology of this civilization is improving. Compared to the growth rate of the alliance controlled by the black-clad man, The growth rate of the strength of other civilized races can be said to be terrible. The powerful civilized races can only occupy 2 or 3 galaxies at most, and the weaker civilized races can occupy 1 galaxy at most. As for the weaker civilized races, they are desperately moving towards the core of the Virgo galaxy cluster at this time, hoping to occupy a galaxy inside. It's not that they don't want to occupy a galaxy earlier, but they simply don't have the strength to snatch a galaxy from other civilized races. By the time these weakest civilizations reach the Virgo galaxy cluster, other civilizations occupying the galaxies have already developed for 10,000 to 20,000 years. By then, warships made with 10,000 to 20,000 top technologies will not be able to be resisted by these civilizations that have just occupied the galaxies, so the fate of these civilizations is doomed. The only one that is still moving towards the core of the Virgo galaxy cluster, and whose strength is growing rapidly, is the Earth Federation. So far, the Earth Federation controls 12 galaxies, so that it can get a reward for the rules of the universe every month. The 2 galaxies previously occupied at the edge of the Virgo galaxy cluster have now been occupied by other civilizations, and 3 other civilized races are attacking the other 3 galaxies. According to the attack progress of those civilized races, those galaxies will change hands in 200 years at most. However, Xiang Qian is no longer very concerned about this, because it will take at most 4,000 years for the Earth Federation to reach the M87 galaxy. By then, the Earth Federation will have a solid foundation after occupying the 9 galaxies around M87. It can attack or defend, and it is not afraid even if the men in black come to attack. After 2000, the number of civilized races entering the Virgo galaxy cluster has exceeded 30,000, which is more than 10 times the total number of galaxies in the Virgo galaxy cluster. At this time, the battle for galaxies on the edge of the Virgo galaxy cluster has entered a white-hot stage. Even the galaxies controlled by the men in black are now attacked by the alliance of more than a dozen civilized races. As for the galaxies previously occupied by the Earth Federation, there are only 9 left, and one of them is newly occupied. Now the entertainment project of the Earth Federation is to watch the wars of other civilized races every day, and the casino also opens gambling games for everyone to place bets. It can be said that before the scientists of the Earth Federation came out, the personnel of other systems had all set their sights on every corner of the Virgo galaxy cluster. The fleet even summoned the commanders to study the situation of each battlefield every day and analyze the pros and cons. The think tank was the busiest. They had to rank the strength of all civilized races and determine their war potential and threat level based on the performance of each civilized race. However, the patriarchs of several civilized races such as Xiang Qian lived a carefree life every day, because there was no major event that required them to make decisions. Their only entertainment every day was to open gambling games one after another based on the data provided by the general staff. That's right, the owner of the largest casino in the entire Earth Federation is a few of these idle clan leaders. It's not that they don't want to do anything, but there is nothing they need to do at the moment. Although the think tank has discovered many potential civilizations, Xiang Qian and his team also thought that they could choose a few potential civilizations to join the Earth Federation. But after contacting the other party, the communication was hung up by the other party, as soon as they opened their mouths to invite. Finally, Xiang Qian and his team analyzed the reasons, and came to the conclusion that these civilizations were previously subordinate races of other civilizations. Now they have just gained freedom. Even if the competition within the Virgo galaxy cluster is not suitable for a single civilization to conquer the world alone, they are unwilling to join the alliance of other civilizations, and become subordinate races of other civilizations again. Xiang Qian and his friends couldn't say anything about this kind of morbid and irrational psychological performance. After all, they didn't have the same experience as the other party, and didn't know how the other party was treated when they were subordinate races. If they said too much, it would be easy to talk. Anyway, the Earth Federation didn't beg them to join, so if they didn't want to, it didn't matter. It didn't lose anything for the Earth Federation. Time passed bit by bit, and 2,000 years passed again. On this day, the Earth Federation finally entered the M87 galaxy, which also meant that the Earth Federation would use this place as its base for the next tens of thousands of years to face attacks from other civilizations. Starry Sky, how many civilizations are still heading towards us now? Xiang Qian said to the Starry Sky. Boss, there are currently more than 580 civilizations heading towards us. The closest civilization to us will only take 4,700 years to get here, Shinkong reported. 580 civilized races, that's quite a lot. Ignore them for now, notify them to start building the dimensional distortion stand in 3 months. In these 3 months, All rewards will be invested in the technology of the dimensional distortion stand, and the technology will be brought to the peak. If time is not enough, then extend it. Xiang Qian curled his lips and said, not taking those civilized races to heart at all. Okay, boss. Chapter 512. 3 months later, tiny space channels invisible to the naked eye began to connect to the large universe, and the coverage area was exactly all the universe of the M87 galaxy except the core black hole. In fact, when in the Andromeda galaxy, Xiang Qian had no idea about the small universe, and didn't know how powerful the small universe was. After all, at that time, there were 7 civilized races with small universes in the core of the Andromeda galaxy, and each of them was stronger than the Earth Federation. But this time, the Earth Federation established its own dimensional distortion standpoint, only to find that owning a small universe is not an easy thing. So far, Xiang Qian has not found any civilized race in the entire Virgo galaxy cluster that has a small universe, let alone using a small universe to establish a dimensional distortion standpoint. After all, with a dimensional distortion standpoint and endless resources, no civilized race can capture the galaxy controlled by the Earth Federation. Although the civilized races that have been able to come to the Virgo galaxy cluster are all civilized races that have broken through the small universe. But those were all small universes with limited functions. Under the restrictions of the universe operation rules, the power of those small universes was not even 10% exerted. But now there are no universe operation rules to restrict the Earth Federation, and the power of the small universe is fully unleashed. Even Xiang Qian is a little afraid of its power. At the same time, he was also very fortunate. If the universe operation rules did not restrict the power of the small universe, it would be the same whether there is the Earth Federation or not. 500 years later, all 9 galaxies around the M87 galaxy were occupied by the Earth Federation. At this time, the Earth Federation's dimensional distortion standpoint was only 1/8 complete, and it would take at least 3,500 years to establish a dimensional distortion standpoint covering the entire M87 galaxy. 1,000 years later, of the galaxies occupied by the Earth Federation on the way, only 4 were left in the hands of the Earth Federation, and the others all changed hands. And of the last 4 galaxies, 3 of them were being attacked by other civilized races, and it was not far from changing hands. 2,000 years later, half of the dimensional distortion standpoint was already able to initially control the flow of time inside the M87 galaxy. However, of the galaxies occupied by the Earth Federation on the way, only 1 remained in the Earth Federation. 3,000 years later, the power of the dimensional distortion field could be exerted, and the Earth Federation used time acceleration to begin to frantically cultivate biological weapon core. At this time, the last galaxy outside the Earth Federation also changed hands. 4,000 years later, the dimensional distortion field was established, and the entire M87 galaxy was covered by the dimensional distortion field. Under the control of the Earth Federation, the speed of time increased 100 times. At this time, only 370 of the 580 civilizations are still rushing down to the location of the Earth Federation. The one closest to the Earth Federation only needs 200 years to reach the M61 galaxy. And it will take more than 500 years for the Earth Federation to send troops from their M87 galaxy to the M61 galaxy. So the Earth Federation has no time to send troops to support. Of course, the troops sent to M61 by the Earth Federation before, plus the power of the M61 galaxy itself, can resist for a few hundred years. However, the Earth Federation does not intend to send troops in such a time-wasting way, but wants to use the space channel directly to connect several galaxies in series with the small universe. In that case, the number of biological weapon core produced by the time flow rate of the M87 galaxy can be quickly sent to other galaxies through the space channel of the small universe. Starry Sky, how long will it take to open the space gates to other galaxies? Xiang Qian asked the Starry Sky. Boss, it will take more than 120 years for the galaxies closer to the Earth Federation, and more than 260 years for the farthest galaxies. Well, I understand. After the space channel is opened, don't rush to open the space gate directly, wait for my order. Xiang Qian nodded. Okay, boss. Time passed slowly, and 200 years passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, there were a total of 349 civilized races attacking the 9 galaxies around the M87 galaxy. Among them, M49, M58, M60, and M61 galaxies were quickly broken through by the enemy's concentrated forces, and only 1/3 of the space occupied by the Earth Federation remained. Shinkong, Notify Bacadia and tell him to let the civilized races in those galaxies stay quiet for a while, and destroy all their production bases. Xiang Qian looked at the star map on the big screen, and said to Shinkong, "Okay, boss." After Xiang Qian finished speaking, he closed the war data about several surrounding galaxies. After all, those civilized races could not pose a threat to the Earth Federation at all, but only caused a little trouble to the Earth Federation. Now the Earth Federation is concerned about the men in black. Nearly 10,000 years have passed, and the men in black have controlled more than 37 galaxies. However, it is difficult to continue expanding at this time. After all the surrounding galaxies are controlled by several civilized races, and these civilized races have signed a protective alliance. As long as the fleet of the man in black launches an attack, the civilized races of the dozen or so galaxies around will fight back. So the offensive of the man in black has stopped at present. After all, he has no small universe, and cannot quickly mobilize troops. The current 37 galaxies are the limit of what he can control. However, as the technological strength of the men in black increases, after a while, the civilized races around them will not be their opponents. After all, the men in black control 37 galaxies, and basically every 10 days, or so they will get a reward for the rules of the universe. If all these rewards are piled on one civilized race, the technological development speed of that civilization will be absolutely terrifying. And the longer this situation lasts, the more favorable it is for the men in black. When the civilized race controlled by the men in black breaks through the 6th level civilization, the end of the civilized races around the men in black will be here. Time passed quickly. On this day, the starry sky informed Xiang Qian that the space channels from the small universe to the 9 surrounding galaxies had all been opened, and the space gate could be opened. Xiang Qian opened the star map and looked at the opening position in the space of the 9 galaxies. He confirmed that the space gate would not be destroyed by other civilizations when it was opened, so he decided to open the space gate. With the opening of the space gate of the Earth Federation, the biological weapons produced by the time acceleration of the M87 galaxy for so many years entered the space channels through the small universe as a transit station, and quickly appeared in the 9 surrounding galaxies, launching a fierce attack on the civilizations that attacked the Earth Federation. Chapter 513. There is a huge colorful sphere 200 million light-years away from the Virgo galaxy cluster. This sphere is spewing out countless substances at all times. After these substances merge into the universe, they will disappear quickly, without forming any form, nor making the energy of this cosmic void excessive. It is as if the substances spewed out by the colorful sphere do not exist, and no physical reaction is triggered. In the middle of this colorful sphere, the mothership of the Kaku civilization is parked there steadily, while absorbing the substances spewed out by countless colorful spheres. In a conference room at the core of the Kaku civilization mothership, the chieftain of the Kaku civilization was watching the war inside the Virgo galaxy cluster. The 2 red dots marked the men in black and the Earth Federation. Suddenly, a man pushed open the door of the conference room and walked into the conference room. "Why don't you sleep a little longer? Your soul can't hold on for much longer," the chieftain of the Kaku civilization said gently after seeing the person coming in. "I have been sleeping for too long. I feel that my soul can no longer control my body skillfully. By the way, Father, how is our soul research going? Maybe the metal cells in your body have not been fully activated yet. It will be fine in 2 days. Don't worry about the soul research. We will be promoted to the 7th level civilization soon, and then we can improve the soul power and solve all problems." "Father, you said the same thing in the last era." The young man didn't look happy after hearing this. "We were not well prepared in the last era, but we won't be prepared this time. Look at the 2 civilizations displayed on the big screen. One of them is a wanted civilization, and the other is a new human civilization. As long as we eliminate these 2 civilizations, we can rely on the contribution points to let the Universe Guardian Alliance upgrade our Kaku civilization to the 7th level of civilization." The leader of the Kaku civilization said very confidently. "How can a wanted civilization be so weak? I don't know the specific reason, otherwise how could we eliminate the wanted civilization with our strength and not be?" Before the leader of the Kaku civilization finished speaking, the screen in front of him suddenly changed. The image of the Virgo galaxy cluster disappeared, and instead, a human-like civilization looked at them with disdain. "Report on the situation of the Holy Light civilization," the person on the screen asked arrogantly, not taking the Kaku civilization seriously at all, and not caring about the 2 angry, surprised and slightly frightened faces in front of him. "Who are you? Are you here for this wanted civilization?" The chief of the Kaku civilization said seriously. In fact, he was very shocked. After this person appeared on the big screen, He tried to contact the central main brain, but there was no response. With the technological level of their Kaku civilization, which is the peak level 6 technology, the central main brain was controlled silently by someone. Only civilizations above level 7 can do this. So even though he is very angry now, he dare not show it. Humph! You are not qualified to know who I am. Tell me about the Holy Light civilization quickly, otherwise your civilization will not exist. The Holy Light civilization is now in the last round of the first stage. Due to the limitations of the rules of the universe, we can only get news about the Holy Light civilization through observation, so we only know this much. The leader of the Kaku civilization did not dare to bet whether the other party would destroy them, so he could only spread the news of the Holy Light civilization. He was full of resentment for this 7th level civilization that wanted to seize the Holy Light civilization. Unfortunately, their Kaku civilization did not have the strength to challenge the other party, so they could only accept it. But the person on the big screen did not do what the leader of the Kaku civilization thought, to snatch the contribution points of the wanted civilization. Instead, he said something that stunned him. Haha. Well, the Holy Light civilization actually competed with those ants for a place. It's really interesting. Are you, the Kaku civilization, going to wait for the Holy Light civilization to leave the selection range and then directly destroy the Holy Light civilization, and then exchange the contribution points to upgrade the civilization level? After hearing the news, the person on the big screen said happily, Yes, but now that you know about it, let's give it to you. We don't want it anymore. Haha. We don't want it anymore. Well said. The Holy Light civilization has one day been looked down upon by even the 6th level civilization. Do you think that the Holy Light civilization, which you can destroy, is still worth my effort? Now I will give you a task. If you can complete it, I will directly upgrade your civilization to the 7th level civilization. If you can't complete it, there is no need for your civilization to exist. I will temporarily block the restrictions on your civilization by the rules of the universe. You can provide technology, weapons or information to those civilizations in the range of the say selection. I have only one request, that is, let the Holy Light civilization die in the hands of those say selection civilizations. After the Holy Light civilization is destroyed, you send me all the records, and I will reward you according to your task completion. If you can make the Holy Light civilization perish in an extremely agreed way, then I will give you a chance to enter the Hall of Rules, and let you choose one of the secondary rules to advance to the 7th level civilization. The person on the big screen said with a ferocious and crazy expression. Understood. Please rest assured, we will definitely complete this task. The chief of the Kaku civilization replied respectfully. At this time, he felt like a pie in the sky had hit him. Being able to temporarily block the restrictions of the universe's operating rules on them, the 6th level peak civilization, and allow them to send technology or weapons into the range of the universe's operating rules, this is simply not something that a 7th level civilization can do. Moreover, the other party dared to ask them to enter the Hall of Rules, which means that the other party must be a civilized race in the Universe Guardian Alliance. Judging from these 2 points, the civilized race that gave them the task must be an 8th level civilization. 8th level civilization. For their Kaku civilization, the 8th level civilization is completely in existence they look up to. Now they have a chance to establish contact with the 8th level civilization, which is like a dream for him. After hanging up the communication, the big screen once again restored the image inside the Virgo galaxy cluster. But at this time, the patriarch of the Kaku civilization looked at the icon of the man in black on the big screen, and his eyes burst into an extremely brilliant light. Chapter 514. M58, M59, M60, and M61 have already started a full-scale counterattack. M49 and M90 are still in a state of confrontation. The General Staff has already sent more troops to these 2 galaxies. Shinkong said to Xiang Qian. Show the war situation of M49 and M90 galaxies. Xiang Qian nodded. Instantly, the big screen showed the battlefield situation of the biological weapon army and the enemy warships. At this time, there was no complete planet around the battlefield. Everywhere you could see were the incomplete bodies of biological weapons, the wreckage of enemy warships, and the fragments left by the destroyed planets. The entire battlefield was in a mess. Both sides were losing huge numbers of troops every moment. Now everyone was competing for war potential. Whoever produced warships faster would be able to overwhelm the other side on the front battlefield. In a war covering half of the galaxy, conspiracy was no longer useful. Everyone relied on real strength. If you don't have enough warships, no matter how powerful your strategies are, they will be useless. Notify Vacadia to destroy the production bases built by the enemy in these two galaxies. Xiang Qian looked at the battle situation for a while, then said to the starry sky, "Okay, boss. In fact, the war has entered garbage time. The victory of the Earth Federation is beyond doubt. Now it just depends on how long it takes for the Earth Federation to recapture these star systems." After the M87 star system was shrouded by the dimensional distortion field, under the production speed of 100 times the time acceleration, no matter how much the enemy's productivity is, it cannot keep up with the growth rate of the Earth Federation's military strength. It can be said that the number of biological weapons lost in the 9 surrounding galaxies every moment is not as many as the number of biological weapons cultivated in the M87 galaxy. At the same time, the Earth Federation can replenish its troops in time through the small universe, and there is no suspense in defeating these enemies. 3 days later, Vacadia used the true prophecy to attack the enemy's production base, and the sudden space storm directly destroyed the enemy's production base. Without later supplies, the battlefield instantly became one-sided. Although Vacadia destroyed several star regions directly when destroying the enemy's production base, which was a loss of 800 for 1,000 for the enemy, it was acceptable to drive the enemy out a little earlier. Otherwise, it is unknown how many planets will be destroyed by the biological weapon army's advancement on the battlefield every day. If the biological weapon army was allowed to push directly from the middle of a galaxy to the edge, the loss would be much greater than this. Even so, it took the Earth Federation more than 200 years to reoccupy the 9 galaxies around M87. However, after this lesson, the surrounding civilizations knew that the 10 galaxies occupied by the Earth Federation were not something they could conquer, so they no longer set their sights on the Earth Federation. After all, the Earth Federation occupied 10 galaxies, and the technological progress every year was not comparable to that of the small races that only occupied 1 galaxy. The gap between the two sides would become larger as time went on. If they couldn't conquer it now, they would never have to think about it in the future. In the blink of an eye, 300 years had passed, and it was 20,000 years after all the civilizations entered the Virgo galaxy cluster. But at this time, the number of civilized races in the Virgo galaxy cluster is still over 20,000. After all, given the size of the Virgo galaxy cluster, 20,000 years is just the beginning of the war from the edge to the core. As for the war that spreads across the entire galaxy cluster, this is the real beginning of the battle for the galaxy. All the civilized races that occupied the galaxy before are facing challenges at this time. Especially those civilizations that do not have the strength to occupy a galaxy alone, they often choose to unite. 2 or 3 civilizations unite to attack one civilization. After the attacked civilizations found that they could not withstand the attack of 2 or 3 enemy civilizations, they also looked for allies. Although this would give up some benefits, it is better than being driven out of the galaxy and getting nothing. In this way, more than 20,000 civilizations were quickly consumed by nearly 10,000, and the remaining civilizations gathered in 2s and 3s to attack the civilizations occupying the galaxy. It can be said that this battle for galaxies is related to the fate of future races. The civilizations that do not occupy galaxies have fewer and fewer resources, and their technological strength is getting lower and lower, while the civilizations that occupy galaxies have the resources of the entire galaxy to supplement them, so they are not afraid of attrition wars at all. In addition, they are rewarded by the rules of the universe, so they are not afraid of attrition wars at all. So once the battle for galaxies fails, those civilizations that fail will face the fate of being eliminated. If any civilization can observe the entire Virgo galaxy cluster in real time from outside the Virgo galaxy cluster at this time, they will find that the major galaxies in the Virgo galaxy cluster are becoming dim at all times. The stars that were shining and radiating in the last second may be destroyed by the war in the next second. As the stars were destroyed one by one, the light of the galaxy gradually dimmed. Especially in the area between the two sides of the war, all the planets in the entire area were destroyed, resulting in a dark spot inexplicably appearing in the middle of the entire galaxy from a distance, which was very ugly. Time passed slowly, and the first large-scale war for the galaxy finally ended. More than 9,000 civilized races failed to fight for the galaxy, were driven out of the galaxy, and wandered in the Virgo galaxy cluster. The warships of these civilizations have been used up, and now only the escort fleet of the civilization flagship is left, and they have no ability to fight for the galaxy again. And this failure also means that they are getting further and further away from the civilizations that occupy the galaxy in terms of strength. When these civilizations are desperate, a message is transmitted to the central brain of these civilizations. If you don't want to be destroyed by other civilizations, attack the galaxy with coordinates xx.xxx.xx. This is the data of space vibration weapons. Using space vibration weapons can limit the curvature navigation of the enemy. Such a piece of information appeared at the same time in the civilizations that failed to compete for the galaxy. Except for the coordinates of some galaxies being different, the other contents were all the same. And the coordinates in this information are all the coordinates of the galaxies occupied by the men in black. Chapter 515. After receiving the weapon information from the Kaku civilization, more than 9,000 civilized races began to sail towards the galaxy occupied by the men in black. Some of these civilized races are relatively close to the galaxy occupied by the men in black, while others are relatively far away. The farthest one takes more than 10,000 years to reach. So after receiving the weapon information from the Kaku civilization, some civilized races wanted to capture a galaxy nearby. However, these civilized races really underestimated the strength of a level 6 peak civilization. When they wanted to use the technology of the Kaku civilization to attack other galaxies, they clearly found that those civilized races had the technology to restrain this weapon. In the case that this weapon cannot be used, these failed civilizations have no ability to compete with the civilizations that have occupied a galaxy. Faced with such a situation, the Kaku civilization said that if they did not want to be exterminated, they could only use this weapon to deal with the men in black. Therefore, some civilizations were very far away from the location of the men in black, and they could only rush over honestly. The abnormal movements of more than 9,000 civilizations could be discovered even by a fool. By calculating the routes of these civilized races, it is easy to find out where their destination is. For a time, all the civilized races in the Virgo galaxy cluster focused their attention on the galaxy occupied by the men in black, waiting to see the show. Including Xiang Qian, he was also paying attention to this matter. He really wanted to know what exactly made these civilized races choose to attack the men in black at the same time, especially those civilized races that were very far away from the men in black. How could they choose such a thankless task? After all, if more than half of the 9,000 civilizations gather together, they can capture all the star systems occupied by the men in black. And those civilizations that are very far away from the men in black, by the time they arrive, the war is estimated to be over. Anyway, Xiang Qian doesn't believe that the civilizations that have obtained the star systems will let those civilizations take advantage. It is estimated that even those civilizations that are far away don't believe that such a good thing will happen, so the question is, why do they do this? However, Xiang Qian did not bother about this matter. Even if he was worried, it was the black-clad man's business. But he needed to be careful of the mastermind, who could influence the actions of so many civilized races. If so many civilized races came to attack the Earth Federation, he would not have the confidence to defend it. At this time, the black-clad man in desperate situation was very calm. When he learned that so many civilized races were coming to attack, he knew that he would definitely not be able to defend it, so he did not plan to defend it at all. After learning that so many civilized races were going to attack, he issued an order to start placing some super powerful space bombs in all galaxies. Now the question the man in black is considering is how to leave safely after all the galaxies are destroyed. As for who is behind controlling so many civilized races and letting them attack him, he already has the answer in his mind. But it is because of this answer that he has to think carefully about the next action, otherwise his situation will be really dangerous. 7 days later, after thinking about various possibilities, the man in black issued an order that puzzled his subordinates. That is, all the rewards given by the rules of the universe should be used for communication technology to improve ultra-long-distance communication technology. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. During these 5 years, the Virgo galaxy cluster temporarily calmed down. Even the galaxy occupied by the man in black, which everyone was paying attention to, was very peaceful. The more than 9,000 civilized races are still on the way. Even the civilized race closest to the man in black needs to sail for 150 years to reach the galaxy occupied by the man in black. As for more civilized races, if they want to reach their destination and launch a large-scale attack, it will definitely take 800 to 1,000 years. So during these hundreds of years, the Virgo galaxy cluster must be relatively peaceful. Even if you want to see a war, you have to wait. But on this day, Shinkong suddenly reminded Xiang Qian that the man in black had sent a communication and asked him if he wanted to connect. Xiang Qian was very surprised that the man in black had sent a communication, and he was even more surprised that the man in black could send a communication across a distance of tens of millions of light years. It's really rare. I didn't expect that the controller would send me a message at this time. I am really honored. Xiang Qian looked at the man in black on the big screen and said in a teasing tone, Xiang Qian, do you think your Earth Federation is safe now? I came here today to tell you that if we don't join forces and continue to fight, we will all die," the man in black said in a deep voice. "Oh, the controller actually wants to join forces with our Earth Federation, which you think is an ant. I am really scared to death. Is the universe going to be destroyed, or is there a signal problem that mistranslated your words?" Xiang Qian curled his lips and said, "Humph. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. I just want to tell you that the civilization race that left the black hole of the Andromeda Galaxy has come to the outside of the Virgo Galaxy cluster, and now it is he who controls those failed civilizations. In fact, I don't take these civilization races seriously. The Virgo Galaxy cluster is monitored by the rules of the universe. Even if he has some way to induce those civilizations, he can't do it himself. But after 40,000 years, when this round of elimination ends, and the rules of the universe no longer monitor this place, it is time for him to take action directly. I forgot to tell you that the civilization race is at least a level 6 peak civilization, and it has survived more than a dozen eras. They are only one step away from becoming a level 7 civilization. So don't think about competing with them, it's impossible. That's all I have to say. When you figure it out, and can talk properly, build a communication device and contact me." The man in black said that without giving Xiang Qian time to react, he hung up the call. Xiang Qian rolled his eyes at the man in black's behavior. What kind of person is he? He just made a few sarcastic remarks to you. Why would you give up the responsibility, especially for a problem that concerns the survival of a civilized race? How can you just hang up the call? It's really immature. When Xiang Qian was muttering in his heart, Xingkong appeared in front of him and said, "Boss, the other party sent a technical document of ultra-long-distance communication equipment. Well, give it to the Academy of Sciences, let them immediately master this technology, and then build this equipment." Xiang Qian nodded. "Okay, boss." Xiang Qian sat in the chair and pondered what the man in black said. He knew that what he said was true, but how to cooperate with the man in black still needed to be considered carefully. After all, the other party was not a good thing. If he could cheat the Earth Federation, he would definitely not mind cheating the Earth Federation. After thinking for a while, Xiang Qian got up and went to the office. He wanted to communicate with the Vidin Prophet and ask some questions. Chapter 516. Xiang Qian came to the office and told the Prophet Vidin about the black-clad man who came to him for cooperation, and also said a few bad words about the black-clad man. As a result, the Prophet Vidin looked at Xiang Qian with a strange look, which made Xiang Qian very uncomfortable. "What's wrong? Is there any problem?" Xiang Qian didn't know what the Prophet Vidin meant, and asked with a frown. "No problem. I just admire you for daring to mock him like that. Although I have never met him, I have heard a lot of rumors about him. I guess you are the first person who dares to say that to him. How can I not admire you?" The Vidin Prophet said seriously. "Why? He can't let others say it? After all, there are free interests between races. As long as there are enough interests, he has to listen even if he is scolded. You know the situation of the man in black now. Apart from cooperating with our Earth Federation, who else can he go to? What's wrong with me saying a few words to him? Why can't he say it?" Xiang Qian said puzzledly. Hee. That's because you don't know his past. If you knew, you wouldn't say that. When the Holy Light civilization was still an 8th level civilization, few civilized races dared to offend him. Among all the 8th level civilizations, he was famous for his bad temper. In fact, the Holy Light civilization should not have been destroyed, but he did not unite with other civilized races, nor did he listen to the advice of other civilizations, and insisted on going his own way, and the result became like this. If he hadn't had such a bad temper back then, other civilizations, and their Holy Light Civilization Alliance would have had to listen to them, which made many civilizations unbearable. It wouldn't be like this that they had to fight the Universe Guardian Alliance on their own in the end. If he had a better temper, and knew when to advance and retreat, he wouldn't have ended up like this. After all, the Holy Light Civilization was also the top existence among the 8th level civilizations at that time, and many civilized races wanted to get close to it, but it was a pity. Fortunately, after so many years, his temper has changed. Otherwise, based on what you said today, he would not have joined forces with the Earth Federation even if he knew that he would be destroyed if he didn't join the Earth Federation. Now, after being ridiculed by you, he can still say something that you should think clearly before going to him. It's already very good. The Vidin Prophet said with emotion. Xiang Qian was stunned after hearing this. He didn't expect the man in black to be so awesome. At the same time, he didn't expect that there was an outlier like the Holy Light Civilization in the 8th level civilization. So when he said that our Earth Federation was an ant, it was really what he thought in his heart, not arrogance. Xiang Qian curled his lips and said, "Nonsense, for him, it is very simple to become an 8th level civilization again. At that time, you were only a level 4 civilization. You were nothing but ants in his eyes. If it weren't for the fact that your Earth Federation was a human civilization, I guess he wouldn't have bothered to talk to you." The Vidin prophet said with certainty. What's wrong with being an ant? He treated the civilization as an ant, but he still cheated him twice. Now he wants to join forces with us. If he has the ability, he can get through the difficulties by himself. Xiang Qian said unhappily. The Vidin prophet looked at Xiang Qian with contempt and said nothing. He just said that others were immature. What about the interests of the future race? What's wrong with being scolded by others? When it comes to me, it's not the same. I still remember clearly what happened tens of thousands of years ago, and I have to take revenge verbally. This is mature. Although the prophet Wei Han wanted to despise Xiang Qian, he thought about it in his heart and didn't say it. Instead, he changed the subject. Don't talk about him. Think about the problem of the Earth Federation first. He is right. Although I don't know why the Kagu civilization can take action under the supervision of the rules of the universe, it's just like he said. If their holy light civilization is destroyed, the Earth Federation will not be much better. If he abandons those star systems and hides away, the anger of the Kaku civilization will obviously burn the Earth Federation. At that time, you will have the confidence to let the Earth Federation defend these star systems under the attack of thousands of civilized races. You must know that the dimensional distortion position is not omnipotent. Helping him is equivalent to helping yourself. With the Holy Light civilization in the front, the Earth Federation can take advantage of it. Without the Holy Light civilization in the front, the Earth Federation can withstand it. The Vidin prophet said. After hearing this, Xiang Qian's other expressions disappeared, replaced by a solemn expression. The problem that the Vidin prophet mentioned was also the main purpose of his visit to the Vidin prophet. I know this, but I want to know, is the Kaku civilization really so idle that it has to bite us? And he said that after 40,000 years, the rules of the universe will end the surveillance here. Where should we go then? Xiang Qian asked. In fact, now it is no longer a problem of the Kaku civilization, but a problem of a higher level civilization. With the strength of Kaku civilization, if it wants to influence the actions of so many civilized races under the supervision of the universe operation rules, it will definitely be directly wiped out by the universe operation rules. So now Kaku civilization can deal with the Holy Light civilization so arrogantly, there must be advanced civilizations helping them to withstand the pressure of the universe operation rules, otherwise this situation would not happen. And 40,000 years later, you will go to a very dangerous place. But the problem now is not whether you go there, but how to get there. If I guess correctly, the Kaku civilization will definitely block the only passage leading there. No matter which civilization race, if you want to go there, you must pass through the obstruction of the Kaku civilization. Other civilization races are okay. At most they can hand over the entire civilization's scientific and technological data to the Kaku civilization in exchange for safety. But if the Holy Light civilization and the Earth Federation want to go there, it is basically impossible without killing the Kaku civilization. Besides, even if you defeat the Kaku civilization, it may not be a good thing for you to leave here. You should know that behind the Kaku civilization, there is a higher level civilization race that is paying attention to you. Although the civilization races above level 7 cannot attack you here, if you leave here, they will have no scruples when they attack you. I think this is what the man in black is worried about. Otherwise the Kaku civilization can't really do anything to him. The prophet didn't thought for a while and said. These things really gave Xiang Qian a headache. The Kaku civilization alone was enough for the Earth Federation to worry about, and now there was another civilization race above level 7, and he really couldn't think of any solution. After all, the enemy's level is too high, and he has no idea what means the other party can use to achieve it, so he has no way to think of any countermeasures. At the same time, Xiang Qian also asked curiously, is human civilization so dangerous in the eyes of the Universe Guardian Alliance that it must be eliminated as soon as possible? Or is it that there are too many enemies of the Holy Light civilization, and even after so many years, they still want to kill him? How should I put it? For the Universe Guardian Alliance, humans are indeed very dangerous, but the Universe Guardian Alliance will not deliberately deal with human civilization before human civilization breaks through the 7th level. To put it bluntly, the current Earth Federation will not attract the attention of the Universe Guardian Alliance. As for the Holy Light civilization, it's hard to say. 80% of the civilizations in the Universe Guardian Alliance have grudges against the Holy Light civilization. Even if they are not the 8th level civilizations of the Universe Guardian Alliance, they don't mind stepping on the Holy Light civilization when it is in trouble. So it is really hard to judge which civilization wants to deal with the Holy Light civilization. After all, it has too many enemies. What else can Xiang Qian say about this? He has nothing to say about the black-clothed man's godlike ability to attract hatred. This is simply an enemy of the whole world. Chapter 517. 1 month later, the Academy of Sciences built an ultra-long-distance communication device based on the technical information provided by the man in black. After the device was built, Xiang Qian asked Shinkong to send a message to the man in black, saying that he would contact him in 3 days. These last 3 days were for him to make up his mind. His decision would lead the Earth Federation to 2 completely opposite paths. On the afternoon of the 2nd day, Xiang Qian called Lu Sun and others to the conference room, ready to tell them about the matter and listen to their opinions. Everyone already knows about the men in black. I think everyone should have no objection to cooperating with the men in black. After all, we are on the same boat with the men in black, and cooperation is beneficial to everyone. But our crisis is not the civilized races in the Virgo galaxy cluster, nor the Kaku civilization that came out of the black hole, but the more advanced civilization hidden behind the scenes. So after 40,000 years, we will face the biggest crisis in history. In the past month, Prophet Vidin and I have formulated 2 plans based on the advantages of our Earth Federation. Now we need everyone to discuss which plan we should implement. The first plan is that after 40,000 years, Xingyu, the first generation of special evolution, will take action to directly conceal the existence of the microcosm, and then we will leave here secretly. The second plan is also that Xingyu will take action to conceal the existence of the microcosm after 40,000 years, and then stay here and wait for the end of the next era. We will leave here with the civilized races of the next era. Both plans have advantages and disadvantages. The disadvantage of the first plan is that the Earth Federation has insufficient accumulation, and it is easy to be exposed after leaving here. The disadvantage of the second plan is that if it is discovered by the rules of the universe, we will be dead. Now let's think about it. After Xiang Qian finished speaking, he spread his hands to signal everyone to speak freely. After all, this is a major event related to the production and destruction of the Earth Federation, and everyone must have concerns. Let's not talk about these 2 plans. I want to know where we are going to leave here after 40,000 years. Here is it the Virgo cluster, or the local supercluster. And where are we going to leave? Greensun asked. Others also looked at Xiang Qian. They actually wanted to ask this question too. Xiang Qian looked at everyone's puzzled expressions, and then remembered that he seemed to have forgotten to mention many things. It's not his fault. After all, he faces the Vidin Prophet every day, and he knows nothing in front of the Vidin Prophet. Sorry, I forgot to mention this. What I'm talking about here is the local supercluster, but the local supercluster you understand is not the same as what I'm talking about. In your mind, outside this supercluster are other superclusters, or a larger galaxy cluster unit in the universe. But what I want to say is that in fact, there is nothing in this universe except this supercluster where we are. The universe we are in now is not the real big universe, but a small universe in the big universe, or a parallel space. Of course, it can also be understood as a plane. After 40,000 years, when this era ends, we will leave this small universe and go to the real big universe. And now the small universe we are in will re-evolve under the control of the rules of the universe and start a new era. Xiang Qian briefly talked about this issue, but did not go into detail. After all, this is not the issue we are discussing today. But after listening to Xiang Qian's words, they all showed a very shocked expression. After all, they had never thought that the universe they had been living in was only the size of a local supercluster. Since we have to re-evolve, can we just stay here? Can Xingyu's ability shield the existence of the microcosm? Queen Minghua said. Normally, no civilized race can stay here. Even the Kaku civilization can only stay in the microcosm by hiding in a black hole and completely cutting off contact with the outside world. Otherwise, with the technological power of the Kaku civilization, how could it be possible that there is not even a microcosm? That is the price they pay for staying in this microcosm. As for Xingyu's ability, there is no problem at all. I think Queen Minghua, you should have tried Xingyu's ability. Even with your power as a controller, you can't find someone who can control Xingyu. This mainly involves the problem of the first generation of special evolutionists. As the first generation of special evolutionists, they can be said to be the darlings of the universe. The ability of the first generation of special evolutionists can be said to be a bug, or a loophole in the rules of the universe. Just like Queen Minghua, you are a controller, but not the first generation of controllers. Your ability is much worse than that of the man in black. It can be said that there is a world of difference. Only when the first generation of special evolutionists become level 7 evolutionists, that is, when the civilization with the first generation of special evolutionists becomes level 7 civilization, can the rules of the universe block this bug. But now Xingyu has no such scruples. He can use his abilities at will, and the rules of the universe cannot intervene at all, and can't really do anything to Xingyu. We, the Earth Federation, can avoid the next danger by relying on Xingyu's ability. As the first generation deceiver, Xingyu's ability does not seem to be very powerful, but in fact this ability is terrifying. Why can the rules of the universe wipe out all the civilizations and races in the microcosm when re-evolving the universe? That's because the rules of the universe control the entire microcosm, and any abnormality will be discovered by the rules of the universe. However, Xingyu's ability can directly deceive the rules of the universe, making it impossible for the rules of the universe to discover the microcosm of the Earth Federation. This ability that is independent of the rules of the universe is not scary enough. Xiang Qian said seriously. This is also the first time that everyone has paid attention to Xingyu. Although they knew that Ming Empire had a first-generation special evolver, the ability to deceive people could not be directly used in war, so everyone didn't pay much attention to it. Now that Xiang Qian said this, they realized that the first generation of special evolutionists were so powerful. Doesn't that mean that the first generation of protectors, before becoming a level 7 civilization, completely ignored the rules of the universe and did whatever they wanted? Di Long suddenly thought of something and said in surprise. In fact, Xiang Qian also asked the Vidin Prophet about the question Di Long asked. After all, the ability of the protector was too special. As a result, the Vidin Prophet's answer was only 2 words, that's right. Chapter 518. Di Long was so surprised that he could not speak after receiving Xiang Qian's affirmative answer. After all, they had come here with great difficulty and encountered many dangers, and 99% of the dangers were caused by the restrictions given by the rules of the universe. If the Earth Federation could ignore the rules of the universe, why would it care about these? It takes 20,000 years to travel from the Milky Way to the Andromeda Galaxy. The Earth Federation can go there slowly, and there is no need to rush. If we can't leave the Andromeda Galaxy, we can just leave directly. We don't need to fight with several powerful civilized races. Everyone felt unbalanced when they thought of this. It's true that people can get angry when they compare themselves with others. We all know the disadvantages of these 2 plans. So what are the advantages of these 2 plans? Fel said. Of course, there are advantages. The advantage of the first plan is that we can infiltrate potential civilized races and choose future allies after we start again in the new era. The benefit of the second plan is that we can quickly become a level 7 civilization without waiting for another era. Xiang Qian said to Fair. Become a level 7 civilization? Everyone said in surprise. They never thought there would be such a benefit. Well, in fact, the level 7 civilization is not as mysterious as we imagined. The gap between the level 6 civilization and the level 7 civilization is not in technology, but in the control of the laws of cosmic physics. As long as you can control any point of the laws of cosmic physics, or perfect a law of cosmic physics, you can become a level 7 civilization. You may not understand this, so let me give you an example. Everyone knows the attack method of electromagnetic weapons. Simply put, it uses the kinetic energy of electromagnetic projectiles to attack. The faster the projectile, the greater the mass, the greater the kinetic energy, and the greater the attack power. If our Earth Federation controls the law of kinetic energy, we can modify the kinetic energy formula and change the kinetic energy formula from E equals mv2*1/2 to E equals m0. This means that the kinetic energy is 0, which means that within the scope of our Earth Federation's control, there is no such thing as kinetic energy. At this time, if the enemy of the Earth Federation attacks us with kinetic weapons, once the weapons enter the range of our Earth Federation controllers, the kinetic energy on the kinetic weapons disappears instantly. No matter how large the mass of the opponent's kinetic weapons is or how fast they are, they cannot cause any damage to us when the kinetic energy is 0. At the same time, we can also change the kinetic energy formula to E equals mv2*1000. I think in this case, no matter how strong the enemy's defense is, it will not be able to withstand such an attack. This is the horror of the law, and it is also the gap between the 7th level civilization and the 6th level civilization, the gap between heaven and earth. As for why I said that after entering the universe, we can quickly become a 7th level civilization, it is because the Black-Clothed Man and the Vidin Prophet have some low-level information on the supplementary laws of the universe's physical rules. All of this information was concealed when they were at the 8th level of civilization, and was not reported to the universe's operating rules, so we can directly use these low-level supplementary laws to become a 7th-level civilization. Xiang Qian said carefully. What is the supplementary law? Are there high-level and low-level laws? Queen Mingwei asked immediately. How can I say that? The supplementary law is equivalent to the loopholes in the physical rules of the universe. If a level 6 civilization wants to become a level 7 civilization, it must find these loopholes and come up with a complete solution. If the rules of the universe recognize this supplementary law and believe that this supplementary law is beneficial to the improvement of the physical rules of the universe, then as a civilization that finds and supplements this law, it will become a level 7 civilization and have the right to use this law. As for the high and low laws, of course there are some. Gravity and friction. Which force do you think is stronger and more important to the universe? Although the universe cannot lack friction, the premise of friction is the participation of gravity, power, action and reaction, etc. Without these forces, there will be no friction. So gravity is a high-level law, and friction is a low-level law. The high and low of them are completely determined by the effect on the universe. At the same time, the power of high-level laws is stronger than that of low-level laws, and civilizations with high-level laws are stronger than those with low-level laws. Xiang Qian nodded and said. Xiang Qian's words were like a bucket of cold water, which completely cooled their excitement. Just now Xiang Qian said that they wanted to become a level 7 civilization, using low-level laws. Just think about the difference between gravity and friction, and you can see how low-level these low-level laws are. Although they could become a level 7 civilization, how strong could a level 7 civilization that mastered low-level laws be? Thinking of this, they no longer had any expectations for those low-level laws. Of course, this is what they think now. If the Kakuo civilization, a level 6 peak civilization that has studied for more than a dozen epochs, discovers a low-level law, they will definitely use it to break through to level 7 civilization. As for how strong they will be after the breakthrough, they don't care at all. They just want to break through to level 7 civilization. If they don't become a level 6 peak civilization and waste several epochs, they don't know how difficult it is to find a supplementary law. Sometimes, even if they find something wrong and supplement the law, they will not be recognized by the rules of the universe for various reasons. It can be said that if Xiang Qian spread the news that he had dozens of low-level laws, the entire universe would go crazy. In this case, I think we should stay here. If it is just to break through the 7th level civilization, we can certainly use these low-level laws. But we are not trying to break through the 7th level civilization, so I think we should stay. Queen Mingwei was the first to express her opinion. Yes, I agree to stay. After accumulating for another era, our current technological level has not reached the level of the 6th level peak civilization, and it is more dangerous to leave here. If I use low-level laws to become a level 7 civilization, I will not be willing. Lucen also said. I agree too. Several other people also agreed, and this determined the future fate of the Earth Federation. However, this is an internal decision of the Earth Federation. If they want to join forces with the men in black, they must let the men in black agree with the Earth Federation's approach. Xiang Qian and Prophet Vitten thought that if the men in black left alone, although they might not be discovered, it would not be so easy to recover to their peak level. So staying and hiding with the Earth Federation for an era is more appropriate for the men in black. Of course, this is what they think. As for what the men in black think, it depends on the results of the communication between the two sides tomorrow. Chapter 519. At noon the next day, Xiang Qian connected to the communication of the man in black. After the communication was connected, both parties looked at the big screen, and no one spoke first. Hello? Can you hear me? After a while, Xiang Qian spoke. The man in black twitched his mouth and did not answer. It's good that I can hear it. I thought there was something wrong with the connection, otherwise why would the picture be frozen? After seeing the man in black twitching his mouth, Xiang Qian smiled and said. However, he did this only to eliminate the embarrassment, but he couldn't go too far. As for the issue of our cooperation, our Earth Federation has agreed. But the problem we are facing now is not the main problem, but how we will face the attack from advanced civilizations in 40,000 years. Xiang Qian said seriously. That's easy to say. In 40,000 years, I will provide you with a document from the Earth Federation to help you break through the 7th level civilization. After becoming a 7th level civilization, you will have the power to protect yourself. The man in black spoke. Xiang Qian thought with disdain, if the Earth Federation really knows nothing, the 7th level civilization will have the power to protect itself. When the Earth Federation becomes a 7th level civilization, it will be almost dead. Really? Becoming a 7th level civilization will have the power to protect itself. Then I want to know why the Holy Light Civilization fell to this point. If I remember correctly, the Holy Light Civilization should have been an 8th level civilization. Controller, this is your sincerity in seeking cooperation with the Earth Federation. Do you really think we know nothing? If this is your purpose, then there is nothing to talk about. Xiang Qian said with a cold smile. Crack. The man in black heard what Xiang Qian said, and broke the armrest of the chair instantly. At the same time, the man in black looked at Xiang Qian with cold eyes. His eyes were full of anger and murderous intent. This was the first time that the man in black was so excited in all these years. How do you know? Who told you? The man in black said in a deep voice, and Xiang Qian could clearly feel the suppressed anger in his words. Who told me? Hee, are you angry? Do you feel that someone has ruined your good deeds? If no one told me, our Earth Federation would really be killed by you this time. This is what you said about joining forces and pushing our Earth Federation out as a gun. Xiang Qian said coldly. At first, he just wanted to test the man in black, but he didn't expect that the man in black really had bad intentions. If he didn't know what happened to human civilization after becoming a level 7 civilization, any human civilization would be killed by the man in black. I don't know where you got this information from, but since you already know it, I don't need to explain many things. That's right. Whenever human civilization breaks through the 7th level of civilization, it will be attacked by the Universal Guardian Alliance. But will your Earth Federation never break through the 7th level of civilization because of this problem? The man in black was silent for a while before speaking. If our Earth Federation uses the low-level laws in your hands to become a 7th level civilization, can it withstand the attack of the Universal Guardian Alliance? Xiang Qian said disdainfully. Ordinary low-level rules will definitely not work. But what if there are similar laws under a large category of rules? The man in black said. A large category of rules under the same law. Do you have the Holy Light Civilization? Xiang Qian asked doubtfully. That's right. During the peak period of our Holy Light Civilization, we studied countless types of cosmic rays, and finally adjusted the frequency of the ray fluctuations, and formulated 9 laws. Although these 9 laws are all low-level laws, they can be combined to burst out a power second only to the high-level laws. Since you know the high and low laws, you should also know that the high laws in the universe have already been formulated by the previous civilizations, and the rules of the universe have also been recognized. If you can't formulate higher laws that are better than the current physical laws of the universe, even if they are similar to those formulated by the previous civilizations, or even better than them, the rules of the universe will not rewrite the higher laws. And it is already very difficult to discover new higher laws, so I don't think that your Earth Federation can research laws that are more powerful than the 9 laws formulated by our Holy Light Civilization at its peak. The man in black said very conceitedly. Xiang Qian admitted what the man in black said. But Xiang Qian did not think that the information the man in black said to give the Earth Federation to break through the 7th level civilization was the 9 laws he just mentioned. Although physical rules are related in some aspects, the connection between rules of the same category is definitely closer than that between rules of different categories. Not to mention the 9 laws under the same category, their value is definitely not less than that of a niche high-level rule. Xiang Qian didn't believe that before he said those words. The man in black wanted to give these 9 laws to the Earth Federation. Even if there are these 9 laws, with the strength of the Universe Guardian Alliance, even if they break through the 7th level civilization with advanced laws, they can't withstand their attacks. The civilized race that escaped from the black hole must have received help from the Universe Guardian Alliance to intervene in the affairs of the Virgo galaxy cluster. And the civilization that can block the rules of the universe is definitely not a 7th level civilization. So after we leave this small universe, do you think the other party will give us time to break through the 7th level civilization? Not to mention what happens after leaving. Even if we, the Earth Federation, want to leave this small universe, it will be a very difficult thing. Do you want us to abandon this small universe? Do you think that is possible? Xiang Qian said with a gloomy face. Leaving is not a problem, I can guarantee this. I will do my best to help you leave safely, and you don't need to abandon the small universe. But after leaving here, you must immediately use the 9 laws to break through the 7th level civilization. Only in this way can we have a glimmer of hope. As long as we hide before the Universal Guardian Alliance reacts, we will be safe. The man in black frowned first, then seemed to have made up his mind before speaking. What is the success rate of this plan? We risked our lives just to bet with you on the reaction speed of the Universal Guardian Alliance. If the Universal Guardian Alliance reacts, you can run away, but we, the Earth Federation, will definitely not be able to escape. So I don't agree with your plan. Xiang Qian shook his head. Then what do you want? Do you want to stay here? That's impossible. The man in black also shook his head. Who said it's impossible? Xiang Qian asked back. The rules of the universe don't allow it. Even an 8th level civilization can't stay inside the microcosm when the era evolves again. The man in black said. What if the rules of the universe can't find the microcosm of our Earth Federation? That's even more impossible. Even an 8th level civilization can't do it. What if our Earth Federation has the first generation of special evolutionists? Impossible. What's his ability? The man in black said it casually, and seeing Xiang Qian's disdainful smile, he immediately asked excitedly. Cheat. Cheat everything. Chapter 520. Xiang Qian smiled and closed the communication. After he told Xingyu about his ability and the plan of the Earth Federation to the man in black thought for a long time and agreed to Xiang Qian's plan. However, the man in black asked that if one day in the future their Holy Light civilization fights against the Universe Guardian Alliance, the Earth Federation must not stay out of it. Although the Earth Federation is not required to directly help the Holy Light civilization fight against the Universe Guardian Alliance, it must also provide assistance to the Holy Light civilization and must not stay out of it. Originally, Xiang Qian didn't want to agree. Fighting against the Cosmic Guardian Alliance with the Earth Federation's small body, wouldn't that be courting death? However, the man in black promised that if the Earth Federation did not reach the 8th level of civilization, it could not fulfill this agreement. At the same time, as compensation, from today onwards, before the galaxies controlled by the man in black are captured by the enemy, all the rewards given by the universe operation rules will be given to the Earth Federation. And after leaving the small universe, the 9 laws of the Holy Light civilization will also be given to the Earth Federation. Xiang Qian thought about it for a long time, and consulted with Ligerson and others, and finally decided to agree to the request of the man in black. After all, as a human civilization, the Earth Federation is naturally on the opposite side of the Universal Guardian Alliance, and there is no possibility of reconciliation. In this case, if the man in black takes action after becoming an 8th level civilization, it is not impossible for the Earth Federation to shoot cold guns from the sidelines. In this way, the cooperation was settled. For this cooperation, the Earth Federation has gained a lot of benefits, and Xiang Qian is also quite satisfied. But now is not the time to relax. According to the judgment, once the black-clad galaxy is destroyed and the black-clad people hide, the target of attack of those civilized races will definitely be the Earth Federation. This can be guessed without thinking. Therefore, before the black-clad galaxy is taken away, the Earth Federation must start to deploy defense forces. Anyway, the Earth Federation is not going to leave the small universe, so there is no need to increase the power of external wars. As long as it can defend the current 10 galaxies, it will be fine. The next day, the man in black transferred the reward of the universe's operating rules to the Earth Federation, and Xiang Qian also gave the technology upgrade plan to the Green Star civilization. Because the next battle is a defensive war, the Green Star civilization is the strongest civilization in the entire Earth Federation, so it is more beneficial for the Earth Federation to improve the strength of the Green Star civilization as much as possible before the war than to improve the strength of the Pabadalong civilization. And so far, the strength of the Pabadalong civilization is considered top-notch in the entire Virgo galaxy cluster, and there is no point in strengthening it further. Time passed bit by bit, and 300 years passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, large fleets were gathering around the galaxies controlled by the men in black. These fleets were elite fleets of various civilizations, and with the flagships of the civilizations, the impact was very strong. Even the defense line set up by the men in black at the edge of the galaxy could not withstand the charge of the elite guards led by the flagships of the civilizations. After waiting for 300 years, more than 3,500 civilizations have arrived around the destination. However, their power was not very large before, so they did not launch an attack easily. Now everyone feels that their strength has been accumulated, and there is no point in waiting. So after some discussion, they decided to launch the attack today. Facing the elite forces of more than 3,500 civilized races, the galaxies occupied by the men in black and the subordinate civilized races seemed to have no feelings. It seemed that the war had nothing to do with them. Only the fleets on the border began to slowly gather, and the fleets in the center of the galaxy did not even move. At this time, all the civilized races in the Virgo galaxy cluster focused their attention here. Even those civilized races that were very far away had sent communication spacecraft 300 years ago to broadcast the battlefield situation. It seems that the men in black are really ready to give those civilized races a hard blow. They even gave up all the outer galaxies. It's really cruel. Di Long looked at the scene on the big screen and said with a pout, "Anyway, we can't defend it. Staying here will only give the enemy an advantage. It's better to give them a hard blow so that they will be honest for a while and buy us more time." Kaya said, "No matter what he does, as long as we can defend for one more day, that's the most cost-effective." Green Jerson said. Now Green Jerson wanted to rush to the man in black to help him defend. After all, the development speed of Green Star civilization in the past 300 years has broken through the sky. The current Green Star civilization is a serious late-stage civilization, and it is estimated that it will not take long to become a level 5 peak civilization. So Green Jerson hoped more than anyone else that the man in black could hold out for a little longer. If it was not really inconvenient, Green Jerson would like to help the man in black build a defense system. While Xiang Qian and his friends were talking and laughing, the 3,500 civilized races finally launched a unified attack. After they rushed to the edge of the galaxy, they immediately launched the weapons that the Kaku civilization provided them with data and asked them to make. After these weapons were launched, whether they would be intercepted or not, their effects would be produced, and it can be said that their effects are irreversible. The edge of the galaxy occupied by the men in black was affected by the fluctuations in the parameters of these weapons after the explosion. All the warships were ejected from the curvature space in an instant, and many warships were crushed by the space distortion because of the sudden incident. When the fleet deployed by the men in black at the edge of the galaxy was caught off guard by the sudden change, the fleet of 3,500 civilized races launched an attack again. This time the attack was a serious space weapon, but this space weapon combined with the previous space wave bomb, the effect formed was not 1 + 1 = 2. In an instant, space cracks appeared on the edge of all galaxies. These huge space cracks swallowed the fleets at the edge of the galaxy, making the already unstable defense line become riddled with holes. All the civilized races in the Virgo galaxy cluster shook their heads after seeing this situation. According to this situation, it is estimated that it will not take more than a few months for the more than 3,500 civilized races to occupy the edge of the galaxy. As long as these civilized races occupy the edge of the galaxy, Null will have their own production base, and will not be afraid of fighting a war of attrition with the men in black. This is also the reason why they invested a lot of power in the attack at the beginning. After all, the longer it takes, the more disadvantageous it will be for them. But as long as they occupy a piece of land, they will not be afraid, and they can fight however they want. 10 days later, 3,500 civilized races successfully broke through the defense line at the edge of the galaxy with the powerful flagships of the civilized races and the elite frigate fleet. 5 months later, all the galaxies controlled by the men in black were completely defended from the outside. In the case of being unable to sail in curvature, the troops could not be replenished, and they could only watch the enemy build a production base at the edge of the galaxy. A year later, countless space cracks appeared at the edge of the galaxy, and then space turbulence broke out, and the locations of the 3,500 civilized races were not spared. Chapter 521. The flagships of 3,500 civilizations in the violent space turbulence are like small boats that could be destroyed at any time. At this time, it was too late for them to escape. They could only roll in the violent energy ocean against the space turbulence and rely on the powerful defense of the flagships of civilizations to survive this crisis. Fortunately, everyone was a level 5 civilization at this time, and the power of the flagships of civilizations had been greatly enhanced. At the same time, they had encountered such a situation when fighting in various galaxies. Therefore, more than half of these 3,500 civilized races can survive. As for the remaining half, they can only blame their bad luck. Half an hour later, the cosmic void caused by the space weapon slowly recovered under the huge repair ability of the universe. At this time, of the 3,500 civilized races, only less than 2,000 patriarchal flagships of civilized races were left floating in the unstable cosmic void. As for the frigates and other spacecrafts of these civilized races, they had long been wiped out by the space turbulence, leaving no wreckage. After the space was almost restored, the surviving civilizations immediately started their engines and quickly fled the galaxy. At this time, they no longer had the capital to continue attacking. If they stayed here, they could only wait to be destroyed. Although almost half of the 3,500 civilizations were destroyed, the galaxies occupied by the men in black also suffered heavy losses. Basically, each galaxy shrunk by 1/3, and some smaller galaxies were directly destroyed by half by space turbulence. According to the game rules formulated by the universe operation rules, the area of the galaxy is linked to the reward. This loss directly reduced the reward given by the universe operation rules by 20%. Although the time of each reward by the universe operation rules has not increased, the actual effect of the reward has decreased. However, this has no effect on the man in black. After all, he does not need the reward of the universe operation rules at all. But Xiangqian was unhappy. The man in black was very happy with this explosion, but for the Earth Federation, it was like cutting meat from him. Although this method can prolong the time of occupying the galaxy, the black-clad men were too happy to blow up, and many unnecessary places were also implicated. If Xiangqian had known that the black-clad men would do such an unreliable thing, he would definitely let Vicadia handle this matter, but it's too late to say anything now. When Xiangqian was depressed, the entire Virgo galaxy cluster exploded. All civilized races did not expect that the black-clad men would be so extreme and directly destroy the galaxy. If all civilized races did this, then in less than 2 days, there would be few complete galaxies in the Virgo galaxy cluster. How can we improve the level of science and technology at that time? This is equivalent to affecting the interests of all civilized races. So the civilized races in the entire Virgo galaxy cluster began to communicate and then put pressure on the black-clad man together. If the black-clad man dares to blow up the galaxy in the next war, all civilized races in the entire Virgo galaxy cluster will unite to attack him until he is completely destroyed. The black-clad man was very disdainful of the statements of these civilized races, but he ignored them. Anyway, it was the 600-plus civilizations he controlled who were handling these things. Except for the Earth Federation, no civilization in the Virgo galaxy cluster knew of his existence. Even those civilizations that came to attack him might not know of his existence. As for the 600-plus civilizations he controlled, they were just pawns that could be discarded at any time. Even if he ordered to continue destroying the galaxies, those civilizations would surrender. Therefore, the pressure from all civilizations in the Virgo galaxy cluster this time was considered a failure. Because they didn't find anyone who could really make the decision, and even if they did, they couldn't threaten the black-clad man, so this matter was a farce that they felt good about from the beginning. Time passed day by day, and the remaining 5,500 civilized races were also arriving at their destination day by day. However, this time they learned their lesson, and did not start attacking after their strength was almost accumulated. Instead, they put pressure on the surrounding civilized races to ask them to provide a star field as their production base. Then, they frantically produced warships, and sent them to the galaxies they were going to attack. As for the flagships of the civilized races, no civilized race was dispatched this time, and all of them stayed far away. Even if the men in black destroyed the galaxies again, they could not hurt them, and the only losses were some warships produced on the assembly line. The next few thousand years were a war without any technical content. Both sides invested in warships produced on the assembly line. The technology of the men in black was several times stronger than that of the warships produced by those civilized races at the beginning, but with the technical support of the Kaku civilization, they were soon surpassed by them. The next step is technology overwhelm. It takes 4 warships produced by the races under the men in black to destroy one of the other side. But the men in black have the advantage of terrain after all, and there are more than 600 civilized races who are not afraid of death, so the war will not be over in a short time. This time is 33,000 years after all civilized races entered the Virgo galaxy cluster, which means that 13,000 years have passed since the more than 9,000 civilized races began to rush to the galaxy controlled by the men in black. During this 13,000 years, the technological level of the Earth Federation has increased by more than 10 times. Even now, the technology of the Earth Federation is still rapidly updated every day. Under the rewards of the rules of the universe, the technological advancement of the Earth Federation has never stopped. It can be said that after reaching the Virgo galaxy cluster, the strength of the Earth Federation is increasing every day. So far, the Green Star civilization has become a level 5 peak civilization, and can break through to level 6 at any time. After the Green Star civilization reached the level 5 peak civilization, the rewards given by the rules of the universe began to tilt towards human civilization. After all, the other civilizations of the Earth Federation are not in a hurry to break through the 6th level civilization, and the technological development of human civilization is directly related to the strength of the small universe. In order to improve the strength of the small universe, all the rewards of the universe operation rules are invested in the technology of space and dimension. This also makes the Earth Federation small universe bear the ability to be deployed dozens of times stronger. Although the size of the small universe has not yet increased, as long as the Earth Federation has reasons, the small universe can be expanded dozens of times at any time. Boss, the man in black sent a message asking us to open the space channel at the designated location as planned. He is going to evacuate. Shinkong said to Xiang Qian. Well, tell him I know, let him evacuate. Xiang Qian nodded. Okay, boss. Xiang Qian looked at the big screen. After the man in black evacuated, the more than 600 civilized races he controlled would continue to fight in those galaxies. When the enemy finally broke through their core defense circle, those civilized races would follow the instructions of the man in black and detonate the space weapons on all the spacecrafts, and once again perish together with the enemy. Although it is unknown how many civilized races can be destroyed this time, at least these civilized races have spent so much time, and the galaxies that are about to become their bases will be taken away by the men in black. And these civilized races without galaxies, even with the support of the Kaku civilization, cannot attack the Earth Federation in a short time. When they accumulate strength again, it is estimated that it will not be long before all civilized races leave the Virgo galaxy cluster. So no matter what, blowing up all the galaxies is good for the Earth Federation and the men in black. As for the joint killing order of all civilized races, it has long been ignored by Xiang Qian and his men. After all, the 600 civilized races in the open have perished together with the enemy. If they want to kill, they must have a target. Besides, even if the Kaku civilization tells all civilized races about the collusion between the men in black and the Earth Federation, those civilized races have to think about whether it makes sense for them to attack the Earth Federation. Of course, Xiang Qian and his team did not rule out the possibility that the Kaku civilization was behind all civilizations to attack the Earth Federation. But even if they did not blow up those galaxies, would the Kaku civilization give up? It was still the same, so Xiang Qian and his team no longer cared about these issues. Anyway, as long as they came to attack the Earth Federation would just take them. With the current strength of the Earth Federation, Xiang Qian and his team were really not afraid of these civilizations in the Virgo galaxy cluster. Chapter 522. After sending a message to the Earth Federation, the man in black entered the Soul Crystal. Around the Soul Crystal, more than 30 trillion spaceships were quietly parked there. These spaceships were carrying all the evolved people from more than 600 civilized races. These people would be the source of the power for the man in black to burst out the unlimited power of the controller. With the spiritual power provided by more than 160 trillion people in these 30 trillion spaceships, the man in black was almost invincible within a light year. As the fluctuations of the Soul Crystal spread, the engines of these 30 trillion spaceships started and began to fly towards the galaxy where the Earth Federation was located. After seeing these 30 trillion spaceships start, the thousands of civilizations that attacked the men in black began to mobilize warships to intercept them. Although they did not know the existence of the men in black, they knew that these 30 trillion spaceships must contain the elites of more than 600 civilizations. When they started to attack these galaxies, they had already offended this powerful civilization alliance. If they let this civilization escape, they would be endlessly retaliated. Although they are very powerful now, they are, after all, a loose alliance put together temporarily. Once they leave the Virgo galaxy cluster, they are no longer allies but enemies. But the more than 600 civilizations in front of them are different. They are a stable civilization alliance, a whole. When they are alone in the future, no one can withstand the revenge of a civilization alliance composed of more than 600 civilizations. So there is no need for the Kaku civilization to urge them. They also consciously take out the trump card in their hands, and send a huge fleet to surround these 30 trillion spaceships. Not far away, the flagships of their civilization races also gather together, ready to intercept them when necessary. Don't worry, they can't escape. Although they have 30 trillion warships, we have endless warships. Even if we pile them up, we can kill them. That's right. After we occupied half of this galaxy, they can't escape. Now if they want to leave this galaxy, no matter where they leave from, they will be surrounded by us. A civilization alliance that breaks the rules of the game should have been destroyed long ago. It's good enough that they are still alive now. The leaders of a group of civilizations that besieged the men in black gathered together and started chatting. To them, the men in black were already meat on their chopping boards. But they didn't expect that in the eyes of the men in black, they were not even meat on the chopping board, because they were not qualified to be on the chopping board. As the men in black controlled the fleet to approach the encirclement, countless warships began to launch the strongest attack, and the entire universe was broken in an instant. However, these attacks were diverted by the men in black before they reached the front of the fleet, and the location of the diversion was behind the encirclement. In an instant, the fleet in the encirclement was caught off guard by its own attack. And before they could take the next step, the countless warships blocking the front of the fleet of the men in black melted rapidly like ice and snow under the scorching sun. The melted fleet left a straight passage in the tight encirclement, as if the fleet in the encirclement deliberately gave way. But if you look closely, you can see that any warship that wants to block this passage will melt instantly after the hull touches the invisible wall of the passage. It is for this reason that a straight passage appeared in front of the fleet of the men in black. For these warships produced on the assembly line, the men in black did not even have the desire to attack. After all, even if more of these warships were destroyed, the opponent could replenish them, which was completely meaningless. So he only made a passage that could be passed through, and then stopped attacking. Anyway, it was futile to let those warships attack or block the passage, and they could not hinder the fleet's progress. When the men in black controlled the fleet to speed up and pass through the encirclement and quickly left the galaxy, the civilized races who were so happy and ready to celebrate were dumbfounded. They lost this battle inexplicably, and they didn't even know how the enemy attacked or what form the attack was launched. They just watched the enemy fleet swaggeringly leave the galaxy and move towards the distant universe. Quickly mobilize warships from other galaxies and intercept them in front of them. Yes, intercept them, and we will chase them quickly. First, directly detonate the surrounding space to make them leave the curvature navigation. Use space wave weapons in the void of the universe. Don't let them escape, otherwise none of us can escape. The patriarchs of a group of civilized races shouted and gave orders, and all civilizations mobilized their forces with all their strength. It can be said that the black-clothed man led the 30 trillion spaceships away, which scared these civilized races half to death. At this time, outside the Virgo galaxy cluster, in the core conference room of the Kaku civilization, the leader of the Kaku civilization was also staring at the big screen. When the black-clothed man left, he wanted to inform those civilized races. But he was relieved when he saw that those civilized races did not quickly mobilize their fleets to intercept the black-clothed man without his words. After all, those civilized races had gathered hundreds of trillions of warships, and he did not believe that the Holy Light civilization could escape with hundreds of thousands of warships. So he started taking pictures, preparing to take credit for the Holy Light civilization after it was destroyed. But the following development was beyond his expectation. He didn't know how the Holy Light civilization left, but it was like cheating, and they left in a swagger. This scared him. If the Holy Light civilization really escaped and failed to complete the task assigned to him, he didn't think that he, a level 6 peak civilization, could escape from the hands of the level 8 civilization. So when he saw the black-clothed man just leaving the galaxy, he began to issue orders to those civilized races, and also gave them some weapons information that restricted superluminal travel. As a level 6 peak civilization, there may not be much other things, but there are a lot of messy information. Many civilizations and races can find strange weapon information in the database of Kaku civilization. For example, there are thousands of weapon information that restricts superluminal navigation in the database of Kaku civilization. These information are still relatively valuable, so the worthless ones have been deleted long ago. At this time, the leader of Kaku civilization did not care about the preciousness of the information, and he passed all the thousands of weapon information to those civilizations. At the same time, the kill order was issued to those civilized races. If they failed to destroy the Holy Light civilization and let the Holy Light civilization escape, they would have to wait for the wrath of the 6th level peak civilization. With the support and warning of the Kaku civilization, those civilized races were like crazy, quickly developing the weapons and the data while desperately chasing the black-clad fleet. In this way, a very exciting chase began under the eyes of all civilized races in the Virgo galaxy cluster. Xiang Qian and his team also looked at the big screen happily with a look of joy. Because Xiang Qian and his team knew that the black-clad people wanted to escape, let alone them. Even the 6th level peak civilization could not catch them. So Xiang Qian and his team completely regarded this big chase as a blockbuster. If they could see the black-clad people make a fool of themselves, it would be even better. Chapter 523. The void-blocking weapon has been charged, and the countdown for the launch has begun. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1, launch. In the silent universe, the huge fleet that intercepted the men in black was divided into 10,000 groups of 1 billion warships, attacking the universe in the direction of the men in black. In the center of all fleet groups, there is a huge device standing there. This huge device is the weapon that the Kaku civilization passed on to those civilized races. This weapon has no attack power, but it can directly block the universe void, making it impossible for the universe void in an area to travel at superluminal speed. Whether it is curvature navigation or space distortion navigation, as long as it uses space or dimension to conduct superluminal navigation in the cosmic void, all will be blocked. After using these devices, the 10,000 fleets directly blocked the cosmic void within 100 light-years in the direction of the black-clothed man. At the same time, there is a second interception line behind the blockade line. The fleet on this second blockade line is also the main fleet equipped with powerful weapons given by the Kaku civilization. It has been more than 400 years since the men in black evacuated the galaxy. The weapon information that the Kaku civilization passed on to these civilizations has been manufactured. Although the accuracy of some equipment does not meet the actual standards of weapons, there is no problem in using them. As more than 10,000 void-blocking weapons emit long and thin space rays, the entire universe within 100 light-years begins to change. When these 10,000 rays collide with each other and seal off the universe within 100 light-years, the changes in space become more and more obvious. If the cosmic void in front of us was photographed with optical equipment before, the cosmic void presented to everyone would be like an ordinary digital movie, which might be very clear, but definitely not the feeling of 3D. But now the scenes photographed with optical equipment can present a 3D effect without any processing. It can be said that under the effect of the void-blocking weapon, the cosmic void within 100 light-years has abandoned most of the influence of other dimensions and strengthened the power of three-dimensional space. In this case, any force that exceeds the three-dimensional space will be suppressed. This is also the fundamental force that enables the void barrier weapon to interrupt any superliminal navigation. After all, in the framework of three-dimensional space, the speed of light is the fastest. Any speed that exceeds the speed of light cannot be generated in three-dimensional space. Even if it is gravity, the speed of its influence on the surroundings within the range of 100 light-years will not exceed the speed of light. It can be said that this void barrier weapon has already touched the laws of cosmic physics. If it goes further, this weapon will become a law weapon, which can directly exclude the influence of other dimensions around it on the cosmic void, and turn the surrounding cosmic void into a completely three-dimensional space, with only the physical laws of three-dimensional space inside. Behind the second blockade, thousands of civilization race flagships gathered together, and the clan leaders of each civilization race discuss the other side's black-clothed men through the void space. I hope we can destroy them this time, otherwise we will lose the support of advanced civilizations. Now we don't even have a galaxy. If we lose this battle, and lose the support of advanced civilizations, we will have nothing. The clan leader of a civilization race said. After hearing the words of this clan leader, the clan leaders of other civilization races also fell silent. 400 years ago, after the black-clad men evacuated, they detonated the warships in all the galaxies. The space weapons on those warships directly triggered a larger-scale space turbulence. This time, the space turbulence directly destroyed those galaxies that had been destroyed once. Even if there were 1.8 million planets and countless planetary debris left, they could not be used as galaxies. The rules of the universe did not recognize that the individual star fields or several star systems left after the destruction of those galaxies could be used as reward standards. So these civilizations that came to attack the black-clad men under the instructions of the Kaku civilization wasted more than 10,000 years and did not even get a galaxy. The only gain was the weapons data that the black-clad talents of the other side would provide them with in the future, but the weapons data alone could not make up for their losses over the years. After all, their improvement in other subjects was really limited, so it was a loss no matter how you calculated it. Fortunately, before the war, the Kaku civilization promised that if they could completely destroy the black-clad fleet, they would get all the scientific and technological data of their civilization classification subjects. With that data, they could smoothly develop to the 5th-level peak civilization. But if they don't destroy the black-clad man, then sorry, they will have nothing. So this interception will affect the fate of these civilized races, and they can't help but be nervous. When the black-clad man saw warships piled up in the cosmic void ahead, he knew that the other party was coming to intercept him, but he had no intention of changing his route. First, because the other party was in front of him. If he changed his sailing, the other party would be able to block his forward route in the first place. Second, he didn't even think about changing his route. Although he didn't know what kind of support the 6th-level peak civilization race gave to these civilizations, he had absolute confidence in himself. Even if the 6th-level peak civilization took action, he couldn't stay, let alone the pile of chickens and dogs in front of him. In this way, the fleet controlled by the man in black rushed into the void barrier area at a speed of 450 times the speed of light. The moment it entered the void barrier area, the huge repulsive force squeezed the fleet controlled by the man in black out of the curvature navigation state. Notify the fleet to attack. As the command from the headquarters was issued, trillions of warships began to surround the fleet of the men in black. This time they learned their lesson, and did not pile up the fleet directly, but advanced in echelons. This was entirely to prevent the men in black from breaking through the encirclement and leaving directly, as they did in the galaxy before. Like now, countless warships formed a wave, launching attacks one after another. Even if the men in black broke through a fleet, the next fleet would continue to attack. The effect of doing so is to fully utilize their military strength advantage. Even if they have to pile up warships, they will flatten the fleet of the men in black. Faced with this situation, the men in black showed a disdainful smile, and then arranged all the fleets in a straight line, which looked like a sharp sword in the universe. Then the controller's ability was fully activated, and the sharp sword instantly rushed to the fleet in front. If the fleet hit like a tsunami, it would be directly pierced by the sharp sword. Then no matter how many waves of fleets there were, all of them were directly pierced by the sharp sword like the first wave of fleets. Moreover, under the control of the man in black, the speed of the sword has reached its limit. At this time, the void barrier area is no longer a place to restrict him, but a place to restrict the enemy. After all, under the ability of the controller, the sword can exceed the speed of light, but the opponent's fleet cannot. This resulted in countless warships chasing behind, while the man in black led these fleets to attack the second blockade line. Notify the fleet of the second blockade line to open fire, directly use high-powered weapons to fire at full force, and must not let them leave the void barrier area. An exasperated leader of a civilized race shouted loudly. That's right, we can't let them leave the void barrier area, otherwise it will be difficult to catch up with them. At this time, the fleet on the second blockade line began to charge various weapons. These weapons are all powerful weapons in the 6th level civilization. Although they cannot be compared with the main weapons of the 6th level peak civilization, they are also very powerful. As these weapons are charged, all aiming devices have locked onto the black-clothed fleet, waiting for them to enter the attack range. Watching the fleet of the men in black approaching little by little, the clan leaders of all civilized races were nervously watching the big screen. The second blockade line was their real trump card. The first blockade line was just to consume the power of the fleet of the men in black. Although it did not succeed, it also limited the speed of the fleet of the men in black. Now is the moment to truly decide the outcome. If even these weapons have no effect, then they can't think of any way to win this war. Chapter 524. As the fleet of the men in black entered the attack range of the fleet on the second blockade line, countless powerful weapons of different categories began to attack the fleet of the men in black. I saw a huge podlid-shaped weapon with light flashing around it, and then the light dimmed, and a huge ripple was launched. There was no follow-up attack on this circle of ripples, only this ripple like a smoke ring swayed towards the fleet of the men in black. Don't think that this circle of ripples is not powerful enough just because it doesn't seem to cause violent fluctuations in the universe. In fact, on the contrary, this weapon is a powerful weapon that ranks in the top 3 among all weapons. Although the spacecraft will not be affected by the circle of ripples, any life will lose its life after being covered by the circle of ripples. This weapon does not act on matter, but on the spirit or the soul. As the attacks fell in front of the black-clad fleet, the cosmic void was instantly broken, and even the space storm that was just about to form was directly shattered by this powerful attack. However, no matter how powerful these weapons are, as long as they enter the range of 10 million kilometers in front of the black-clad fleet, these powers will disappear without a trace. The material of the physical attack will be instantly annihilated, and the energy attack will dissipate instantly. Anyway, no attack can get close to the fleet of the men in black. After the space turbulence was broken many times by these huge attacks, the circle of ripple-like attacks slowly passed through the shattered universe void and entered the range of 10 million kilometers in front of the men in black. As the ripples approached, the men in black suddenly frowned, and the ability of the controller was strengthened again. At this time, the circle of ripples finally stopped, and the transparent ring that formed the ripples became unstable. After a few seconds of stalemate, the entire ripple broke. After the ripples were broken, the man in black looked at the potlid-shaped weapon on the second blockade line, his eyes flashing with cold light. This kind of attack specifically targeting mental power and soul is the most troublesome for him. Other forms of attack will be instantly annihilated under the ability of the controller, but this feeling can only be offset by strong mental power. It can be said that the consumption of eliminating ripple attacks is thousands of times that of eliminating other weapon attacks. If there are more such weapons, it will be really difficult to deal with. It's not that those civilized races don't want to make more of these weapons that really target spiritual power, but the precision required for racial weapons is too high, and what is consumed is not energy, but the genetic nuclear power of the evolvers. Each charging time is very long, so those civilized races don't make more. After all, even if they make 1 million of these weapons, without the evolvers to replenish the genetic nuclear power, it will be scrap metal. Of course, if they knew that if they really made 1 million of these weapons, the men in black would turn around and run away when they saw them, they would not think so. At this time in the Earth Federation, Xiang Qian and his friends looked at the black-clad man on the big screen, who could only move forward under countless attacks, and their faces showed sympathy. The attack range of those weapons of the 6th level civilization can span several light years, or even more than 10 light years. The range that the black-clad man can control is only a light year away. In this case, the black-clad man can only passively take the beating, and it is impossible to fight back. Xiang Qian and his friends felt aggrieved. Especially the power of those weapons. Even the space turbulence caused by the space shattering can be dispersed. You can imagine the power of those weapons. Didn't you see that after the black-clad man left, space turbulence appeared in the broken space immediately, madly devouring the pursuit fleet behind the black-clad man? At this time, most of the pursuers behind the black-clad man had stopped chasing. After all, chasing after him would only add to the space turbulence, and there were no weapons on these warships that could break up the space turbulence. As time went on, the black-clad man began to change his defense methods. After all, advancing under such a powerful attack would consume too much mental power. He could do this before, but he can't do it now, otherwise he would consume too much mental power, and the evolvers on the spacecraft would not be able to recover. Then the man in black began to move randomly, and each move could dodge countless attacks. Although such continuous movement consumed much less mental power than moving forward under the attack. But the blow to the enemy was very heavy. After all, no matter how powerful the weapon was, it couldn't reach a person. Everyone knows that uncomfortable feeling. As the men in black changed their tactics, the leaders of the civilized races began to get impatient. After all, the fleet of the men in black had been moving in a straight line before. Although their attacks had not achieved any results, they would definitely consume the strength of the fleet of the men in black. But now, the other side has changed the way they move forward. Although they don't know how much this way of moving will consume, they believe that this way of moving will definitely not consume as much as moving forward under attack. And the most important problem is that their weapons can't reach the fleet of the men in black at all, which is what bothers them the most. Because their most powerful weapon has not been activated yet, because the attack range of that weapon is 2 light years, and the fleet of the men in black has not entered the attack range yet. If the fleet of the men in black continues to advance according to the previous method, as long as it enters the range of 2 light years, they can let the fleet of the men in black see the power of this most powerful weapon. But now the men in black suddenly changed their routine, which made them blind. But no matter how anxious the patriarchs of these civilized races are, it is useless, because the men in black will not listen to them. So even if they are crazy, it will not work. As the men in black advanced, more and more attack weapons were launched on the second blockade line. After all, short-range attack weapons are more numerous than those that can attack across several light years. So after there were more weapons, they began to consciously carry out fire blockades, and at the same time left empty spaces for the men in black in the fire blockades. These empty spaces were left deliberately, just to let the men in black move to that position instantly, because they had to prepare for the attack of the strongest weapon. After all, the men in black teleported here and there, and there was no fixed position at all, so the strongest weapon could not hit anyone even if it wanted to attack. But once the men in black get used to the existence of those empty positions, it is easy for them to teleport to those empty positions subconsciously. After all, it is instinct. When the men in black get used to it, it is time for the strongest weapon to launch an attack. 70% chance of entering the empty position. 80% chance. 87% chance. 95% chance. 98% chance. Weapon activated, data analysis completed, fired. As the probability of the men in black teleporting into the empty position increases, the attack of the strongest weapon also follows. The next second, when the men in black entered the empty position of firepower, a purple-black light hit the men in black fiercely. Chapter 525. The purple light was fixed 10 million kilometers in front of the man in black. It did not dissipate instantly like other attacks. Instead, it slowly stirred the confined space around it, trying to break through the space, and continued to rush towards the man in black. For this purple light, the man in black first frowned and looked at it. He was about to increase his strength to annihilate it, but he suddenly thought of something and raised his hand to emit a silver-white light. As a result, after being hit, the purple light shattered instantly like a broken crystal, turned into a ball of powder and disappeared. Seeing this, the man in black showed a hint of sarcasm on his face. He didn't expect that the other party would use ray weapons to deal with him after setting up traps. Didn't the civilization behind them tell them not to use ray weapons against the Holy Light civilization? Although the power of the purple light was indeed strong, judging from the fact that the light had a little physical form, it had already touched some laws. However, in terms of the research on ray laws, the Holy Light civilization at that time was the best in the entire universe. So it was a foolish dream to use ray weapons to deal with him. After the man in black broke the purple light, a large group of clan leaders of civilized races were dumbfounded. That was their last killer weapon. In the weapon information given to them by the Kaku civilization, there was no weapon more powerful than the purple light. But their most powerful weapon was like a child's toy in front of the man in black, and was easily sent away. This made them feel desperate. The fleet on the second blockade line was still launching attacks continuously, but the man in black teleported back and forth, and the fire blockade could not pose any threat to him at all. Now it was only a matter of time for the man in black to break out of the encirclement. Once the man in black left the range of the void barrier area, the interception plan would be a complete failure. At the same time, they were also unable to organize a second interception, which also meant that their civilizations would soon become penniless. At this time, the patriarch of the Kaku civilization, who had been watching the battle outside the Virgo galaxy cluster, slammed the table fiercely and cursed, "Trash, just a bunch of trash." But even though he cursed, the anxiety on his face was real. Now the civilizations he supported had failed to intercept, and there was no way to intercept again. And it was not easy for him to send fleets from other civilizations in the Virgo galaxy cluster to intercept the Holy Light civilization. And the biggest problem at hand was not whether there was a way to force more civilizations to attack the Holy Light civilization, but that all weapons had no effect on the Holy Light civilization. If this problem could not be solved, even if more fleets were sent to besiege the Holy Light civilization, it would be useless. Unless the Holy Light civilization is really trapped in the sea of warships, it will eventually perish due to exhaustion of power. But after calculating the spaceships controlled by the Holy Light civilization, he had already given up this idea. Now unless their Kaku civilization takes action, no matter how many civilized races there are, they cannot destroy the Holy Light civilization. After thinking for a while, the leader of the Kaku civilization finally gritted his teeth and made a decision, which is to send destructive weapons to those civilized races. If this weapon still cannot destroy the Holy Light civilization, then they can only wait until the Holy Light civilization leaves the Virgo galaxy cluster, and then they, the Kaku civilization, will take action themselves. "What should we do now? Should we evacuate or continue to intercept?" said the chief of a civilized race in the virtual space. After the chief finished speaking, the chiefs of thousands of other civilized races around him did not answer. After all, in this situation, their interception has failed, and the other party will soon break through the second blockade. At that time, unless they use the flagship of the civilized race to block it, the fleet behind will not be able to catch up. But after seeing the strength of the man in black, who would be so stupid as to seek death, although the other party did not carry out a large-scale annihilation of the fleet, no one can deny that the other party does have the strength to do so. Once they use the flagship of the civilized race to encircle and block, they are likely to be directly destroyed by the other party. But if they do not take action, will the advanced civilization that has been providing them with weapons information let them go? The answer is no. So now they are in a dilemma. No matter what they do, they are in danger of being destroyed. Beep. At this time, in the silent virtual space, a prompt sound suddenly appeared, and then the picture on the big screen changed, and a text appeared on the big screen. Receive biological extinction weapons at coordinates xx.xx.xx. Once the weapons are activated, leave the danger zone of 50 light-years immediately. Instructions for using biological extinction weapons. Activation method. The leaders of a group of civilized races looked at the text on the big screen. Especially after seeing the instructions for biological extinction weapons, they were all surprised. Because this weapon is so overbearing, any organic life form is within the extinction range of this weapon. Haha. With this weapon, I want to see how he dies. You don't need to read it. It's all written clearly. We already know how he died. Yes, we already know, haha. The leaders of a group of civilized races said happily, and the entire virtual space was filled with laughter. Then thousands of civilized race flagships quickly rushed to the coordinates, and when they arrived there, a huge sphere was already there. Charge quickly. Let all the evolvers enter the weapon core and charge the weapons, quickly. The energy source of biological extinction weapons is not the space energy or other energy sources they imagine, but the genetic nuclear force in the body of the evolver. So in order to maximize the power of this weapon, there must be enough evolvers to charge the weapon, otherwise it will be a waste. The big move of thousands of civilization race flagships can be seen by all civilization races in the entire Virgo galaxy cluster. So after seeing this situation, Xiang Qian immediately asked Shinkong to notify the man in black and ask him if he wanted to reopen a space channel. After all, no one knows what the device, which is about the size of a star, is used for, and whether it is dangerous or not, so it is better to avoid it if possible. As a result, the answer of the man in black made Xiang Qian very angry. It's fine if you don't need it, but he also found an excuse to say that it's a waste of time. What a waste of time, now they have nothing but time. Isn't it obvious that they take good intentions for granted? So after Xiang Qian reminded him once, he no longer cared about him. Anyway, the life and death of the man in black has nothing to do with the Earth Federation, so he can do whatever he wants. Dozens of days later, the men in black broke through the second blockade and entered the curvature navigation again. At this time, the patriarchs of thousands of civilized races were watching the navigation of the men in black on the big screen. If the men in black changed their navigation, they would control the biological extinction weapons to block them. But after half an hour, the results calculated by scientists showed that the other party's navigation ratio had not changed. In other words, the other party knew that they were preparing their weapons here, but they did not take it seriously at all. This attitude was so bad that the leaders of these civilized races were furious. However, no matter how angry or scolding they were, it was meaningless, so after venting for a long time, they gathered their strength to charge the biological extinction weapon. Time passed slowly, and 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. The biological extinction weapon has been fully charged, and all civilized races have hidden 150 light-years away, now waiting for the man in black to enter the attack range of the biological extinction weapon. At this time, the leader of the Kaku civilization, seeing that the man in black was still 100 light-years away from the biological extinction weapon, pressed the button on the table. Instantly, the biological extinction weapon was activated, and an invisible wave began to spread. In less than 10 seconds, all organic creatures within a range of 300 light-years around the biological extinction weapon died. At this time, the man in black was struggling to resist the effect of the biological extinction weapon. He did not expect that the other party would dare to use a quasi-level 7 weapon against him. Although this weapon had no effect on him, once he gave up resistance, more than 160 trillion people in the 30 trillion spaceships around him would die instantly. Chapter 526. Now the man in black has to consider whether to abandon those spaceships. Otherwise, at the current speed, even if all those people are dead, they will not be able to support him to leave the range of the biological extinction weapon. After all, it takes more than 1,800 hours for those spaceships to travel a distance of 100 light-years. If the biological extinction weapon can also move, a distance of 100 light-years is still short. However, it is not impossible for the man in black to protect these spaceships for more than 1,800 hours with his current ability, but those people cannot support it. Assuming that everyone's mental power is drained but they will not die, the mental power provided by 160 trillion people can support him for more than 1,500 hours, but that is not enough. But if he abandons these people, his power will be infinitely weakened. If something really goes wrong at that time, he will really be finished. After thinking for a while, the man in black sent a message to the Earth Federation, and then escaped into the opposite side of the universe, which was his way to avoid attacks before. Boss, the man in black sent a message, he needs us to rescue him, and also sent a weapon document and numerous technological documents. At the same time, Shinkong received the message. Open that weapon document. Xiang Qian said to Shinkong with a pained face. He was really speechless about the man in black. He had asked him if he needed to change the position of the space channel, but he insisted on pretending to be cool. Now he pretended to be an idiot. However, after Xiang Qian saw the weapon document, the pained expression on his face disappeared instantly, and he became extremely solemn. Send all the information to the Academy of Sciences, and notify the think tank, the staff, and Lu Sun to hold a meeting. After reading the information, Xiang Qian immediately said to the starry sky, Okay, boss. Soon, everyone came to the meeting room. Lu Sun and others were also very surprised after seeing the solemn expression on Xiang Qian's face. Let's not talk nonsense. I just received a communication that the man in black needs our Earth Federation to rescue him. He chose to be trapped in the place where he disappeared just now. The equipment used by those civilized races at the end is a quasi-7th level civilization weapon. He can't resist it, so we need to destroy that equipment. This is the information about that weapon. Let's take a look and come up with a perfect rescue plan, Xiang Qian said. After Xiang Qian finished speaking, Everyone looked at the screen in front of them and began to understand the quasi-7th level civilization weapon that could trap the man in black. Do we really want to rescue the man in black? After reading the information about the biological extinction weapon, Kaya frowned and said to Xiang Qian, "Well, is there any problem?" Xiang Qian looked at Kaya. "We already know the power of this weapon. Any organic creature that enters the coverage of that weapon will be instantly killed. The main force of our Earth Federation is the biological weapons core, but facing this kind of weapon, the biological weapons core is completely useless. Now we have to help the men in black destroy the biological extinction weapons, so we have to build warships, but the strength of our warships is completely inferior to biological weapons. Even if we want to save the men in black, it is an impossible task. The most important thing is that I feel that there is no need for us to save the men in black." Kaya's last words are his true feelings. After listening to Kaya's words, the other people also looked at Xiang Qian at the same time. Although they did not oppose Xiang Qian's words, they actually agreed with Kaya in their hearts. After all, rescuing the black-clad man is a thankless task. First, the battlefield has been transferred to the Earth Federation, and second, the black-clad man can no longer provide any benefits to the Earth Federation. Third, the black-clad man was once the enemy of the Earth Federation. Xiang Qian looked at the serious expressions on the faces of several people. He knew that if he didn't explain the matter clearly, even if he could force the Earth Federation to send troops to rescue, they would definitely feel uncomfortable. So after sighing, he slowly said, "Actually, I have thought about this question, but I don't know if you have ever thought about it. If the man in black is a former level 8 civilization, does he really have no other means of survival? Even if he doesn't, can he not survive? Don't forget, when he was in the Andromeda Galaxy, he was trapped in the small universe of the Rabina civilization for 800 years. I think he used the same means as now. Let's not talk about the safety of the man in black for now. Let me talk about the benefits of rescuing the man in black." That's right, now it seems that the man in black has no benefit, but only disadvantages. But in fact, saving the man in black is the biggest benefit for our Earth Federation. Don't just look at the immediate benefits. Forget who the real enemy of our Earth Federation is. The civilized races we are facing now are not even as good as an ant in front of the real enemy of our Earth Federation. The man in black once confronted the real enemy of our Earth Federation head-on. Although he did not retreat unscathed, he saved his own life after all. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. In this regard, our Earth Federation and the men in black are true allies. The previous war between our Earth Federation and the men in black can be said to be a struggle for interests between civilized races, not mortal enemies. Especially we did not suffer any losses. But the real enemy of our Earth Federation wants to completely eliminate the existence of our Earth Federation. They are reconcilable mortal enemies. Similarly, the other party also has a hatred of genocide with the men in black. So in the future, our Earth Federation has an ally like the men in black, which will only benefit both of us. Although rescuing the black-clad man now may harm the interests of our Earth Federation, this little benefit is nothing compared to the allies, who can fight against the mortal enemy together in the future. After listening to Xiang Qian's words, several people agreed with Xiang Qian's statement after thinking for a while. Thel was the first to express his opinion. He can be said to be the person who knows the most about the Universal Guardian Alliance besides Xiang Qian. The other people only heard Xiang Qian vaguely say it twice, and had no intuitive concept at all. But this time, seeing Xiang Qian so determined, and the fear on his face, when he talked about his mortal enemy, they all understood the seriousness of the matter. While Xiang Qian and his team were discussing how to rescue the man in black, the patriarchs of the thousands of civilized races were anxiously looking for the man in black. They didn't know how the man in black disappeared, and they couldn't find him no matter how hard they looked, which made them very anxious. But after receiving the information from the Kaku civilization, they finally showed a relieved expression on their faces, and at the same time began to order all warships to enter the range of the biological extinction weapon, surround the place where the man in black disappeared, and then sent a part of the fleet to guard the biological extinction weapon. Chapter 527. How many warships have been produced in the dock? When will they be completed? Xiang Qian said to Shinkong. 2/3 of them have been built, and 1/3 is still under construction. It is expected to be completed in a week. Shinkong said to Xiang Qian. How is Sephiroth's preparation? Has the information on those warships been digested? Xiang Qian continued to ask. Originally, the biological weapon core could not be dispatched, and Xiang Qian was more worried that the warships produced by the Earth Federation were not good, and rescue would be difficult. But the information sent by the black-clad man contained a lot of information about warships. The warships in those information were dozens of times more powerful than those produced by the Earth Federation. This made up for the last shortcoming of the Earth Federation. Under the 500-fold time acceleration of the M87 galaxy, the construction speed of the warship dock has broken through the sky. In less than a month, 2/3 of the planets in the entire M87 galaxy have been built with docks. The speed is simply crazy. According to the information from the Academy of Sciences, the Silver Wing civilization has absorbed many advantages of warships. Although it is not as powerful as those warships in the data, it will be possible after a while. Xiang Qian nodded after listening. He knew that although the data contained the data of all the warships, it would take some time to completely transform them into the Silver Wing civilization's own things. He didn't care about this at that time. The only thing he cared about was the strength of those warships. However, since the Academy of Sciences said that it would be possible after a while, there was basically no problem. How long will it take to open the space channel? It is estimated that it will take another 13 years. Well, after the dock is built, we will start to produce warships with all our strength. Okay, boss. After Xiang Qian finished speaking, he left the command hall and went to the general staff. At this time, the general staff was formulating a rescue plan. Although the biological weapon core could not be used in biological extinction weapons, it could still deal with the flagships of the thousands of civilized races. However, the flagships of civilized races were much stronger than the biological weapon core in terms of speed and other aspects. If they could not form a sufficient numerical advantage, they would be easily broken through by the enemy. Therefore, if they wanted to besiege the flagships of civilized races, they still needed to make a careful plan. While the Earth Federation was carrying out the pre-rescue preparation step by step, the chief of the Kaku civilization was carefully reporting the results of this period. That is to say, you have provided weapons information and weapons to those thousands of civilized races for so many years, asking them to attack the Holy Light civilization, but there has been no progress. Are you stupid, or are the civilized races you chose stupid? They can't even do such a simple thing. The chief of the Kaku civilization stood there with his head down. An indescribable sense of fear enveloped him, making him feel that the voice behind the big screen could kill him at any time and anywhere. Please give me a little more time. Now the Holy Light civilization has been trapped in the reverse world and cannot leave. It has been surrounded and is covered by biological extinction weapons. Once the Holy Light civilization can no longer hold on, it will be destroyed by those low-level civilizations the moment it returns to the universe. The chief of the Kaku civilization said respectfully, "You know about the reverse world, which is good. You are not stupid enough on the positive side. There are still more than 20,000 years before the end of the third stage of this election. If you can't give me a satisfactory answer after this election, then your entire civilization will have no need to exist. Yes, I will definitely complete the task before the end of the third stage of this election." The chief of the Kaku civilization nodded and said, almost swearing, "This is the last chance. Next time I come, I hope to see the video of the destruction of the Holy Light civilization." After the communication was hung up, the chief of the Kaku civilization took a deep breath and looked at the big screen that had returned to its original state in fear. He was really scared just now. After a long time, the chief of the Kaku civilization looked at the data on the big screen seriously. As a result, he found that there was a space channel that was rapidly spreading to the biological extinction weapon. It would take at most 10 years to connect. He couldn't sit still this time. He knew what the space channel was for without thinking. He absolutely couldn't tolerate such a situation. If the Holy Light civilization really escaped, their Kaku civilization would be finished. After calculating the coordinates of the space channel, the Kaku civilization race began to send information, and found a lot of information about how to deal with the space channel, and sent it out. Then he thought about it again, and a cruel expression appeared on his face. Since human civilization is looking for death, then let it die first. The leader of the Kaku civilization locked onto the civilized races occupying several star systems around the Earth Federation and sent a message. "Everyone, quickly make equipment to lock the space channel according to the information in the data, and a civilized race will come to rescue." Really looking for death, if the biological extinction weapon can't be moved now, I think I will destroy the human civilization. It's okay not to use biological extinction weapons. Once these devices are made, we will directly attack the opponent's small universe. A large group of leaders of civilized races said angrily that they had finally trapped the black-clad men, and now the Earth Federation wanted to rescue them, which was to force them to death. So after receiving the information from the Kaku civilization, they were extremely angry, and wanted to destroy the Earth Federation right away. At the same time, The 23 civilized races in the 12 galaxies around the Earth Federation also received the information from the Kaku civilization. In the information, the Kaku civilization gave a lot of benefits, but also threatening words. There is only one meaning, that is to destroy the Earth Federation. Can they refuse such a thing? Of course not. Do they have any reason to refuse? No. This matter itself is good for them. If it weren't for the fact that the Earth Federation left a deep impression on them in the early stage, they would have attacked the Earth Federation long ago. Now that they have the support of advanced civilizations, these civilized races don't have to worry about being retaliated by the Earth Federation in the future. At the same time, they can get benefits. Who would not agree? So after some preparation, the 23 civilizations in these 12 galaxies began to send out troops. However, these galaxies are still far away from the Earth Federation. Without the help of space channels, it will take a long time for the fleets of these civilizations to reach the Earth Federation. In the blink of an eye, 10 years have passed, and the space channel of the Earth Federation is about to be opened. Chapter 528. In the Earth Federation Command Hall, Xiang Qian and his companions looked at the red arrows on the big screen, which show the fleets of the 12 surrounding galaxies. When will these fleets reach the galaxies we occupy at the earliest? Xiang Qian said. The fleet of the galaxy closest to us will reach it in 1,500 years. Shinkong said. Keep monitoring, don't worry about it for now. Are there any changes in the situation inside the biological extinction weapon? Xiang Qian stopped paying attention to this matter after hearing the time of 1500. The other party has added a lot of equipment, and the void barrier equipment has re-enclosed the entire range of the biological extinction weapon. Xiang Qian and his friends frowned as they looked at the situation displayed on the big screen. Although they had expected such a situation to happen, the actual difficulty of rescue was still higher than they had considered. The location where the space channel was opened was about 70 light-years below the biological extinction weapon. It was not that the Earth Federation did not want to get closer, but opening the space channel to here was already the limit of the Earth Federation. Unless we wait a few thousand years, until there is a new breakthrough in the microcosmic technology, then it is possible to open the space channel directly at the location where the man in black disappeared. Now, the distance is 70 light-years, and it is not so easy to break through the distance, when we cannot use superluminal navigation and face countless warships of the other side. What are the new equipment inside the biological extinction weapon used for? Has the Academy of Sciences studied it? Xiang Qian said, magnifying the scene. The Academy of Sciences speculates that it is used to protect biological extinction weapons, or to charge biological extinction weapons. The specific use is unknown. This speculation can only be said to be the highest probability, but it does not rule out that these devices have other uses. This is nonsense. What else can Xiang Qian say except speechless about the explanation of the Academy of Sciences? However, if there is no data support, the Academy of Sciences is not an Academy of Sciences, but a seminary. By the way, ask some staff departments, are they still formulating the plan to attack the flagship of the civilized race? Xiang Qian suddenly thought of something and asked. Okay, boss. The general staff has cancelled the plan. That's good. Xiang Qian nodded. Even if it wasn't cancelled, he would have asked them to cancel it. After all, the Earth Federation will face the siege of 12 star systems next. Although they are not afraid, they can't withdraw too many troops. And according to analysis, the probability of the Earth Federation successfully besieging the flagships of those civilized races is less than 10%, and the possibility of success is too low. Then Xiang Qian asked some other questions, and Shinkong's answers also satisfied him. In general, the plans of the Earth Federation were proceeding in an orderly manner, and nothing was holding them back. Time passed slowly in such a dull manner, and 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the space channel of the Earth Federation was about to be opened, and it seemed that there was no change inside the life-annihilating weapon. This made Xiang Qian and his friends feel a little incredible. Even if they, the civilized races, could not find it, then the 6th-level peak civilization would always be able to find it. As a result, the warships have not changed at all, as if the opening of the space channel has nothing to do with them. For this abnormal situation, the think tank gave the answer that the other party is afraid of alerting the enemy. They must be plotting something, and are very afraid that our Earth Federation will not open the space channel. But at this time, even if the Earth Federation does not want to open the space channel, it is already over if it wants to open a space channel in other places. So even if the other party has any conspiracy, we can only deal with it as it happens. The space channel is about to open, the countdown begins. The space channel is open. A huge space gate slowly appeared within the range covered by the biological extinction weapon. But after this huge space gate was formed, it flashed rapidly, and then shrank rapidly, and finally the entire space shrank to 1/10 of the diameter when it was opened, and then it stabilized. Shinkong, what's going on? Xiang Qian and the others heard the alarm, and then saw the space gate shrinking rapidly. Boss, the power of the three-dimensional space at the exit of the space channel is very strong. We cannot maintain the huge space gate with our power, so we can only reduce the diameter of the space gate to prevent the destruction of the space gate, Shinkong explained. Xiang Qian's heart sank again after hearing this. In this way, their delivery capacity will be reduced tenfold, but the impact will be more than tenfold. Xiang Qian is not optimistic about whether the new warships produced by the Silver Wing civilization of the Earth Federation can be stronger than the other side. After all, there is a real level 6 peak civilization behind those civilized races. Especially the weapons on those warships are definitely much stronger than those equipped by the Earth Federation warships. So when designating the plan, the Earth Federation thought about it, not competing with the opponent in terms of attack power, but preparing to use numbers. After all, the attack of the men in black is invincible, so the opponent's warships focus on attack power, but not necessarily defense. As long as the Earth Federation's warships can blow up the shields of the opponent's warships, and cause damage to the opponent's warships, then the Earth Federation's rescue plan can be carried out smoothly. But all this is based on the launch capability of the space channel. Now the diameter of the space channel has been reduced by 10 times. The Earth Federation cannot launch hundreds of thousands of warships instantly as planned. This has a huge impact on the Earth Federation. Ignore these, and send the warships out immediately to find the nearest enemy warships to engage in battle, and obtain the data of the enemy warships. Xiang Qian thought for a while, and said immediately, now is not the time to worry about the size of the space channel, but to obtain the data of the enemy warships first. If the Earth Federation warships can break the defense of the enemy warships, then we can talk about the rescue issue later. If we can't break the defense of the other warship, then there's nothing to say. When the Earth Federation occupied the space gate, inside the virtual world, the patriarchs of thousands of civilized races were excitedly watching the progress bar on the big screen. This progress bar is the progress bar of the space channel locking device. Once the progress bar reaches 100%, at that time, even if the Earth Federation wants to forcibly destroy this space channel, it will be a difficult thing. Even if it is forcibly destroyed, both sides will suffer. Moreover, this device can determine the coordinates of the small universe by locking the space channel, and then open the space channel between the large universe. What will happen at that time, needless to say? Chapter 529. The space channel has been locked, the microcosm coordinates have been analyzed, and the space channel reinforcement has begun. As the space channel was locked, hundreds of thousands of prismatic devices began to move towards the space gate, and around these prismatic devices was a huge fleet. At this time, the warships of both sides had already started exchanging fire not far from the space gate. Whether the warships of the Earth Federation had activated their maximum defense or not, they would be killed in one shot after facing the attack of the enemy warships. In other words, the warships of the Earth Federation were completely unable to stop the opponent's attack, and it didn't matter whether they opened defense or not. The opponent's warships could not absolutely defend against the attacks of the Earth Federation warships. Although a few attacks were fine, they would be blown up if they were attacked too many times. After seeing this situation, Xiang Qian and his men finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the defense of the opponent's warships was not as strong as the attack, otherwise there would be no need to continue the rescue operation. Although according to the current war damage ratio, it is not an easy task for the Earth Federation to wear out the opponent's fleet, but there is hope at least. Zoom in on the equipment in the other fleet, Xiang Qian said to the starry sky. Instantly, the three-dimensional images of the equipment were displayed on the big screen, along with some external analytical data of the equipment. However, these analytical data alone cannot prove anything and are of no use. Let the Academy of Sciences study and predict the use of these equipment, and let them quickly develop the technology to expand the space gate. Okay, boss. Now the Earth Federation is not afraid of the other side destroying the space channel, because at this time the Earth Federation has mastered the decomposition space channel technology. Even if the outer space gate is destroyed, the entire space channel will not be completely destroyed, and only the part connected to the large universe will be disconnected. More than 90% of the entire space channel is intact. As long as the space channel is opened again, and the space gate is opened, it will not cause much impact on the space channel at all. Under the influence of the void barrier equipment, the speed of the fleets of both sides can be said to be slow. After 5 months of delay, the fleets of both sides can be regarded as a real exchange of fire. However, in such a situation, the warships of the Earth Federation are at a disadvantage. They are useless if they cannot form a scale. If they are sent over bit by bit, it will become a tactic of adding fuel. So after seeing this situation, the General Staff immediately ordered to stop the attack and began to pile up warships around the space gate, preparing to fight a positional war in space. In this way, when the opponent's fleet reached the front of the space gate, the Earth Federation had already piled up a lot of warships, relying on a steady supply of warships to fight a war of attrition. Time passed slowly in such a war, and 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, the Earth Federation still did not leave the space gate, because it could not rush out at all, and the opponent was unwilling to play a game of attrition with the Earth Federation and began to retreat. But the enemy fleet still held the space, and did not let the Earth Federation fleet leave. Every time the Earth Federation charged, it was blocked, and not a single one succeeded. Although Xiang Qian considered letting Vacadia use the true prophecy to destroy the enemy fleet and biological extinction weapons, the cost of doing so was too high. Even the Earth Federation could not afford it. So it would never be used until the last moment. The Earth Federation can now withstand the consumption, but those civilized races do not want to play like this. So they have sent the warships on the second blockade line to destroy the Earth Federation fleet around the space gate, and then counterattack the Earth Federation's small universe. These civilized races have been looking forward to the 10 galaxies occupied by the Earth Federation for a long time. And today is exactly when the warships of the second blockade line arrive at the attack position. The weapons on these warships are all real weapons of the late 6th level civilization, used to deal with the Earth Federation fleet, directly beyond visual range, and the Earth Federation fleet cannot reach it even if it wants to fight back. Attack! As the fleet on the second blockade launched an attack, it directly crossed several light years, and struck beyond visual range, which stunned the Earth Federation fleet. If you want to fight back, you can't reach it. If you don't fight back, you will die. In the command center of the Earth Federation, Xiang Qian and his friends all looked at the big screen with dark faces. They had no way to deal with this kind of technical crushing. A month later, the fleet deployed by the Earth Federation around the space gate was basically destroyed. At this time, the enemy's large forces surrounding the space gate began to besiege the space. As long as the Earth Federation fleet left the space channel, it would be directly blown up. Faced with such a situation, Xiang Qian was ready to disconnect the space channel and reopen the space channel in another place. But at this time, the enemy's fleet came to the space gate with the equipment protected, and then began to set up the equipment. Disconnect the space channel from the universe. Xiang Qian immediately gave orders after seeing the other party's actions. Although he didn't know what the other party's equipment was for, it was definitely not a good thing, and would definitely not benefit the Earth Federation. So before the other party's equipment was set up, Xiang Qian directly ordered to disconnect the space channel. Okay, boss. After the space channel connecting the space channel with the universe was disconnected, the space gate slowly disappeared. However, in this situation, the other party did not take any action and continued to set up the equipment step by step, without being affected at all. Half a month later, the other party's equipment was finally set up, and then something happened that stunned Xiang Qian and his team. At the location where the Earth Federation space gate was originally opened, another space gate was opened. At the same time, around that space gate, there were 6 space channels extending towards the Earth Federation. On the monitoring screen of the Earth Federation, it can be clearly seen that the 6 space channels are rapidly extending towards the Earth Federation. At the same time, the space channel that was previously broken by the Earth Federation is also being slowly restored by the other party, and connected to the Earth Federation space channel. At this time, even if Xiang Qian and his men were stupid, they knew that the other party wanted to counterattack the Earth Federation microcosm, otherwise they would open the space channel. Let the staff and think tank immediately evaluate whether we can defend if the other party opens the space channel, what is the threat index of the other party after entering the microcosm, and how to defend. Xiang Qian said to the starry sky. Okay, boss. After a while, Xiang Qian turned to Kaya and said, let Vacadia prepare. Yes, I know. Kaya nodded. Chapter 530. In less than 3 days, the opponent's space channel has been connected to the Earth Federation space channel. At the same time, the other 6 space channels are also closely connected to the Earth Federation space channel, and quickly extend to the Earth Federation's microcosm. When the opponent's space channel is connected to the Earth Federation space channel, the opponent's fleet rushes into the space channel and fights with the Earth Federation's fleet left in the space channel. However, in this special environment of the space channel, the Earth Federation's fleet cannot stop the opponent's fleet from charging. The main reason is that the attack power of the enemy warships is much stronger than that of the Earth Federation. Without the advantage in numbers, it is impossible to stop the enemy's charge. Use high-powered space weapons to test the upper limit of the space channel's endurance. In the virtual world, a group of civilized race leaders issued orders. They watched their fleets break through the Earth Federation's fleets deployed in the space channel with overwhelming force, and began to imagine when they could occupy the Earth Federation's small universe. With the use of powerful space weapons, the speed of the Earth Federation fleet's defeat accelerated again. The space channel endurance test is complete, and it has completely reached the theoretical data of the space channel locking device. The intelligent brain in the virtual world gave the test results, and the patriarchs of those civilized races were excited. The reason why the microcosm is difficult to be destroyed is because of the instability of the space channel. Once the space channel is destroyed, no matter how powerful the weapon is, it will disappear with the destruction of the space channel. Therefore, once the civilization race in the microcosm is determined to destroy the space channel, no one can break through the microcosm. But now there is a device that locks the space channel, there is no such problem at all. Although the opponent can destroy the microcosm, it cannot destroy the entire space channel, and the microcosm will also be damaged when destroying the space channel. In this way, the rogue tactics of blocking the attack by destroying the space channel are eliminated, and the microcosm is no longer an impenetrable fortress. Boss, the other party used powerful space weapons in the space channel, but it did not exceed the upper limit of the space channel's bearing capacity. The current upper limit of the space channel's bearing capacity has exceeded the theoretical maximum value by 800 times. Shinkong said. Has the Academy of Sciences analyzed the reason? Xiang Qian asked. It has not been analyzed yet, but the Academy of Sciences speculates that it is related to the other party's equipment. The bearing capacity of the space channel is related to the crystal wall of the channel, and the 6 space channels that the other party is opening are tightly attached to the crystal wall of our space channel. So the Academy of Sciences preliminary analysis is directly related to this. Let the Academy of Sciences continue to analyze and study ways to crack it, and at the same time mobilize the fleet to set up defenses at the entrance of the space channel. Xiang Qian frowned and said, Okay, boss. Time passed bit by bit, and the warships in the space channel continued, but the Earth Federation fleet could no longer stop the opponent's attack. Now it was only a matter of time before the enemy broke through the defense of the space channel and entered the Earth Federation's microcosm. Let me go, Retro said. No, you can't reveal your ability now. Xiang Qian shook his head. They will soon attack the microcosm, Reglo said anxiously. So what if they come in? That doesn't mean they can make trouble in our microcosm. Don't worry, Green Star is ready. Let Green Star Civilization play first, and then let you play, Xiang Qian said with a smile. Okay. Reglos nodded helplessly. While Xiang Qian was talking to Reglos, the Civilization Guardian tree in the center of the Earth Federation continent began to move. The huge Civilization Guardian tree slowly rose, with a large piece of land in the center of the Earth Federation continent. This was the result of the Civilization Guardian tree retracting 90% of its roots. If those roots were not retracted, when the Civilization Guardian tree moved, the entire Earth Federation continent would move with it. When the Civilization Guardian tree came to the entrance of the space channel, the entire space gate became insignificant in comparison. Boss, Green Sun said they are ready. Shinkong said to Xiang Qian. Well, notify the Ming Empire to start the space blockade and reinforce the space guarded by the Green Star Civilization. Xiang Qian nodded and said, Okay, boss. Next, let's watch the show. Before the General Staff and the think tank figure out how to counterattack, we can only watch the performance of the Green Star Civilization. Xiang Qian said to the other people. Except for Lugason and Queen Mingwei, the rest of them were watching the big screen. Originally Xiang Qian wanted Vicadia to take action, but was rejected by the think tank. Because Vicadia had to retain its power to destroy life extinction weapons, it could not take action now. So after comprehensive consideration, Xiang Qian let the Green Star Civilization take action. At the same time, he also wanted to see how powerful the 5th level Peak Pure Defense Auxiliary Civilization was. Soon, the big screen showed that the enemy's warships had entered the last section of the space channel, and were about to rush out of the space channel. In the virtual world, a large group of clan leaders of civilized races were also excitedly watching the big screen. They also knew that they were about to attack the small universe of the Earth Federation. The Earth Federation must have set up defenses at the space gate. With only one space channel, our warships don't have much advantage. However, When the other 6 channels are connected to the opponent's microcosm, it will be the time for them to be destroyed. Now let's take a look at the situation inside their microcosm, and when other space channels are opened, we will annihilate them in one fell swoop. The patriarch of a civilized race said. Even if they are prepared, what can they do? Can they stop our warships from self-destructing? Even if we cannot capture the microcosm now, we must do our best to consume the manpower of their microcosm. Yes, our warships carry a lot of space weapons of mass destruction, which are enough to harm the microcosm. Okay, look, the first warship will enter the microcosm soon. A large group of leaders of civilized races stopped talking and turned their heads to the big screen, waiting for the first warship to enter the microcosm of the Earth Federation. At this time, Green Jerson stood at the door of the cabin at the top of the Civilization Guardian tree, looking at the fist-sized space door not far away, and slowly said, "Turn on the Civilization Guardian mode, and start the extreme rejection field." "Yes, Patriarch." The intelligent brain nodded and disappeared in an instant. The branches and extremely lush leaves of the Civilization Guardian tree began to emit endless light. This light was gentle, and did not affect any equipment in the microcosm. At the same time, there was no particularly earth-shattering reaction. These lights shined on the void of the universe like sunlight, providing civilization to the planet, but without destructive power. Soon, the light of the Civilization Guardian tree formed an aperture, covering the space gate, and then stopped expanding. The next second, an enemy warship rushed out of the space gate and entered the microcosm of the Earth Federation, and also fell into the domain of the Civilization Guardian tree. Chapter 531. What is this? What a big tree! A group of civilized race leaders said in surprise, when they saw the scene displayed on the big screen. This should be the Civilization Guardian tree, but I don't know how long this Civilization Guardian tree has grown to its peak. A biological civilization leader said. The Civilization Guardian tree. That biological civilization with no attack ability, only defense ability, is a stupid auxiliary development direction. A group of civilized race leaders exclaimed. Yes, I didn't expect that they actually have such a subsidiary race. The patriarch of the biological civilization said with emotion. Subsidiary race. How is it possible? There are few auxiliary civilizations in the universe. No civilized race will choose a purely auxiliary development direction when breaking through the 4th level civilization, because that is equivalent to betting the future of the entire civilized race on the main civilization. Once the main civilization perishes, or something goes wrong, such a purely auxiliary civilization will basically have no good end. So even though there are so many civilizations in the Virgo galaxy cluster, there is not a single pure auxiliary civilization. Maybe before the civilization contract was changed, there were some powerful civilization alliances with pure auxiliary civilizations, but after that, none of them survived. Civilizations like them all left the main civilization after the civilization contract was changed. The truly powerful civilizations, the civilizations that were in a dominant position before, have all died on the way. The Earth Federation is obviously a dominant civilization, but it can retain its subordinate races. This is what surprised them the most. The subordinate races of the Earth Federation did not rebel. No matter what subordinate races they are, or what purely defensive auxiliary civilizations, they will all perish anyway. Let the warships launch an attack and destroy the Civilization Guardian tree. The patriarchs of these unbalanced civilizations shouted immediately. After receiving the order, the warships that rushed into the Earth Federation's microcosm immediately launched an attack, and it was a space weapon attack with the greatest power. But then an amazing scene appeared. When the warship gathered enough power and began to stir the space, the power to stir the space suddenly dissipated. It should not be said to dissipate, but disappear. The power of the warship just poured into the space, ready to stir the space according to the rules, and make the space burst out with powerful power. The power that poured into the space disappeared in an instant, just like a drop of water falling into the sea, and then the sea was still the sea, and it was impossible to be affected by that drop of water. What's going on? Is there something wrong with the weapon system? Why not attack? There is no problem with the weapon system. The system shows that everything is normal. The leaders of a group of civilized races were stunned, not knowing what was going on. Although they all thought that it was the Civilization Guardian tree that was causing trouble, they could still see that the Civilization Guardian tree did not make any movements just now. And just before the battleship attacked, there was indeed a spatial fluctuation in the space in front of the battleship, but it disappeared in an instant. Let all the warships attack together. Soon, the warships that entered the Earth Federation's microcosm gathered together and attacked at the same time. This time, the momentum was relatively large, and the space in front of the warships showed obvious ripples, which was a situation that only occurred when the space was distorted. But after a while, the distorted space in front of the warship slowly returned to calm, and at this time, the warship's attack had been completed, but it seemed to have no effect at all. What is going on? Why did this happen? Did the warship's monitoring system find any abnormalities in the microcosm? Collecting data. As a result, before the data was collected, the warships that entered the Earth Federation's microcosm were destroyed, which made them extremely depressed. No matter how many warships entered the microcosm, no matter what type of weapons these warships used, they would be ineffective instantly after the weapons were launched, and there would be no other results. How did the Green Star civilization do this? This is too powerful. De Long looked at the strange situation on the big screen and said in surprise, "Let Lu Sun explain it." "Shinkong, contact Lu Sun," Xiang Qian said with a smile. "Okay, boss." Soon, Lu Sun's virtual image appeared on his seat, and his eyes were smiling at this time. "Tell me, what is going on with such a strange situation?" Xiang Qian said to Lu Sun, and the others also listened attentively. In fact, everyone knows this technology, that is, the biological energy absorption system. However, the biological energy absorption system deployed in several surrounding galaxies is definitely not comparable to the Civilization Guardian Tree itself. Within the range covered by the Civilization Guardian Tree, any burst of energy will be absorbed by the Civilization Guardian Tree and converted into our direct energy. As long as the energy level output by the opponent in an instant does not exceed the absorption limit of the Civilization Guardian Tree, then any attack will not have any effect. Just now, their warships used space weapons. When their warships used energy to stir the space, the energy had already been absorbed by the Civilization Guardian Tree, so the weird situation just now occurred. Green said with a smile, looking in a good mood. "What about kinetic weapons? Can't they be absorbed?" Fel asked in shock. He didn't expect that the Green Star civilization, which has always been very low-key in the Earth Federation, is so powerful. Of course, kinetic weapons won't work, but with the defense of the civilization's Guardian Tree, as long as the neutron star doesn't hit at the speed of light, we can defend against it. Green said confidently. Impossible, the neutron star moves at the speed of light, and the energy it drives can't be defended at all. Sephiroth was also surprised. I didn't say that the neutron star hit us directly at the speed of light. Can we just wait for the collision and not slow down? As long as it does not exceed 90% of the speed of light, the Civilization Guardian Tree can directly resist it. If it exceeds 90% of the speed of light, it needs to cooperate with other means to reduce the speed to below 90%. After listening to Greenson's explanation, Xiang Qian and the others had only one thought in their minds, that is, powerful. Although the Civilization Guardian Tree has no means of attack at all, it is not easy for any civilized race to attack it with this reaction. At the same time, the Earth Federation had the defense of the Civilization Guardian Tree, and the safety of the small universe was also improved by several levels. When Xiang Qian and his friends happily watched countless warships rushing into the small universe on the big screen, but they could not launch any attacks, and could only serve as targets for the Earth Federation fleet. The patriarchs of a group of civilized races in the virtual world issued a new order, which was to use space collapse weapons to destroy the small universe. However, after several warships entered the Earth Federation's small universe and detonated the space collapse weapons, no matching effect occurred. Chapter 532. Faced with the powerful Civilization Guardian Tree, the clan leaders of thousands of civilizations had no way to deal with it. Except for being able to transport the biological extinction weapon to the Earth Federation's microcosm, they had used all other means, but they were completely ineffective. So even if they occupied the space channel, it was useless, and sending more warships in would be a death sentence. But even though they knew it was a death sentence, they had to send it, otherwise the Earth Federation would send a fleet to attack the biological extinction weapon, and they would lose more at that time. At this time, Xiang Qian and his team had no good way to rescue the man in black. Now that the space channel was occupied by the other side, if the Earth Federation wanted to counterattack, it had to let Regtros take action. But as long as Regtros took action, the biological extinction weapon must be destroyed in one fell swoop, otherwise once it was exposed, it would be impossible to succeed in the assault. So before it was fully prepared, the Earth Federation could not act rashly. In this way, the two sides were deadlocked, and no one made any big moves. As time passed, the 6 space channels were also opened, but the situation remained the same, without any change, and both sides were waiting. Time passed bit by bit, and in the blink of an eye, more than 1,400 years had passed, And this time was also the most dangerous time for the Earth Federation. Because the fleets of 23 civilized races in 12 galaxies around the Earth Federation had arrived at the 9 galaxies around the Earth Federation and launched a fierce attack on the 9 galaxies. Originally, Xiang Qian and his team did not take these civilized races to heart at all. After all, the layout of the Earth Federation was completely set up to deal with more civilized races. Just relying on these 23 civilized races, they will definitely not pose any threat to the Earth Federation. But unfortunately, Xiang Qian and his team guessed the beginning but not the end, because these civilized races are not here to grab territory, but to destroy the Earth Federation. In other words, they don't care whether the 9 galaxies are intact, nor do they care about what benefits they can get after this battle. Under the control of the Kaku civilization, these 23 civilized races are here to destroy the Earth Federation, and they don't need the 10 galaxies occupied by the Earth Federation. Therefore, at the beginning of the war, the Earth Federation was in an awkward situation. The 23 civilized races did not take the usual path at all, and directly used high-powered attack weapons, destroying one star system after another, like biting an apple, biting the entire galaxy. If the opponent's progress is followed, at most 15,000 years, all the galaxies occupied by the Earth Federation will fall, including the M87 galaxy. In the meeting room of the Earth Federation, a large group of people were discussing countermeasures fiercely. Xiang Qian listened to one plan after another, but none of them met his standards. Just as he was upset, Queen Minghua said to him, "Has the plan to rescue the man in black not been formulated yet?" "No, the plan on how to break through the space channel and the opponent's blockade around the biological extinction weapon has been formulated, but there is a fatal problem here, that is, the opponent's warship is too strong. Regtros was able to break through 2 blockades, but in the void barrier area, he could not escape after destroying the biological extinction weapon. Even if the man in black appeared immediately and rushed to rescue him, it would be too late. If Regtros was allowed to destroy the void barrier device first, he would have to cooperate with Vicadia's true prophecy. Otherwise, if a component of the void barrier device is destroyed, it is unknown what impact it will have on the void barrier area. In order to ensure that everything is foolproof, Vicadia can only cooperate. Although the void barrier area is destroyed in this way, the man in black cannot be rescued. Therefore, the void barrier device and the biological extinction weapon do not need to be destroyed at the same time to safely rescue the man in black. But now? Alas, Xiang Qian said, shaking his head. After all, it is easy for the Earth Federation to achieve any of these 2 points, but it is extremely difficult to destroy the other party's 2 devices at the same time. And this is because Xiang Qian did not consider the assistance of the Kaku civilization. If the Kaku civilization suddenly supported a bunch of weapons of the 6th level peak civilization when rescuing the black-clothed man, the rescue team sent by the Earth Federation would be left there, and none of them would come back. This is also the reason why Xiang Qian was unwilling to expose Reglos even though the enemy's fleet had reached the interior of the microcosm. No matter how powerful the civilization guardian tree of the Green Star civilization is, it will not arouse the other party's vigilance. After all, the civilization guardian tree can only be used for defense. But when Reglos appears, it is definitely a sharp knife, and it is difficult to keep a low profile. If that's the case, I have an idea. Do you think it will work? Queen Minghua thought for a while and said, "Well, you say?" Xiang Qian nodded and said seriously, "It's like this. Although you have let Xingyu follow Vicadia to prepare for the future deception of the rules of the universe for more than 10,000 years, you have forgotten the role Xingyu can play in this matter." Queen Minghua saw Xiang Qian frowning when she mentioned Xingyu. In fact, compared to the man in black, Xiang Qian cares more about the Earth Federation. Of course, this is nonsense. But no matter what, even when the General Staff and the think tank were formulating the rescue plan, they did not take into account Xingyu, the special evolver of the Minghu Empire, the future hope of the Earth Federation. After all, if the man in black died, the Earth Federation would only lose a little profit, but if Xingyu died, the entire Earth Federation would be doomed. Therefore, Xiang Qian would not let Xingyu participate in such a dangerous operation as rescuing the men in black, so Xingyu was not included in the plan. Don't worry, I know what you are thinking. Although Xingyu is safe in the microcosm, participating in the rescue of the men in black does not mean that there will be danger. As long as we plan the opportunity and think about how to deal with various crises, and add Vicadia as the last insurance, there is actually not much danger, Queen Minghua said. After listening to Queen Minghua's words, Xiang Qian did not rush to answer, but sat there quietly thinking about the pros and cons of Xingyu's participation in the rescue. In fact, As long as Xingyu participates in the rescue, rescuing the men in black will be as easy as playing. Many things that the Earth Federation cannot do now are a piece of cake for Xingyu. So if Xingyu participates in the rescue, this matter will become very simple. However, the biggest obstacle to rescuing the men in black is not the difficulties that can be seen in front of us, but the Kaku civilization that has been hiding behind the scenes, and it is possible that there will be a more advanced civilization race. With so many variables, Xiang Qian did not dare to let Xingyu participate in this rescue operation easily. After all, Xingyu carries the hope of the Earth Federation. Once Xingyu has problems, the Earth Federation will be finished. Boss, Xingyu requests to talk to you. While Xiang Qian was thinking, Xingkong's prompt sound came. Xiang Qian glanced at Queen Mingwei, and then said to Xingkong, "Open the communication." Chapter 533. Xingyu, has the effect of using special abilities with Vicadia met the requirements? Xiang Qian asked seriously without waiting for Xingyu to speak. It hasn't met the requirements yet, but it has achieved 2/3 of the training effect. Xingyu was stunned and said, "If you haven't reached the goal, then why do you still want to participate in the plan to rescue the man in black? Don't you know that if you can't complete the requirements, the entire Earth Federation will face destruction?" Xiang Qian continued to speak seriously. "I know, that's why I have to rescue the man in black. With his cooperation, I can achieve the goal of deceiving the rules of the universe faster." Xingyu also said seriously, "What if you die?" "I can't die. There is actually no danger in rescuing the man in black." Xiang Qian finally smiled after listening, and then said with a smile, "If you have confidence, tell me your plan. If your plan has any possibility of putting you in danger, then don't think about participating in the plan. You only have one chance. Now tell me." Xingyu did not speak directly after listening, but thought for a while, rethinking the loopholes in his plan, and after finding no problem, he slowly spoke. "My plan is this: I will cooperate with Reglos to open up the space channel, and with my cooperation, the enemy will not be able to find that the space channel has been occupied by us, so it will not arouse their vigilance. After the space channel is occupied, a large number of space collapse weapons will be sent into the range covered by the biological extinction weapon, and then Vicadia will detonate these space collapse weapons to completely destroy the void barrier device. Under the huge force of space, no matter how powerful the void barrier device is, it will be destroyed by the space force that exceeds the limit. Without the limitation of the void barrier device, I can quickly bring Reglos into the vicinity of the life extinction weapon and destroy it. I don't want to say more about the rest. I only have one question, which is how you enter the range of the life extinction weapon. You must know that your essence is also an organic life form, which is within the range of the life extinction weapon." Xiang Qian asked. "It's very simple. It's to deceive the life annihilating weapon, and tell him that I'm not an organic life form," Xingyu said confidently. "Do you have enough ability to make it there?" Xiang Qian asked. "Absolutely," Xingyu said affirmatively. Xiang Qian didn't say anything after listening. He thought for a while, then nodded and said, "Okay, you go back first and wait for orders." "Okay." Xingyu smiled, and his virtual image disappeared after he finished speaking. Queen Mingwei looked at Xiang Qian and said with a smile, "How is it? Is there any problem with Xingyu's participation?" "No problem, I just don't understand why you were so incompatible before, but now you are speaking for him," Xiang Qian said with a gossipy expression. "You know, Xingyu was the leader of the Mingwei Empire's resistance army and kidnapped Queen Mingyue's daughter. Even though Queen Mingwei later joined the Earth Federation, the relationship between the two sides could only be considered to be eased, but not resolved. After all, the society of Queen Mingwei has been like that for tens of thousands of years, and ideology cannot be changed in a short period of time. But today Queen Mingwei came to lobby for Xingyu, which is simply unimaginable." Queen Mingwei rolled her eyes and said unhappily, "The past is the past, and the present is the present. No matter what, he is my son-in-law, and I don't want to see him hidden away for life." Xiang Qian shrugged and said nothing. Xingyu has joined the Earth Federation for so many years, and he has not been activated for various reasons. On the one hand, it was because of Queen Mingyue's face, and on the other hand, it was because he had waited until today. Otherwise, how could a first-generation special evolver not be reused after joining the Earth Federation? Now that the two sides can reconcile, it is the best thing. In this way, Xiang Qian can boldly reuse Xingyu without worrying that Queen Mingwei will feel uncomfortable. Thinking of this, Xiang Qian couldn't help but envy the Mingwei Empire. As a human civilization, the Earth Federation only has one special evolver, and it is an ordinary special evolver. As for the Mingwei Empire, there is one first-generation special evolver, and 2 ordinary special evolvers. But now everyone is a member of the Earth Federation, so there is nothing to envy. Let's go, call everyone to a meeting to discuss. If there are no problems, prepare to implement this plan. Xiang Qian was ready to continue gossiping, and stood up and said to Queen Mingwe. Queen Mingwe stood up and left with Xiang Qian, but her mind recalled the scene of her daughter bringing Xingyu home that day, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. In the blink of an eye, 100 years have passed. On this day, in the Earth Federation microcosm, led by Regtros, 10 million warships slowly flew towards the space channel. Xingyu stood on Regtros' body and released his special ability. Then this fleet passed by the warships that invaded the Earth Federation and entered the space channel. And those enemy warships continued to rush towards the Civilization Guardian Tree, as if they had not discovered this fleet. Now we can only wait for news from Regtros and Xingyu. Since signal transmission will expose their location, we cannot communicate with them before the plan is completed, nor can we observe the fleet shielded by Xingyu. We can only wait for their victorious return. Xiang Qian looked at the fleet entering the space channel and said slowly, "If everything goes well, the plan will be completed in 600 years. If something goes wrong, it's hard to say." Vacadia said, "I hope everything goes well." Queen Mingwe sighed and said, "In the virtual world, a group of clan leaders of civilized races sighed while looking at the big screen. It has been more than 200 years since they invaded the Earth Federation's microcosm, but until now, they still have no way to deal with the Civilization Guardian Tree. Has our request still not been approved?" The chief of a civilized race entered the virtual world and asked the other chiefs. "No, our main task is not to deal with the Earth Federation, so our application for the microcosmic destruction weapon was not approved," the chief of another civilized race said. "Alas, it seems that we don't have to think about destroying the Earth Federation." While they were discussing the Earth Federation, they didn't know that an unobservable fleet had passed through the blockade of the fleet around the space gate and began to deploy space collapse weapons within the range covered by the life extinction weapon. But all this was not detected by any equipment. Chapter 534. Finally, the arrangement is completed. I am so tired. It is not fun at all. I should have left part of my consciousness in the Earth Federation so that I can enter the virtual network. Regtros complained. Okay, let's go back to the space channel. It depends on Vacadia next. When the plan is completed, we can go back and have a good rest, Xingyu said with a smile. After 500 years of getting along, Xingyu has understood the temperament of Regtros. Rather than saying that Regtros is the only unreliable member of the Earth Federation Civilization Committee, it is better to say that he does not take the identity of this member seriously at all. Well, I will play in the virtual network for 100,000 years. After listening to Xingyu's words, Reglos said happily. As Reglos said, his body began to fly quickly towards the space channel. However, under the influence of the void barrier device, Reglos could not travel at super light speed at all, and could only return to the space channel slowly. If there were no void barrier devices, it would not take so long to deploy these space collapse weapons. At this time, in the command hall of the Earth Federation, countless monitoring equipment was observing the coverage of the life-annihilating weapon in real time. Even if there was a slight fluctuation, the Earth Federation could detect it at the first time. Shinkong, no news yet? Xiang Qian asked. No discovery, Shinkong replied. Xiang Qian sighed. 500 years had passed. According to the plan, Reglos and Xingyu should have finished deploying the space collapse weapon and returned to the space channel. But in fact, up to now, the Earth Federation has not received any news. What is the result of Vacadia's prophecy? Xiang Qian asked. No problem, Reglos and Xingyu are not in any danger. Then wait, tell me as soon as there is news. Okay, boss. In the blink of an eye, another 50 years have passed. On this day, the monitoring equipment of the Earth Federation finally received the signal of the space collapse weapon. Notify Vacadia and detonate the space collapse weapon as planned immediately, Xiang Qian said immediately after receiving the news from Shinkong. Okay, boss. After receiving the news, Vacadia immediately used the true prophecy to detonate these space collapse weapons, and at the same time guided the power generated by these space collapse weapons to break the limit of the void barrier equipment. Within the range covered by the biological extinction weapon, more than 1 billion space collapse weapons were detonated at the same time. The space force that was instantly triggered directly formed space turbulence, but after these space turbulences were formed, they were like water trapped in a cup, unable to spread to the surrounding universe void. At this time, huge space distortion ripples have been generated around the void barrier devices, which is a manifestation of the equipment's operation reaching its limit. But then the space turbulence did not disappear slowly as it would normally, but under Vacadia's control, it concentrated all its strength to rush to a weak point in space. Boom, 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 the invisible impact spread in the void of the universe, and the huge space turbulence was like a tsunami, hitting the three-dimensional universe reinforced by the void barrier devices again and again. Crack. Finally, after dozens of impacts, a piece of cosmic void was shattered, and the space energy was added to the space turbulence, rushing towards the next weak point of space again. At this time, a few sparks burst out from the void barrier device, and the space fluctuations around it also became chaotic. When the space turbulence controlled by Vacadia broke through one piece of cosmic void after another, and the space turbulence expanded 5 times, the stability of the universe returned to normal again. At this time, Vacadia knew that the void barrier device had collapsed due to overload operation, and the void barrier area had completely returned to normal. However, at this time, the space channel had also lost its connection with the universe, because the space channel locking device was destroyed in the space turbulence, and the space channel generated by the space channel locking device had collapsed. Therefore, to connect to the universe again, the Earth Federation needs to open up the space channel again. I will never do such boring things again. These 500 years have been so frustrating for me. Retros complained to Xiang Qian and others inside the space channel of the Earth Federation. We know. When you come back, we will give you a long vacation of 130,000 years, so that you can have fun, Xiang Qian said with a smile. Really, that's good. Retros was overjoyed to hear about the 130,000-year vacation. After comforting Retros, Xiang Qian and others looked at the big screen and waited for the space turbulence to subside. Then it would be time to reopen the space channel. After destroying the void barrier equipment, we must destroy the space extinction weapon as quickly as possible, otherwise, when the support of the Kakuo civilization arrives, something might happen. As for Xingyu, after reporting all the details of this incident to Xiang Qian and the others, he went to chat with the 5th princess. Xiang Qian and the others didn't have any thoughts on this. After all, they had separated for 500 years, and were about to leave again. It would be too inhumane not to give the couple limited time to chat more. Half an hour later, the external space turbulence calmed down. With the help of Vacadia's true prophecy, the space channel of the Earth Federation was quickly opened, and Retros once again took Xingyu out of the space channel. This time, they were going to destroy the life extinction weapon and get the man in black out of trouble. After destroying the void barrier device, Retros' speed soared. With his control over space and gravity, his speed reached 700 times the speed of light when he was fully deployed. This speed cannot be achieved even by the peak civilization of level 5. Only the powerful civilization in level 6 can achieve such a speed. After the space channel locking device and the void blocking device were destroyed, the leaders of the major civilizations in the virtual world were all panicked. They didn't know how those space collapse weapons appeared, and how they were deployed by the enemy on those space nodes. Their warships and detection equipment had never found those space collapse weapons, as if those weapons appeared in an instant. But that was impossible. The 4-dimensional transmission technology could transmit these space collapse weapons, but under the interference of the void blocking device, the power of the 4-dimensional space could not do this at all. They racked their brains, but couldn't figure out how these space collapse weapons appeared. What they feared most was that since these space collapse weapons could appear around the space gate, they might also appear around the life extinction weapons. If the life extinction weapons were destroyed, they simply couldn't imagine the consequences. So after the space turbulence appeared and destroyed the 2 devices, they immediately reported to the Kaku civilization, which was also their master behind them. In fact, they didn't need to report. The patriarch of the Kaku civilization monitored the range of the life extinction weapons in real time. After the incident, he knew it first, earlier than the patriarchs of those civilized races. But even if he used the most advanced detection equipment of the Kaku civilization, he still couldn't find out how those space collapse weapons appeared. This result also shocked him. You must know that to be able to send space collapse weapons into the range of life extinction weapons under the nose of their Kaku civilization, their technological strength must definitely exceed their Kaku civilization. And to be able to surpass the Kaku civilization in terms of technological level, it must be a level 7 civilization, which means that a level 7 civilization intervened in this matter. Thinking of this, the patriarch of the Kaku civilization was shocked and instantly activated all the defense systems of the Kaku civilization race flagship. At the same time, he scanned the entire Virgo galaxy cluster, but the scan results showed that no suspicious targets were found. Just when the Kaku civilization race was suspicious and considering whether to report to the higher-ups, the requests from those civilization races were passed to his desk. Looking at the requests from the leaders of those civilization races, the leader of the Kaku civilization thought about it and decided not to report the matter to the higher-ups. After all, he was not sure whether the 7th-level civilization had intervened in this matter, so he planned to wait. If the 7th-level civilization had intervened, it would be understandable that he did not do his job well. After all, the gap between the 6th-level civilization and the 7th-level civilization is too big, and even if he wants to stop it, he can't. In this way, the leader of the Kaku civilization agreed to the request of the leaders of those civilized races, and sent more equipment, all of which were the most advanced detection equipment. However, when the equipment was sent to the Virgo galaxy cluster, those civilized races received it, and sent it back to the vicinity of the life-annihilating weapon. Regtros, with Xingyu, had already arrived at the vicinity of the life-annihilating weapon. They arrived at the life-extinction weapon from the space channel, a distance of 200 light-years, and it took them a total of 4 months. When they arrived here, the defense here was still being strengthened, and the fleet in the distance was rushing here. It was unknown when those powerful equipment and weapons would arrive here. So at this time, the defense system around the life-extinction weapon, under the ability of Xingyu, had no area like honeycomb coal, and there were loopholes everywhere. Regtros brought Xingyu to the bottom of the life-extinction weapon, carefully controlled the power of space, and under the shield of Xingyu, placed a powerful bomb in the dead corner under the life-extinction weapon, and then quietly left and rushed to the location where the man in black was trapped. 5 months later, the equipment supported by the Kaku civilization finally arrived around the life-extinction weapon. Under the protection of these equipment, the life-extinction weapon was completely transformed into a huge turtle shell. Even if the space turbulence that blocked the equipment was destroyed, it could not destroy the protective shield outside the life-extinction weapon. However, when the patriarchs of those civilized races and the patriarch of the Kaku civilization thought that the life-extinction weapon was foolproof, the life-extinction weapon turned into a huge firework under their eyes. Chapter 535. Done, we can retreat, Xingyu said to Regtros after watching the life-annihilating weapon explode. Well, I guess those civilized races will go crazy soon. After Regtros finished speaking, he started up instantly and flew towards the space channel. Xingyu and Regtros completed the mission, and the man in black was rescued. But the leader of the Kaku civilization and the major civilized races in the virtual world collapsed. No one expected that the life-annihilating weapon would explode just after the defense equipment was installed. This blow was too great for them to accept for a while. It can be said that at the moment when the life-extinction weapon exploded, the black-clothed man was out of trouble. Even if the Kaku civilization sent another life-extinction weapon at this time, it would be too late. Besides, the Kaku civilization could not produce such a quasi-level 7 weapon immediately. It would take time, and what they lacked now was time. After seeing the explosion of the life-extinction weapon, the black-clothed man in the anti-universe space showed a sigh of relief on his face. This is what it feels like to have an ally. It's true. I was wrong. Holy Light civilization needs allies, and I need allies too. The man in black muttered to himself. The expression on his face gradually changed from the initial sigh, relief and joy to pain, regret and remorse. After a while, the expression on the man in black's face returned to calm again, but his eyes seemed to have more spirit, not as lifeless as before. The next second, the man in black narrowed his eyes, and the space around him emitted water waves, and then disappeared into the anti-universe space. When the man in black returned to the universe with his fleet, he was met with countless attacks that blocked the surrounding cosmic void. But unfortunately, all these attacks were ineffective, and slowly dissipated 10 million kilometers around the man in black. Boss, the man in black sent a message, Shinkong said to Xiang Qian. Connect? Xiang Qian, who was watching the man in black showing his might, said hurriedly. In an instant, the scene on the big screen changed to the man in black's head, and countless warships could be seen in the background, making the scene of the man in black's appearance extremely gorgeous. Thank you, I'm back. The man in black paused for a moment after looking at Xiang Qian and the others before speaking. Welcome back. The space channel is 280 light-years in front of you. Although we haven't cleared out the enemy fleet along the way, I don't think it will affect your journey, Xiang Qian said. Those warships are just some moving garbage. Don't pay attention to them. Was it the first-generation deceiver who destroyed the 2 quasi-level 7 weapons this time? How is his preparation going? Can the plan be carried out as usual? The man in black didn't take the surrounding fleet seriously at all, and directly asked Xiang Qian about the implementation of the plan. It's almost ready, and now I'm waiting for you to come back. It seems that I still need your help, Xiang Qian said helplessly. He wanted to remind the man in black to be careful, but after thinking about it, he didn't say it. Okay, wait until I get back. The man in black hung up the communication after saying that. Xiang Qian watched the man in black disappear, turned his head, and looked at other people, and he also saw helplessness in everyone's eyes. The man in black clearly knew that a level 6 peak civilization was attacking him, and that there was a higher level civilization behind that level 6 peak civilization, but his attitude towards the enemy never changed, and I don't know where he got so much superiority from. If you were a level 8 civilization at its peak, then it would be normal for you to have a sense of superiority, but now you have been beaten like this by the Universe Guardian Alliance, and you have just escaped from being trapped. How come you suddenly become so confident and full of superiority? Is it because it is of course an 8th level civilization? That's too much to say. Xiang Qian doesn't believe it anyway. The man in black controlled the spacecraft to move quickly, and each movement reached a speed of more than 1,000 times the speed of light. Although this would consume a lot of mental energy, it could quickly get rid of the entanglement of the surrounding warships. It's over. It's really over now. Our warships can't catch up, and our weapons don't work. How can we fight this? Do we really have to use the flagship of the civilized race to intercept? The leaders of the major civilizations in the virtual world all looked depressed, as if their father had died. If the plan was followed, the flagships of these civilizations would be the last line of defense, but facing the men in black, would they really dare to go up? Just as they were struggling, the leader of the Kaku civilization made a choice for them. In half an hour, a batch of weapons and equipment would be transported to the side of their civilization flagship, and then they would load these weapons to eliminate the men in black. As for whether it will work, no one knows, not even the leader of the Kaku civilization. Because this is the best method at present. If it fails, we can only wait for the election to end, so the leader of the Kaku civilization issued this order immediately. Looking at the order displayed on the big screen of the virtual world, a group of leaders of civilized races were silent, thinking over and over in their minds whether to do it. For the idea that they can eliminate the black-clothed people by loading those devices, these people no longer have any hope. Time and again, the equipment support fully demonstrated that these weapons that looked very powerful and high-end seemed to have no effect on the men in black, but instead caused heavy losses to them. Previously, they were warships produced on an assembly line, so even if they were all destroyed, they would not feel bad. But now they have to think carefully about letting their civilization race flagships participate in the war. Once the civilization race flagship is destroyed, these civilization races will no longer exist. Therefore, intercepting the men in black is a high-risk, low-return thing. If it were not for the powerful deterrence of the Kaku civilization, these civilization races would have run away long ago. Go away, whoever wants to go can go, anyway, our civilization is not going. Starting today, our civilization will withdraw. The patriarch of a civilized race gritted his teeth and said viciously, and his virtual image disappeared in the virtual world. The patriarchs of other civilized races were also stunned when they saw the scene, but they immediately made up their minds. No matter what the matter is, as long as there is a leader, then the rest of the people will choose. I can't decide this. Our civilization is a parliamentary system, so I have to go back and convene a meeting of all members to decide. You can notify me when you have made up your mind. Excuse me first. Another leader of a civilized tribe disappeared in the virtual world. Yes, I have to go back for the meeting. I can't make the decision alone. That's right, such a big thing. It concerns the survival of the race. I have to go back and discuss it with others. In less than 3 minutes, the virtual world became desolate, and all the leaders of the civilized races left. Chapter 536. When the leader of the Kaku civilization saw the flagships of the various civilizations scattered and left, he was instantly furious. He didn't expect that those civilizations would dare to betray him and ignore his orders and flee. He was almost furious. In fact, the leaders of those civilizations also thought clearly that if they tried to intercept the black-clothed man at this time, they would definitely die. If they didn't intercept the black-clothed man, they would at most die. Even if they died, they could live longer. Why would they go to die? With this mentality, all civilized races ran away. And the most annoying thing is that these civilized races also transferred the fleet that besieged the black-clad man, so that the black-clad man did not encounter any resistance at all and easily entered the space channel. Then the leader of the Kaku civilization watched the Earth Federation close the space channel and retreated back to the turtle shell-like microcosm again. I still have a chance. I still have a chance. Yes, as long as I destroy the microcosm of that human civilization, I can destroy the Holy Light civilization and bury him with that microcosm. The leader of the Kaku civilization thought for a while, then suddenly stood up and said to himself excitedly. After a while, the Kaku civilization sent a message to the 23 civilizations that besieged the 9 galaxies of the Earth Federation, and then looked at the big screen with a ferocious expression. He had decided that he would destroy all human civilizations, and those civilizations that betrayed him. In order to achieve this goal, he was desperate and directly sent the powerful weapons of the late 6th level civilization to those civilizations that attacked the Earth Federation, allowing them to attack the Earth Federation's small universe at the fastest speed. Welcome to the Earth Federation universe. Let me introduce you. This is Green Star Civilization's Patriarch Lidgerson. They are a purely auxiliary civilization, and their race flagship is the Civilization Guardian Tree. This is Silver Wing Civilization's Patriarch Sephiroth. Although their civilization looks very similar to our human civilization, it is not a human civilization. Xiang Qian introduced Green Star Civilization to the Black-Clad Man one by one. This was the first meeting between the Earth Federation's top brass and the Black-Clad Man. The Black-Clad Man nodded one by one, but didn't say anything. Xiang Qian and the others clearly saw that the Black-Clad Man was not interested in socializing. If Xiang Qian hadn't introduced them, the man in black probably wouldn't have had any interest in getting to know Lidgerson and the others. After all, in the man in black's view, the Earth Federation was led by Xiang Qian, and there was no need to get to know the leaders of other affiliated races. Where is Vidin? Why can't I see him? The man in black waited for Xiang Qian to finish speaking, and then spoke directly. Prophet Vidin is in my office. If you need to see him, you can ask Shinkong to take you there. Xiang Qian said to the man in black. Okay, I go find Vidin. After the man in black finished speaking, the particle-condensed body quickly dissipated. Xiang Qian and the others who stayed in place looked at each other, and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. They were also drunk with such an excellent ally. Do we care about the people on these spaceships? Thayer pointed at those who were loaded into the spaceship and said, No matter, it has nothing to do with us anyway. Xiang Qian turned and left, talking as he walked. Seeing that Xiang Qian had left, everyone turned around and left, and returned to their own territory. Can the man in black find Xiang Qian's office without Shinkong leading the way? On the way back, Dilong suddenly thought of something and said to Lu Sun, Have you forgotten what the controller's ability is? Within their control, they are omnipotent. Why do you have to worry about such a small matter? Besides, even if they can't find it, they will go to Shinkong. Lu Sun replied, Yes, I forgot about it. Dilong said awkwardly. After the black-clothed man left quickly, he drove to Xiang Qian's office, and saw the Vidin Prophet sitting behind the desk. In fact, it was not that he didn't want to talk more with Xiang Qian and the others, but he didn't know what to say. Since the destruction of the Holy Light civilization, he has never talked to others once. Even if he has controlled many civilized races, it was just giving orders. He has never chatted with the civilized races he controlled, and he doesn't know how to chat with people. Especially when both parties are in an equal position, he really doesn't know what to talk to the other party. Besides, deep down in the heart of the man in black, even if he recognized the Earth Federation as an ally, he still did not put the Earth Federation on an equal footing with the current strength of the Earth Federation. It's just that the Earth Federation has great potential, and he is optimistic about the future of the Earth Federation. At the same time, the Earth Federation and the Universal Guardian Alliance are natural enemies, so he will ally with the Earth Federation. But now the Earth Federation has not yet developed to its peak, so he really can't sit with Xiang Qian and others to discuss the development of civilized races. Now that you are here, how do you feel? It's good to have allies. Although they are a bit stupid now, and believe your call for help as soon as they receive it, you should be able to feel their attitude towards you. The Vidin Prophet said to the man in black with a smile. Why don't you tell them the truth? The man in black looked at the Vidin Prophet and said seriously, Oh, it seems that those little guys have wasted their time again. Feng Yaoan, so many years have passed, and you still haven't changed. The Vidin Prophet said with a regretful expression. Feng Yaoan is dead. You can call me the controller, or the man in black. When the man in black heard the Vidin Prophet calling his name, a cold light flashed in his eyes, but in the end, he just said coldly, Okay, let's not talk about this. Why did you come to me? I can't predict for others in my current state. The Vidin Prophet looked at the man in black with boredom, and said helplessly, It's okay, just see how long you can last. The man in black took a long time to say a word, and then ignored the Vidin Prophet, and sat on the sofa with his eyes closed. In fact, in the mind of the man in black, Only the Vidin Prophet was at the same level as him in the Earth Federation, so after not knowing what to talk about with Xiang Qian and the others, he subconsciously came to the Vidin Prophet, but when he saw the Vidin Prophet, he realized that he and the Vidin Prophet were obviously not the same kind of people, and he didn't know what to talk about. In addition, the Vidin Prophet talked about his sad things again, so he was even more reluctant to continue chatting, so he just said something to the Vidin Prophet and stopped talking. When the Vidin Prophet saw the man in black like this, a mysterious smile appeared on his face, and then he ignored the man in black and continued to play the game. At this time, those 23 civilized races that attacked the Earth Federation also received a large number of weapons given by the Patriarch of the Kagyu civilization. Chapter 537. Boss, the first line of defense of each star system has been breached, and the fleets of 23 civilized races are attacking the location of the space gates of each star system. Shinkong reported to Xiang Qian. Yes, I understand. Let the staff reorganize the defense line, Xiang Qian said indifferently after listening. Since the Earth Federation rescued the black-clothed man and returned to the microcosm, these 23 civilized races have received strong support from the Kagyu civilization. Now 1,000 years have passed, and the first line of defense set up by the Earth Federation in 9 star systems has been breached. Even with the defense system centered on the Green Star civilization and the human wave tactics of the Infinite Biological Weapons Corps, it could not withstand the powerful attack equivalent to the late 6th level civilization. After 1,000 years of defense, the first line of defense had been riddled with holes and finally broken. However, Xiang Qian did not ask about the defense of these galaxies at all, and handed them all over to the general staff. Now the Earth Federation is focusing all its energy on the stability of the microcosm and the enhancement of the special abilities of the stars. After all, the crisis more than 10,000 years later is truly fatal. Now the attack of these 23 civilized races is just a small matter for the Earth Federation. The truly powerful forces of the Earth Federation, such as Vicadia and Regtros, have not made any move at all. Not to mention the Great God, the Man in Black, he didn't know about it at all, and even if he knew, he wouldn't take it seriously. If the attitude of the Earth Federation was known by the Patriarch of the Kagyu civilization, I wonder if he would be furious. 200 years later, when the 23 civilized races were fiercely attacking the second line of defense of each galaxy, Xiang Qian and his people came to the Federal Research Center of the M87 galaxy. Since the M87 galaxy was shrouded by the dimensional distortion field, the Earth Federation has built a branch of the Academy of Sciences here. With the 200-fold time acceleration of the M87 galaxy, the research speed of scientists is simply breaking through the sky. However, all the scientists in the M87 galaxy are new scientists, and after spending 50,000 years here, they must return to the Earth Federation's microcosm. Because with the Earth Federation's life science and technology, it is impossible for people to live forever. Once a person's lifespan exceeds 120,000 years, the body will age rapidly and then die. Even if a new body is copied, this aging cannot be stopped. So the only way is to let the newly born human scientists come to the M87 galaxy for scientific research. Once they have passed 50,000 years, they must return to the small universe. Regarding the problem of body aging, Xiang Qian also specifically asked the Vidin Prophet, but the answer he got was that there is no solution. If you want to extend your lifespan, you must either work hard to improve technology. After becoming a level 7 civilization, your lifespan will exceed the limit of 120,000 years, but it will only be 12 million years. Either you condense the spiritual will of the race and transform it into a soul-type civilization. Under the protection of the soul crystal, as long as the soul crystal is indestructible, the civilization will not be destroyed. However, if you become a soul-type civilization, unless you reach the level of 9th level civilization or there are special evolutionists in the civilization race, otherwise the soul-type civilization can only be an auxiliary civilization and has no attack power. However, the only one who can live forever in the entire civilization is the patriarch of each civilization, that is, the owner of the scepter of the civilization race. As long as the civilization is not destroyed, the patriarch of any civilization race will gain the ability of immortality under the protection of the rules of the universe. Moreover, every civilized race loses the ability to give birth to special evolvers after an era. Only when an evolver dies can a new evolver be born. And as time goes by, the number of evolvers born will become fewer and fewer, and in the end the entire civilization is likely to be made up of ordinary people. So now the Earth Federation has begun to seize the time to replenish the population, and at the same time, it has planned to freeze newborns. These frozen newborns are all evolvers. Boss, the experiment is ready. The Academy of Sciences asked if we can start? Xingkong said to Xiang Qian. Let's start. Xiang Qian nodded. Following Xiang Qian's order, a basketball-sized microcosm slowly formed inside the huge physical protective shield in front of him. After the microcosm was formed, a space channel leading to the experimental hall was quickly formed. Then the scientists sent a 10-centimeter-long miniature tree into the space channel, and also put in a lot of soybean-sized equipment. After everything entered the microcosm, the space channel was closed, leaving only the basketball-sized microcosm suspended inside the materialized protective shield. Then all the scientists in the hall evacuated the hall, and Xiang Qian and his team also stepped back to watch the experiment on the big screen. After confirming that all personnel had evacuated, space cracks began to appear inside the materialized protective shield, and then the space was shattered, and space turbulence broke out. The basketball-sized microcosm was in the space turbulence, swaying back and forth with a flow of energy, like a lonely boat that could be destroyed at any time in a storm. Suddenly, an obvious crack appeared on the surface of the microcosm. Although the crack was not big, it was very conspicuous. After the crack appeared, everyone's eyes were focused on the crack. Some scientists sweated and clenched their hands unconsciously, looking at the crack nervously. 5 minutes passed, and the crack on the microcosm did not expand, but it did not shrink either. However, the environment inside the microcosm has changed. The miniature tree, which was originally lush with branches and leaves, has lost 2/3 of its leaves at this time. Seeing this, some scientists had a decadent expression on their faces, because the changes in the pocket tree made them see the final fate of the small universe. Sure enough, 10 minutes later, all the leaves of the entire pocket tree fell off, and the soybean-sized equipment in the small universe also lost its function for various reasons. At this time, 5 obvious cracks had appeared on the outside of the small universe. 15 minutes later, the pocket tree died, and the outside of the small universe was full of cracks. Then, under the gaze of everyone, it was destroyed by the turbulence of space, leaving no trace of its existence. Boss, the experiment failed. Xingkong reported to Xiang Qian. Xiang Qian didn't say anything after hearing this. At this time, as long as he was not stupid, he would know that the experiment failed. What else did he need to say? Analyze the reasons for the failure. What went wrong? Xiang Qian said to the scientists. Yes, Chief. The scientists replied that they didn't need to analyze the reasons. They knew where the problem was, but they didn't dare to say it directly. It would be fine if they said it right, but if they said it wrong, the consequences would be unimaginable. While the scientists were analyzing the cause of the failure, Xiang Qian looked at Lucen, and saw that Lucen was frowning and looking at the big screen with a tangled face, and he didn't know what he was thinking. 3 hours later, Xingkong reported, Boss, the cause of the failure has been found out, and it's still the same old problem. The simulated civilization guardian tree cannot absorb the huge energy that the microcosm has to bear, and finally the microcosm crystal wall reaches its limit, and the crystal wall breaks. Chapter 538. Didn't they say that this problem has been solved? Xiang Qian frowned and asked. The reason they came here today was because the Academy of Sciences told them that the problem of the microcosm's bearing capacity had been solved. But this happened. Was it solved or not? It was solved, but the simulated civilization guardian tree could not use all the absorbed energy to resist the external force of the microcosm. On the contrary, the microcosm crystal wall was under uneven pressure from the external force and the internal force of the civilization guardian tree. At the same time, the space stabilization equipment of the simulated Minghui civilization flagship also had problems. The huge energy interference absorbed by the civilization guardian tree could not completely stabilize the space inside the microcosm. Xiang Qian was speechless after hearing this. He did not expect that after such a long period of research, there would still be so many fatal problems. At this time, Queen Minghui and Lejizan's faces were not very good. After all, the experiment simulated the flagships of their 2 civilizations, but the result was such a big problem. It's okay to be an experiment now, but if such a situation really occurs in more than 10,000 years, then the Earth Federation will be doomed. In the experiment 100 years ago, Xingyu had perfectly concealed the Earth Federation's microcosm, which means that the Earth Federation had passed the level of the universe's operating rules. But the violent energy brought about by the re-evolution of the universe later, the Earth Federation can only rely on technology to survive. But in fact, the most difficult problem has been solved by Xingyu, but it is not a problem for other civilizations, and the Earth Federation has not solved it yet. I plan to upgrade Green Star Civilization to level 6. After a while, Lucasen said to Xiang Qian. No need, we still have time. Now Green Star Civilization has just reached the peak of level 5 civilization, but it has only reached the technological level. There are still many technologies to be supplemented in the technology tree. It is very uneconomical to upgrade to level 6 civilization now. Xiang Qian was surprised and immediately shook his head. Xiang Qian knew what Lucasen meant. If Green Star Civilization was promoted to level 6 civilization, the ability of the Civilization Guardian Tree would undergo earth-shaking changes. Apart from anything else, it can only allow Green Star Civilization to start integrating information from other disciplines into their technology tree, which will allow Green Star Civilization to rapidly improve its technology in a short period of time. This will sacrifice the overall technological level of Green Star Civilization. After all, Green Star Civilization has not researched all the technologies of biological disciplines, so when it is promoted to level 6 civilization, those technologies that have not been researched will not be helped by the rules of the universe and promoted to the peak of technology. That's actually nothing. Anyway, the main technology of our Green Star Civilization has been formed, and many technologies surrounding our main technology have been developed. Now those technologies that have not been developed or applied have no impact on us, so whether we can reach the peak of technology is not that important. Lucasen shook his head and said. Xiang Qian thought for a while after listening and said, "Don't worry, let's not discuss this matter first, and your Green Star Civilization should not rush to upgrade to the 6th level civilization. I know that the Civilization Guardian Tree will reach its peak after your Green Star Civilization becomes a 6th level civilization. But the problem of the microcosm cannot be solved by the Civilization Guardian Tree. If you want the small universe to be able to resist the huge and violent energy brought by the evolution of the universe, you must start from many aspects, so there is no rush to break through the 6th level civilization now. If there is still no way to deal with these civilizations after 10,000 years, it will not be too late to upgrade to the 6th level civilization at that time. Maybe by then, not only will the Green Star Civilization be promoted, but we will also have to do the same. Anyway, it is necessary to protect the small universe, but there is no need to be impulsive, we still have time now." After listening to Xiang Qian's words, everyone nodded. Although it is very disadvantageous to break through the 6th level of civilization with the current technological level of each civilization, everyone must do this when there is no other way. Green Gosen, hurry up and increase my energy supply, I am going to break through. At this time, the virtual image of Reglos suddenly appeared in front of everyone, and then said to Green Gosen, with an extremely anxious tone, "Breakthrough, you are going to break through the 6th level of civilization?" Green Gosen said in surprise. "No, my body is evolving, but not the evolution of the essence of life, but the evolution towards the quark star type of body. Now I can't maintain the current body state, hurry up and give me enough energy." Regtros replied immediately. "Okay, I ask people to increase energy absorption and replenish you with enough energy." After Lugtros finished speaking, he began to issue orders to the Green Star Civilization. After Regtros heard what Lugtros said, he didn't say much to everyone. His virtual image waved to everyone and disappeared. From the time Regtros appeared to the time he disappeared, it took less than 10 seconds, and everyone's faces were still surprised. "Lugtros, what's going on? Why did he break through to your place?" Xiang Qian asked curiously. "You know, after the mission of rescuing the man in black was completed, Reglos entered the virtual network and has not shown up so far. He did not even come to attend the meeting. Who would have thought that he would break through in such a short time? This is too unscientific. I don't know either, but when our Green Star Civilization was studying the absorption ability, the absorbed abilities were directly discharged into the universe. But one day Reglos came to me and asked me to transfer all the energy to him. I didn't think much about it, so I moved the energy outlet around his body. I didn't expect him to break through so quickly, which surprised me," Lucasen said helplessly. "No, Lucasen, you should immediately have someone count how much energy Reglos has absorbed from the beginning to now." Xiang Qian frowned and said, "Well, I think his breakthrough speed is a bit fast." Lucasen nodded. Soon, Lucasen's statistics came out, and the total amount of energy displayed on it was completely inconsistent with the total capacity that was enough for Reglos to evolve. There are only two possibilities for this effect. The first is that the energy required for Reglos's breakthrough has been reduced, but this possibility is relatively small. The more you evolve, the more energy you need, and it is impossible to reduce it. Then the second point is that the energy provided by the Green Star Civilization to Reglos is relatively high, or the conversion rate and utilization rate of Reglos when absorbing this energy are relatively high, so this situation will occur. Taking all factors into consideration, Xiang Qian and his team still feel that the second possibility is more reliable. However, it is meaningless to discuss this now. When Reglos completes his evolution, everyone will know. Chapter 539. On the big screen, it can be clearly seen that Reglos's body is shrinking rapidly. In just 10 minutes, Reglos's body has shrunk from a diameter of 200,000 kilometers to a diameter of 500 meters. At this time, Reglos's shrinking speed has slowed down, but the shrinking process can still be observed with the naked eye. Half an hour later, Reglos's body finally stopped shrinking. At this time, his body has become a sphere with a diameter of 20 centimeters. But at this time, Reglos's body did not look like a solid, but rather a liquid aggregate. There seemed to be countless liquids flowing inside his body, emitting a fiery light. Now, my body can go wherever I want, without having to transmit the virtual image through the network, Reglos said happily, retracting the light emitted by his body. The next second, Reglos's image disappeared from the big screen, flashed into the space channel, and then quickly came to the interior of the M87 Galaxy Academy of Sciences. How is it? I evolved well this time, right? Regtros was spinning around above everyone's heads. Xiang Qian and the others looked at the bulb-shaped Regtros hovering in the air, and felt a serious sense of disobedience. Not bad, but now you should cooperate with scientists to study your original body. Your original body has a very high scientific research value now. Xiang Qian was a little dizzy because of Regtros, and rubbed his eyebrows and said, Yes, we have not discovered quark stars in the natural universe yet. But according to speculation, if gravity is strong enough, the neutrons that make up matter will collapse again, turning into quark matter with an even more amazing density, forming a planet composed entirely of quarks. Unfortunately, we have only discovered white dwarfs, neutron stars, and black holes, but quark stars between neutron stars and black holes have not been discovered. Before Reglos could speak, the scientists around him immediately said, looking at Reglos with fiery eyes, Can we not do the research? Regtros whispered. What do you think? Xiang Qian said playfully. Okay. After Regtros finished speaking, he was taken away by a group of excited scientists. With Regtros's breakthrough, the negative anger of the failed experiment also disappeared. After listening to the experimental report for a while, Xiang Qian and his team also left the M87 Galaxy. A month later, the research report on Regtros's body was delivered to Xiang Qian. After reading the report, he could only say that it was a pervert. The body of Reglos, which has evolved into a quark star, can basically walk sideways in the 5th level civilization. As long as he doesn't seek death, his life can basically be guaranteed. Now the hardness of Reglos's body has exceeded the material standard that the 5th level civilization can research. After all, the 5th level civilization still uses neutron degenerate matter as material, but his body is made of quark degenerate matter, and the density and mass of the two are not at the same level at all. It can be said that the body of Reglos, under the premise of sufficient speed, can penetrate all currently known substances without any harm to himself. At the same time, when his body unfolds its own gravity, it is strong enough to reach the gravity within the event horizon of a black hole. Under the influence of strong gravity, any attack made of matter will collapse after approaching Reglos, and then turn into quark degenerate matter to increase his mass. Moreover, these substances can also be converted into material flow as a means of attack, which is the same as the high-energy rays emitted by neutron stars. This does not require his control, and is an instinctive behavior. If we add Reglos's ability to control space, any level 5 civilization that encounters him can only take a detour. Have you found the reason why Reglos evolved so quickly? Xiang Qian asked after reading the report. Not yet, but scientists speculate that it should be related to the turbulent energy of space and time absorbed by the civilization guardian tree. But the specific data has not been quantified. So far, it is still impossible to determine what kind of substance can promote the evolution of Reglos. Shinkong replied. Are there any other progress in the research on the Reglos body? Xiang Qian didn't believe that the Academy of Sciences could research these things. Many hypotheses have been proposed, but they are currently under research. However, the existence of Reglos' body proves the speculation about quark stars a long time ago. At the same time, scientists are also looking for the reason why there are no natural quark stars. There are already several bold hypotheses. Shinkong replied. Well, tell me what your assumptions are. Xiang Qian asked curiously. The assumption that scientists agree with most at present is the theory of the limit of material composition. From the particles we have discovered to the extreme celestial bodies in the universe, it has been proved that the greater the gravity, the greater the mass, the greater the density of the material, and finally the degenerate matter is formed. From the electron degenerate matter corresponding to the white dwarf to the neutron degenerate matter corresponding to the neutron star, it has been proved that the smaller the particles that make up the material, the greater its mass, density, gravity, etc. But why has the quark degenerate matter corresponding to quark matter not been discovered? That's because the density of matter has a limit. Neutron degenerate matter is the limit of the stability of matter density. Once this limit is exceeded, the matter will collapse, and under the premise of sufficient mass, a black hole will be formed. This is also the reason why there is only neutron degenerate matter, but no quark degenerate matter. The second hypothesis with a relatively high support rate is the theory of space-bearing capacity limit. The limit of matter density that can be tolerated in three-dimensional space is neutron degenerate matter. Once this limit is exceeded, three-dimensional space can no longer withstand the huge gravitational force brought by higher density stars. Under the influence of strong gravity, space and time will be distorted, and finally form a higher dimensional space. This is just like the space within the event horizon of a black hole is not three-dimensional but five-dimensional. Under the distortion of strong gravity, three-dimensional space cannot withstand the distortion of spacetime caused by such a huge gravity, so the neutron star becomes the star with the highest density in three-dimensional space. If the density continues to increase, the space will collapse directly and form a black hole. The third hypothesis is... Before Shinkong finished speaking, Xiang Qian stopped him. No need to continue. I just want to know whether the Academy of Sciences can study stable quark degenerate matter through the structure of reglos. Xiang Qian interrupted Shinkong and asked. I don't know. The Academy of Sciences is still in the demonstration stage and has not conducted experiments yet. Okay, tell me when you have the results. Chapter 540. Time passed bit by bit, and in the blink of an eye, more than 3,000 years had passed. On this day, the fleets of 23 civilized races finally broke through the second line of defense of the galaxies of the Earth Federation. 500 light-years behind the second line of defense is the space channel leading to the microcosm. If the Earth Federation does not close the space channel, then the fleets of these 23 civilized races can enter the microcosm. But if the space channel is closed, it will not take long for the 9 surrounding galaxies to change hands. Raise your hands if you agree with reglos. Xiang Qian said this to Lugsun and the others in the small conference room. After the 23 civilizations broke through the second line of defense, Xiang Qian and his team started a meeting to discuss whether to give up the 9 star systems. As a result, reglos proposed to go to war. After everyone analyzed that the weapons owned by the 23 civilization fleets could not pose a threat to reglos, Xiang Qian asked everyone to vote on whether to agree with reglos to go to war. I agree. Lucen raised his hand and said, I agree. Thel also raised his hand. I agree too. Sephiroth also raised his hand. At this time, the image of the man in black suddenly appeared in the conference room and said lightly, If I were you, I would not fight back. Xiang Qian was stunned for a moment after seeing the man in black, but immediately reacted and said, I wonder if the controller has any good ideas. Xiang Qian was speechless about the name of the man in black. He once asked the man in black his name, but the answer he got was that he had no name, so just call him the man in black. From then on, Xiang Qian and his men called the man in black the controller. There is a way, but it is not necessary. There are still 15,000 years before the third election ends. Even if you succeed in counterattacking and occupy these galaxies until the election ends, it will be meaningless. And don't forget that there is a level 6 peak civilization behind them. Will they not continue to attack after you succeed in counterattacking? That is impossible. So instead of wasting the time and energy, it is better to study how to solve the problem of the endurance of the small universe. The man in black said with an indifferent expression, as if talking to Xiang Qian and the others was a waste of time. If we give up those galaxies, those civilizations will also attack the M87 galaxy. Do we have to give up the M87 galaxy as well? The Queen of the Moon said to the man in black. Of course. What's the point of leaving a galaxy behind? The man in black said to the Queen of the Moon with an expression that said you are talking nonsense. If we give up these galaxies, will they stop attacking the Earth Federation? Fair said to the man in black. The man in black did not answer Fair directly this time, but looked at everyone in the conference room with contempt, and then said, I don't know what you are thinking. Are you only interested in the benefits of these galaxies? Don't think that if your small universe can withstand one attack, it can withstand the second attack. The powerful weapons of the 6th level peak civilization are not what you can imagine now. I dare say that as long as you dare to continue to let the enemy attack the small universe, then you will know how powerful the weapons of the 6th level peak civilization are. This time, because I am in the small universe, the other party will definitely destroy the small universe at all costs. If you don't believe it, you can try it. But without the rewards of the universe's operating rules, our technological development would not be as fast as it is now. If we cannot research how to resist the turbulence of time and space in another 15,000 years, what should we do? Wait for destruction. De Long said to the man in black. Destroyed? Unless you seek death, how can you be destroyed? When the first generation of deceivers were able to block the entire microcosm and deceive the outside world, you were already invincible. Even if you have not researched a way to resist the turbulence of time and space after 15,000 years, can't you leave here? After the deceiver blocked the connection between the small universe and the outside world, do you think that the 6th level peak civilization can find you? You think too highly of that 6th level civilization. I can tell you responsibly that even I cannot find that the deceiver has blocked the material. Do you think that the detection equipment of the 6th level peak civilization can be more powerful than my control over the surrounding space? Or do you imagine the rules of the universe to be too simple, and think that the existence that can deceive the rules of the universe cannot deceive the detection equipment of the 6th level civilization? Also, if you can stay in this universe in the future, when you come to the Virgo galaxy cluster in the next era, can't you control a few civilized races to occupy a few more galaxies? When you want to upgrade any technology, do you still need to take such a risk? Okay, think about it carefully. As an ally, I have said all I can, and it is up to you to do what you want to do. After the man in black finished speaking, his figure disappeared instantly. The next second, the man in black appeared in the office where the Vidin Prophet was, with a smile on his face. How about it? It's a great sense of accomplishment to attack them with the knowledge and insight of the 8th level civilization. The Vidin Prophet said to the man in black. Boring. The man in black looked at the Vidin Prophet with a gossipy expression, and the smile on his mouth disappeared instantly, returning to an icy face. After the man in black disappeared, there was a silence in the conference room. Everyone looked at each other, and no one spoke. After a while, Xiang Qian said, What do you say? What else can I say? We are all despised by others. If you continue to act stupidly, you will be laughed at to death. Queen Minghua said depressedly. To her, today was too depressing. Since she took charge of Minghua Empire, even if she was contradicted by others, it was only because of her position. Unlike today, she was completely despised by others, and had no way to refute. After listening to Queen Minghua's words, Xiang Qian shrugged and looked at others, and all he saw were helpless eyes. Okay, if that's the case, then disconnect the space channel. Xiang Qian concluded, and after that, no one was in the mood to continue the discussion, and they all stood up and left the meeting room. Just like that, when the 23 civilizations were about to attack the space channel, the Earth Federation suddenly disconnected the space channel. The leader of the Kaku civilization, who was monitoring the situation of the Earth Federation in real time, cursed immediately after seeing this situation. He had been prepared for a long time. Once the 23 civilizations attacked the space channel, he would send a batch of biological extinction weapons over. As long as the biological extinction weapon is activated in the microcosm, he does not believe that other civilizations except the Holy Light civilization can stay. When the time comes, he will trap the Holy Light civilization in the microcosm, and then destroy the entire microcosm, and he will complete his mission. So for so many years, he has not asked the 23 civilizations to speed up their attacks, and has not provided quasi-level 7 weapons including life extinction weapons, because he is afraid of scaring the Earth Federation to close the space channel. But now the plan is about to succeed, but the result is different from what he thought. Attack the opponent's core galaxy immediately. After calming down his excitement, the patriarch of the Kaku civilization immediately gave orders to the 23 civilizations. Chapter 541. Below the M87 galaxy, in the cosmic void 800,000 light-years away from the M87 galaxy, a huge fleet is rushing towards the M87 galaxy at a rapid speed. On the right and upper right of the M87 galaxy, in the cosmic void 110,000 light-years away from the M87 galaxy, 2 huge fleets are also sailing towards the M87 galaxy. There are 23 such huge fleets in total, and these 23 fleets are the fleets sent by the 23 civilized races that attacked the Earth Federation. At this time, various facilities built by the Earth Federation in the M87 galaxy are being quickly relocated to the small universe through space channels. The M87 galaxy, which was originally built by the Earth Federation and was very prosperous, has now become devastated, and huge pits have appeared on many planets. These large pits are all equipment dismantled by the Earth Federation. Due to the rush for time, the Earth Federation did not care about the damage to the planets when relocating these equipment, so this situation occurred. At the same time, more than 100,000 life planets in the M87 galaxy have been moved into the microcosm, and the entire microcosm is filled with these devices and planets. Shinkong, how is the resource collection going? When can the space channel be disconnected? Xiang Qian said to Shinkong. Boss, the resources have been collected, and the space channel can be disconnected at any time. Shinkong replied. When will the enemy fleet reach the M87 galaxy at the earliest? The nearest fleet can arrive in 1,700 years, and the farthest fleet will take another 2,900 years. Well, let's wait until they are 100,000 light-years away from the M87 galaxy before disconnecting the space channel. We can't be too cruel. We have to give them some hope. Okay, boss. More than 1,500 years have passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, the Earth Federation has completed resource collection, and the internal space of the entire microcosm has reached saturation. Even if the Earth Federation wants to continue loading resources into the microcosm, it is impossible. The dimension distortion stand begins to close. Xiang Qian looked at the fleet on the big screen that was very close to the M87 galaxy, and smiled and gave orders. Following Xiang Qian's order, the dimensional distortion field covering the entire M87 galaxy quickly disappeared, and countless small space channels were closed, allowing the M87 galaxy to appear in the cosmic void again. It took the Earth Federation thousands of years to build the dimensional distortion field, but it took less than an hour to cancel the dimensional distortion field. When the entire dimensional distortion field disappeared, there were only 3 huge space gates left in the entire M87 galaxy. Close the space channel and start executing the escape plan, Xiang Qian said seriously. It can be said that the escape plan is the basis of the Earth Federation's future plans. If the escape plan is not completed, then everything will be over. Following Xiang Qian's order, the 3 space channels began to disconnect, and soon the 3 space gates of the M87 galaxy were quickly closed. Under normal circumstances, if the space channel with the entire universe is disconnected, then the microcosm is in an independent state, the time axis of both sides will be separated again, and the time flow rate will also be different. At this time, the influence of the big universe on the small universe has become very low. Except for some special cases, such as the re-evolution of the universe, the big universe basically has no influence on the small universe. At the same time, the small universe can no longer observe the big universe, nor can it have any influence on the big universe. However, after the Earth Federation closed the 3 space channels of the M87 galaxy, the big screen continued to display the situation of the M87 galaxy. This is because the Earth Federation still has a very small space channel connecting the big universe, and this space channel is under the control of Xingyu. That is to say, this space channel is real, but under the monitoring of the universe's operating rules, this space channel does not exist. At the same time, this space channel does not exist under the scanning of all detectors. It can be said that after the Earth Federation closed the 3 space channels, in the eyes of the universe's operating rules and other civilized races, the Earth Federation has been in a completely closed state, disconnected from all connections with the universe. The detection equipment cannot scan the space channel. The time flow rate difference between the microcosm and the macrocosm is 100 times. The Golden Cicada escape plan is successful. Starry Sky reports the results. Everyone in the entire command hall breathed a sigh of relief. As the speed of time between the small universe and the large universe changed, it meant that the space channel left by the Earth Federation had been ignored by the rules of the universe. Otherwise, the connection between the Earth Federation and the large universe was still there, and this situation would not have occurred. So at this time, everyone was watching the pictures on the big screen in fast-forward mode, otherwise they could not keep up with the image transmission speed of 100 times the speed difference of time. The second part of the Golden Cicada escape plan begins. Xiang Qian continued to issue orders. After Xiang Qian finished speaking, the M87 galaxy displayed on the big screen turned into a huge firework. Hundreds of years ago, the Earth Federation began to install bombs on various planets in the M87 galaxy. These bombs were not space collapse bombs, but the most common nuclear fusion bombs, which were nuclear weapons in the Earth period. Although this weapon has long been eliminated, it is still good for bombing planets. After all, Xiang Qian didn't want to destroy the entire M87 galaxy, but to implement the second step of the plan. After the entire M87 galaxy was detonated, the debris of countless planets began to splash in the universe, and the entire M87 galaxy became a huge meteorite galaxy. Except for extreme stars that cannot be blown up by nuclear weapons, Most stars have already been shattered by the explosion of a huge nuclear bomb with a mass of 1/10,000th of a star. It can be said that it will take at least tens of millions of years for these shattered stars to condense into planets again. In the M87 galaxy, where countless planetary debris are flying, there is an irregular planetary debris with a volume of 80 cubic meters, which is moving rapidly toward the outside of the M87 galaxy. And inside this most inconspicuous of the trillions of ordinary debris, there is a space channel leading to the small universe of the Earth Federation. Now this debris is carrying the small universe of the Earth Federation, slowly flying toward the outside of the M87 galaxy. It can be said that no civilization could have imagined that the ordinary planetary debris that is so small that it cannot be any smaller would be moving with the small universe of the Earth Federation. The second step of the escape plan has been completed. At this time, everyone in the Earth Federation command hall had a smile on their faces. After the second step of the escape plan was completed, the Earth Federation was no longer afraid of any civilization search. Even if it was a civilization above level 7, it would be impossible to find the Earth Federation at this time. Chapter 542. While all the plans of the Earth Federation were being carried out smoothly, the leader of the Kaku civilization was staring at the data on the big screen frantically, muttering impossible. For the Earth Federation to suddenly cut off all ties with the universe, any normal person would know that this was an incredible thing. As long as the top leaders of a civilized race are not collectively brain-dead, no civilized race would do such an incredible thing. However, no matter what kind of detection equipment the leader of the Kaku civilization used, no matter what kind of scanning system he used, he could not find any abnormal data. In other words, the Earth Federation has really cut off all ties with the universe. After a long time, the leader of the Kaku civilization finally calmed down from his crazy emotions. After he calmed down, he began to think about the reasons why the Earth Federation did this. Under normal circumstances, the Earth Federation would not do this, which means that the Earth Federation must be preparing to do something now. After all, when he attacked the Earth Federation before, he already knew that there was a civilization guardian tree inside the Earth Federation's microcosm. With the civilization guardian tree, the Earth Federation should be very confident in the defense of the microcosm. So what is the reason that the Earth Federation directly gave up the connection with the macrocosm and cut off all space channels? The Earth Federation is afraid it is impossible. So many civilized races attacked the Earth Federation microcosm before, and the Earth Federation was never afraid. Now there are only 23 civilized races. It is impossible for the Earth Federation to be afraid. His plan was leaked. That is even more impossible. He is the only one who knows the whole plan. Even the 23 civilized races don't know, so there is no problem of leakage. Could it be that he told the Earth Federation himself? Is that possible? The leader of the Kaku civilization thought for a long time, and his head was about to explode, but he couldn't figure out what the Earth Federation was going to do. Leader, the leaders of 23 civilizations asked if there were any more attacks on the M87 galaxy. The intelligent brain asked at this time. Go ahead, let them rush to that galaxy as quickly as possible and conduct a deep scan of that galaxy. The leader of the Kaku civilization said immediately. Understood. The leader of the Kaku civilization looked at the 23 fleets displayed on the big screen and felt helpless. If their Kaku civilization mothership could enter the Virgo galaxy cluster, why would they need to control these civilizations? Wait, control. When the leader of the Kaku civilization thought of this, he suddenly realized a problem, that is, he had been thinking about the problem mainly from the perspective of the Earth Federation, and had not considered the role of the Holy Light civilization at all. As a wanted civilization in the universe, the Holy Light civilization's ability must be top-notch. Although we don't know what caused the Holy Light civilization to become what it is now, it is definitely much stronger than the Earth Federation. So the Earth Federation's closure of all space channels this time is most likely the idea of the Holy Light civilization. As for what the Holy Light civilization is going to do, there are only two possibilities. The first possibility is that the Holy Light civilization is going to use the Earth Federation's microcosm to deal with their Kakuo civilization. Although this possibility is very small, it is not impossible. The second possibility is that the Holy Light civilization is going to use the microcosm as a cover to escape from this parallel universe at the end of the third stage of the selection. This possibility is the highest. After all, no one knows what the Holy Light civilization is doing in this small universe after it is disconnected from the big universe. Even if they want to know, no civilized race has the technology to spy on this small universe. So after disconnecting from the big universe, it is undoubtedly the safest to do anything in this small universe. Thinking of this, The leader of the Kaku civilization felt that the problem he was considering was close to the truth. So if he really wanted to know the plan of the Holy Light civilization, he would have to make several arrangements. Then the Kaku civilization mothership began to release countless devices, all of which were scattered around the huge white hole behind the mothership that spewed countless material flows. When these devices arrived at the designated location, the Kaku civilization patriarch immediately turned them on. With the turning on of these devices, the entire universe seemed to be frozen. Even when light passed through this universe, it would freeze. Finally, a circle of light appeared at the edge of the entire static universe. Soon, a huge radiant sphere remained in the void of the universe, and this sphere remained still in the universe in a very strange form. Then, the Kaku civilization mothership began to emit water-like space ripples, and when these ripples swept across the sphere, they strangely produced inferences. This thrust could not move the sphere in the universe, but instead pushed the sphere into an unknown area. From a distance, it looked like a cosmic void swallowed the sphere, similar to the scene of a solar eclipse. It's just that the universe has really swallowed up a part of the sphere, and the solar eclipse is just a cover. As the waves emitted by the mothership of the Kaku civilization become more and more, the sphere slowly sinks into the universe, and finally the entire sphere disappears in the void of the universe. At this time, on the big screen in front of the patriarch of the Kaku civilization, the scene of the endless space-time turbulence between the crystal wall of the small universe and the large universe appeared. At the same time, countless data were displayed on the screen, the most important of which was the energy reserve percentage, and at this time this energy reserve percentage was slowly rising. After seeing the data on the big screen, the leader of the Kakuo civilization finally smiled. However, he did not stop, but continued to repeat the previous work until hundreds of such balls were sent into the space-time turbulence. At this time, a huge picture of the space-time turbulence appeared on the big screen, with hundreds of balls suspended in the space-time turbulence at a certain distance ratio. Behind these balls is a huge black hole. This black hole is different from the black holes in the universe. Although the black holes in the universe are called black holes, they are not black and cannot be observed with the naked eye. They can only be seen through gravitational lens-like equipment. The black hole in the space-time turbulence is a huge black hole that can be observed with the naked eye. This black hole absorbs immeasurable space-time turbulence energy every moment. In the space with space-time turbulence as the background, this black hole is extremely conspicuous. The leader of the Kaku civilization looked at the space in front of the huge black hole, which had been blocked by hundreds of spheres, and finally regained his usual smile on his face. With the huge size of the small universe, it is impossible to pass through the gaps between hundreds of spheres and enter the black hole. In other words, no matter whether the Holy Light civilization intends to leave the parallel universe from the large universe space, or use the small universe to leave the parallel universe from the space-time turbulence space, it cannot escape the blockade of the Kaku civilization. In this way, as long as the result of the third stage selection is known, he will wait for the Holy Light civilization to fall into the trap, and that will be the death of the Holy Light civilization. Chapter 543. After the fleets of 23 civilized races swept the M87 galaxy, and found no valuable information, the entire M87 galaxy was abandoned. After all, the M87 galaxy that was bombed by the Earth Federation was no longer worth occupying, because there was no complete planet except for the extreme stars, so even if it was occupied, it would not get much reward from the rules of the universe. In this way, in less than 5,000 years, the once glorious Earth Federation had been forgotten by the major civilized races in the Virgo galaxy cluster. As for the Earth Federation's small universe, although it is still within the monitoring range of the major civilizations, it has not made any moves in the past 500 years. No one will waste energy to guess what the Earth Federation is going to do. Anyway, it has nothing to do with them. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 years have passed, and the Virgo galaxy cluster has become chaotic again. The major civilizations fought to occupy the galaxies of other civilizations. This war almost affected the entire Virgo galaxy cluster, and only a limited number of civilizations did not participate in the war. While the Virgo galaxy cluster was full of wars and chaos, the Earth Federation's microcosm was extremely peaceful. Except for scientists and some staff in important positions, most people have entered a state of life hibernation, that is, frozen. Because at this time, the Earth Federation no longer needs all personnel to participate in the work. Only young people under 10,000 years old cannot enter a state of life hibernation before giving birth to their third child. Once 3 children are born and the life reaches 20,000 years old, they must enter a state of life hibernation. This is a mandatory order. Therefore, Although there are countless planets with life in the small universe of the Earth Federation at this time, the active population is only about 130 trillion, and the rest of the population has entered a state of life hibernation. On this day, Xiang Qian personally sent Lung Ning into the ice cabin. After all, Lung Ning is just an ordinary evolver. Before breaking through the 7th level civilization, she only has a lifespan of 120,000 years. And now there are less than 10,000 years left before Lung Ning's life limit. The life hibernation device starts, countdown 10, 9, 8. As Shinkong read out the countdown, Xiang Qian and Lung Ning smiled at each other, with only each other's smiling face in their eyes. When you wake up, it will be the time when the Earth Federation breaks through the 7th level civilization. At that time, you will no longer need to hibernate. I will accompany you forever until the destruction of the universe. Xiang Qian leaned over and said to Lung Ning's ear through the device. Lung Ning had no way to speak at this time, and could only smile and blink at Xiang Qian, with love in her eyes. 3, 2, 1, 0. Equipment activated. Lung Ning closed his eyes, and the huge energy imprisoned the entire ice chamber of the life hibernation device, making the people inside the life hibernation device remain still for a moment. Then the outer layer of the entire device was sealed, and then it was thrown into the dimensional distortion field to minimize the impact of the passage of time on the ice chamber. Xiang Qian watched the entire ice chamber disappear, then turned around and walked out of the hall. Boss, the Academy of Sciences has made a new design for the stable structure of the microcosm. After testing, there is a 98% chance that it can withstand the impact of space-time turbulence. As soon as Xiang Qian returned to the office, Shinkong appeared and reported to him. Finished? Xiang Qian asked curiously. You know, it has only been 50 years, and the Academy of Sciences has completed the new stable structure of the microcosm and passed the experiment. Yes, boss. Arrange the spacecraft. I will go to the Academy of Sciences immediately. When Xiang Qian arrived at the Academy of Sciences, basically all the scientists in the Academy of Sciences were whispering around a huge physical protective shield. Teacher, how did you complete the new structure so quickly? Xiang Qian found Old Manly and said to him. It was just luck, thanks to Reglos. If he hadn't given us inspiration, we would probably still be unable to get out of the misunderstanding of thinking, let alone complete the new structure. Old Manly said with emotion. Regtros, what does he have to do with him? Xiang Qian was really confused this time. He couldn't think of any connection between Reglos and scientific research. You will know after you look at the experimental data. Old Manly took Xiang Qian to the host and replayed the previous experimental video. The small universe in the materialized protective shield was supported by the Civilization Guardian tree just like last time, but this time, there was a small black dot under the Civilization Guardian tree. When space turbulence began to appear around the small universe, the volume of the small universe began to slowly expand, and at the same time, the Civilization Guardian tree inside the small universe also grew larger with the small universe. Then the whole experiment lasted for 10 hours, and the volume of the small universe increased by 1/3, but the Civilization Guardian tree inside the small universe did not appear as last time, and no cracks appeared on the crystal wall. How can the volume of the microcosm increase? Xiang Qian asked curiously. As long as there is enough energy, the microcosm can certainly increase. Old Manly said, as a matter of course. Did you use all the energy absorbed by the Civilization Guardian tree to increase the volume of the microcosm? Xiang Qian immediately thought of the reason why the microcosm was destroyed last time. It was because the Civilization Guardian tree absorbed too much energy and could not digest it, which led to the death of the Civilization Guardian tree and then caused the collapse of the microcosm. That's right, but to be precise, it was Regtros that converted the energy into energy to expand the microcosm. If there was no Regtros, even the Civilization Guardian tree would not be able to do this. It's like this. Old Manly nodded and explained the reason to Xiang Qian. It turned out that the reason why Regtros could evolve so quickly was that it absorbed the energy of space-time turbulence. After being absorbed by the Civilization Guardian tree, the energy of space-time turbulence could not be used at all. Although the Civilization Guardian tree can discharge this energy into the microcosm, it will cause the energy of the microcosm space to be unstable, and eventually cause the microcosm to collapse. However, after the Academy of Sciences discovered that Reglos can absorb this energy, they began to study it. When Reglos breaks through the 6th level civilization, it will evolve into a black hole or a white hole. Scientists will naturally study the two forms. The Earth Federation has been studying black holes for many years. The more they study black holes, the more scientists feel that black holes are extraordinary. Now scientists know that the Virgo cluster is just a parallel universe, or a relatively large micro-universe. So where is the core of the Virgo supercluster? According to scientists' detection, they found that there is a huge black hole 80 million light-years away from the Virgo cluster. This black hole is the core of the entire Virgo supercluster. After discovering this, scientists found that neither the micro-universe destroyed by the Earth Federation in the Andromeda Galaxy nor the micro-universe of the Earth Federation itself has a core. Then scientists modeled the microcosm with a core and the microcosm without a core, and found that the microcosm with a core is much more stable than the microcosm without a core. Based on this discovery, scientists thought of creating a core black hole in the microcosm of the Earth Federation to improve the stability of the microcosm, which resulted in today's results. Chapter 544. Does that mean that as long as a core black hole is installed inside the microcosm, the influence of space-time turbulence on the microcosm can be resisted? Xiang Qian said easily after listening to the explanation of Old Manly. For the formation of a black hole in the microcosm, it is not difficult at all with the technology of the Earth Federation, and it can be easily done. It's not what you said, although it is not difficult for us to form a core black hole inside the microcosm. But the black hole formed in that way is not under our control at all, that is, such a core black hole is only a passive stabilization of the microcosm, and cannot actively adjust the stability inside the microcosm. Therefore, if the Earth Federation microcosm wants to withstand the impact of the space-time turbulence, at least two conditions must be met. The first condition is to let the green star civilization break through the sixth-level civilization, so that the ability of the civilization guardian tree will be stronger. Second, when Reglos evolves into a black hole, as the core of the Earth Federation microcosm, it will actively help us stabilize the space inside the microcosm. Old Manly stretched out two fingers and said, "Does it have to be that the two civilizations break through the sixth-level civilization?" Xiang Qian frowned and asked. "That's right, although our experimental data is based on the standards of the fifth-level civilization. But the real space-time turbulence will not give us a chance to start over, so we must leave more room for the microcosm to withstand. Otherwise, once the microcosm's tolerance reaches its limit in the space-time turbulence, we will be powerless at that time." Old Manly said seriously. "Okay, I understand. You can continue the experiment." After Xiang Qian finished speaking, he left the Academy of Sciences. The next day, Xiang Qian called Lu Sun and others to a meeting. The content of the meeting was the two requirements that Old Manly had mentioned yesterday. As the patriarch of the Green Star Civilization, Lu Sun immediately said that there was no problem after listening to Xiang Qian's words. After Lu Sun finished speaking, Reglos also said that he had no problem either. However, compared to the Green Star Civilization, which can break through the sixth-level civilization at any time, he must increase his own mass to a certain limit before he can evolve. Fortunately, through calculations, once the Green Star Civilization breaks through the sixth-level civilization, the space-time turbulence energy absorbed by the Civilization Guardian Tree will increase exponentially, which is enough to replenish Reglos' mass before the end of the third election. Thank you. After the meeting, Xiang Qian said to Lu Sun and Reglos, "In fact, we have long wanted to break through the sixth-level civilization." Lu Sun said with a smile, "After I become a black hole, I don't have to leave the small universe to perform some boring tasks. At that time, I can soak in the virtual network every day." Reglos also said, "After the matter was settled, the Green Star Civilization only took 1 month to prepare and began to break through the sixth-level civilization. With the breakthrough of Green Star Civilization, the Civilization Guardian Tree became more powerful. After the breakthrough of Green Star Civilization, Reglos hid at the root of the Civilization Guardian Tree every day to absorb space-time energy. Days passed one by one, and in the blink of an eye, 100 years of the Earth Federation and 10,000 years of the Virgo Galaxy Cluster had passed. On this day, all the civilized races in the Virgo Galaxy Cluster received the message sent by the Civilized Race Scepter, that is, all civilized races immediately went to the core of the Virgo supercluster and left the parallel universe from the core black hole. This means that the third election is over, and all civilized races will enter the real universe. The Earth Federation also received this information. Of course, Xiang Qian and his team ignored it directly. Anyway, the Earth Federation is not ready to leave, so there is no need to take this information seriously. Under the observation of the Space Channel, all civilized races in the Virgo Galaxy Cluster began to evacuate the Virgo Galaxy Cluster. The Earth Federation will certainly not stay in the Virgo Galaxy Cluster. As early as thousands of years ago, the wreckage of the planet that carried the Earth Federation's small universe forward had been salvaged by a civilized race controlled by the men in black. So at this time, the Earth Federation microcosm also followed the fleet of this civilization and left the Virgo galaxy cluster with everyone. After all civilizations left the Virgo galaxy cluster, a clear wave swept across the fleets of all civilizations, and all civilizations received a message. All civilizations, listen, this message is sent to you by the great Kaku civilization. Now I order you as the patriarch of the Kaku civilization, all civilizations, to destroy all your fleets. You are only allowed to leave behind the flagship of your civilization and 10 mothership-class spaceships. Once the number of spaceships you leave behind exceeds this number, you will be destroyed. All civilizations were dumbfounded after receiving the message from the Kaku civilization. What does this mean? Just after leaving the Virgo galaxy cluster, a new test has begun. This is too fast. As for the order of the Kaku civilization, go to hell. Which civilization would be so stupid as to destroy all its fleets just because of an unfounded order from the Kaku civilization? Unless they are mentally retarded, it's almost the same. To be honest, Xiang Qian and his companions felt very sorry for the Kaku civilization after learning about this incident. After all, as a peak level 6 civilization, they were repeatedly defeated by the Men in Black and the Earth Federation. Moreover, they were unable to take action to regain their position, and could only control some civilized races to take action, but the result only made them more frustrated. So Xiang Qian and his companions understood how terrible the anger of a civilized race that had been suppressed for tens of thousands of years would be after suddenly having no restrictions. But unfortunately, no matter how angry the Kaku civilization was, it could not burn its anger on the Earth Federation. As for the life and death of other civilizations, it has nothing to do with the Earth Federation. At this time, the patriarch of the Kaku civilization observed all the civilizations that left the Virgo galaxy cluster through the big screen. Now it has been 3 hours since he issued the order for all civilizations to destroy the fleet. However, during these 3 hours, no civilization destroyed the fleet according to his order. Even those civilizations he controlled before did not do as he asked, which made him angry again. However, at this time, these civilizations were still a little far away from the Kaku civilization mothership, so he did not take any countermeasures, but at this time, he had already blacklisted all civilizations. Is there still no fluctuation in the Earth Federation microcosm? The Kaku civilization patriarch asked. Yes, patriarch, there is no fluctuation, and the space channel is not open. The intelligent brain replied. Continue to monitor, and notify me if you find anything. The chief of Kaku civilization frowned and said, Okay, chief. I don't believe you won't come out, the chief of Kaku civilization thought as he looked at the Earth Federation microcosm on the big screen. Anyway, now both the big universe and the momentary turbulent space have been blocked by him. If you want to leave here, you must break through his blockade. So at this time, the chief of Kaku civilization did not realize that everything he did was based on a prerequisite, that is, leaving this parallel universe. If he didn't plan to do so, his arrangements and garbage would have no area. Chapter 545. As time passed, the fleet of civilized races that left the Virgo galaxy cluster was getting closer and closer to the core black hole of the parallel universe. But after the Kaku civilization sent a communication, there was no other action. So now these civilized races did not take the orders of the Kaku civilization to heart at all. But when these civilized races arrived at a position 5 million light-years away from the core black hole, a huge space ripple emanated from the black hole. This huge space ripple did not cause the universe to break, but only distorted the universe into a ripple shape visible to the naked eye. Moreover, the coverage of this space ripple is only 10 light-years, but when this ripple spread outward, it has been observed by all civilized races. What does the Kaku civilization want to do? They started to attack from such a long distance. Fel said while looking at the big screen. Who knows? It may be a warning, or it may be other reasons. Anyway, it has nothing to do with us. Di Long curled his lips, and said nonchalantly. Xiang Qian looked at the space ripples on the big screen, thought for a while, and said to the starry sky, Notify the man in black to control that civilized race to launch the meteorite wrapped in the space gate with a detector, and the direction of the launch should not be towards the core black hole. Okay, boss. After Xiang Qian gave this order, everyone looked at Xiang Qian curiously, wondering what he was doing. Do you think these civilized races will be in danger? Queen Ningwa said with a turn of her eyes. I don't know if there is any danger, but we shouldn't continue to get closer to the core black hole. The distance is close enough now. There is no need to get so close. Xiang Qian shook his head and said. No one said anything about Xiang Qian's explanation. Whether to stop here or continue to move forward, it has no practical significance for the Earth Federation. Soon, the meteorite wrapped in the space gate was placed inside the detector and launched. The information that the Earth Federation can receive from now on will be collected entirely by this detector, and the Earth Federation cannot use any other means. In the blink of an eye, 80 years have passed in this small universe. At this time, the civilization guardian tree, which has absorbed a variety of disciplines and technologies, has infiltrated its lush branches and leaves into the crystal wall of the small universe. The entire interior of the crystal wall of the small universe is protected by the dense branches and leaves of the civilization guardian tree. When this huge network formed by the branches and leaves of the civilization guardian tree was formed, the stability of the entire microcosm increased by dozens of times, and even the defense strength of the microcosm crystal wall and the efficiency of energy absorption and conversion increased many times. At the same time, the space-time energy that the civilization guardian tree can absorb has also increased geometrically. In just 50 years, it has stored enough energy for Reglos to break through the 6th level civilization. At this time, Reglos is desperately absorbing this energy. It is estimated that in 1 month, Reglos will be able to digest it and begin to break through the 6th level civilization barrier. On this day, all senior scientists of the Earth Federation entered the life support cabin and received news from the outside world through the virtual network. When the universe repeats itself and the space-time turbulence breaks out, these scientists will enter a life hibernation state after completing theoretical research through the virtual network. It can be said that from today on, the technological development of the Earth Federation will enter a stagnant state. As for how long this state will last, it depends on when the Earth Federation can break through the 7th level civilization. 1 month later, Reglos broke through the 6th level of civilization. This time, the direction of evolution he chose was set, that is, the black hole form. In this form, Reglos can already form a small universe in his body, that is, a brand new universe inside the black hole. But Reglos did not do so, but used this ability to form a small universe to stabilize the Earth Federation's small universe. When Reglos's ability acted on the inside of the small universe, the Earth Federation's small universe became a small universe that could grow. When Reglos absorbs energy and imports it into the microcosm, it will automatically distribute the energy and transform it into various basic material particles. These basic material particles may form space energy to expand the size of the microcosm, or they may form the most basic positive matter, antimatter, dark matter, and other particles, so that interstellar dust can appear inside the microcosm and condense into planets. In other words, the microcosm of the Earth Federation has a chance to become a real universe in the future, but it will take a very, very long time, calculated in billions of years. Although Xiang Qian and the others might not be able to see it, there is still a glimmer of hope. It can be said that at this time, the Earth Federation's microcosm has finally become impregnable under the efforts of the Civilization Guardian Tree, Regtros, and the Mingwu Empire Civilization Race flagship. Even the impact of space-time turbulence cannot destroy the Earth Federation's microcosm. In this way, all obstacles for the Earth Federation to stay in the parallel universe have been cleared, and it can safely wait for the parallel universe to be rebuilt. In the blink of an eye, 19 years have passed, and at this time all civilization races have reached not far from the core black hole. However, all civilized races cannot get close to the core black hole, because after so many years, the Kaku civilization has used the space fluctuations parameterized by the huge gravity of the core black hole to cover the distance of 120 light-years around the core black hole. Any object that enters the 130 light-years will be twisted into a knot by the huge space ripples. Even neutron stars are no exception. In this case, all civilized races have to stay in the cosmic void 130 light-years away from the core black hole. Has nothing unusual been found yet? The chieftain of the Kaku civilization walked around anxiously, occasionally looking at the big screen to ask the intelligent computer, but the results never changed. Nothing has been found. The probe has reached the Virgo galaxy cluster. There is indeed nothing unusual in the Earth Federation microcosm. The intelligent computer replied. The chieftain of the Kaku civilization almost went crazy when he heard this answer. What time is it now? There is only less than 100 years left before the parallel universe repeats itself. The Earth Federation's microcosm was still inside the Virgo galaxy cluster, without any signs of movement. This situation was completely beyond his expectations, although he had considered whether the Earth Federation had some special space to shield the microcosm, allowing the microcosm to move secretly. But after he sent out the probe, the answer he got made him give up this idea. Because he didn't believe that with the Earth Federation's technological level, it could develop a technology to shield their Kaku civilization probes from close observation without being able to find flaws. At the same time, the traps he set in the space-time turbulent space did not sound any alarms, so the answer he came to was that the Earth Federation did not move the microcosm. Since you don't leave, then wait for the parallel universe to be destroyed when it repeats. The leader of the Kaku civilization gritted his teeth and said he didn't believe that when the parallel universe repeats, under the interference of the rules of the universe, there would be civilized races that could stay in the parallel universe. Chapter 546. 85 years after all civilized races were blocked outside the core black hole by the Kaku civilization, all civilized races received a countdown message from the civilized race scepter. The content of this message is to require all civilized races to leave the parallel universe within 10 years, otherwise all civilized races will be wiped out. After receiving this message, a countdown clock appeared in the minds of all civilized race leaders. It was also at this time that the leaders of all civilized races began to get anxious. Previously, the civilized races only let all civilized races leave through the core black hole, but did not set a time limit, so everyone thought that the terrifying space ripples of the core black hole were a test of the rules of the universe. For so many years, all civilized races have tried their best to crack this space ripple, but so far, no civilized race has been able to resist this ripple. It was not until this time that the countdown of the civilized race scepter began, and all civilized races remembered the warning of the Kaku civilization. All the civilized races were scared at this moment. They had thought that the Kaku civilization was just trying to scare them. After waiting for so many years, there was no second message, so no one took it seriously. Who would have thought that the Kaku civilization was waiting for them here? They wanted to leave here through the core black hole, but the core black hole blocked by the Kaku civilization was equivalent to blocking the way out for all civilized races. After thinking of the Kaku civilization, many clan leaders of civilized races began to contact the Kaku civilization, sending communication signals to the core black hole, requesting the Kaku civilization to lift the blockade. Unfortunately, no matter how pitiful, sincere, and humble these civilized races said, the Kaku civilization did not respond. Every day, the leaders of the major civilized races felt boundless fear spreading when they thought of the countdown in their minds. But they had no way out. Even if they used countless warships to form a wall and charge into the core black hole, they would be completely twisted into a knot by the terrifying space ripples. It can be said that so far, all civilized races have exhausted all methods, but they cannot enter the core black hole. Some prophet of civilization races tried their best to exhaust their lives, but they could not let their race enter the core black hole safely. After all, the technological gap was too big, and it was no longer something that the prophet could reverse. When there were 5 years left in the countdown, a civilization race finally blew up all its warships, leaving only the flagship of the civilization race and 10 motherships. After the civilization race did all this, it asked the Kaku civilization to let them go. After all, at the beginning, the Kaku civilization wanted to go to them, but no civilization race did what the Kaku civilization said. But in the current situation, they can't do it even if they don't want to. But unfortunately, even if this civilization blew up all its warships, the Kaku civilization did not let this civilization enter the core black hole. In fact, the Kaku civilization didn't care about these civilizations at all. If it weren't for the fact that the Holy Light civilization and the Earth Federation could not be destroyed, the patriarch of the Kaku civilization had no place to vent his anger. He wouldn't have made things difficult for these civilizations. But now these civilizations are his best vent. He sees these civilizations making various requests every day, and his anger provoked by the Earth Federation will subside a little. So now the daily routine of the leader of the Kaku civilization is to keep an eye on the dynamics of the Earth Federation microcosm, and scan the traces of the Holy Light civilization. The rest of the time is spent observing the flattering messages and various shameless performances of those civilized races. But the good times did not last long. As the countdown time became shorter and shorter, many civilized races had already been appointed. Now the messages sent by these civilized races every day are no longer flattering requests, but various unscrupulous curses. Although all civilized races do not speak the same language, you have to admire the universal language of the universe translated by the rules of the universe. No matter what words you use to curse people, even if other civilizations don't know the literal meaning of your words, the core idea of your words will be translated into the language of the other civilization intact, so that the essence of your words can be fully presented to the other party. This change in attitude made the Kaku civilization leader, who was originally in a good mood, angry. If it weren't for the fact that these civilized races were about to be wiped out, and there was no need for him to take action, he would have wiped out these civilized races long ago. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 10 years are about to pass. At this time, there is only 1 month left in the countdown. At this time, all civilized races have given up, because the space fluctuations emitted by the core black hole have not weakened but strengthened. At the same time, the Kaku civilization has added another weapon. Anyway, any matter that is close to the core black hole within 100 light years will be attacked, even if it is a meteorite fragment of a few cubic centimeters or the wreckage of a warship. Under such a blockade, let alone warships, even interstellar dust can't enter the core black hole. Has the energy stand array been activated? The chief of the Kaku civilization asked. All of them have been activated. Intelligence answered. The chief of the Kaku civilization nodded after listening. At this time, if the Holy Light civilization wants to leave the parallel universe, it basically has to start taking action. Otherwise, if they wait any longer, there will be no time to act. So the chief of the Kaku civilization made up his mind and directly took out the energy stand array on the Kaku civilization mothership and placed it at the entrance of the core black hole. In this way, the Holy Light civilization becomes a level 7 civilization, otherwise it will definitely not escape the huge energy vortex generated by the ability and position array. All civilizations are waiting for the arrival of the end of the world. The Kaku civilization is waiting for the Holy Light civilization to appear, and the Earth Federation is waiting for the parallel universe to replay. As all civilizations are waiting, time passes slowly, and in a blink of an eye, the countdown time unit has changed from days to hours. 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. From this moment on, preparations for the replay of the parallel universe have begun. Under the influence of the rules of the universe, the entire Virgo supercluster began to become very unstable, the energy of the stars began to explode wildly, and the entire Virgo supercluster was filled with a panic atmosphere. At this time, any civilized race could scan the huge and unstable gravitational field fluctuations in the void of the universe. At the same time, the radiation intensity of each galaxy began to increase exponentially. In just 1 hour, there were as many as 127 supernova explosions. When the countdown timer was 12 hours, Xiang Qian informed Xingyu to abandon the disguise of the Earth Federation microcosm in the Virgo galaxy cluster. Chief, the detector sent an alarm. The Earth Federation microcosm in the Virgo galaxy cluster has disappeared just now. The intelligent brain reported to the chief of the Kaku civilization. What? Disappeared? How did it disappear? The chief of the Kaku civilization stood up immediately and asked in panic. Chapter 547. After reading the scan data sent back by the detector, the leader of the Kaku civilization stood there in a daze, his mind was blank. The sudden disappearance of a small universe is something that he has never seen or even heard of. If a small universe wants to suddenly disappear in the turbulent space of time and space, it can only be destroyed. And the current Earth Federation cannot destroy the small universe. So how did the small universe of the Earth Federation disappear? This question is completely unsolvable to him. Is there anything unusual in the Virgo galaxy cluster? The leader of the Kaku civilization asked after a while. Nothing unusual. The intelligent brain replied. Perform a deep scan of the cosmic void within 20 million light-years around to find all abnormalities. The leader of the Kaku civilization said. Yes, leader. While the mothership was performing a deep scan of the entire cosmic void within a radius of 20 million light-years, the leader of the Kaku civilization was also checking the traps in the space-time turbulent space. After checking around, he found nothing unusual. This made him very unhappy. Originally, all the situations were within his plan, but with the appearance of the Earth Federation, his plan failed again and again. No matter how he set traps, the Earth Federation seemed to be able to predict the future, and every time his arrangements failed. Now, when the parallel universe was about to evolve again, and all civilized races would be wiped out by the rules of the universe, the Earth Federation's small universe suddenly disappeared. This was something he couldn't accept for someone who felt that he had everything under control. Chief, the deep scan is complete. A probe disappeared in the void of the universe 5 million light-years away. No probe debris was found within the surrounding 10 million light-years. After the intelligent scan was completed, he reported to the chief of the Kaku civilization. Probe, which civilization launched the probe? It was determined that it was launched by this civilization. At the same time, the system checked the historical records. This civilization has not sent us any messages asking for forgiveness before. The leader of the Kaku civilization narrowed his eyes, as he looked at the civilization race indicated by the intelligent brain on the big screen. However, he did not do anything to this civilization race, nor did he want to destroy it in anger. After thinking for a while, he said, Keep an eye on this civilization race and report any action immediately. Okay, leader. The leader of the Kaku civilization knew that the more time came, the more he could not make a mess. Now their mothership was blocking the exit of the core black hole, and absolutely no civilization race could pass through here. The space-time turbulent space has traps set by him, and the small universe cannot pass through it at all. So as long as he does not lose his composure, neither the Holy Light civilization nor the Earth Federation can leave the parallel universe. On the contrary, once he gets angry at this civilization, it is very likely that a flaw will be revealed, and then the Holy Light civilization will escape from the parallel universe. Their Kaku civilization will face the wrath of the advanced civilization, which is not something they can bear. I didn't expect that the Kaku civilization could really keep its composure, and didn't make any movement at all. Xiang Qian looked at the indifferent Kaku civilization on the big screen, and said with emotion, "I just don't know if they can find the information we left behind. If they find it, I don't know what they will do at that time." Queen Minghua said, "Who knows? Anyway, there are only 12 hours left before the parallel universe replays. Even if the Kaku civilization finds us now, it's too late." Kaya said indifferently. "Should we let Xingyu rest for a while, remove the shielding of the small universe, tease the Kaku civilization, and see what they will do?" Di Long said, as if he was afraid that the world would not be in chaos. Everyone rolled their eyes at Di Long and ignored his proposal, which was just looking for trouble. While Xiang Qian and his friends were chatting and teasing the Kaku civilization, the civilizations around the core black hole began their final charge. The fleets of all civilizations gathered together to form a huge arrow, piercing the core black hole like a sharp sword. The fleets of all civilizations abandoned the attack and concentrated the energy of all warships on defense, resisting the twisted ripples. However, they withstood one ripple, but lost 1/5 of their fleet. At this rate, even if all the fleets were destroyed, they could only advance 1/3 of the distance at most. Seeing this situation, some civilized races continued to attack without hesitation. But some civilized races quickly withdrew from the fleet and escaped beyond the range of the space ripples. Those civilized races that continued to charge had no chance. They would die if they stayed, and would also die if they continued to charge. It was better to charge on. This was their last madness. Thousands of civilizations exploded with the most powerful force in history. After all the warships were destroyed, they slowly advanced under the powerful distortion waves. However, with the strength of the civilization flagship, it could not survive in the distortion waves for long. After the first civilization flagship exploded before being destroyed, buying a little time for the following civilization flagships, the following civilization flagships also exploded confidently before being destroyed, buying a little time for the following civilization flagships. In this way, thousands of civilizations broke through the twisted waves one after another, and slowly approached the core black hole. Half an hour later, all civilizations that rushed towards the core black hole were wiped out. The final madness of all civilizations ended with the last civilization flagship self-destructing 30 light-years in front of the core black hole. A pile of twisted debris floating in the void of the universe turned into powder, and dissipated rapidly, with the impact of twisted waves one after another. The last traces of the existence of these civilizations also turned into nothingness under the twisted waves. At this time, there were only a few dozen civilizations left around the core black hole, and these civilizations only had about 180 ships. Their warships had already followed the fleet that had just charged into space, and the remaining ships were all carrying their people. However, these civilizations were all special evolutionists, the Protectors. After they found that they could not rush into the core black hole, they immediately withdrew from the fleet. After all, the Protectors could resist the annihilation of the rules of the universe, and they still had a glimmer of hope, so they were not prepared to launch the final charge like other civilizations, even though they knew they would die. But at this time, the leader of the Kaku civilization looked at the large area of wreckage around the core black hole, and his face was so gloomy that water could drip out. Because the civilization race that was controlled by the men in black and helped the Earth Federation to send the detector was in the charging team just now. Of course, it had been destroyed at this time. But with the destruction of this civilization race, the Kaku civilization could not find any clues about this civilization race, and the Earth Federation or the Holy Light civilization, which made the leader of the Kaku civilization very upset. But no matter whether he was in a good mood or not, the incident had already happened and became a fact, and there was no point in regretting it. After this charge, the remaining civilizations fell into peace. Now everyone was not waiting for the opportunity to leave, but the beginning of the universe's replay. The various galaxy clusters within the parallel universe began to become increasingly unstable, and supernova explosions had become extremely common. Almost every minute and every second, more than one star exploded in a supernova explosion. At the same time, in the void of the universe, a large number of radiation waves began to spread, and various rays intertwined, and the entire cosmic background became extremely chaotic. In a blink of an eye, 11 hours and 59 minutes have passed. There are still 50 seconds left in the countdown given by the scepter of the civilized race. At this time, even the countdown numbers have turned blood red, reminding everyone all the time that death is coming. Even the Kaku civilization has received a warning from the rules of the universe, asking them to exit the parallel universe immediately, otherwise the Kaku civilization will be wiped out. At this time, the patriarch of the Kaku civilization stared at the big screen, which is the most likely time for problems. Once he leaves the parallel universe in advance because he is afraid of being wiped out by the rules of the universe, the Holy Light civilization is likely to leave immediately. So even if he wants to leave immediately, he has to stay and wait for the deadline to come. Chapter 548. Countdown 48, 47, 46. Execute the plan. Xiang Qian looked at the countdown on the big screen, and when it reached 45 seconds, he immediately gave the order. Following Xiang Qian's order, Vicadia and Xingyu immediately activated their special controller abilities. The next second, a soul crystal suddenly appeared in front of the Kaku civilization mothership. At this time, the Kaku civilization patriarch looked at the countdown, and he was ready to order to leave when there were 30 seconds left. At that time, no matter how fast the Holy Light civilization was, it would not be possible to leave the parallel universe within 10 seconds. But he never expected that when there were 45 seconds left in the countdown, the soul crystal of the Holy Light civilization appeared in front of their mothership. The moment he saw the soul crystal, the patriarch of the Kaku civilization subconsciously ordered the mothership to attack. The moment the mothership of the 6th level peak civilization launched the attack, the space inside the black hole trembled a little, and a cylindrical shock wave shot fiercely at the soul crystal. In less than a second, the cylindrical shock wave hit the soul crystal. But 3 seconds later, the soul crystal appeared there again intact, and there were 41 seconds left on the countdown. Impossible, continue the attack. The leader of the Kaku civilization shouted immediately, when he saw that the soul crystal was intact. In an instant, the Kaku civilization mothership simultaneously exploded 10 quasi-level 7 weapons, covering the location of the soul crystal in an instant. The explosion of this attack caused a space crack to appear in the space inside the black hole. Chief, scan completed, soul crystal disappears. 5 seconds later, the prompt sound of the intelligent brain appeared. Huh? After hearing the words of the intelligent brain, the chief of the Kaku civilization finally breathed a sigh of relief. But after his eyes swept across the big screen, he immediately shouted, "Leave the parallel universe immediately, leave as quickly as possible." Yes, chief. Because at this time, the countdown on the big screen showed 31 seconds, so he had to order to leave. Even if the mothership of the Kaku civilization was very close to the space channel of the core of the black hole, with only 10 seconds, the remaining 20 seconds were reserved for dealing with emergencies. As the Kaku civilization mothership moved, the defensive weapons set inside the core black hole instantly lost their energy supply. Boom! A huge crash sounded inside the Kaku civilization mothership. The Kaku civilization patriarch was thrown up by the huge force at the moment of the collision and fell heavily to the ground. Beep beep. The left side of the mothership is damaged. The 7th weapon system is damaged. The intelligent brain began to report the damage to the mothership. What happened? Where did it hit? The chieftain of the Kaku civilization said with difficulty, while lying on the ground. You should know that there is no object inside the black hole except the space channel and the surrounding crystal walls, and the mothership is impossible to hit anything. But how can this weird situation happen now? According to the records and feedback information, the mothership hit the space channel. The intelligent brain replied. Hitting the space channel, what a joke. The chieftain of the Kaku civilization was dumbfounded. The space channel in front of them is the space channel leading to the real universe. They, the Kaku civilization, have gone in and out countless times, and have never had such a situation happen. It's like the door is open, but you bump into it when you go out. Is it possible? There is nothing blocking the door, but you bump into it. This is not reasonable at all. But this is not the time to dwell on this issue. There are only 22 seconds left before the parallel universe repeats. If they don't leave the parallel universe within these 22 seconds, their Kaku civilization will also be wiped out by the rules of the universe. Scan the space channel immediately to see if there is any abnormality. The patriarch of the Kaku civilization stared at the big screen and said nervously. Nothing unusual. 2 seconds later, the intelligent brain sent back the answer. Enter the space channel. The chief of the Kaku civilization gritted his teeth and said, at this time, the countdown was still 20 seconds. Boom! When the mothership rushed to the space channel again, the result was the same as the last time, and it crashed into an invisible wall. Scan the surroundings and display the results on the big screen. The chief of the Kaku civilization did not care about the cause of the collision. He knew that something must have gone wrong, otherwise this situation would not have occurred. But now is not the time to pursue the problem. The most urgent thing is to leave the parallel universe. 5 seconds later, the scanning situation was displayed on the big screen, and the countdown showed that there were 14 seconds left. When the leader of the Kaku civilization saw the scanning results, he was stunned, because the scanning results showed that their mothership was struggling with the crystal wall around the black hole, while the real space channel was not far to the right of the mothership. The strangest thing is that there is no abnormality in the scanning results displayed on the big screen, which means that such obvious differences in results were not distinguished by the intelligent brain. Please switch to manual operation immediately. The chief of the Kaku civilization took a breath and said decisively, switch to manual operation, controller starts to connect, connection completed. The chief of the Kaku civilization sat on the chair, controlled the mothership with his mind, and began to fly towards the real space channel. At this time, there were 10 seconds left in the countdown. When the mothership of the Kaku civilization approached the entrance of the space channel, the soul crystal appeared again, and the figure of the man in black also appeared at the same time. The man in black was suspended above the soul crystal. He raised his hand, and a complex pattern appeared. At the same time, the cosmic void in front of the space channel collapsed instantly. The three-dimensional space became two-dimensional space. The lines of the two-dimensional space became a net, covering the mothership of the Kaku civilization. Countdown 8 seconds. Seeing this, the Kaku civilization race immediately opened all the defense systems of the mothership. At the same time, according to his body's subconscious reaction, the mothership began to retreat. Countdown 5 seconds. The huge net formed by the two-dimensional space covered the mothership of the Kaku civilization, but the imagined collision did not happen. When the leader of the Kaku civilization saw the scene in front of him again, the images of the soul crystal and the man in black had disappeared. Countdown 3 seconds. Seeing the blood-red countdown on the big screen, if the leader of the Kaku civilization still didn't understand that he had been fooled, he could die. No. The leader of the Kaku civilization frantically urged the mothership to rush to the entrance of the space channel, but it was too late. When the countdown showed 0, the mothership of the Kaku civilization had just entered the space channel for less than 1/10. Then the space channel turned into nothingness, the core black hole collapsed, and violent energy radiated outward from the core black hole. Even the mothership of the 6th level peak civilization, under such an energy level, only lasted for 3 seconds before being completely destroyed. As for the people of the Kaku civilization, when the space channel turned into nothingness, they were already wiped out by the rules of the universe. At the same time, all the planets in the Virgo supercluster began to explode, and countless particles floated in the void of the universe. Then the speed of time increased wildly, and the speed of time in the entire parallel universe accelerated tens of thousands of times in an instant. Countless particle flows formed a particle storm under the condition of time acceleration. New planets began to gather, and the parallel universe began to evolve again. Chapter 549. The plan was successful. The Kaku civilization did not have time to escape the parallel universe. Xingkong said to Xiang Qian. How are Vacadia, Xingyu and the man in black? Xiang Qian asked immediately after he breathed a sigh of relief. Xingyu and the man in black have no problems. Vacadia's consumption is very high, but it has no effect on shielding the micro-universe. Xingkong replied. That's good. Now turn on the detector power to full, and record the data of the universe replay in real time. Xiang Qian nodded and said, Okay, boss. Instantly, the big screen displayed various data information of the universe replaying, and Xiang Qian and his team focused on the image of the universe's void. Countless particle streams formed a storm that swept across the entire parallel universe. Dark matter, antimatter, and all the most basic particles of positive matter collided in the universe's void. The explosion of the collision between positive matter and antimatter made the entire universe unstable. The space faults that could be seen everywhere turned the space of the entire parallel universe into a tattered rag. In the face of this horrific cosmic disaster, those civilized races that used the shelter to escape the annihilation of the universe's operating rules were destroyed by the particle flow storm in the universe's void after less than a few dozen seconds. It can be said that the universe's void at this time is a hell, and even black holes cannot exist in the universe's replay. At the same time, in the space-time turbulence space, the endless space-time turbulence becomes more and more violent. If the previous space-time turbulence is equivalent to the waves on a calm sea, then the current space-time turbulence is equivalent to the waves on a stormy sea. Under the protection of the Civilization Guardian Tree, the Earth Federation microcosm is trying hard to absorb the space-time turbulence energy, making the space-time turbulence energy that hits the microcosm crystal wall softer. However, the huge power of the space-time turbulence energy still brings endless pressure to the microcosm crystal wall. The power absorbed by the Civilization Guardian Tree is not converted, but directly transmitted to reglos, and then converted by reglos into the energy needed by the Earth Federation microcosm. So at this time, the Earth Federation's microcosm is also slowly growing, and the microcosm crystal wall is also slowly strengthening. As time goes by, the intensity of the particle flow storm in the parallel universe begins to decrease, and the particles that collide with each other begin to combine to form new matter. These substances begin to condense rapidly under the condition of tens of thousands of times the time acceleration of the parallel universe, and the cores of planets begin to form one after another. After the core of the planet is formed, under the action of gravity, the surrounding matter begins to gather. At this time, the space faults in the void of the universe have begun to decrease, the space has slowly repaired, and the physical rules have begun to take effect. Planets began to condense, stars ignited, and star systems began to form under the gravitational force of stars. These star systems began to form galaxies, and galaxies began to form galaxy clusters, and finally superclusters were formed. All of this was completed quickly. In less than a day, the supercluster had been initially formed. At this time, the speed of time in the parallel universe began to slowly decrease, but it still maintained a speed of thousands of times. Isn't this still the Virgo galaxy cluster? It seems that there is no change. DeLong looked at the Virgo galaxy cluster formed in the distance, and said curiously, "Starry sky, scan the Virgo galaxy cluster." Xiangqian said to the starry sky. Half an hour later, the scan results of the starry sky were displayed on the big screen. The Virgo galaxy cluster formed after the universe replayed did not change much from the Virgo galaxy cluster star map stored by the Earth Federation. The only change was that this newly formed Virgo galaxy cluster would take tens of millions of years to evolve into the Virgo galaxy cluster on the Earth Federation star map. "Shinkong, can you receive the optical image of the Milky Way?" Xiangqian asked immediately, after seeing the results displayed on the big screen. "We haven't received any light from the Milky Way, but based on the scan data, we can confirm that the Milky Way still exists," Shinkong replied. Xiangqian nodded after hearing this. After all, the Milky Way is a full 100 million light-years away from where Xiangqian and his team are. Even if the time is accelerated 10,000 times, the light can't reach here that fast. But other scanning methods can scan the existence of the Milky Way, so they will receive the light information of the Milky Way sooner or later. Where are your respective home planets? Let's go to our respective home planets now, to see if our respective races will reappear after the universe replays," Xiangqian suddenly said. Before, they had not thought that the universe replay would be like this. Even the Vidin Prophet and the man in black did not know the situation of the universe replaying. So Xiangqian and his group thought that when the universe finally replayed, the Big Bang would happen, all the galaxies would be reborn, or this parallel universe would become a new universe. Who would have thought that the universe replay is just like formatting a computer and then reinstalling the system? Although the Earth Federation can only scan the information of the Virgo galaxy cluster now, based on the performance of the Virgo galaxy cluster, Xiangqian has reason to believe that the Earth, the solar system, the Milky Way, the Andromeda galaxy, and other galaxies he is familiar with will reappear again. So the question is, since the Earth reappears, will humans be born again? After hearing Xiangqian's words, Lucen and others were stunned at first, but they reacted immediately. Everyone is not stupid, and they can understand what Xiangqian meant. Everyone excitedly revealed their home planets. The Earth Federation, Green Star Civilization, Silver Wing Civilization, Mandi Clan, and Regtros all come from the Milky Way. Although they are in different locations, for the current Earth Federation, it is just a short walk. The Pabadalong Civilization and the Bright Moon Empire come from other galaxies, but they are not far from the Earth Federation. The Three-Eyed Clan has no idea whether their home planet was born in this parallel universe. All the Three-Eyed Clan's hometown can only be regarded as the Andromeda Galaxy. After confirming the location of their respective home planets, Regtros came to the Great Universe through the Space Channel. Under the shield of the universe, He quickly led the Earth Federation's small universe to the Andromeda Galaxy. Don't get too excited. Although our home planet may be reborn, I don't think your respective races can reappear. After all, if the universe repeats the same situation every time, then the civilization race that could have been ahead is likely to be ahead again. In the end, there will only be a limited number of civilization races left in the entire universe. Is this possible? Queen Mingwe thought calmly for a while, and poured cold water on everyone. After listening to them, everyone realized that their ideas were a bit naive, so their excitement calmed down instantly. After all, their hope dropped from 80% to 18%, and the gap was too big. Anyway, let's go back to our home planet first. Xiang Qian was also looking forward to it. Chapter 550. On the way back to the home planet of the Earth Federation, the probe discovered many strange phenomena. For example, in the same galaxy, the time flow speed of several planets is different. The time flow speed of some planets is 2,000 times, while that of some planets is 5,000 times, and that of some stars can even reach 10,000 times. Such obvious difference in time flow speed makes the revolution of planets in the galaxy extremely strange. One planet may revolve around a star 100 times, while another planet only revolves 10 times. What is more terrifying is that the gravity of these two planets, with completely different revolution speeds, is perfectly integrated to form a very stable stellar operation system. This is completely challenging the rules of physics. But now, such strange situations can be seen at any time in the entire parallel universe. For such strange situations, the current technological level of the Earth Federation really cannot explain it. Because the data obtained by scanning, no matter how it is calculated, there is no problem. But in the current situation, even a fool knows that there is a problem, but where the specific problem is, no one knows. This is still the result of observing the celestial system. Xiang Qian has reason to believe that if the interior of the planet is scanned, more strange situations will appear. These strange situations completely violate the current scientific system. If they are really studied, scientists under the current scientific system will be driven crazy. Therefore, Xiang Qian did not let scientists analyze the strange situations scanned at present, but sealed them up, and waited until the day when the Earth Federation could do it, and then took out these data for careful study. Xiang Qian believed that at that time, these strange data of the universe replay would be of precious information that could not be more precious, and no civilized race in the entire universe would be able to obtain the data of the universe replay. One day in the microcosm is in years in the parallel universe. When the Earth Federation just crossed the Virgo cluster, a star in the Virgo cluster had already exploded in a supernova explosion. The lifespan of a star depends on its mass, but no matter how massive a star is, its lifespan is billions of years. But in this short period of time, a star has gone through its entire life, from birth to death. When the Earth Federation was still 30 million light-years away from the Milky Way, many white dwarfs and neutron stars had already appeared in major galaxies. Even on a life planet, life has been born. Although these lives are still reptilian, and have not yet formed civilization, it is only a matter of time before intelligent life is born and civilization is formed at a time flow rate that is more than 1,000 times faster. Finally, when the Earth Federation crossed more than 90 million light-years, and could accurately scan the Andromeda Galaxy, it discovered the civilized races born on countless life planets in the Andromeda Galaxy. At this time, there were more than 500,000 first-level civilized races in the Andromeda Galaxy alone, and these civilized races were still developing in the star systems around their mother stars. However, there is no civilized race in the core area of the Andromeda Galaxy, which means that the controlling civilization of the Andromeda Galaxy has not yet been born. When Fel saw the situation in the Andromeda Galaxy, he was not depressed. After all, he knew that the Three-Eyed Clan was not a native civilization of this parallel universe, so the sense of belonging to home was not as strong as that of others. After scanning the Andromeda Galaxy, the Earth Federation will head to the Milky Way. At the same time, it will also scan the mother planets of the Pabodalong civilization and the Ming Empire to see what will happen there. 10 minutes later, the star system where the home planet of Pabodalong civilization is located entered the scanning range of the Earth Federation. How could this happen? Dilong looked at the big screen with disappointment. At this time, the home planet of Pabodalong civilization shown on the big screen did not have any civilized races, but various monsters were rampant. Monsters that were dozens of times larger than dinosaurs were galloping on the surface of the planet. No creature could match these monsters. Dilong, is there any record of this period in the history of your civilization? What are those monsters? Xiang Qian said to Dilong that he thought that in the early days of Pabo Dilong civilization, like the Earth, it was in an era dominated by other species, just like the dinosaur era on Earth. No, in the records of our civilization, there is no such monster at all, not even fossils. Dilong shook his head and said. Everyone was silent after hearing this. Dilong's words also confirmed Queen Mingyue's guess, that is, although the universe will give birth to the same galaxy and the same mother star, the mother star will not give birth to the same civilization as theirs. Before everyone could consume this information, the starry sky reminded that the scan of Queen Mingyue's home planet had been completed. In everyone's expectant eyes, the information of Minghui Empire's home planet was displayed on the big screen. When the information was displayed, everyone knew the answer without asking Queen Mingyue. Because on the home planet of Minghui Empire, there lived a group of alien civilization races with 4 arms and green bodies. So needless to say, everyone knew that Minghui Empire did not exist. I thought about it a long time ago, so there's nothing to be disappointed about. The Queen of the Moon said indifferently. No one said anything, they could only shrug helplessly. After the preparations of the Babadalong civilization and the Moon Empire, everyone knew that the answer obtained from searching for the mother planet was completely different from the result they wanted, and the last bit of hope in everyone's heart was shattered. When the Earth Federation was able to scan the Milky Way, Xiangqian, Lusun, Sephiroth and Kaya, none of them was anxious to ask about the scan results. After all, even if the mother planet is found, what can be done? Can the civilization on the mother planet be destroyed and the mother planet moved back to the small universe? Forget it, don't be naive. The first mother planet displayed was the mother planet of the Mandi tribe. The result was naturally that the mother planet existed, but the civilization on the mother planet was not the Mandi tribe. The second one displayed was the mother planet of the Green Star civilization, and the result was the same as before. The third one was the mother planet of the Silver Wing civilization. Needless to say, the result was the same. At this time, Xiangqian also gave up, but after the situation of the Earth was displayed on the big screen, he stood up instantly and looked at the big screen with a surprised face. Use flood control. How is it possible? Xiangqian pointed at the image playing on the big screen and exclaimed in disbelief. The Asian plate shown on the big screen, the ancient Kyushu region, countless humans were opening mountains, digging rivers, diverting floods into rivers, and finally draining them into the Yangtze River and the Yellow River. Because the time flow of the parallel universe is very fast, all these pictures are like fast-forwarding a movie. Xia, Shang, Zhou, Qin, Western Han Dynasty, Xian Dynasty, Xian Han, Eastern Han Dynasty, Three Kingdoms period, Jin, Southern and Northern Dynasties, Sui, Tang, 5 dynasties, and 10 kingdoms, Song, Yuan, Ming, Qing. One after another, historical dynasties passed on the big screen, and the entire ancient history of Chinese civilization was presented in front of Xiangqian with real images, so that Xiangqian's brain could only passively accept this information, and he had no time to react. Boss, the time flow of the Earth has returned to normal. The starry sky prompted Xiangqian to say. Normal? How come it is normal here? Xiangqian was dumbfounded, because the time displayed on the big screen at this time was exactly 1800. Chapter 551. Is this the history of you humans on Earth? The Queen of Mingyue said to Xiangqian in surprise, and the other people looked at Xiangqian in surprise. The image played on the big screen, just now, was not the history of the development of civilization, but a history of war. This was simply unimaginable to them. Even in the Ming Empire, which was also a human civilization, there had not been so many wars among humans on Earth since the birth of civilization, not even 1/10 of them. Yes, what's wrong? Is there any problem? Xiangqian looked at everyone, not understanding what they were surprised about. Is there a problem? Before the Great Disaster, the number of wars in our Ming Empire, since the beginning of historical records, was less than 1/10 of yours, not to mention the scale. Basically, they were all rebellions by lords, and there has never been a war involving more than 10,000 people in the empire. Queen Mingyue said speechlessly. That's right, our Green Star civilization has never had a war with more than 10,000 people, since the beginning of civilization records. Our battles are all with wild beasts, and wars rarely occur between tribes. Lusun also said. It's the same with our Mandi tribe. Except for the rebellion of the royal family, there has never been a major war. Kaya continued. It's the same with our Silver Wing civilization. The same. Except for Fel, who didn't speak, everyone else spoke up, saying that wars rarely occurred in the history of their civilization, and even if wars occurred, they would not be as cruel as on Earth. Are you kidding me? With the history of your civilization, there has never been a major war? How is that possible? Don't you fight for resources? Xiangqian asked curiously. There is nothing to fight for. There are plenty of resources. There is no need to fight. Sephiroth. Yes, we can exchange the resources we don't have with other tribes. War will kill people. Lucen. We love peace. Dilong. The whole planet belongs to the Empire. Queen Mingwe. There is only one country on our home planet. Kaya. Their answers instantly caused huge damage to Xiang Qian, with a critical hit of plus 10,086. This is unscientific, Xiang Qian said with deep resentment. Whether it is scientific or not, the fact is like this, and Xiang Qian has nothing to say. Anyway, it is all history. What they want to know most now is why other civilized races were born on their home planet, while humans were born on Earth, and the history is exactly the same. Xiang Qian was also thinking about this question, and he couldn't figure it out. After all, the repetition of the universe is controlled by the rules of the universe, and he couldn't ask the rules of the universe why the Earth was in such a situation. That doesn't mean that the history of the Earth will repeat itself in 2015. Without his rebirth, humans are likely to repeat the same mistakes. At the same time, there is also a question that Xiang Qian has been avoiding, that is, will there be the same him after his birth? These messy questions filled Xiang Qian's brain for a while, making him completely confused. If our home planet could be like Earth, at least we can save those famous scientists in the history of civilization development. With the scientific thinking of those scientists, maybe our technology can take off again. While Xiang Qian was thinking, Queen Mingwe said to others, "Yes, I can't imagine what miracles those scientists who promoted the leapfrog development of the entire scientific system could have a lifespan of 120,000 years, when the scientific system was not yet formed." Di Long nodded. Scientists. Leapfrog development. 1800. Xiang Qian heard their conversation and suddenly had an idea. That's right, what he had to do now was not to consider why the Earth would develop a civilization exactly the same as in history, nor to consider whether redeveloping 1800 could change history, but to save those amazing scientists in history. Starry Sky, search for historical data immediately, which scientists were born in 1800, and who were the most famous scientists of the same period. Xiang Qian said excitedly. Okay, boss, let's start the search. Scientists born in 1800 include physicist Aeneas Jedlik, geologist Heinrich George Brunn, entomologist Johann George Wagler, mathematician Carl Wilhelm Feuerbach. The most famous scientists of the same period: Joseph Lagrange, Michael Faraday, James Clerk Maxwell, Albert Einstein, Nikola Tesla, Maria Sklodowska-Curie. Xiang Qian listened to Shinkong's report and looked at the series of names on the big screen. Some of them he still remembered by heart, and the memories deep in his mind began to awaken. James Clerk Maxwell, Albert Einstein, Maria Sklodowska-Curie, Nikola Tesla. In the ranking of the greatest scientists in human history in the 21st century, these names are all on the list. After the memories in his mind awakened, Xiang Qian was so excited that he almost jumped up. If the lives of all these scientists can be extended to 120,000 years, it will definitely be amazing. Shinkong, ask Xingyu if they can shield our spaceship and let it land on the Earth, Xiang Qian said anxiously. He couldn't wait to gather all the scientists on the Earth. Okay, boss. A few minutes later, Xingyu gave Xiang Qian a positive answer, that is, they can. Shinkong, let Reglos enter the Earth, and then send a small spaceship to inject life extension drugs to all scientists. Xiang Qian immediately gave the order. Okay, boss. The next second, Regtros entered the Earth and landed in Australia. Then a small spaceship quickly left the small universe and began to head to the location of the scientists according to historical records. As a result, the spaceship had just been sent out, and something unexpected happened. That is, the scientist who was injected with a life-extending drug died immediately after the injection. The plan was suspended, and they brought the body of the scientist back, Xiang Qian said with a gloomy face. Yes, boss, Shinkong replied. After the bodies of the scientists were brought back to the microcosm, the Academy of Sciences began to examine the cause of their death. In less than 15 minutes, the results of the examination appeared in front of Xiang Qian. That is to say, he was wiped out by the rules of the universe. Xiang Qian said seriously after reading the report. Yes, the Academy of Sciences has confirmed it. Xiang Qian was helpless because the deaths of these scientists were related to the life-extending potion. Xingyu can shield the rules of the universe, but after the life-extending potion is injected into the scientist's body, Xingyu can no longer shield it. Because if the potion's efficacy is shielded, it is the same as if it was not injected, and the potion's efficacy will not be exerted at all. But if the potion's efficacy is not shielded, the life-extending potion of the 6th level civilization will be discovered by the rules of the universe at the moment it takes effect. After the rules of the universe discover that this technology does not belong to the Earth civilization, although they do not find out the reason, they will instantly wipe out the scientist who injected the life-extending potion. In this way, Xiang Qian's plan could not be completed. Unless Xiang Qian wanted to pull all these scientists into the Earth Federation's microcosm, any technological items that surpass the current Earth Federation could not appear on Earth. Starry Sky unblock the think tank, access their signals through the virtual equipment of the life support cabin, and hold a meeting in the virtual world in half an hour. Xiang Qian thought for a while, and said with gritted teeth. He really couldn't think of any way to solve the current dilemma, so he could only unblock all members of the think tank and ask them to help come up with ideas. After all, these scientists cannot be abandoned. With the technological level of this era, there are scientists who can research so many theories. If there is support from the Earth Federation, perhaps the Earth Federation can directly break through the 7th level civilization. So even if the think tank is unsealed, Xiang Qian must keep the lives of these scientists. Chapter 552. Let's not talk nonsense. After all, the time difference between the microcosm and the parallel space is 1:100. We don't have that much time to talk nonsense. The Earth Federation is currently facing the most important opportunity. You have just seen the specific information. Now we want you to design a complete plan. The plan requires that the lives of these scientists be saved without affecting the advancement of human civilization and technology. Xiang Qian said seriously to all the members of the think tank in the virtual world conference room. After Xiang Qian finished speaking about his request, all the think tank members began to discuss. If it was just for these scientists, then if we directly took people to the Earth Federation microcosm, there would be no life at all. But if we really did that, the human race on Earth would not develop. The contributions made by these scientific masters to the entire human scientific system are not comparable to those of ordinary scientists. To put it bluntly, if there were no theories of these scientific masters, it would be a question whether the level of technology of human beings could reach the early stage of first-level civilization by the 21st century. Therefore, it is not feasible to directly bring these scientists into the Earth Federation microcosm. After all, in the new era, mankind still needs to develop. Without these scientific masters, there is no point in development. As time passed, the think tank had initially reached a consensus, but there were still some details that had not been discussed. Xiang Qian could not interrupt, and could only wait anxiously. At this time, Lucasen and others had just finished reading the records of scientific masters such as Einstein and Tesla, and also knew why Xiang Qian valued these scientific masters. They really didn't think that so many great scientists could be born in such an environment and period. 3 hours later, the representative of the think tank stood up and said to Xiang Qian and others, "Chief, we have finished our discussion. According to your request, we have made several plans. The first plan, without considering other aspects, is to bring these scientists into the microcosm before they die and save their lives through life extension drugs. The advantage of this plan is convenience, but the disadvantage is that it cannot affect the Earth's technological system. The development trajectory of mankind will be the same as our history. In this way, after the catastrophe begins, the Earth will still lag behind. The second plan is to let Xingyu build a place on the Earth that can shield the monitoring of the rules of the universe, and then send people to contact these scientists, bring these scientists to this place, and instill their theories in these scientists, so that they can carry out the theories they have researched. When their lives are about to end, we will connect them to the small universe or simply let them stay in a place shielded by the universe. The advantage of this plan is that it can ignore the monitoring of the rules of the universe. After all, the scientific theories they have studied in advance are their own research results and do not exceed their capabilities. Even if they are a little ahead of time, the rules of the universe will not intervene. As for their subsequent research results, they are also their own strength. We did not intervene, so the rules of the universe will not erase them. This will slowly improve the Earth's space level, allowing the Earth to surpass our historical technological level before the catastrophe. However, the disadvantage is that it changes the life trajectory of these scientists, and I don't know if it will affect their personal safety. After all, during the period from 1914 to 1945, the Earth was very unsafe, and these scientists were easily threatened. At the same time, this reminder of the Earth's technological level is still relatively slow, and it is still powerless against major disasters. The third plan is called the Rebirth Plan. The goal of the plan is to completely occupy the Earth, directly change the history of the Earth, unify all mankind, and give birth to the Earth federal government in advance. Then, In the name of the federal government, all scientists will be summoned to upgrade technology. The advantages of this plan are needless to say, such as improving the level of Earth's technology, integrating all human resources, etc. But the disadvantages of this plan are as many as the advantages. First, we cannot be sure what will happen if we directly change history in this way. Second, we don't know whether the scientists who would have appeared after changing history will be born. Third, if our technology level is too high when the catastrophe begins, will it be suppressed by the rules in the dark? After listening to the three plans, Xiang Qian directly abandoned the first plan. The second and third plans made him entangled. The third plan is definitely the most profitable, but also the most dangerous. If the second plan is implemented step by step, the future of mankind will definitely be much better than in history. Which one should I choose? Xiang Qian frowned and thought for a while, then gritted his teeth and made a decision. What preparations are needed to implement the third plan? Xiang Qian asked. To implement the third plan, we must first use gene seed technology to allow our people to be born again on Earth, and then develop rapidly with the help of the microcosm, strive to reach the top positions of various countries as soon as possible, and then solve all unstable factors, and work together to establish the Earth Federation. If there are no problems with the implementation of the plan up to this point, then the next thing will be simple. Directly use the system of the Earth Federation, and then invest in education on a large scale. After discovering any scientific researchers with keen scientific thinking and correct development ideas, subconsciously guide them so that they can quickly improve the technological level of the Earth. The think tank said. Is there any problem with gene seed technology? There is no problem. Gene seeds are just fragments of chromosomes. After entering the human body, they grow with the birth of the next generation, and will not have a direct impact on the human body. Just like the viral gene fragments in human DNA, they are all part of human DNA, so they will not be wiped out by the rules of the universe. After the next generation carrying the gene seeds is born, they will slowly awaken under the guidance of our subconscious mind. This is not an invasion from the outside world, it is all the growth of the human body itself. Human thinking is not monitored by the rules of the universe, so after awakening, there is no fear of being wiped out by the rules of the universe. The only problem at this time is that we don't know whether the rules in the dark will directly affect the plan and prevent everyone from awakening. Or after awakening, they will be eliminated by others. The think tank replied, ignore the rules of the underworld for now. You will immediately select the personnel to implement the plan based on the information in the Earth Federation population database. I want the plan to start in 3 days. Xiang Qian gave the order directly. Since he has made up his mind, there is no need to think so much. Whether the rules of the underworld exist or not is a question. After all, he is a reborn person. If there really are rules of the underworld, he would have been wiped out long ago, and there would be no today. So Xiang Qian doesn't care much about the rules of the underworld. Instead, he cares more about the rules of the universe. Chapter 553. May 13, 1825, was a very ordinary day on Earth. On this day, many newborns were born all over the world as usual. However, among these newborns, many of them attracted the attention of Xiang Qian and his team. Because today was the day when the rebirth plan was implemented, the Earth Federation selected a total of 20,000 people to participate in this plan, and more than 3,000 people will be born around the world today. The remaining 17,000 people will be born in various parts of the world in the next 2 years. Boss, 2,908 people survived the first batch of births, and 93 died for various reasons. Shinkong reported. Well, take back the gene seeds of those who failed to be born, and start subconscious guidance for those who succeeded. Xiang Qian nodded. The failure of birth has nothing to do with technology, it is purely a matter of luck. The death rate of childbirth in this era is too high. The current success rate is because the fetuses with the gene seeds of Earth Federation personnel have stronger vitality, otherwise the death rate would be higher. Okay, boss. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Noble Jing gave birth to a son. An old eunuch knelt on the ground and said to Emperor Daoguang, Good, good, God bless the Qing dynasty. The emperor was very pleased and laughed. Emperor Daoguang pondered for a while in the imperial study at night, and gave his second son a name, Aixinjuel Yuigong. If it is true history, this unlucky Aixinjuel Yuigong only lived for 5 months and died of illness in the 2nd year. But now this Aixinjuel Yuigong is a copycat product. His real identity is Zhang Lei, the chief of staff of the Earth Federation General Staff. A year later, Zhang Lei's memory awakened, and he began to implement the infiltration plan. When Aixinjuel Yuigong was 2 years old, his younger brother, 891, another unlucky guy in history, was born. Unfortunately, this unlucky guy did not have the genes of the Earth Federation personnel, so just like in history, he died after living for a month. For years later, Emperor Xianfeng, the husband of Empress Dowager Cixi who dragged the Qing dynasty into the abyss, 891, was born. Zhang Lei looked at Emperor Xianfeng, who was still a baby, and thought to himself, "You will be your prince in this life. When you are 10 years old, your mother will die, my mother will become the queen, and my brother will be the Prince Gong. What can you use to fight with me for the throne?" Moreover, as a child with adult thinking, Zhang Lei did things in a methodical manner. Emperor Dugwang didn't know how much he liked him. Therefore, as long as Zhang Lei did not die, Emperor Xianfeng would never become the emperor. While Zhang Lei was in the palace, working hard for the future throne, other people who were born were doing the same thing. Although the birth status of other people was not as good as Zhang Lei, some were not bad, such as Zhao Ming. At this time, Zhao Ming was no longer surnamed Zhao, but changed to a high-end and classy surname, Rothschild. It can be said that during this period, the more influential families were infiltrated by the Earth Federation. When these people grow up, they will use their influence to transform the entire Earth situation. Ha ha ha, Zhang Lei looks awkward in the dragon robe, I must save this video. Xiang Qian looked at the big screen and saw Zhang Lei wearing the dragon robe and ascending the throne, and laughed without image. Okay boss, the record has been saved. Xingkong took it seriously. Okay, no more jokes, Zhang Lei has ascended the throne, and we can start the plan to control the Qing dynasty. Xiang Qian said seriously. Yes, boss, I will notify all the undercover personnel right away. 1 month after he ascended the throne, Zhang Lei proposed a plan to abolish the 8-part essay and conduct universal scientific education in the court. Of course, this plan was immediately opposed by all ministers after it was proposed. However, Zhang Lei was not angry, but just told him to go home and think about it and discuss it tomorrow. As a result, these ministers had a nightmare when they slept at night. They were captured by little ghosts and took a tour of the 18 levels of hell, and it was an in-depth experience tour. After they were released, the little ghost warned them that if they dared to oppose the emperor's proposal again, today's tourism would become a reality. This scared all the ministers. At this time, no matter how high the official was, people were afraid of ghosts and gods. Especially the deep hypnosis of the Earth Federation's hell trip, which made them feel a dull pain all over their bodies after getting up in the morning. As a result, when Zhang Lei proposed the universal education plan again, during the morning court the next day, no one dared to oppose it. In this way, the plan proposed by Zhang Lei was naturally implemented nationwide. Of course, this also requires the help of the Earth Federation. Otherwise, how could the Qing dynasty, with its internal and external troubles at this time, implement such a plan? Hong Xiuquan and other high-ranking officials of the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom were killed by Xiang Qian before they even started the uprising. So the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom in history has also become history. As for external troubles, that's easier to say. If the people born in Europe in the Earth Federation really have a fake influence. Even if there were people who objected, they were all killed by Xiang Qian. So under the influence of the Earth Federation, the whole world seemed to suddenly calm down and entered a period of stable development. All countries in the world began to develop their economies and popularize universal education. As for war, who dares to say that it is a question whether you can see the sun the next day? In the blink of an eye, 1900 arrived, and the first batch of people born on Earth were already old. At this time, the second batch of people born in the Earth Federation began to enter the forces already controlled by the Earth Federation, slowly taking over the forces controlled by the first batch of people born, and continuing to implement the Earth Federation's plan. The history of the Earth at this time has been changed beyond recognition, but fortunately, the famous scientists in history were all born safely. Tesla was researching ultra-long-distance wireless power transmission technology with the funding of the Rothschild family at this time, while Einstein had just graduated from the Swiss Federal Institute of Technology and was studying the photoelectric effect. It can be said that these scientific giants are now living better than in history. Nothing in the outside world can affect their scientific research. Once the Earth Federation finds any bad signs, it will intervene directly. The purpose is to allow them to conduct scientific research with peace of mind, and the Earth Federation will arrange everything else for them. The scientists trained by the Earth Federation through comprehensive scientific education are all focusing on one project, that is, human cryopreservation technology. After all, with this technology, these scientific masters do not need to enter the Earth Federation's microcosm. They only need to freeze for more than 100 years, and wait for the catastrophe to come. They can inject life-extending drugs step by step to make their lives reach 120,000 years. If they are allowed to enter the Earth Federation's microcosm, then at a time ratio of 1 to 100, the time lost will be too much. So whenever possible, Xiang Qian will not connect them to the Earth Federation's microcosm. Chapter 554. Boss, this is the data of the civilizations born on all the life planets in the third spiral arm. Xiang Qian looked at the densely packed marks on the big screen and said, "Remove all alien civilizations." Instantly, the marks on the big screen were reduced by 1/3, and only 30 or so star systems around the solar system still had marks. Extract the information of the civilizations in these star systems. Xiang Qian pointed to several star systems around the solar system and said, "This civilization is too ugly, get rid of it. This civilization's technology system is not good, get rid of it. This civilization is not bad, it looks more pleasing to the eye, keep it." Xiang Qian muttered quietly, while flipping through the information of these civilizations. Half an hour later, after getting rid of the civilizations that Xiang Qian didn't like, there were still 7 civilizations left. Pay attention to these civilizations, and guide them if necessary. Xiang Qian said to the starry sky. "Okay, boss." After determining the affiliated races of the Earth Federation in this era, Xiang Qian began to look at the development of the Earth. It is now 1950, but the current Earth is more technologically advanced than the Earth in 2015 in history. Although the governments of various countries still exist at this time, and have not yet merged into the Earth Federation, all countries are under the control of the Earth Federation. With the cooperation of scientists all over the Earth, and the support of countless large consortiums, human technology has climbed to the middle stage of the first-level civilization during this period. Although it is a first-level intermediate civilization that has just broken through, the controlled nuclear fusion technology has been studied. With the support of unlimited energy, a large number of automated equipment are used, and the resources mined by humans every day are thousands of times more than those of human civilization in history. Animal husbandry has begun to promote automated production, and the day when humans liberate productivity is not far away. Therefore, under the conscious guidance of the Earth Federation, humans in this period began to focus on spiritual improvement. Under the influence of global network information, humans have many wonderful ideas every day. It can be said that this era is an era without constraints and an era of liberating thoughts. Science has the most fertile soil in this era. Every day, new technologies are born for human beings, and the technological explosion has never stopped. 3 months later in this small universe, it is also 1975 on Earth. On this day, Xiang Qian left the main control hall, said goodbye to Lucasen and others, and opened the frozen cabin of Lung Ning. "How long have I slept?" Lung Ning opened his eyes, looked at Xiang Qian's smiling face, and said, "Not long, just over 100 years. Xiang Qian said with a smile. "Is there something wrong?" Lung Ning asked in confusion. According to her thinking, it must have been hundreds of thousands of years since she was frozen. Otherwise, with the technological level of the Earth Federation, it would be impossible to break through the 7th level civilization. But since she was awakened by Xiang Qian now, and the Earth Federation has not broken through the 7th level civilization, the only explanation is that there is something wrong with the Earth Federation. "Nothing is wrong. I woke you up because I have good news to tell you," Xiang Qian said mysteriously. "Good news? What good news?" Xiang Qian then told Lung Ning about his return to Earth, and told him his next plan. "What? You want me to take over the civilization race scepter, and you want to use gene seed technology to be reborn on Earth?" Lung Ning looked at Xiang Qian in great surprise after hearing this. "That's right. Not only me, but the entire think tank and the staff will be reborn on Earth with me. This is to control the new Earth. After all, when the new Earth recondenses the civilization race scepter, one person must be in control. But if that person has ambitions, it is not a good thing for the Earth Federation. After all, after 120,000 years, the new Earth and our Earth Federation will merge, so the best choice is for me to be reborn on Earth and master the scepter of civilization and race." Xiang Qian nodded. "Okay." After a while, Lung Ning spoke. "Don't worry, after the catastrophe begins, the Earth Federation can keep in touch with me outside the scope of the universe's operating rules. And after you master the scepter of the civilization race, you have endless life. Even after the end of this era, you don't have to be frozen anymore." Xiang Qian hugged Lung Ning and said, "Well, I understand." Lung Ning leaned on Xiang Qian's arms and nodded. The next day, Xiang Qian and all the think tank and staff were in the race flagship of the Pabatalong civilization to receive gene seed debugging. All their life essences will be condensed into gene seeds, and when they wake up again, it will be the time for them to be born in the Earth Federation. On October 15, 1985, Xiang Qian woke up in a biological culture chamber in a secret research center underground in Nanjing. Because Xiang Qian did not want to have another parent, he chose to be born as a test tube baby. At the same time, around the world, there were more than 500,000 people in the Earth Federation who chose the same birth method as Xiang Qian. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, the year 2000 arrived. On October 1st of that year, after 3 years of discussion, all countries on Earth decided to establish the Earth Federation government. It was from this year that all the resources of the Earth Federation began to be truly integrated. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. On October 15, 2010, Xiang Qian became the top leader of the Earth Federation government. The cocooning plan is launched. Xiang Qian's first order, after becoming the top leader of the federal government, was to launch the cocooning plan that had been prepared for 200 years. The purpose of this plan is to reserve as much raw materials as possible before the great disaster comes, and at the same time, to open up the connection between the Earth and the universe in advance and erect a huge protective shell around the Earth. After all, Xiang Qian cannot be sure that this catastrophe will be the same as before, and there may be changes, so the preparation work should include all aspects as much as possible. After the cocoon plan was launched, the major financial groups and forces that have been lurking behind the world appeared one after another, and began to support this plan with amazing resources. The industrial system of the middle stage of the first-level civilization began to explode with the support of major financial groups, which is equivalent to destroying the human financial system. If this plan is implemented for more than 10 years, the entire world's financial system will collapse. However, the catastrophe will occur in 5 years, so there is no problem with the destruction of the financial system, and a new system will be established at that time. On December 24, 2015, the Space Telescope discovered a large meteorite flying towards the Earth. Chapter 555. Commander, the interception plan is about to begin. Please authorize the activation of the low Earth orbit defense weapon. In the Large Meteorite Interception Command Center, the person in charge of the plan said to Xiang Qian, "Okay, start the authorization operation." Xiang Qian nodded. After the triple inspection of iris, voice and dynamic password, the low Earth orbit defense weapon was activated. However, the others in the command hall did not notice that when the person in charge of the plan and Xiang Qian were talking, both sides showed helpless looks in their eyes. Because Xiang Qian and the person in charge of the plan knew that this large meteorite could not be intercepted at all, so no matter what they did now, it would be useless, but in order to give an explanation to the people, they had to do it. This made Xiang Qian and his team feel like taking off their pants to fart, which was a waste of effort. But now they had to do so much, which made people feel very helpless. After Xiang Qian's authorization operation was completed, the big screen showed an icon of 17 defense weapons in low Earth orbit launching missiles at the same time. The warheads of these missiles are all super large nuclear bombs, each of which is at the billion-ton level. Under normal circumstances, these weapons can completely destroy the large meteorite flying towards the Earth. However, under the guidance of the rules of the universe, even if Redlows takes action, he cannot destroy this large meteorite with a special mission. Many staff members in the command hall are nervously watching the big screen. They all hope that these 17 ultimate weapons of mankind can destroy these large meteorites that can cause the extinction of mankind. If this large meteorite really hits the Earth, the simulation result of scientists is that humans will disappear from the Earth like dinosaurs. However, in the entire command hall, there are more than a dozen people with different expressions on their faces. Most of these people are senior officials of the Earth Federation, including Xiang Qian. Hit the target. When the trajectories of the 17 nuclear bombs overlapped with the trajectory of the large meteorite on the big screen, the interception result was displayed on the big screen. Boom! Successful, we succeeded. Most of the staff in the hall cheered loudly. They felt the coming of death in the suppressed anger of the past few minutes. Now that the interception was successful, they could not suppress their joy and cheered excitedly. After all, according to the calculation of the Academy of Sciences, as long as these 17 nuclear bombs focus on the large meteorite, there will be a 90% chance of smashing the large meteorite. At that time, the shattered meteorite fragments will not have any impact on the Earth. But before they could be happy for a while, the command hall sounded a piercing alarm again, and the mark of the large meteorite on the big screen continued to move towards the Earth. At this time, All the people who were cheering just now were dumbfounded, looking at the big screen in disbelief, and could not imagine such a result at all. Immediately calculate the volume of the meteorite after being intercepted, and at the same time calculate whether there is a possibility of secondary interception. Xiang Qian spoke at this time. Hearing Xiang Qian's words, everyone remembered their work, immediately sat back in their seats, and began to calculate the data after the meteorite was bombed by the nuclear bomb. A few minutes later, a researcher said with a dead look on his face, "The mass of the meteorite has only decreased by 11.5%, but the volume has decreased by 42%, and the speed has decreased by 6.7%. There is no possibility of a second interception. Because the core of this meteorite is a high-density material, it will not be damaged by the attack of the nuclear bomb, and the atmosphere will not reduce its volume much. With its current mass, after entering the atmosphere, the speed will reach Mach 33. According to the kinetic energy formula, the force produced by this meteorite hitting the Earth is equivalent to the explosion effect of 97 billion-ton nuclear bombs." After the calculation data was obtained, the whole hall was silent. Everyone showed a desperate expression on their faces, even Xiang Qian, who showed a desperate expression in order to make the performance more realistic. Time passed by minute, and the meteorite on the big screen entered the atmosphere, and then nothing happened. The large meteorite seemed to have disappeared. After entering the atmosphere, it never appeared again. This made the staff waiting for the impact in the command hall a little uncomfortable. They couldn't figure out what went wrong. 2 minutes later, the Space Astronomical Research Center sent data that the large meteorite burned up in the atmosphere, and not even a fragment fell on the surface of the Earth. This weird result confused everyone. They couldn't figure out why a meteorite that couldn't be destroyed by a nuclear bomb would burn up in the atmosphere. This was unscientific. Xiang Qian didn't care whether this was scientific or not. He winked at the person in charge. "Report to the chief. The Atmospheric Environment Research Center sent a message that an unknown substance dust fell into the Earth, and the dust contained an unknown virus. The School of Life Sciences is conducting research on this virus, and there is no result yet." After seeing Xiang Qian's eyes, the person in charge immediately typed a few times on the computer, and then said to Xiang Qian seriously, "In the name of the Earth federal government, notify all departments and people to move to the emergency defense base immediately, and no one is allowed to be exposed to the air." Xiang Qian immediately said seriously, "Yes, Chief." The senior officials of the Earth Federation in the command hall answered at the same time. Then, the radios in all cities on Earth began to broadcast this information, and the road commanders, who had been prepared for a long time, immediately took their positions and began to guide all the people into the emergency defense bases in the cities. It can be said that the whole routine was 1,000 times the same as the drill. Even though the people were panicked after listening to the broadcast, there was no crowding or trampling. Everyone entered the emergency defense base under command. In just 5 hours, the cities on the surface became empty. All the people in the city were transferred to the defense base, and at this time, only the soldiers of the Federation were still active in the city. These soldiers were not carrying out other tasks, but to plunder all the living supplies in the city and transport them into the defense base. Xiang Qian and a group of senior officials of the Earth Federation looked at the empty city through surveillance equipment, and they had an indescribable feeling in their hearts. If they had such organizational efficiency when they encountered a disaster, so many people would not have died. Xiang Qian was quite emotional about this. Even if he knew that a disaster was coming, he could only save his family and friends, but not many people. But now, with the resources of the Earth Federation, they started preparing 5 years ago, and can now save everyone. This is the gap between personal power and racial power. The resources held by both sides are too different. Okay, everyone go and get busy. It's best not to sleep tonight. After all, when evolution begins, being awake is more effective than being asleep. Xiang Qian said to the reborn elites of the Earth Federation. Chapter 556. The Earth at night had no luster. The lights that never went out in the city, that never slept, were all extinguished. Modern cities turned into dead cities. When the breeze blew, the plastic bags on the side slowly crossed the road. The already lifeless city looked even more gloomy. Suddenly, 12 huge beams of light burst out from different locations on the Earth, like huge pillars standing upright on the Earth. When Xiang Qian received the news, he thought about it for a while, and showed a look of understanding. Collect those devices, and send them to the Academy of Sciences. Let the scientists study them at will. Tell them that the military has already cut them with the most advanced cutting equipment, and that they cannot cause any damage to the devices, so they don't have to worry about damaging them. Xiang Qian immediately gave the order. Yes, Chief. As someone who was not reborn from the Earth Federation, Xiang Qian's secretary turned around and left in a daze. With his super high IQ, he couldn't figure out why the chief would issue such an order for something that had just been discovered and seemed to be very important. This was unscientific. After the secretary left, Xiang Qian showed a strange expression. Seeing that the elite of the future Earth Federation think tank, with an IQ of more than 170, was actually confused by him. Suddenly, a sense of superiority in IQ arose. Sure enough, it feels so good to know the plot in advance. Time passed slowly, and Xiang Qian did not sleep all night. He has been waiting for the moment of evolution. After all, he is now an ordinary person, and the abilities of the former evolver have completely disappeared after rebirth. If he wants to become an evolver again, he must evolve again. Unfortunately, he waited all night in vain. At 8 o'clock the next morning, evolution had not occurred. This made Xiang Qian a little depressed. Although he didn't know the exact time of evolution, according to his speculation, evolution should have occurred on the day the meteorite entered the Earth Federation. But the result was different from what he thought, which also reminded Xiang Qian that this was no longer the last life, but a new era. Although major disasters will occur, the specific circumstances may not be the same, so we can't always judge the current situation based on previous memories. When Xiang Qian arrived at the conference hall, he saw that 90% of the senior officials of the Earth Federation had dark circles under their eyes, and his depressed heart instantly calmed down. After all, he was not the only one who waited foolishly all night. It seemed that the reborn people of the Earth Federation were the same as him. Before the meeting started, everyone looked at each other, and everyone had a refreshing smile on their faces. It was a happy thing to see. The meeting begins. First, report on the public's emotional problems, the operation of each base, and the allocation of materials. Xiang Qian spoke. The public's mood is relatively stable, and most people are grateful to the government for arranging all personnel in a short time. So they understand that the living conditions are a little worse, and many people have applied to be volunteers to help the government share some chores. At the same time, the various areas that have been built in the defense base have not been greatly affected by the people's lives, and schools can continue to have classes in the afternoon. The factory workers can also remotely control the factory through the network to continue production. Many people who did not understand the cocooning plan before now understand why the government spent so much money on the cocooning plan. Generally speaking, there will be no problems for the people in the short term, and there will be no problems when the external situation worsens. Well, has the allocation of materials started? Xiang Qian nodded and continued to ask. The allocation of materials has begun, and it is being allocated according to the population ratio. It is expected that all materials will be allocated within 15 days. Have the animals in the biosphere been released? We are rushing to release them. All poultry breeding bases have been blocked, and the wild biological protection area is being blocked. Animals from outside are still being captured and released into the biosphere immediately after capture. There are no animals in the city now. At the same time, biological scanning equipment is monitoring all day. Once found, people will be sent to capture them immediately to ensure that the city will not be damaged. I think after all the creatures evolve, the people will understand our previous actions. It is not that the leader has a grudge against rats. Haha. The conference room was filled with laughter, and Xiang Qian couldn't help shaking his head and laughing helplessly. When the cocoon plan was implemented, the Earth Federation government began to capture rats in all cities. Even rats hiding in the sewers could not escape the search of professional capture teams. So in just 5 years, it was difficult to see rats on Earth. There might still be rats surviving in the wild, but don't expect to see any rats in the city. This practice of killing them all once made the people of the Earth Federation think that Xiang Qian had a grudge against rats. The people had no idea that Xiang Qian had issued the order to protect the city from being destroyed by the evolved rats. Okay, the meeting ends here. Everyone can go about their business. Xiang Qian stood up and said. In fact, Xiang Qian didn't need to worry about the operation of the Earth Federation. The top leaders of the Earth Federation were all reborn personnel, and each of them had rich experience. It was a waste of talent to manage the small population on Earth. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, the Earth had begun to deviate from its orbit, and the temperature of the Earth began to slowly drop. On this day, Xiang Qian finished dinner, and sat on the balcony looking at the sky full of stars, thinking about the issue of evolution. It had been more than 3 days since the meteorite impact, but the evolution had not yet started, which made Xiang Qian a little anxious. At the same time, he was also thinking about what his ability would be this time. Because of his rebirth before, he had the abilities of a black technology controller and an equipment maker, because the two awakening abilities were different. However, these two abilities were still useful in the early stage, but in the later stage, he didn't need to use them at all, and those two abilities became useless. This should be the third awakening. He doesn't know whether the ability of the scientific prophet will appear. If the three abilities are awakened at the same time, he may become a special evolver, that is, a fusion. But that doesn't make any sense. As long as he is not the first generation of special evolvers, if the civilization is not allowed to develop into a soul-type civilization in the later stage, the ability of the special evolver will actually be difficult to play any role. This can be seen from the two evolvers of the Earth Federation, Zhang and Vacadia. As a soul-accumulating civilization, with its exclusive computing disciplines, Vacadia has brought the ability of the prophet to its limit, and Zhang did not play a big role in the later period. With the ability of the special evolver itself, it could not affect the direction of the war in the later period. But Xingyu, as the first generation of special evolvers, can be said to be against the sky. This is the difference between the first generation of special evolvers and ordinary special evolvers, and it is also the gap between heaven and earth. Just as Xiang Qian was thinking about these questions, a long-lost feeling arose. He knew that the evolution had begun, but he didn't know what kind of ability he could get this time. Chapter 557. Xiang Qian relaxed his mind and body, allowing the power of evolution to better transform his body. This time, Xiang Qian felt different from the previous two times. He no longer felt tired. Instead, he felt that all the cells in his body had returned to the maternal period, absorbing all nutrients hungrily. This feeling made Xiang Qian very strange. He looked at the super nutrient solution on the table, and thought that he would not need it. Now, every minute and every second, Xiang Qian felt that his body cells were changing. The cells were getting stronger and stronger, and his heartbeat was getting stronger and stronger. He did not feel that a large amount of nutrients in his body were being extracted. Time passed by little, and half an hour passed. At this time, Xiang Qian's evolution was not yet complete, especially the transformation of the brain, which had not yet begun. Under normal circumstances, evolution is to extract nutrients from the body to transform cells, and then the transformed cells provide energy to the brain, allowing the brain to evolve. But it has been half an hour, and his body cells have not yet been transformed, but he can feel the fullness of his body, as if he can punch through a wall. And this feeling is getting stronger and stronger, as if the strength of the body is still increasing. What is going on? Could it be that the evolutionary classification has also changed, and it is not just the three ordinary evolvers? Xiang Qian frowned and thought he couldn't figure out what was going on in this situation. At this time, inside the small universe of the Earth Federation, Lung Ning was checking Xiang Qian's body with the most advanced scanning equipment. However, Xiang Qian's current state made Lung Ning unclear about what happened. According to the data displayed on the screen, Xiang Qian's body cells have reached the state of a fourth-level civilization evolver, armed with fusion gene nuclear force. That is equivalent to being able to expose his body to the void of the universe for a short period of time without worrying about death, and at the same time, his body strength can completely withstand the attack of ordinary bullets. Such physical fitness is considered underdeveloped in a fifth-level civilization, but it is already very amazing in a first-level civilization. But now Xiang Qian's physical fitness is still growing, and it is almost close to the physical standard of a fifth-level civilization rebred by the flagship of the civilization race. Shinkong, send another sensor, Lung Ning said to Shinkong. She suspected that the sensor was damaged and sent back wrong data. Or the sensor's data collection was problematic due to the interference of the universe's operating rules. Okay, boss lady. But after the new sensor sent back the data, the result was still the same, which means that the current data may be true. Does the monitoring data of other personnel have such abnormal data? Lung Ning asked again. Some data were abnormal, but now they are normal. Among them, the people with the most abnormal data have body cell strength equivalent to the physical fitness of ordinary evolvers of level 3 civilization, which is completely incapable of reaching such exaggerated data as the boss. Lung Ning is very entangled now. If she was not afraid of the serious consequences of pulling Xiang Qian into the microcosm and interrupting his evolution, she would have wanted to pull Xiang Qian into the microcosm a long time ago. Looking at the rapidly rising cell strength on the big screen, Lung Ning was extremely entangled. She was a top biologist in the Earth Federation. Of course, she knew that such crazy mutations were very dangerous. Even if the rules of the universe led to such mutations, she was very afraid. Just when Lung Ning wanted to order Shinkong to pull Xiang Qian into the microcosm, the data on the big screen finally stopped growing. At this time, Xiang Qian's physical data had reached the strength of an ordinary evolver of the 5th level peak civilization, and was only a little short of reaching the physical fitness of a 6th level civilization evolver. After the evolution of the body stopped, Lung Ning breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, Xiang Qian was relieved. This way, the strength of the body cells was constantly improving without the need to supplement any nutrients, which made him nervous for a long time. But after Xiang Qian relaxed, a feeling of sleepiness came from deep in his brain. Before he could resist, his eyes went dark and he lost consciousness. At this time, deep in Xiang Qian's mind, 3 bright spots were entangled with each other. The 3 bright spots collided every moment, as if they were about to merge together, but for some reason, any 2 of the 3 bright spots could merge together, but when the 3 bright spots wanted to merge, there was an unknown force preventing the 3 bright spots from merging. So no matter how many times these 3 bright spots collide with each other, they are forced to separate. In an unknown place, countless complex runes are rotating according to a set of complex rules. These runes are connected with the surrounding lines, and every time they rotate, there is a wave extending to every corner of the universe. If you look closely, you will find that among these countless runes, there are several runes that do not follow the other runes and operate according to a rigid trajectory. These runes drive the lines around them, floating quietly among countless runes. Around these runes, more runes and lines formed a huge net, covering these runes that were outside the rune system, preventing them from affecting the operation of the entire rune system. However, there was a rune that was very strange. There were many lines around it, but it was not restricted by the big net formed by runes and lines. Instead, it was more free to float outside the rule system. However, the size of this rune and the lines it could affect could not be compared with other special runes. Around this rune that is outside the rule system, there is another rune that is in the rune rule system, and is undergoing a mutation. The symbols on this rune are very unstable, and the symbols that make up the rune always want to evolve into the same as other special runes that are outside the rule system. However, when this rune changes, a large network composed of runes and patterns will appear to suppress this mutation and stabilize it again. But after a while, it began to become unstable again. The big net that prevents rune mutation is the big net that surrounds several special runes, because the direction of this rune mutation is very much towards one of the special runes. Therefore, the rule system does not allow the same rune that is free from the rule system to appear again, and can only suppress the mutation of this rune. As time passed, the mutated rune seemed to lose its power, and the entire rune became dim, as if it was about to disappear. Alas! It seems that I still have to take action. Whether you can succeed this time depends on you. An unknown sigh sounded. Then the runes in the entire rule system began to rotate rapidly, and the mutated rune also emitted light again. At the same time, the rune's mutation direction also changed. It seemed that it was no longer developing in the previous mutation direction, and began to evolve in a mutation direction that had never appeared before. Chapter 558. When Xiang Qian woke up again, he found himself lying on a hospital bed, with the medical equipment around him making ticking sounds. What was going on? He had just evolved, so why did he come to the hospital? While Xiang Qian was thinking, the door of the room opened, and a group of high-ranking officials from the Earth Federation rushed into the room. Chief, you finally woke up. Zhang Lei walked to the bed, looked at Xiang Qian, who opened his eyes, and was still confused, and said excitedly. Behind Zhang Lei, a group of senior officials of the Earth Federation were also very excited. What made Xiang Qian speechless was that there were actually a few nurses secretly wiping tears behind the crowd. How long have I slept? Xiang Qian stood up and asked with a frown. Seeing this scene, Xiang Qian felt something was wrong. If there was no problem, Zhang Lei and his people would not have shown such expressions, not to mention those nurses who were crying. Chief, you slept for half a year. Zhang Lei spoke up. It turned out that on the day when the evolution started, everyone had finished evolving, and after counting the number of evolvers on the entire Earth, they went to find Xiang Qian to report. But when they found Xiang Qian, they found that Xiang Qian had fallen asleep on the sofa. At first, no one cared, thinking that Xiang Qian was tired, and no one disturbed Xiang Qian, and quietly left the room. Anyway, the operation of the Earth Federation is the same with, or without Xiang Qian. The plan has been formulated long ago, and it is enough to execute it step by step. So after everyone left the room, they didn't think about the evolution failure. After all, among the reborn personnel of the entire Earth Federation, no one failed to evolve, but many mutated during the evolution. However, These mutations are to increase physical fitness, and after the inspection, everyone was relieved. But the next day, when they went to find Xiang Qian again, they found him sitting there sleeping, which made everyone feel something was wrong. After the inspection, the conclusion was that the evolution failed. This result was like a bolt from the blue, and everyone was stunned. After Zhang Lei and the others reacted, they immediately contacted the small universe and asked Lung Ning to find a solution, but Lung Ning had no solution. The technology level in the small universe is much higher than that on Earth. The result of the inspection on Earth was that the evolution failed, while the result of the inspection in the small universe was that the evolution was still in progress. Because Xiang Qian's soul fluctuations were completely different from those who failed to evolve. The souls of those who failed to evolve had dissipated. However, Xiang Qian's soul was running at a high speed, just like when he was evolving. So Lung Ning judged that Xiang Qian's evolution had an accident, and Xiang Qian had not yet completed his evolution. This is also the reason why Lung Ning did not connect Xiang Qian to the microcosm. Once Xiang Qian was connected to the microcosm, his evolution would be interrupted under the shield of Xingyu. No one knows what will happen at that time. After discussing with the Vidin Prophet and the man in black, Lung Ning decided to let Xiang Qian stay on Earth and continue to evolve. In this way, Xiang Qian's evolution lasted for half a year. Under Lung Ning's surveillance, Xiang Qian's soul fluctuations decreased day by day, and even if Acadia used the true prophecy, it could not change this situation. This was also the first time that the true prophecy did not have any effect after it was activated. A month ago, Lung Ning was almost desperate. At that time, Xiang Qian's soul fluctuations were so weak that the detector could hardly receive them. But who would have thought that on the second day, Xiang Qian's soul fluctuations began to increase rapidly. Before he woke up today, the soul fluctuations that Xiang Qian unconsciously emitted had already damaged the original parts inside the detector. The intensity of such soul fluctuations was already tens of thousands times that before he fell asleep. What is the situation on Earth now? Xiang Qian immediately changed the subject after listening to the story that happened to him like listening to a melodrama. There is not much about the situation on Earth. Although we have made a lot of preparations, this disaster is too powerful, so our losses are still great. Zhang Lei began to introduce the current situation facing the Earth. There are now 200 million people on the Earth who have become evolvers, which is many times stronger than before. In particular, these evolvers were taken away by the military the day after their evolution, and there were no accidental deaths, which allowed the evolvers who were twisted together to exert even more powerful power. But the outbreak of this catastrophe was far beyond Xiang Qian and others' imagination. It seems that the intensity of the outbreak of the catastrophe is related to the level of civilization. So for the past 6 months, Zhang Lei and his team basically did nothing, and have been spending their time in rescue. This is still based on the cocooning plan. If the cocooning plan is not implemented, at least half of the human race will die at this time. First, follow the plan you have researched, and I will think of a solution. Xiang Qian nodded after listening to Zhang Lei's report. After Zhang Lei and his team left, Xiang Qian did a full-body examination, and the results of the examination showed no problems. Then he left the hospital and returned to the office under the hospital's obstruction. Controller. This shouldn't be the case. Xiang Qian looked at the water cup suspended in the air by his control, frowned and muttered. After returning to the office, Xiang Qian began to mobilize the genetic nuclear force in his body. At first, he was also frightened by the surging genetic nuclear force in his body, because the total amount of genetic nuclear force in his body was equivalent to the huge genetic nuclear force that only a third-level evolver could possess. But when he closed his eyes and prepared to check what kind of evolver he was, he did not find any special feeling of an evolver in his mind. This made Xiang Qian very depressed. He thought there was something wrong with his evolution, which made him an evolver with genetic nuclear power, but no special abilities. Although special abilities are no longer useful to him, it still feels very uncomfortable. Especially after sleeping for half a year, he has no special abilities, which is really a loss. However, just when he wanted to take the water cup to drink water, his hand didn't move, and the water cup swayed and floated up. This change caught Xiang Qian off guard. He originally thought that this time he awakened the scientific prophet, plus the previous 2 abilities, he could become a fusionist. Who would have thought that he would become a controller? This gap is really too big. But after a while, Xiang Qian found something wrong. He knew the various abilities of the controller, and Queen Ningwe had also told him about it. Although he can control the water cup and change the state of some objects, he is not limited by the control range of the controller. In particular, he cannot control other people, which is completely inconsistent with the ability of the controller. After Xiang Qian put all his energy into sensing the surroundings, the range he can sense has reached an astonishing 100 kilometers. The most terrifying thing is that he can actually sense the existence of the microcosm. Chapter 559. What is going on? When Xiang Qian discovered the space channel of the small universe, and sensed the small universe through the space channel, he was stunned for a moment. At this time, the small universe should not be under the shielding of Xingyu. How could it be discovered? Even the controller and the rules of the universe cannot find the object shielded by Xingyu. How did he find it? Could it be, I have become the first generation of special evolutionists? An idea popped up in Xiang Qian's mind, and he was no longer calm. Next, Xiang Qian began to look for ways to use special abilities. As a result, he tried all the special abilities he knew and found that he could use them all, but he didn't use them very well. For example, the special ability of the controller, although he can control objects, he can't control people's thoughts. The special ability of the prophet is the same. He can only predict the future development of the environment, but can't predict the future behavior of others. The special abilities of the black technology controller, equipment manufacturer, and scientific prophet can all be used, but they are not as flexible as before. As for the special abilities of the protector, killer, guide, and fusion, he had no way to verify them. And he had no way to use the special abilities of the deceiver. In summary, his special abilities seemed to be imitations, but the imitation abilities were not as good as the original abilities, and his imitations could only be considered as knockoffs. However, the only special thing about his abilities was that he could detect the existence of the deceiver, and any items hidden from him would lose their due effects. In this regard, his abilities were more powerful than the rules of the universe. Ling Ning, can you hear me? If you can, send a projection device out immediately. I can see the object shielded by Xingyu. Next, we will communicate through the projection device. Xiang Qian grabbed a detector and said to the detector. As a result, Xiang Qian's actions directly frightened Lung Ning in the small universe. Soon, a small spaceship left the small universe and sent Xiang Qian a 1-meter-sized projection device. Are you okay? I was so worried. If I had known that this would happen, I would never let you be reborn. Lung Ning's virtual image appeared in Xiang Qian's office, but only Xiang Qian could see this virtual image. Others could not see it at all, nor could they hear Lung Ning's voice. It's okay. You should have checked it. I'm fine now. And I've become the first generation of special evolutionists. Although this ability seems a bit useless, it's still a special evolutionist. Xiang Qian said with a smile. You still have the nerve to say that. If I had known that this would happen, even if I knew you would become the first generation of special evolutionists, I would not let you do this. If something happened, have you thought about the consequences? And what's the use of your special ability? Even if you become the first generation of special evolutionists, can the Earth Federation be stronger than the 7th level civilization? Especially your useless ability, what's the use of it? Ling Ning said bluntly. How can it be useless? I can contact you without a code, so this ability is still very powerful. Xiang Qian said nonchalantly. Then Xiang Qian chatted with Lung Ning for a while, and Lu Gusan and others came to join in the fun. He did nothing all day, and just talked to himself in the office. Fortunately, no one saw it, otherwise the daily gossip would be spread in an unknown way. Okay, stop chatting, scan the situation around the solar system into a star map, and then calculate a route that is consistent with the Earth's progress. The next day, Xiang Qian said to Lung Ning. Okay, Xingkong, get to work. After Lung Ning finished speaking, he let go of the projection equipment and let it display the situation around the solar system. Now the star closest to the solar system has exploded as a supernova, and at the same time, that star has become a black hole. This black hole is 4.5 light-years away from the solar system, and a supernova explosion will sweep across the Earth in 4 years. Such a disaster is much more powerful than the disaster faced by the Earth in the previous era. From this, it can be seen that the arrangement of the rules of the universe is based on the level and potential of civilization. When Xiang Qian thought of this, he did not realize that he had subconsciously confirmed his guess. Although he himself did not know why he came to this conclusion, just like a sixth sense, he could confirm his judgment. After confirming his judgment, Xiang Qian began to think about how to solve the crisis at hand. The radiation from the supernova explosion will sweep across the solar system in 4 years. 4 years is not enough for the development of the Earth, but it is not without hope. The only chance of survival is to quickly leave the solar system and obtain the equipment in the Temple of Civilization. Originally, The supernova explosion cannot be scanned with the current level of technology on Earth. Under normal circumstances, any civilization will choose to abandon its mother planet and build a spacecraft to leave in the face of the crisis. For years is enough to leave the solar system and fly away. By then, you can obtain the equipment in the Temple of Civilization and find the supernova explosion. Then you can avoid the disaster and move in the opposite direction of the black hole. Finally, you can enter the space gate and reach the Large Magellanic Cloud. If you don't leave the mother planet and want to leave the solar system with the mother planet, you will not have enough time and will be destroyed by the radiation of the supernova explosion. This is why there are so few evolutionary civilizations. It turns out that the rules of the universe have been set at the beginning. Without enough opportunities, it is too difficult to become an evolutionary civilization. You can't even pass the first level. Shinkong, design a planetary gravity engine based on the current technological level of the Earth. There are no requirements for the parameters. It only needs to be simple to build. Design it based on the current industrial level and resource reserves of the Earth. Xiang Qian thought for a while, and said to Shinkong, "Okay, boss, the design will be completed in 3 minutes." Shinkong replied. When Shinkong displayed the data of the entire planetary gravity engine, Xiang Qian was dumbfounded. Because of the shielding of the universe, only he can see the entire blueprint, and it is impossible to copy it with a mobile data carrier. In other words, if Xiang Qian wants to give all the information about the gravity engine of this planet to others, he must print out all the information on A4 paper that is enough to fill several train cars by hand. At this time, Xiang Qian was speechless. What should he do? What else can he do? If he wants to take the Earth out of the solar system, he must make this engine. Xiang Qian gritted his teeth and used the ability of the controller to control the computer to copy the information. At this time, a huge mothership slowly flew out from the core black hole of the Virgo galaxy cluster. After the mothership completely entered the parallel universe, it began to scan the entire parallel universe. Chapter 560. Scan completed, found 1,936,359 microcosms, no abnormalities found. Inside the huge mothership, the intelligent brain reported the scan results. As expected of an 8th level civilization that once caused bloodshed, this hidden means is really incredible. But our Soda civilization is not a bunch of idiots, like the Kaku civilization. It's a shame to deal with a dying holy light civilization and be destroyed. The Soda civilization leader, who was sitting alone in the main control hall of the mothership, narrowed his eyes and said proudly, "The Soda civilization has reason to be arrogant. As a being that can break through the 7th level civilization at any time, the Soda civilization is actually no different from the 7th level civilization. The only difference is the lifespan of the tribesmen. In terms of other strengths, the Soda civilization is fully capable of competing with the 7th level civilization. Although it may not win, it is not so easy for the 7th level civilization to destroy the Soda civilization. This time, the Soda civilization received a request from an 8th level civilization race in the Universe Guardian Alliance, asking them to destroy the Holy Light civilization in the parallel universe. Originally, the Soda civilization didn't want to come, but the other party's reward was indeed very generous, and coupled with the order of the suzerain civilization, the Soda civilization had no choice but to appear here. "Master, the signal came from the Space Guardian Alliance communicator. Do you want to connect it?" "Connect?" The patriarch of the Soda civilization put away his arrogant expression and said seriously. Although he was not afraid of this 8th level civilization, after all, he did not belong to the other party's faction, but he had to be respectful to the 8th level civilization, otherwise even his suzerain civilization could not protect him. "How is it? Have you found anything?" A dim back figure appeared on the big screen, followed by a deep voice. "There is no discovery at present, and all traces have been erased after the universe is repeated. Now the parallel universe has just opened a new era, and the Holy Light civilization may not have started to act yet. But when the Holy Light civilization starts to act, our Soda civilization will definitely find it at the first time. Please rest assured." The patriarch of the Soda civilization bowed his head and said respectfully, "Well, after discovering the Holy Light civilization, don't take action. Let those low-level civilizations destroy it directly." "Got it?" "Yes, please rest assured. I have studied the information about the Holy Light civilization and the special abilities of its controllers. Once I find a large civilization alliance, I will take action as soon as possible. Well, I hope you don't waste my time like those idiots in the Kaku civilization. Please rest assured. Our Soda civilization is definitely not comparable to the garbage race, like the Kaku civilization, that cannot break through the 7th level civilization for more than a dozen epochs. Okay, I hope to hear good news from you next time we communicate. As long as you complete this task, I will do what I promised you. Then I would like to thank you for your generosity. After the communication was closed, the chief of the Soda civilization showed a trace of disdain at the corner of his mouth. He had already found out why this level 8 civilization wanted to deal with the Holy Light civilization. In fact, this was not a secret in the universe. When the Holy Light civilization rebelled against the Universe Guardian Alliance, it fought with this level 8 civilization. As a result, the Holy Light civilization beat this level 8 civilization like a dog, and it was half crippled. In the end, it fled back to the core of the Universe Guardian Alliance in a panic. Under the protection of the suzerain civilization, the race heritage was preserved. If the Holy Light civilization still had the strength of its peak, this level 8 civilization would not even dare to show its face, and would have long since hidden itself away. However, these things have nothing to do with their Soda civilization. As long as they destroy the Holy Light civilization, and obtain the laws that complete their racial rule system, they can break through the level 7 civilization. Leave a few detectors to monitor the entire parallel universe, and the mothership enters the black hole, so that when the mission is completed, the other party will say that we wasted a lot of their contribution points to block the rules of the universe, and use this to deduct the mission reward. Yes, Master. The mothership launched hundreds of probes to various areas of the parallel universe, and the mothership slowly retreated into the black hole. 2 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Since the catastrophe broke out, the disaster on Earth has basically ended. Now only the threat from outer space to the Earth remains. At this time, in the Earth's near-Earth orbit, a huge ring-shaped gravity engine has been built there according to the planetary gravity engine drawings given by Xiang Qian. Although this planet's gravity engine consumes a lot of material reserves, its efficiency can allow the Earth to leave the solar system within half a year. In the past 2 years, Xiang Qian has transformed himself into a great scientist and personally taught the scientific masters of the Academy of Sciences. The psychological satisfaction is beyond words. Watching Einstein, Tesla, and other super cows sitting in the classroom, like elementary school students, listening to his lecture seriously, that feeling is awesome. As early as a year and a half ago, Xiang Qian obtained the formula of the cell division potion through condensation. After the evolution beast matured, he immediately began to mass-produce the cell division potion. The scientists who had been frozen before were also thawed and re-engaged in research. Although none of these frozen scientists became evolvers, there was no possibility of death caused by evolution failure. Overall, the Earth Federation still made a profit. After all, Xiang Qian wanted their scientific thinking, not to make them evolvers. These scientific giants in history did not disappoint Xiang Qian's hopes. Their wonderful ideas often made Xiang Qian, a theoretical giant, unable to answer. Fortunately, Xiang Qian turned on the cheating device. When someone asked a question, the starry sky would compare the database and answer it. All Xiang Qian had to do was look at the answer and answer the question. Half a year had passed in the blink of an eye, and the Earth had flown out of the solar system and was now at the edge of the Oort cloud. On this day, Xiang Qian left the Earth with the scepter of the civilized race and took a spaceship to enter the hall of the civilized race. When Xiang Qian saw the equipment in the hall of the civilized race again, he had only one feeling: garbage, really garbage. If the current industrial base of the Earth Federation was not insufficient, he would have moved out all kinds of high-end equipment long ago, and there would be no need to use these things. After randomly selecting 3 types of equipment, Xiang Qian returned to Earth. However, when the planet transformation equipment taken from the Hall of Civilization Races began to operate, Xiang Qian suddenly had a strange feeling. He felt that as the planet transformation equipment was turned on, an invisible force enveloped the Earth, and as this invisible force enveloped the Earth, the entire Earth began to change. This change is reflected in the recovery of the wounds left by the catastrophe on the Earth, especially the cracks in the core. These wounds that the Earth cannot currently repair are slowly being repaired under this invisible force. Ling Ning immediately analyzed the planet transformation equipment obtained in the Hall of Civilization Races. You can dismantle the planet transformation equipment inside the microcosm, Xiang Qian said to Ling Ning. He felt that there was a big secret hidden in the planet transformation equipment, but they had not noticed it before. Chapter 561. One day later, Xiang Qian looked at the data given by Xingkong with an ugly face. The operating mechanism of the planet transformation equipment has been cracked, but the data obtained cannot completely analyze the reason. If you don't study it in depth, the operating mechanism of the planet transformation equipment looks very reasonable, But if you understand it in depth, you will find that the scientific theories contained in those reasonable operating mechanisms are extremely profound. With the technological level of the late fifth-level civilization of the Earth Federation, it is impossible to study it thoroughly. Afterwards, Shinkong retrieved historical data, which clearly recorded the research report on the planet transformation equipment at that time. When the planet transformation equipment was first obtained, the level of science and technology was too low to study its operating mechanism. After being promoted to the third-level civilization, it began to analyze the impact of the operation of the planet transformation equipment on the planet. The result of the analysis at that time was very clear. The operation of the planet transformation equipment was to emit a kind of wave, which resonated with the core of the Earth and regulated the environment of the Earth through this reaction. To put it simply, the planet transformation equipment guides the Earth's own immune system to make it more effective. At that time, the main research goal of scientists was how the Earth's own immune system works, such as the effect of star core regulation, the corresponding magnetic field changes when the Earth's plates change, the impact of magnetic field changes on the atmospheric environment, etc. Based on these data, scientists developed their own planet transformation equipment, which is no worse than the planet transformation equipment in the Hall of Civilization, so everyone no longer cares about planet transformation equipment. As for the vibrations emitted by the planet transformation equipment that can resonate with the star core, they were abandoned because the Earth Federation had a better way to transform the planet. This is just like the computers used on Earth are silicon-based chips, while the computers used in the microcosm are all biological core terminals. With better alternatives, no one will continue to use equipment with poor performance. But this does not mean that silicon-based chips have no potential. With the improvement of industrial level, the computing speed of silicon-based chips will become faster and faster. But which civilized race would always use silicon-based chips, or go back to research where silicon-based chips after the civilization level is improved? No, not one. In this way, the Earth Federation also threw the planet transformation equipment into the warehouse, and never took it out to use again. Even the Earth Federation's own planet transformation methods are rarely used, because there are too many life planets in the universe. If you want a life planet, you can just migrate one from the universe. No civilization would be stupid enough to transform a life planet by itself. That is completely stupid. If Xiang Qian hadn't felt that there was something wrong with the planetary transformation equipment today, the Earth Federation would probably never have thought of the planetary transformation equipment in the warehouse in this lifetime. Nor would they have reanalyzed it, and obtained a result that could not be fully analyzed. Have the other equipment in the halls of civilization races been analyzed? Xiang Qian asked after reading the report. It is being analyzed, and has not been completed yet. Shinkong replied. Well, notify me immediately after the analysis is completed. The next morning, Xiang Qian had just arrived at the office, when he saw Shinkong's projection standing in front of the desk waiting for him. Have the results of the analysis come out? Xiang Qian asked. The analysis has been completed. All theoretical data and equipment parts of the other two devices can be fully analyzed without any problems. Shinkong immediately displayed the report. In this way, only the planet transformation equipment in the Civilization Race Hall has this problem. In fact, yesterday, Xiang Qian had someone open the other two devices obtained from the Civilization Race Hall, a planet-level energy core and a planet-level defensive field shield. After turning on these two devices, he did not feel that special fluctuation at all. Only when the planet transformation equipment is turned on, that special fluctuation will cover the Earth. What does it mean to place this Easter egg in the Hall of Civilization Races under the rules of the universe? Is there any deep meaning behind this Easter egg? Xiang Qian thought about it for a long time, but he had no clue. After all, there is too little information to refer to. Even if you think too much, you can't guess it. There are too few scientists in this small universe now. All the tribesmen are almost frozen. The scientists on the Earth have not grown up yet, so they can't find anything by researching. So in the final analysis, it is still the lack of scientific research strength. Although Xiang Qian wanted Einstein and other scientific masters to grow faster, he did not dare to force them to grow too fast. That would not be good for mankind at all. Once too many theories were instilled in them, and their scientific thinking was restricted, it would be a tragedy. Time passed slowly, and more than a year passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the huge radiation from the supernova explosion began to cover the cosmic void, where the Earth was located. In a short period of time, the temperature of the cosmic void where the Earth was located rose by several hundred degrees. However, under the protection of the protective shield of the Civilization Race Hall, the Earth safely passed through this cosmic void that turned into purgatory. Xiang Qian looked at the star map displayed by the starry sky and knew that this supernova explosion would directly destroy 3 civilizations. These civilizations have not yet left the galaxy where their mother star is located and have not obtained the equipment in the civilization race hall. According to the statistics of the starry sky, in just 5 years, 7 civilizations have been destroyed in the third spiral arm alone, and the number of civilizations destroyed by the catastrophe in the entire Milky Way has exceeded 30,000. Now on the star map, in addition to the Earth, there are 5 other civilized races that have escaped from their home star systems. Of the remaining dozen civilized races, some are about to leave their home star systems, while others have just left the small universe and are preparing to leave with their home stars. The route of the Earth to the space gate just passes by the home star systems of 11 civilized races. According to the calculation of the basic starry sky, when the Earth reaches those star systems, the civilized races in those star systems will have just left the star systems, and will just meet the Earth. In the new era, Xiang Qian is not going to develop slowly like in the last era. He wants the Earth civilization to suppress other civilized races with overwhelming force and make them surrender. If there are civilized races that refuse to surrender even if they are beaten to death, then there is nothing to say, just destroy them directly. There is no distinction between justice and evil in the universe. There are only conflicts of interests among races, and all civilized races have only one pursuit, that is, survival. Starry Sky, Deep Skin, the first civilized race encountered on the Earth route. I want to know all the information about this civilization. Xiang Qian looked at the star map for a while, and said to the Starry Sky, "Okay, boss." Chapter 562. In the void of the universe, an asteroid fortress with a diameter of 920 kilometers is slowly flying towards the outer layer of the third spiral arm. On the surface of this asteroid fortress, a huge steel building stands on the surface. The top floor of the building is completely covered with glass, and people inside can directly look at the starry sky. At this time, 2 people are standing next to the glass cover on the top floor of the building, one of whom is looking down at the document and saying something. Patriarch, it will take at least half a year to build the third ecosystem, mainly because we don't have enough genetic nuclear power to replenish the consumption of equipment manufacturers. However, the tribe's food supply will increase soon. The Academy of Sciences has developed new high-yield crops. In 3 months at most, the food problem can be solved. How much material inventory is left? How many years can we last without replenishment? After hearing this, the tribe leader did not show any joy on his face. Instead, he took a deep breath and asked, "Without replenishment, we can last for 37 years. However, the Space Research Center has discovered a wandering Earth-like planet 7.2 billion kilometers ahead of us. According to the results of the detection, this Earth-like planet has enough resources to support us in building a fortress." That's good. By the way, how is the radiation defense against the supernova explosion going? It's ready. The radiation from the supernova explosion in a month will definitely not penetrate into the fortress protected by the protective shield. Well, that's good. You go and get busy. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed. The radiation from the supernova explosion has enveloped the void of the universe. The asteroid fortress is struggling to support itself in the violent radiation with the protective shield in the Hall of Civilization. The energy consumption data displayed on the big screen in the command hall makes all those who know how hard it is to get energy reserves feel distressed. In the 7 days, the asteroid fortress flew at the fastest speed towards the origin of the supernova explosion radiation, and finally flew out of the area with the highest radiation energy peak on the night of the 7th day. At this time, the energy reserves in the asteroid fortress had reached the bottom. If it had not been shut down long ago, if all the non-defense systems, power systems, energy systems, and all areas outside the ecosystem system were powered, it would be a question whether the asteroid fortress's shield could hold up until now. Open the isolation plate, close the protective shield, and replenish the energy reserve as quickly as possible. The clan leader breathed a sigh of relief. Now that we have left the area with the highest radiation energy peak, there are still various low-energy radiations, but as long as the isolation plate is opened, most of the low-energy radiation can be blocked. Although this will cause some damage to the fortress surface factories and the clan members in the defense ring, it has to be done to save energy. As the radiation passed, various detection equipment outside the asteroid fortress restarted and began to scan the surrounding cosmic void. You know, every second in the universe is very dangerous. A meteorite with a diameter of only a few centimeters can pose a great threat to the asteroid fortress at a very high speed. At least the defense ring cannot resist the high-speed meteorite fragments when the protective shield is not turned on. So once these meteorite fragments are found, The small directed energy weapons on the defense ring will destroy them in the first place. But when the optical telescope was turned on again, it was found that in the direction of the source of the supernova explosion, there was a sky-blue life planet approaching them rapidly. When the photo taken by the optical telescope was displayed on the large screen inside the microcosm fortress, the entire command hall fell silent instantly. Because the photo taken by the optical telescope was very clear, even the huge defense ring on the surface of the planet could be seen clearly, not to mention that there was a glowing fireball outside the planet. Patriarch, the Academy of Sciences has completed the evaluation. What is the conclusion of the Academy of Sciences? The conclusion of the Academy of Sciences is that the other party's technological level is at least one level higher than ours. Of course, the worst-case scenario is that the other party's civilization level is one level higher than ours. After the Academy of Sciences came out with this conclusion, everyone in the command hall looked desperate. Why didn't we find out earlier? We only found out when the enemy was already in front of us. The clan leader growled angrily. Because the radiation from the supernova explosion covered up the enemy's information, the enemy hid behind the radiation, and all detectors could not scan the enemy's existence. Can we escape the enemy's pursuit at the fastest speed? The clan leader asked helplessly. It's basically impossible. The enemy's current speed is 1.7 times our normal speed. If we sail at the fastest speed, we can get rid of the enemy. But our current energy reserves are not enough. If we turn on the curvature engine, it will be difficult to sail at most 0.6 light years. And we don't know whether the enemy has the ability to chase us. If the enemy also turns on the curvature engine, with our current energy reserves, we should not be able to compete with the enemy in consumption. The tribe leader thought for a while and said, "We took the initiative to send a message to that civilized race, saying that we are in trouble and hope that they can help us. At the same time, we will reserve energy with all our strength, and the fortress artillery will start self-inspection. Chief, the pioneer civilization sent a message saying that they are in trouble and hope that we can help." Zhang Lei said to Xiang Qian with a smile. Interesting, how long have we not encountered such a situation? Xiang Qian also laughed, and then said with emotion, "Should we send a warship directly or?" Zhang Lei was interrupted by Xiang Qian before he finished speaking. No need to send a warship, just send them a communication directly. Being able to become a pioneer civilization and build a prototype of an asteroid fortress at this time, this civilization race has good potential. Xiang Qian waved his hand and said, "Okay, send the communication immediately." Zhang Lei nodded and said. Soon, the image of the civilization leader appeared on the big screen. If you just look at the screen, you really can't find that the other party is a weak existence. From this point of view, the other party's clan leader is quite calm. Xiang Qian believes that this must be the first time for the other party to contact an alien civilization, so it is already very good to have such a performance. Respected civilization. The other clan leader just opened his mouth, and before he finished a sentence, Xiang Qian directly stopped him. No need to say so much nonsense. Tell me the name of your civilization, your name. I don't want to listen to other words. Xiang Qian was very direct and domineering when he spoke. The name of our civilization is Xingju Civilization. I am the patriarch of Xingju Civilization, Yu Meng. Yes, Xingju Civilization, a secondary early civilization, has just withstood the radiation of the supernova explosion, and the energy reserve is still 7.8%. The asteroid fortress is only 62% built, the third ecosphere has not yet been built, and the food supply is still in a serious shortage. I know the information about your civilization very well, and I can tell you for sure that it is easy for me to destroy your Xingju civilization, much easier than you think. You didn't lie when you answered my question just now, which is very good. So now I give you two choices. One is to surrender immediately and become a subsidiary race of our civilization. The other is to be destroyed. You have 30 minutes to think about it. Once the time is up, I will assume that you have chosen the second option by default, and then your small galaxy fortress will become a ball of fireworks. Xiang Qian made an explosion gesture and then turned off the communication. After Xiang Qian turned off the communication, he found that everyone around him looked at him with constipation, wanting to laugh but not daring to laugh, and was almost going crazy. What are you looking at? What's that expression on your face? Laugh if you want to. It's just to scare the kids. Why are you so angry? Xiang Qian shrugged. Ha 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 ha. A series of laughter rang out in the command hall. The people who laughed were all reborn members of the Earth Federation, while the newcomers, who were born and raised on Earth, looked at a group of high-level members of the Earth Federation blankly. They couldn't understand why they were so excited after hearing the chief's domineering declaration just now, and they wanted to kill and destroy the alien civilization immediately. But the effect was so dramatic that they didn't even know what the funny part of the declaration was. The result was that inside the command hall, a group of bigwigs were laughing wantonly, while a group of staff stood there with dark faces. At this time, they didn't know what expression they should choose to use. Chapter 563. 25 minutes later, Yumeng sent a communication. Sir, we agreed to surrender, but we want to know how you plan to arrange our Xingjiu civilization. Yumeng looked directly at Xiang Qian while speaking. Although he said he would surrender, his eyes flashed with determination. If Xiang Qian's conditions were too harsh, then Xingjiu civilization would fight to the end even if it meant death. Arrange or not, you can do whatever you want. I don't have time to care about you. The only thing you have to do is to complete the scientific research tasks I have assigned. It's very troublesome to explain it in detail. I will send you a sample of the civilization race contract later, and you will understand it after reading it. Xiang Qian said indifferently. Civilization race contract. Don't you plan to control our Xingjiu civilization? Yumeng asked in surprise. The civilization race contract is a guarantee contract signed by two civilization races under the supervision of the rules of the universe. Once the civilization race that signed the civilization race contract violates the content of the contract, the rules of the universe will punish the civilization race that violates the contract according to the punishment method for violating the contract clauses in the contract. Under the supervision of the rules of the universe, no civilized race can violate the civilization race contract that has been signed. So once you sign the civilization race contract, you cannot violate it, otherwise the rules of the universe will punish you directly without our intervention. As for what the rules of the universe are, you will know it later. Now you should study the civilization race contract carefully. If there is no problem, you can take the civilization race scepter and come to sign the contract by spaceship. Xiang Qian explained that what else could he do if he didn't explain to this civilized race that had never even heard of the civilized race contract. Xiang Qian's words confused Yumeng. As for the rules of the universe, he had never heard of them. However, after the intelligent brain reminded them that they had received a document, Yumeng quickly gathered people to discuss the terms of the civilized race contract. The first article of the civilized race contract is that the Xingjiu civilization becomes a subordinate race of the Earth civilization, and shall not violate the orders issued by the Earth civilization. Article 2. Earth civilization shall not issue missions that will send Xingjiu civilization to death without reason. If the order issued by Earth civilization will lead to the extinction of Xingjiu civilization, Xingjiu civilization can apply for a ruling from the rules of the universe. If the order issued by Earth civilization will lead to the extinction of Xingjiu civilization, the rules of the universe can unconditionally terminate the civilization race contract signed between Earth civilization and Xingjiu civilization at the first time. Article 3. Xingjiu civilization shall not harm the people of Earth civilization, and shall not do anything that is detrimental to the interests of Earth civilization, otherwise Earth civilization can directly destroy Xingjiu civilization, or let Xingjiu civilization perform missions that will lead to death. If the Xingjiu civilization violates the third clause, it will not be protected by the second clause. Article 4. Without special reasons, the Earth civilization shall not harm the people of the Xingjiu civilization without reason or infringe upon the interests of the Xingjiu civilization. Otherwise, the rules of the universe will help the Xingjiu civilization obtain compensation according to the severity of the matter. If the matter is particularly serious, the rules of the universe can directly cancel the civilization race contract and prevent the Earth civilization from harming the Xingjiu civilization. Article 5. Xingjiu civilization must do its best to complete the scientific research tasks assigned by Earth civilization, and must not delay. Even if it affects the scientific research progress of its own civilization, it must give priority to the scientific research tasks assigned by Earth civilization. Article 6. After Xingjiu civilization completes the scientific research tasks assigned by Earth civilization must give Xingjiu civilization scientific research compensation based on the price paid by Xingjiu civilization to complete the tasks. The scope of compensation is limited to scientific research data. If both parties agree, the scope of compensation is not limited to scientific research data. On the seventh day, under the premise that the Earth civilization gives the Starhorn civilization the same value of scientific research data, the Starhorn civilization must exchange any scientific research data. If it cannot provide scientific research data of equal value, the Starhorn civilization has the right to oppose sharing scientific research data with the Earth civilization. Article 8. After entering the Virgo galaxy cluster, the Starhorn civilization must unconditionally help the Earth civilization to improve its technology level, This clause is not protected by Article 4. After reading the civilization race contract, Yu Meng's face was still ugly, but not as desperate as before. In fact, in his imagination, the Earth civilization is likely to treat their Xingju civilization as slaves or exploit them. But this civilization race contract is not so harsh. As long as their Xingju civilization does not harm the interests of the Earth civilization, they still have autonomy. The only thing they pay is scientific research power, but this kind of payment can still be compensated, and it is not completely exploiting their Xingju civilization. Everyone has read the civilization race contract. Now tell us your own opinions. Yu Meng said to the senior staff of Xingju civilization. Chief, I think we cannot sign the civilization race contract. Once we sign the civilization race contract, our Xingju civilization will be controlled by others forever. Although we will be compensated for completing the scientific research tasks assigned by the other party, I think everyone knows that this compensation is completely obliterating the technological system of our civilization and making us develop technology according to the technological system of the other party. I think everyone should know what the consequence of technology being controlled by others is. That is, we will never be able to turn over. I object. This civilization race contract is not harsh at all in my opinion. If it were you, would you give such preferential terms to a civilization race that could be destroyed at any time? I don't know what you think, but I know that if we don't sign this civilization race contract, what awaits our Xingju civilization is genocide. I agree. As long as our Xingju civilization is still alive, we will be able to break away from the control of Earth civilization one day. But if we are exterminated now, then everything will be over, and there is no point in saying anything. I agree. The meeting lasted a whole day, and finally the top leaders of Xingju civilization reached a consensus, which was to sign this civilization race contract. As for the rest, let's save Xingju civilization first. As for the terms of this civilization race contract, everyone thought that Article 8 should be removed. Although they didn't know what interest this Article 8 would harm Xingju civilization, the more unclear the terms were, the more worried they were. Of course, if the Earth civilization firmly disagrees, they have no choice. After all, this is not a purchase, everyone can negotiate. Now they are using weapons to pry open your door and make you sign an unequal treaty. If you disagree, the other party may kill you directly. So the Xingju civilization is trying to give it a try. If they agree, it would be the best. If they disagree, it doesn't matter. This can be regarded as another kind of broken jar. Chapter 564. While Xingju civilization was discussing the civilization race contract, Xiang Qian was chatting with Lung Ning in the office, and at the same time, he used the detection system of the small universe to monitor the discussion of Xingju civilization. In front of the 5th level civilization, Xingju civilization's poor shielding technology was completely useless. I knew that the 8th article would definitely scare them. After all, the unknown is scary. Like the previous articles, even if they were a little more demanding, they would agree. Lung Ning saw the high-level officials of Xingju civilization discussing Article 8, and said to Xiang Qian with a smile, "It doesn't matter." As they said, we are now holding weapons against their brains, forcing them to sign an unequal treaty. As long as the content of the treaty does not make them live a life worse than death, they will definitely sign it to survive. As for the consequences of the assimilation of the technological system, they are not unaware of it, but they will pretend to be ostriches and subconsciously avoid this question, or use the method of spiritual victory to give themselves a positive answer. For example, as long as they can save their lives now, one day their Xingju civilization will break away from the control of Earth civilization, or rebel against Earth civilization. But as long as we analyze this answer rationally, anyone will know that it is impossible. A civilized race that has been assimilated by the technological system will never be able to surpass the civilized race that assimilated them. This is the inevitable result of the process of the technological system climbing. Xiang Qian said with a sneer. The group of people in the think tank is really too cruel. Not only do they want to assimilate these civilized races from the technological system, they don't even give them the last hope. When they reach the Virgo galaxy cluster, they will know what the so-called unconditional help to Earth civilization to improve its technological level is all about. Ling Ning looked at the group of high-level people of the Star Horn civilization, who were discussing very intensely on the screen, and said with a look of pity, "There is no way. The shortcoming of the Earth Federation is in the technological level. Those level 6 peak civilizations are all civilized races that have gone through more than a dozen or even dozens of epochs, and the technological accumulation of those civilizations is dozens of streets ahead of the Earth Federation. If there were no reward from the cosmic operation rules of the Virgo galaxy cluster, it would take several epochs for the Earth Federation to contend with those civilized races. That time is really too long. Hundreds of thousands of years is too long. We must seize the day. Xiang Qian said with emotion. Yes, now the population in this small universe has stopped growing. It won't be long before everyone will be frozen, and then the development of science and technology will stagnate. I am very curious about how those civilized races that have survived dozens of epochs have improved their technology. Lung Ning said curiously. Maybe there is another set of rules in the universe, or they can just plunder the technology of other civilizations. Anyway, there must be a way at that time. If you want to know, go find the Prophet Vidin, he will definitely know. Xiang Qian was also stunned after hearing Lung Ning's question. He really hadn't thought about this question. Well, I go find the Prophet Vidin now, and tell you the answer when I come back. Lung Ning left after he finished speaking. Only the discussion of Xingjia civilization was left on the big screen. Xiang Qian was too lazy to watch it. He just asked Xing Kong to monitor Xingjia civilization, and told him the bottom line after Xingjia civilization finished the discussion. The next day, Yu Mang resisted his mental fatigue and sent another communication to Earth civilization. Sir, regarding the terms of the civilization race contract, our Xingyu civilization has a few questions to ask. After Yu Mang opened the communication and saw Xiang Qian, he was interrupted by Xiang Qian before he finished speaking. I will not answer your questions, nor do I want to answer them. I am not giving you the terms to bargain with me, but to tell you what to do next. What I want to hear now is not the result of your discussion, but why you set out to sign the civilization race contract. Xiang Qian pointed his finger at the table and said very forcefully, But if we sign such a clause, our Xingju civilization. Stop. There are not so many buts. I have made it very clear. Now you don't need to say anything else. Tell me the answer, whether to sign or not. I don't want to hear so much nonsense from you. Xiang Qian raised his head and said seriously. Yu Mang was completely out of temper at this point. He knew that if he said one more word, it would very likely bring disaster to Xingju civilization, so he suppressed his anger and said very aggrievedly, I will take a spaceship to Earth civilization immediately and sign a civilization race contract with you. Very good. Congratulations on making a very wise choice. I be waiting for you on Earth. Goodbye. Xiang Qian smiled and said, then hung up the call directly. In the face of absolute strength, everything is false. Although the Earth does not have absolute strength now, the Earth Federation microcosm does. With the Earth Federation microcosm as a backing, Xiang Qian can be said to have the confidence to sweep across the Virgo supercluster. This time, he is reborn, not to play house with these newly civilized races, but to use this era to push the civilization level of the Earth Federation to the peak of the 6th level of civilization, to the point where he can compete with those civilized races that have survived more than a dozen eras. That's why he didn't say so much nonsense to Yu Mang. If Xingyu civilization really disagreed, he would definitely not be soft-hearted. There are tens of thousands of civilizations and races born in the entire Virgo supercluster in this era. The destruction of a pioneer civilization will not even cause a ripple. And even if Xiang Qian didn't destroy Xingjia civilization, it would be a question whether Xingjia civilization could survive the next test. Now Xingju civilization has become a subsidiary race of the Earth Federation. No matter what, Xiang Qian will not let Xingjia civilization be destroyed for no reason. This may be considered to save the lives of the Xingju civilization. After Yu Mang hung up the communication, he said a few words and flew to the Earth in a spaceship. When Xiang Qian received the prompt from the starry sky, he immediately felt that Yu Mang was also a character. At least, he was decisive in doing things. He admired this point after all. Looking at the projection shown by the starry sky, Xiang Qian was full of expectations for the future. Xingju civilization is the first subordinate race, but it is definitely not the last subordinate race. It can be said that in the think tank's plan, all civilizations and races that go to the Andromeda galaxy in the future are in the hands of the Earth Federation. If this plan is exposed, it is estimated that all civilized races will think that Earth civilization is crazy, and even people on Earth will think that this plan is a bit unrealistic. But only Xiang Qian and other reborn people know that making all civilized races in the Milky Way work for the Earth Federation is only a small part of this plan. The real essence of this plan can only be carried out in the Virgo galaxy cluster, 60 million light-years away from the Milky Way. Chapter 565. That night, when Xiang Qian was about to go to bed, Lung Ning's projection appeared. The Vidin Prophet told me about the situation in the universe. Lung Ning said directly, but her expression was a little strange when she spoke. Well, what did he say? Tell me. Xiang Qian immediately became alert. He had not asked Vidin Prophet many questions about the universe. So after hearing Lung Ning's words, he instantly lost all sleepiness and waited for Lung Ning's explanation. Before talking about this question, tell me first, when you were making the plan with the think tank, you really didn't know the situation of the universe? Lung Ning asked curiously. I don't know. This plan was made after we were reborn. At that time, I couldn't contact you at any time, let alone contact the Vidin Prophet. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with this plan? Xiang Qian was very curious about why Lung Ning asked this question. There is no problem, but the plan you made is very similar to the situation of the universe. Lung Ning began to talk to Xiang Qian about the big universe. It turns out that, after leaving the parallel universe, all civilized races will be taken away on the spot by the civilized races waiting at the exit of the parallel universe. After being driven away, all civilized races will become scientific research assistants of those level 6 peak civilizations. They are called assistants, but in fact they are workers, and they are workers who work for the level 6 peak civilization at the expense of civilization development potential. Because before breaking through the level 7 civilization, even the level 6 peak civilization can only extend the life of the tribe members for 120,000 years. That is to say, when all civilized races leave the parallel universe, the lives of all civilized races will soon reach their limit, and it won't be long before most of the races will die. When more than 2/3 of the scientists in the race die, the technological development of the entire civilization will almost stagnate. Only a few civilized races can continue to develop at this time, but that is just an exception. What should the civilized races that have just left the parallel universe do at this time? Of course, they should find a complete set of level 6 civilization technology system to absorb and supplement their own civilization technology system. But in fact, although a civilization without scientists can absorb the complete 6th level technology system of other civilizations, it is difficult to break through the 7th level civilization through this system. Because this system is not studied by yourself, but absorbed by others. So if you want to use this technology system to break through the 7th level civilization, you must conduct scientific research according to other people's scientific research ideas. After all the civilizations that leave the parallel universe are taken away by the 6th level peak civilization, the 6th level peak civilization that takes them away will give them a complete 6th level civilization technology system for them to study. At this time, the civilized race that has obtained the complete technological system of the 6th level civilization can choose to stay in a fixed range or wander in the universe, and no one will care about you. But if you want to break through the 7th level civilization, you have to absorb the technological system of the 6th level peak civilization. After absorbing this technological system, you will continue to study according to the ideas of this technological system, because other people's technological system is indeed advanced, and you can't give up this technological system to study your backward technological system, just like you don't use quantum computers, but insist on using silicon-based chip computers. Moreover, the lifespan of scientists in your civilization does not allow you to develop step by step, so after obtaining this technological system, no civilized race will choose to ignore it. Once you conduct research according to this technological system, terrible things will happen. Because no matter which technological system of the 6th level peak civilization, there will be several conjectures. The theories of these conjectures are very correct, and once these conjectures are confirmed, they can break through the 7th level civilization. Under such circumstances, which civilized race would not study these conjectures? After all, once these conjectures are confirmed, they will immediately break through the 7th level civilization. Who can resist this temptation? But can your own research be faster than that of other civilized races? Of course not. So the civilized race that gave you the 6th level peak civilization technology system asked you if you want to join the Technology Sharing Research Center. Would you join? Of course I joined. Only a fool would not join. At worst, it would be fine if I didn't share the technology one researched. That's right. All the civilizations that join the institute think so. But are the level 6 peak civilizations that established this institute stupid? Of course not. Since you have joined the institute, I can show you the scientific and technological data of the quasi-level 7 civilization, but if you want the scientific research data of the quasi-level 7 civilization, you need contribution points. How do you get contribution points? Of course, you get them in exchange for data that is helpful for the conjecture research. In this way, all the civilizations that have just left the parallel universe will become workers of these level 6 peak civilizations, and use all their energy to study these conjectures. As a result, after waiting for tens of thousands of years, they found that no evolvers were born in their civilization race, and all the tribesmen were about to become ordinary people. Their technological system had long been thrown away, and the technological system they were studying now was all derived from data obtained from conjecture. At this time, Although these civilizations only had the technological system of the 6th-level peak civilization, and they might also have the technological theory or some technologies of the quasi-7th-level civilization, the potential of these civilizations had been exhausted. Without the evolutionists, even if they break through the 7th-level civilization, they are only at the bottom of the 7th-level civilization. This is the horror of the assimilation of the scientific and technological system, and it is also the sadness of civilizations below the 7th level. Will the 7th-level civilization not intervene in these matters? Doesn't the 7th-level civilization need other civilizations to help with scientific research? Even if it is a 7th-level civilization, the lifespan of the tribe is only 12 million years. Xiangqian frowned and asked. The 7th-level civilization certainly needs a larger base of civilizations to help them with their research. Otherwise, where do you think those conjectures come from? Those conjectures were all researched by level 7 or level 8 civilizations, but the data required to calculate those conjectures was too huge, and they did not have the time or patience to analyze them bit by bit. So these level 7 civilizations would control some level 6 civilizations to spread their conjectures, and the technological systems belonging to level 7 civilizations. But these technological systems all have serious problems. For example, the same two technologies can achieve the same effect. But one of the technologies has development potential, and it can continue to be used or researched even if it becomes a level 7 civilization. But the other technology has no development potential. After becoming a level 7 civilization, that technology can only be eliminated for various reasons. However, the civilized races that have not broken through the level 7 civilization cannot find this problem at all, and may even think that this technology has more development potential than the first technology. And there are many such technologies in the technology system of the level 6 peak civilization. They seem to have great development potential, but they are actually garbage. Lingning said. Xiangqian didn't ask anything after listening, because he could get the answer to the questions he wanted to ask as long as he thought about them. But the more he thought about it, the colder Xiangqian's heart became. Because it is not difficult to analyze a problem from Lingning's words. That is, the civilization form of the universe is completely a pyramid-shaped one, in which advanced civilizations dominate lower civilizations. And this pyramid-shaped one is not only in terms of strength, but also in terms of fundamental technology. Advanced civilizations directly use advanced technology systems to rule lower civilizations, and this kind of rule is more terrible than oppression by strength. Oppression by strength will capsize sooner or later, but oppression by technology systems, unless there is a civilized race that is more suitable for this technology system than the advanced civilization that spreads this technology system, otherwise such technological suppression cannot be surpassed. This is like talent. After all, some civilized races are good at biotechnology, and the biotechnology of the entire civilized race is very powerful. But if you let these civilized races look at mechanical technology, then whether this race can study it well is one thing, not to mention any major development in mechanical technology. Chapter 566. After learning about the ruling methods of the advanced civilizations in the universe, Xiangqian was also very emotional. He did not expect that the plan currently implemented by the Earth Federation was similar to the methods used by advanced civilizations to control lower civilizations. Perhaps the only difference was that the Earth Federation allowed all civilized races to study technologies that the Earth Federation wanted to use itself, rather than deliberately handing over technologies with no potential to other civilized races. However, after learning about the cruelty of the universe, Xiangqian became more concerned about developing a civilized race group with the Earth Federation's technology system as the core. No matter what, the Earth Federation must leave the parallel universe in this era. No matter how great the advantages of the Earth Federation are here, the parallel universe is always too small. If the Earth Federation wants to have more development, it must enter the real universe and find a way for the Earth Federation in the cruel universe. If you want to find your own way in the universe controlled by countless advanced civilizations, you can't do it without strong enough scientific research strength. And relying on human scientific research strength alone, it is absolutely impossible to achieve the goals that human civilization wants to achieve. Therefore, the virgin land of the parallel universe that is not controlled by advanced civilizations is the best soil for the Earth Federation to grow into a towering tree. These new civilized races in the parallel universe will become the nutrients for the growth of the Earth Federation, allowing the Earth Federation to grow faster. 2 months later, Yumeng arrived on Earth by spaceship. On the third day after arriving on Earth, Xiangqian signed a civilization race contract with Yumeng. After signing the civilization race contract, the Earth Federation obtained all the scientific and technological information of the Xingju civilization. In return, the Earth Federation also copied the technology tree completely to the Xingju civilization. In the original plan, the Earth Federation should not open the technology system directly at this time, but guide it slowly. However, Xiang Qian directly rejected this plan. After he knew the situation of the universe, he decided to open the technology tree of Xingju civilization as soon as possible. Although this approach can achieve the goal of assimilating the technology system of Xingju civilization as quickly as possible, it has the hidden danger of Xingju civilization surpassing the Earth Federation, or Xingju civilization may develop a new system through the technology system of the Earth Federation. But Xiang Qian only said one thing about the think tank's concerns, that is, if the Earth Federation can still let the Xingju civilization overtake under such circumstances, then the Earth Federation does not need to go to the universe to compete with high-level civilizations, and can just stay in the parallel universe and dominate, and live a comfortable life. After Xiang Qian made up his mind, the Earth Federation's technology system assimilation plan was revised again. This revision made the entire plan more bold, and of course more dangerous. According to the think tank's calculations, if more than half of the affiliated races of the Earth Federation unite to conduct scientific research, there is a 70% chance that their technological level will exceed that of the Earth Federation. After all, the Earth Federation and the affiliated races have exactly the same technological tree, and their research direction is the same as that of the Earth Federation. When they unite, the scientific research strength that will be unleashed is something that the Earth Federation cannot catch up with. Therefore, the Earth Federation must find a way to divide these affiliated races, and prevent their scientific research strength from being concentrated together. Regarding this, the think tank believes that their research subjects can be divided. For example, let one civilization study biology and another civilization study physics. In this way, after they break through the 4th level civilization, unless they become a 6th level civilization, their research subjects will not be able to be integrated. Of course, if a certain civilization has a special evolutionary fusion, that is another matter. Time passed slowly, and a few months later, the Earth met the small galaxy fortress of the Xingju civilization. In the past few months, the scientific and technological system of Xingju civilization has begun to change initially. Now many laboratories of Xingju civilization have been conducting scientific research according to the research topics given by the Earth Federation Academy of Sciences. In order to allow Xingju civilization to better accept the scientific and technological system of the Earth Federation, after the Earth met the asteroid fortress of Xingju civilization, the Earth did not leave quickly, but helped Xingju civilization to train teachers. At the same time, the Earth also helped a lot in the construction of the asteroid fortress of Xingju civilization. Half a year later, when the Earth Federation left the Starhorn civilization's asteroid fortress, the Starhorn civilization was already able to fight against the second-level peak civilization alone. This was all the result of the Earth Federation's support for the Starhorn civilization, and it was also this support that reduced the Starhorn civilization's rejection of the Earth Federation. Although it cannot be said that the Starhorn civilization and the Earth Federation are of the same mind, it can allow the Starhorn civilization to steadily complete the scientific research tasks assigned to them by the Earth Federation. Of course, the Earth Federation paid a lot, but it got more. 1 year after leaving Xingju civilization, Xiang Qian obtained data showing that in just 1 year, the Academy of Sciences technical research was 35% faster than before, and the scientific and technological theoretical research was 12% faster than before. This is a pioneer civilization with underdeveloped population resources. If the Earth Federation conquers an evolutionary civilization one day, it is conceivable that the scientific research strength of the evolutionary civilization can increase the speed of the Earth Federation's technological development. Starry Sky, how far is it from the next civilized race? Xiang Qian said to the Starry Sky. Boss, the next civilization is approaching the Earth and is expected to meet the Earth in 3 months. The Starry Sky showed the star map and replied. On the way to the Earth, when will it happen? Xiang Qian was stunned for a moment, and said that although this route to the space gate was calculated by the Starry Sky based on the time when other civilized races left their mother star system, it just happened to meet these civilized races that had just left their mother star system. But after designing the route, he did not stare at those civilized races. He would only ask when he remembered. Anyway, after the Earth reached those civilized races, the probe would send back a report, and he would know it then. But he didn't expect that in just a few months, a civilized race was actually flying towards the Earth. And the probe launched by the Earth has not yet discovered it. If he hadn't asked the Starry Sky today, maybe the planet would have reminded him when that civilized race was about to approach the Earth. A month and a half ago, this civilized race discovered the Earth. Then, they turned on the mothership's cloaking device and slowly moved towards the Earth. Starry Sky immediately gave the answer. But this answer from Starry Sky made Xiang Qian feel a little incredible. A wanderer civilization with only a spaceship turned on the cloaking device on the mothership and quietly approached an evolutionary civilization with a mother planet. No matter how you look at it, it gives people the feeling that an ant is about to attack an elephant. The war potential of both sides is completely unequal. It is possible that at the beginning of the war, the wanderer civilization can sneak attack the evolutionary civilization and cause some losses to the evolutionary civilization. But after the sneak attack, when the evolved civilization reacted, the wanderer civilization could not bear it as long as it gave the wanderer civilization a hard blow. Although it cannot be said that the wanderer civilization is completely unable to fight against the evolved civilization, the gap in civilization potential cannot be made up at all when the technological levels are not much different in the early stage. So when Xiang Qian learned that the wanderer civilization was going to attack the Earth Federation, he suddenly felt like watching a blockbuster movie. It was the kind of commercial blockbuster where a single-handed enemy goes to the workplace camp and finally uses a water gun to eliminate the enemy, and then saves the entire civilization. But these blockbusters can only appear in movies. In the real universe, such things cannot happen. When the technology or war potential of two civilizations is not much different, it is possible to fight a war with fewer people winning more due to command reasons. However, when the technology level and war potential of both sides are very different, a local war with fewer people winning more is possible, but the whole battlefield will definitely be a one-sided result. Send me the information of this civilization, especially their scientific research strength. By the way, let's also take a look at the attack plan formulated by this civilization, Xiang Qian said to Shinkong. Soon, Shinkong put the information of this wanderer civilization in front of Xiang Qian. After reading the information, Xiang Qian said to Shinkong, "Give me the communication frequency band of the mothership of this wanderer civilization, and I will ask Zhang Lei to send them a message later. If this civilization refuses to surrender, you will directly destroy this wanderer civilization." "Okay, boss." After reading all the information of this wanderer civilization, Xiang Qian was already disappointed with this civilized race. As a wanderer civilization, you can lag behind for a while, but you can't make a fool of yourself, because wanderer civilization has no chance to correct itself after making a fool of itself. The population of this wanderer civilization is only 11.8 million, and the number of scientists is less than 2 million. The entire ecosystem inside the mothership can't fully supply the dietary needs of all the tribesmen. They can't even eat enough, let alone other resources. This wanderer civilization is basically half crippled. So after they discovered the Earth, they were ready to fight. If they could take the Earth, everything they had would be guaranteed. If it fails, the entire civilization will be extinct. As for continuing to develop cautiously on the current basis, this civilized race has never thought about it. From this point, it can be seen that the top leaders of this wanderer civilization are completely brain dead and have never considered the issue of civilization inheritance. It is completely unimaginable to bet on the life and death of the entire civilization without facing a desperate situation. When Xiang Qian was not reborn, the Earth Federation, as a wanderer civilization, was not much better than the situation faced by this civilized race at this time. But the human leaders at that time never gambled the life and death of the entire human civilization, because everyone knew that human civilization had no chance of failure. Once the gamble failed, the entire human civilization would perish. So after getting the information of this wanderer civilization, Xiang Qian was not optimistic about this civilization. If this civilization did not choose to surrender after receiving the information from the Earth Federation, then the Earth Federation would not have to waste time on this civilization. A civilization whose all the senior personnel are brain dead, even if it develops, may be exterminated one day. There is no market for such a practice of gambling tomorrow with youth in the cruel universe. Chapter 567. A few hours later, Xiang Qian got the news that the wanderer civilization did not surrender after receiving the news from the Earth Federation, but turned around and ran away. Xiang Qian curled his lips and said nothing about this practice, and directly asked Shinkong to deal with this civilization. In order to avoid leaving this brain-dead civilization to do something absurd in the large Magellanic Cloud, although the Earth Federation did not care, Xiang Qian was still upset when he heard it. In this way, a wanderer civilization was destroyed by Shinkong under the influence of Xiang Qian's personal preferences. No one raised any objection to Xiang Qian's behavior, and everyone thought it was normal. Even Lang Ning did not show any overwhelming sympathy after receiving the news. This does not mean that the entire Earth Federation is cold-blooded, but that in the last era, Everyone was used to seeing this kind of civilization extinction. Especially since the Earth Federation had also experienced the repetition of the universe. They had no sense of identity with the countless civilizations and races that emerged in the parallel universe in just a few hundred years. Maybe when these newly born civilizations reach the level of civilization of the Earth Federation, Xiang Qian and his people will treat these civilizations with an equal attitude. But now, no one will sympathize with these civilizations. It's like when you walk on the side of the road and step on an ant to death. You will not feel sad for the ant, and others will not criticize you for the ant. It can be said that at this time, after experiencing the repetition of the universe and seeing the birth and death of civilizations, Xiang Qian can finally understand the mentality of the black-clothed man towards the Earth Federation in the Large Magellanic Cloud. It can be said that even if Xiang Qian was in his place, he would make the same decision as the man in black. After all, at that time, the Earth Federation was just a civilization with some potential. If they don't agree to surrender, then just destroy them. Anyway, there is nothing much in the entire universe, just many civilizations. Just like leeks, you can cut one crop after another, and there is no need to worry about no civilizations being born. The more you understand the mentality of races, the harder Xiang Qian will work. Because in the parallel universe, the Earth Federation can be said to be a civilization standing at the top of the pyramid, and no civilization can destroy the Earth Federation in the parallel universe. But if the Earth Federation leaves the parallel universe, then the Earth Federation will become the lowest civilization, and become an ant that is dispensable in the eyes of advanced civilizations. Therefore, the Earth Federation must seize every opportunity to become stronger. Not to mention becoming a tiger or a lion in a short period of time, but it cannot become an ant that any civilization can step on. At least after entering the universe, the Earth Federation can protect itself, which is the minimum requirement. Time passed bit by bit, and in the blink of an eye, the Earth had arrived in front of the space gate. On the way to the space gate, the Earth Federation conquered 5 civilizations, 2 of which were pioneer civilizations, and the remaining 3 were all wanderer civilizations. Such a harvest can only be regarded as average. After all, the place where the subsidiary races are truly developed is still in the Large Magellanic Cloud. All the civilizations in the entire third spiral arm are just a drop in the ocean, and cannot satisfy the appetite of the Earth Federation at all. Starry Sky, display the resource distribution map of the Large Magellanic Cloud, and mark the star system with the richest resources closest to the Earth. After reaching the Large Magellanic Cloud through the space gate, Xiang Qian immediately issued an order to the Starry Sky. After all, with the current technological level of the Earth, it is really impossible to conduct a deep scan of the entire Large Magellanic Cloud, so in order to maintain the leading advantage, Xiang Qian can only cheat. This time he was reborn, he did not have the information of the Large Magellanic Cloud, and could not predict the future like in his previous life. Soon, the resource distribution map of the Large Magellanic Cloud appeared on the big screen, along with a route mark and a star system with a circle drawn on it. Starry Sky mark the civilizations that can be encountered in that star system, and show the distribution of civilizations in the entire Large Magellanic Galaxy. Xiang Qian continued after reading the resource distribution map. The big screen flashed in an instant, and the resource marks on the star map disappeared, replaced by countless dynamic civilization distribution maps. At this time, many civilizations have not yet established bases, and are wandering in the Large Magellanic Galaxy, so the marks on the big screen are basically moving. Block the Wanderer and Pioneer civilizations, and only display the mark of the Evolver civilization. Xiang Qian looked at it for a while, and said again. This time the big screen was clean, with only 7 red dots still flashing. The locations of these 7 red dots happened to be in the 7 regions of the Large Magellanic Cloud, and they were not together. Combining all the previous distribution maps of civilizations and races, Xiang Qian could find that the civilizations and races that entered the entire Large Magellanic Cloud were evenly distributed in all corners of the Large Magellanic Cloud after passing through the space gate, and the number of pioneer civilizations and wanderer civilizations in each region was the same. Combined with the resource distribution map, an interesting thing appeared in front of Xiang Qian. That is, the 8 evolutionary civilizations including the Earth Federation are located around the star systems with the richest resources in the 8 regions of the Large Magellanic Cloud, that is, close to the core area of the Large Magellanic Cloud. The remaining resources and civilizations are all within these 8 regions, so the distribution of civilizations and resources forms 8 groups. Starry Sky, divide the evolution process of the Large Magellanic Cloud into time segments. When these 8 regions were formed, what period was the Earth in? Xiang Qian narrowed his eyes, and said that after he finished looking at the situation of the Large Magellanic Cloud, a light bulb suddenly flashed in his mind, as if he had thought of something. According to the time difference calculation, when the Large Magellanic Cloud was completely evolved, the Earth time was April 23, 2019. Why do I feel familiar with this time? What happened on Earth that day? Xiang Qian frowned and asked. Boss, that day the Earth just flew out of the solar system, and the civilization race scepter also appeared on that day. Shinkong answered immediately. Xiang Qian thought for a while after listening, and said to Shinkong, check immediately to see on which day the other 7 civilizations in the Large Magellanic Cloud obtained the civilization race scepter. The earliest civilization race obtained the civilization race scepter on January 3, 2019. The next ones are January 19th, February 20th, March 11th, March 19th, April 17th, April 23rd, and the last May 6th. Chapter 568. Xiang Qian looked at the data displayed in the starry sky for a long time without saying a word. A lot can be seen from this data. The Large Magellanic Cloud was completely evolved on April 23rd, which means that at that time, the rules of the universe could determine that there would be 8 evolutionary civilizations entering the Large Magellanic Cloud in the future. But the last evolutionary civilization became an evolutionary civilization on May 6th. But the rules of the universe could determine that this civilization race could become an evolutionary civilization before that. So can we say that the rules of the universe can completely control the development trajectory of these civilizations? If not, why can the rules of the universe determine the resource distribution of the Large Magellanic Cloud before the 8th evolutionary civilization becomes an evolutionary civilization? Of course. This can also be explained by the fact that the 8th evolutionary civilization was about to fly out of the Mother Star system at that time, so it was possible to determine in advance that this civilization was the 8th evolutionary civilization. Then how can the rules of the universe be sure that these 8 evolutionary civilizations will not be exterminated by disasters on the way to the space gate, or be eliminated by other civilizations? Although it is almost impossible for the Evolver civilization to be exterminated before entering the Large Magellanic Cloud, nothing is absolute. How can the rules of the universe make such a prediction? Or can the rules of the universe completely control the growth of all civilized races? But that is impossible. The development of the Earth Federation is absolutely beyond the control of the rules of the universe, and there is no evidence that the rules of the universe intervene or interfere with the development of the Earth Federation. Xiang Qian thought for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. What puzzled him most was why the Large Magellanic Cloud was evolved on April 23rd, when the Earth Federation obtained the scepter of civilized races. This was too coincidental. Shinkong, compare the time it took for the satellite galaxies around the entire Milky Way to complete their evolution, the number of evolutionary civilizations in those satellite galaxies, and the time it took for these civilizations to become evolutionary civilizations. After thinking for a long time, Xiang Qian issued a new order. After a while, Shinkong arranged this information in a table and displayed it on the big screen. From this table, it can be seen that, except for the Large Magellanic Cloud, the other satellite galaxies of the Milky Way have all completed their evolution before the Large Magellanic Cloud. As for the evolutionary civilizations in these satellite galaxies, if there is no error in the detection of the starry sky, then when these civilizations obtain the civilization race scepter, these satellite galaxies have already evolved. From this, it can be seen that before these evolutionary civilizations obtain the civilization race scepter, the rules of the universe can already determine that these civilizations can become evolutionary civilizations. After obtaining these data, the problem is already very obvious. That is, except for the Earth Federation, the rules of the universe can determine the future fate of these civilizations. Because the Large Magellanic Cloud was only completed after the Earth Federation obtained the scepter of civilized races. So Xiang Qian had a feeling that the rules of the universe could not determine the future development of the Earth Federation, and only waited until the Earth Federation obtained the scepter of civilized races, and became an evolved civilization before the Large Magellanic Cloud was fully evolved. Although the Earth Federation had a 99% chance of becoming an evolved civilization before that, since the Earth Federation was not within the control of the rules of the universe, the rules of the universe did not dare to determine the outcome of the Large Magellanic Cloud. After inferring these conclusions, Xiang Qian had another question. Since the replay of the universe must be within the control of the universe's operation rules, even an 8th-level civilization cannot interfere. The Earth Federation's microcosm is shielded by the universe, concealing the existence of the microcosm. In this case, the development of the Earth must be arranged by the universe's operation rules, but under the intervention of the Earth Federation, the development of the Earth deviated from the direction arranged by the universe's operation rules. Then why don't the universe's operation rules intervene, or why don't they change the Earth's development trajectory back to the original trajectory? Shinkong, let Vidin Prophet open the communication. I have something to ask him, Xiang Qian said to Shinkong. Okay, boss. Soon, the projection of Vidin Prophet appeared. Shinkong, pass the data just now to Vidin Prophet, Xiang Qian said directly. After the data transmission was completed, Xiang Qian asked Vidin Prophet to read it while telling him his guess. What do you want to ask? Vidin Prophet said with a serious expression. I want to know the processing mechanism of the rules of the universe. Under normal circumstances, the rules of the universe are how to deal with things that are no longer within its control, or how to deal with events that violate the rules it has set. Xiang Qian asked. Under normal circumstances, the rules of the universe will directly eliminate the existence of those who violate the rules it has set. Of course, civilizations above level 7 have ways to resist the rules of the universe. But that method cannot allow civilizations above level 7 to completely ignore the rules of the universe. It can be said that civilizations above level 7 can resist the rules of the universe, which is also within the scope allowed by the rules of the universe, but cannot exceed the scope set by the rules of the universe. For example, entering a parallel universe and participating in the replay of the universe is absolutely not allowed. As for the speculation you mentioned, I have no way to give you an answer. I can only tell you that the rules of the universe are just a set of rules, just like a computer program. Advanced civilization is equivalent to an administrator with some authority, who can do what he wants within a certain range. But advanced civilization is also part of the rules of the universe, and cannot transcend the rules of the universe. Any attempt to transcend the rules of the universe, interfere with the normal operation of the rules of the universe, or destroy the existence of the rules of the universe will be eliminated by the mysterious rules, without any exception. The Prophet Weitan said in a deep voice. Then what is the purpose of the rules of the universe, the reincarnation of one era after another, and the fighting of countless civilizations and races? What is the purpose? Xiang Qian continued to ask. I don't know, let alone me. Maybe those high-ranking 9th-level civilizations don't know this question either. Anyway, any civilization, after its birth, will advance in endless slaughter just like these newly born civilizations. However, for countless years, all of us advanced civilizations have had a conjecture that we all believe in. That is, the rules of the universe are selecting a civilization that can control the entire universe, and the rules of the universe. The Vidin Prophet shook his head and said, Choose a civilization that can control the entire universe. Xiang Qian was stunned when he heard the words of the Vidin Prophet. Chapter 569. Isn't it incredible? In fact, I didn't want to believe this fantastic answer at first, but in fact, the rules of the universe are doing this. 120,000 parallel universes are an era every 120,000 years, and in each era, a large number of civilized races will enter the universe. At the same time, in the universe, civilized races are eliminated every moment. All civilized races can only obtain a small part of the authority of the rules of the universe after becoming a 7th-level civilization. If you want to get more authority, you can only continue to upgrade your civilization and become an 8th-level civilization or a 9th-level civilization. But even a 9th-level civilization cannot control the rules of the universe. It can only be said that a 9th-level civilization can have a great impact on the rules of the universe. But if a 9th-level civilization intervenes in the replay of a parallel universe, even a 9th-level civilization will perish. The Prophet Vidin saw Xiang Qian's expression and said with a sigh, Since even a 9th-level civilization cannot intervene in the replay of a parallel universe, what are we now? Xiang Qian felt that what the Vidin Prophet said was a bit exaggerated. I remember I told you that the first generation of special evolutionists would not be included in the system of the universe's operating rules before they broke through the 7th-level civilization. That is to say, we are now just a bug in the huge system of the universe's operating rules. But this bug is due to the existence of Xingyu. Once Xingyu becomes a 7th-level evolutionist, then Xingyu can no longer hide the small universe and let us enter the parallel universe. When Xingyu becomes a level 7 evolver, the rules of the universe will automatically fill in this bug, so that we can no longer exploit this loophole. Then if we don't let Xingyu become a level 7 evolver, as long as the Mingwu Empire remains at the level 6 civilization, we can always use this bug. After listening to Xiang Qian's words, the Prophet Weitan shook his head, and then smiled and said, Even if the Mingwu Empire does not break through the level 7 civilization, and we can always stay in the parallel universe, what's the use of it? Then you have to stay in the parallel universe for the rest of your life and not go to the big universe. If that's the case, then the universe's operating rules don't need to care about our bug, because with the strength of the 6th level civilization, it can't cause any harm to the universe's operating rules. Even if we turn this parallel universe upside down, how much impact will it have on the entire big universe? The only correct approach is to use this loophole to get enough benefits, so that we can accumulate enough foundation before breaking through the 7th level civilization. Otherwise, why did those civilizations with the first generation of special evolutionists become level 8 civilizations? Aren't they breaking through level 7 civilizations and getting enough benefits? So in this situation, you don't have to think so much. As long as you stay within the framework of the rules of the universe, even if you turn the entire parallel universe upside down, the rules of the universe will not do anything to the Earth Federation. Of course, if you really do this, I can't guarantee that the rules in the dark will not take action against the Earth Federation, so you should keep a low profile. After listening to what the Vidin Prophet said, Xiang Qian was not so nervous anymore, but he still wanted to ask about the various manifestations of the universe's operating rules. Okay, let's not worry about whether the universe's operating rules will target the Earth Federation. I want to know, since the universe's operating rules can control the development direction of all civilized races, then everything we do now is not developed in accordance with the direction set by the universe's operating rules. Then what is the meaning of the reincarnation of each era? You are overthinking this. Maybe in the early days of civilization, when various races were born, the rules of the universe were influencing or guiding the development of each race. But when each race grows up, will the behavior of all races still be affected by the rules of the universe? Do you think that my staying in the three-eyed tribe to wait for the arrival of your Earth Federation is also arranged by the rules of the universe? Is that possible? Vidin Prophet said with a smile, as if you were overthinking. How is it impossible? Didn't you predict our Earth Federation with the help of the rules of the universe? If you used your prophetic ability to make judgments when your three-eyed tribe was a level 6 civilization, I would still believe that you were not affected by the rules of the universe. But when you used prophecy when you were a level 8 civilization, I have reason to believe that you were affected by the rules of the universe. Xiang Qian said seriously. The Vidin Prophet looked at Xiang Qian speechlessly, wanting to refute his theory, but he really couldn't produce any evidence that he was not affected by the rules of the universe. After all, Xiang Qian was right. After the first generation of special evolutionists broke through the 7th level civilization, they would be included in the rules of the universe, but their power would also increase exponentially. So when he used the true prophecy for the last time, he really used the huge power of the rules of the universe, which left him speechless. Whatever you think, I didn't feel the influence of the rules of the universe on me, but if you want me to produce evidence, I really can't produce it. As for whether you believe it or not, I can't control it. The Vidin Prophet held it in for a long time, and said something that was not very convincing. Okay, I believe it. Shinkong, put the movies such as The Matrix and The Truman Show aside for the Vidin Prophet. After Xiang Qian finished speaking, he hung up the communication and began to think slowly. Although the Vidin Prophet said that he was not affected by the rules of the universe, Xiang Qian really didn't believe it. After all, the purpose of the rules of the universe inferred from advanced civilizations, and the information he has obtained now all show that the rules of the universe are not indifferent, but are guiding something. What these advanced civilizations have done may not be the result of the guidance of the rules of the universe. Although Xiang Qian has no evidence to prove that his guess is correct, he believes in his guess. Just like Truman's world, Truman does not know that the world he lives in is false, but his behavior can be influenced by others. If the person who influences Truman is replaced by the rules of the universe, and Truman is replaced by a three-eyed person, then the rules of the universe can completely interfere with the outside world and let the three-eyed people get wrong information, and these wrong information will affect the judgment of the three-eyed people. So when the Vidin Prophet said that he was not affected by the rules of the universe, it was just that he was not directly affected by the rules of the universe. But what about the indirect influence? Does he dare to say that there is no indirect influence? However, this is all something that the Earth Federation can participate in now. Xiang Qian is just thinking about it, but if you want to get the real answer, you have to break through the 7th level civilization first. After burying the idea in his mind, Xiang Qian began to copy the route map made by Shinkong on his computer, and then handed it to the staff department to let the staff department formulate a complete plan. Chapter 570. The First Fleet of the Earth Federation is ready, requesting departure. Permission to depart. Following Xiang Qian's order, the 300 warships of the First Fleet, anchored in the Earth's near-Earth orbital defense ring, slowly flew away from the Earth. Xiang Qian, who was used to seeing tens of trillions of warships fighting in the endless void, had no feeling at all when he saw a fleet of hundreds of warships. But all the people on Earth were paying attention to this action. After all, this was the first time since the establishment of the Earth Federation that a fleet was sent to fight an alien civilization. It was also the first time in human history that humans fought against alien civilizations. So when this fleet of 300 warships set off, people all over the world were watching the live broadcast. At the same time, everyone on the internet was arguing. Some said that the Earth Federation should not send a fleet to attack alien civilizations. After all, fighting for resources in the universe is completely meaningless. Others said that the Earth Federation should do this, pushing forward all the way, with aliens killing aliens, and aliens killing aliens, until the end of the universe. There are also some peace-loving people who say they want to coexist peacefully with aliens and develop resources in the universe together. Anyway, most people are happy to see the Earth Federation send a fleet to attack alien civilizations. Because scientists from the Earth Federation say, in the media every day, that the Earth Federation fleet and the alien civilization fleet have a clear technological gap. According to the data provided by the starry sky, this alien civilization is clearly seen from the inside out by everyone in the Earth Federation. This is like an adult holding a weapon, preparing to hit a child holding a brick, which is not challenging at all. So except for the families of the staff on the warships, who are still a little worried, everyone else is basically ready to watch the Earth Federation fleet beat up the alien civilization children. After Xiang Qian gave the order, he left the command hall. He was not interested in watching the next war scene. As an Earth Federation with the technological power of the middle stage of the third-level civilization, it is completely uninteresting to destroy a pioneer civilization that has just broken through the late stage of the second-level civilization. If you have this time, you might as well pay attention to the research of the Academy of Sciences. The speed of technological development on Earth in this life is simply incredible. After all, up to now, Earth has not referred to the technology tree of any civilization. It is entirely the credit of all the scientists of the Academy of Sciences that it can break through the third-level civilization in a short period of time. This also allows the space system of the Earth Federation to develop in a direction that Xiang Qian could not imagine. In the previous life, the Earth Federation obtained the complete technology tree of the third-level civilization of the Lilon people, so it was able to break through the third-level civilization in a short period of time. Now, the Earth has broken through the third-level civilization, which is completely the result of its own research. Therefore, there is a great difference from the third-level civilization technology system given by the rules of the universe. The biggest difference is the classification of subjects. The classification of subjects in the previous life of the Earth Federation was completely classified according to the technology system given by the rules of the universe. Now, the classification of subjects on Earth is classified according to its own discipline system. Biology, physics, chemistry, geography, astronomy, etc. are completely absent on Earth in this life. Now there is only the theory of cosmic unification on Earth, and the core theory is that the universe is a whole, and any change will cause changes in all aspects. At the same time, weapons experts on Earth are also influenced by these scientific systems. When designing weapons, they are no longer considering a single consideration, but are more inclined to the impact of weapons on the universe. Although this makes the current strength of the Earth inversely proportional to the level of science and technology, it can speed up the research of science and technology. Therefore, Xiang Qian did not correct this scientific and technological system. After all, he now does not even trust the scientific and technological system given by the rules of the universe. After learning about the situation of the universe, Xiang Qian was very suspicious whether the technological system given by the rules of the universe was a ninth-level civilization. Although this possibility is very small, it must be prevented. Besides, even if he is wrong, there will be no problem with the future development of the Earth. After all, there is a fifth-level peak complete technological system to support it, and the Earth has the confidence to try. When you enter the Academy of Sciences, you will see two huge Earth models, one of which is a normal Earth model, and the other is an Earth model that emits various fluctuations and radiation under various detectors. Xiang Qian walked through the two models, and came to the core hall of the Academy of Sciences. In this core hall, a universe model was projected. Scientists input various formulas into this universe model at all times. The changes caused by each formula will be recorded by the system, and then scientists conduct various studies based on the changes in the universe model caused by the formula. At the same time, in the rooms around this hall, tens of thousands of communication personnel are helping scientists to classify the scientific research data of the Earth's affiliated races, and then transmit them to various research centers. When each research center has a scientific research task, it is also these communication personnel who issue tasks to the Academy of the affiliated races, and are responsible for monitoring the progress of scientific research tasks. Once each research center asks about the research progress of the affiliated races, they will report it immediately. There are still few affiliated races on Earth now. If there are more affiliated races, Xiang Qian estimates that he will have to set up a special communication center to serve the Academy. When Xiang Qian arrived at the Macrocosm Research Center, he saw Einstein and Hawking arguing with each other. After seeing this scene, Xiang Qian felt full of happiness. The collision between the greatest scientist in human history and the king of the universe brought a strong impetus to the development of Earth science and technology. Now when the two quarrel, Xiang Qian knows that good things will happen soon, and maybe some new theory will emerge. Excuse me, I want to know what the Academy of Sciences thinks about the scientific and technological system that the Earth should choose when breaking through the fourth level civilization? I think I asked the Academy of Sciences to do statistics on this matter half a year ago, but I haven't received any reply report so far. Xiang Qian said to the two. I'd better let Mr. Einstein answer this question. I still have some data to sort out. I leave you now. Hawking was stunned for a moment, looked at Einstein, and immediately spoke. After he finished speaking, he turned around and left. It was so neat and tidy. I'm sorry, because there are too many scientific research projects, we forgot to discuss this issue. But in fact, there is no need to discuss this issue at all. Breaking through the fourth level civilization is the technological system that the Earth Federation must choose, which is actually our current technological system. Although the research of a single discipline can quickly improve the technological level, we also agree that after thoroughly studying a single discipline, we can study other disciplines. But in fact, there are limitations to doing so, because after thoroughly studying a single discipline, scientific thinking has been limited. So just like your great ancestors said, everything is related and is a whole. Our goal is to integrate into this whole, and achieve the state of harmony between man and nature. In fact, science is the same. Each substance is an individual. When all substances are integrated together, the universe is formed. If we study one aspect of the universe alone, we will never understand the entire universe. Einstein said with his hands spread out. Xiang Qian was speechless about Einstein's withdrawal of the ancestors' theories. In this life, the rebirth of the people of the Earth Federation changed the history of the Earth. China has a very high status on Earth, which has led to the influence of Chinese culture on the entire Earth, which is hundreds of times higher than the influence of China in the previous life. After the spread of Chinese culture, many of the theories that seemed profound or even misleading became great discoveries in the eyes of many scientists. Xiang Qian really didn't know what to say about this phenomenon. After he looked up history from Shinkong and learned that many great scientists, such as Newton and Leonardo da Vinci, began to study theology in the second half of their lives, he also saw it. Maybe this is the gap between geniuses and mortals. Well, that means that the Academy of Sciences agrees that the technological system for the Earth to break through the fourth level civilization is the unified theory of the universe. Xiang Qian nodded. It can also be said to be the unified theory of force fields. Einstein said. Chapter 571. Force field unified theory. What about this? Xiang Qian asked curiously. The theory here is actually easier to understand. The cosmic unified theory is a bit abstract. After all, a person sneezing will not affect the entire universe. But in fact, that is because that person does not have enough energy, or his own force field is not strong enough. Now we speculate that the entire universe is formed by space, and space is an unknown substance. In other words, the universe is supported by the huge force field of space. The universe includes countless planets. Although there is no way to prove that space is supported by countless substances in the universe, we have never doubted this point, but we have not been able to prove it yet. According to this theory, the force fields of countless quarks form neutrons, and the force fields of countless neutrons form atomic nuclei. The atomic nuclei form various substances according to different combination structures. Matter supports space, and space forms the universe. In other words, countless force fields are superimposed on each other, expanding their influence little by little, and finally combine to form a larger force field, and then form the current universe. The simplest analogy is to blow up a balloon. When we blow up the balloon, the space inside the balloon is formed, and this is the birth of the universe. Although the inside of the balloon is all gas, there are many kinds of gas, such as nitrogen, oxygen, water vapor, carbon dioxide, etc. These gases also contain various dusts and various substances in the dusts. We can regard these substances as various planets and interstellar dust in the universe. The nitrogen with the largest content can be compared to dark energy. These substances are composed of countless particles, and ultimately these substances composed of countless particles support the space inside the balloon. Einstein explained. Okay, I understand this. Then I want to know, if the unified theory of force field becomes the technological system of our Earth, what benefits will it bring to future development, or war potential? Although I don't like war, in this universe, no strength means destruction, so even if this technological system is powerful, it cannot provide enough power for the Earth. I think this system will definitely not be passed. And I also want to know, if we break through the fourth level civilization according to the system, then how should the flagship of the fourth level civilization race be built? Do we need to build a huge force field? How can the safety of our mother planet Earth be guaranteed? Although Xiang Qian recognized this system, there are still some things that need to be clarified. Your Excellency can rest assured that the more advanced the technological system, the greater the destructive power it can achieve. This is beyond doubt. As for the construction of the flagship of the fourth level civilization race, another person can answer this question. Please follow me. Einstein smiled and said, not at all annoyed by being questioned. Xiang Qian admired this very much. These greatest scientists in human history also have unique charm and personality. As for the historical connection between Einstein and nuclear weapons, many people said that he opened Pandora's box, which is actually nonsense. Einstein's name was not on the list of personnel of the Manhattan Project at that time. You can't equate the research on the conversion relationship between mass and energy with the research on nuclear weapons. According to this, Hawking is also studying the characteristics of black holes. If a black hole bomb is developed in the future, will Hawking also be involved? Xiang Qian and Einstein came to another hall. There was also a huge three-dimensional virtual screen in the center of this hall. However, this three-dimensional virtual screen showed the orbits of 9 stars. And below this three-dimensional projection screen, a historical figure familiar to Xiang Qian stood there, calculating something. The design plan of the flagship of the fourth level civilization race was handed over to academician Nikola Tesla within our Academy of Sciences. Einstein walked over to Xiang Qian and said. Then he said to Nikola Tesla, don't calculate, explain the flagship of the fourth level civilization race you designed. Okay, this is the flagship of the fourth level civilization race I designed. I call it the 9-star force field battleship. After saying these words, Nikola Tesla quickly displayed his design drawings. In an instant, the 9-star trajectories on the three-dimensional projection screen disappeared, and then the image of the Earth appeared in the center of the 9 stars. Then, hundreds of planets of all sizes began to appear between the Earth and the 9 stars. Between these planets and the 9 stars, countless huge devices were connected, making the entire rendering look like a huge three-dimensional mechanical watch. Looking at the parts in the middle, one can faint, there are too many. This is the flagship of the fourth level civilization race. Xiang Qian actually couldn't describe this design. He could only wait for Nikola Tesla's explanation. Yes, there are 9 stars on the periphery as power sources. They can not only provide us with energy, but also a kind of alternative perpetual motion machine. When they rotate according to specific regulations, they can drive the operation of 9 interstellar devices, and the operation of these devices can generate a huge amount of energy. We can use this energy to form a huge force field, and at the same time, we can convert this huge power into a cosmic magnetic storm, which will affect the electromagnetic waves within 1 light year around and paralyze the other party's detection equipment. If the power of the magnetic storm is further strengthened, then within 100 million kilometers, thunderstorms exceeding 5 billion volts will be emitted without limit. At the same time, Nikola Tesla began to talk about his design, but Xiang Qian was shocked after listening for a while. What is this? A super large-scale Tesla coil with stars as parts. It's amazing. In Xiang Qian's opinion, this is not a flagship of a fourth-level civilization race, but a galaxy battleship. And it is a galaxy battleship that is dozens of times more powerful than the galaxy battleship designed by the Earth Federation. He is indeed a mythical scientific master. His thinking is really boundless. He directly uses stars to build Tesla coils. How long is the estimated construction time of this Class 4 civilization race flagship? Xiang Qian asked immediately after Nikola Tesla finished his introduction. According to the current technological level of the Earth Federation, it will take about 800 years, but if the Earth Federation becomes a Class 3 peak civilization, the construction time can be shortened to 300 years. If all the subordinate races can help, the construction time will be further reduced. Although this design looks huge, the equipment in it can be industrialized and built quickly. That's it, Xiang Qian decided after listening to it. The Class 4 Civilization Race flagship will be built according to the design in front of him. Chapter 572. After Xiang Qian got all the design information of the flagship of the 4th level civilization race, he was in no mood to visit other places, and he went straight back to the office with the design information. Shinkong, scan this information, and then build a flagship of the 4th level civilization race according to this design information in this small universe. Notify me as soon as the construction is completed. After Xiang Qian returned to the office, he immediately said to the projection of Shinkong. Okay, boss. Although most of the scientists in this small universe have entered a frozen state, there are still some on duty to carry out scientific research projects. After scanning the data of the flagship of the 4th level civilization race in the starry sky, these scientists knew about this matter at the first time. As a result, when these scientists saw Nikola Tesla's design data and design concept, they all felt that they had lived in vain. Then, they found the galaxy battleship of the Earth Federation at that time, and compared it with Tesla's design. Apart from other things, the aesthetics alone were a world apart. The galaxy battleship of the Earth Federation at that time was so ugly in front of the rendering formed by Tesla's data. The galaxy battleship designed by the Earth Federation was designed as a fortress, or a huge mobile artillery platform. In terms of design concept, it can't be compared with Tesla's design at all. In particular, Tesla used the power of the planet's rotation and revolution as a power source, and then used a complex mechanical structure to arrange a large number of power generation devices around these planets and between orbits. You can imagine that the larger the motor, the greater the current it can generate, so how large will the current generated by the rotation of a planet be? In addition, there are gears around these planets that can be accelerated by gravity, which shows how crazy Tesla's design is. The most terrifying thing is that these huge amounts of electric current can form a variety of terrible weapons, one of which Xiang Qian did not expect is the positron cannon. Under normal circumstances, positron cannons basically do not appear in interstellar wars. After all, positron cannons require a huge amount of electrical energy, and to generate electrical energy, material conversion is required, and part of the energy will be lost in the material conversion, and then when the positron cannon is formed, part of the energy will be lost again. The larger the energy month, the greater the energy loss. This is unavoidable. Even a level 6 civilization cannot avoid the loss of energy during conversion. So the Earth Federation did not consider using positron cannons as interstellar weapons at all, but directly used particle weapons as a means of attack for warships. After all, particle weapons do not need to undergo double energy conversion, and can be directly charged and fired using reactors, which has much less energy loss than positron cannons. But now, with a huge amount of incalculable electrical energy as a reserve, the positron cannon has finally been placed in the void of the universe as an interstellar weapon. The flagship of the 4th level civilization race designed by Tesla also has another weapon, which is a more conventional electromagnetic rail gun. However, the electromagnetic rail gun used by the Earth Federation before also required a special positioning track and charging, but now it is completely unnecessary. When a large amount of current is generated, it will also be accompanied by a strong magnetic field, which is beyond doubt. Under Tesla's arrangement, these magnetic fields will be bound to form special curved tracks as the barrel of the electromagnetic rail gun. That is to say, when this level 4 civilization race flagship is completed, the electromagnetic projectiles sent by the Earth Federation can be as crazy as the firing speed of the Metal Storm weapon. Think about the role that a level 4 civilization race flagship can play when surrounded by countless warships, which has no blind spots and can fire electromagnetic projectiles 24 hours a day, and the firing speed can be as crazy as the Metal Storm weapon. It can be said that the believers of the multi-turret cult in the past, who thought about how many main guns and how many secondary guns to install on the warships all day long, are already weak in front of this level 4 civilization race flagship designed by Tesla. The two sides are not of the same weight class at all. Scientists in the Earth Federation's microcosm worship Tesla's design, while optimizing the overall design. They also optimized the flagship of the Class 4 civilization race that had been built in the microcosm. Although Tesla was very powerful, his power alone could not match the technological background of the Class V civilization even in making spacecraft. In less than 3 days, the scientists in the microcosm used Vacadia's computing power to optimize Tesla's design, and reported the test results to Xiang Qian. Force field shield. Isn't this the formation force field of the 4th level civilization? Can it be made now? After seeing the final version of the 4th level civilization race flagship optimization plan data, Xiang Qian's brain was a little bit confused, because the fourth-level civilization race flagship shown in this data was already abnormally strong. Absolutely, after concentrating 9 stars and multiple planets plus a huge electromagnetic generating device, it is enough to form a field shield. Shinkong replied immediately. Okay, forget about the force field shield, then can you explain to me who designed these 180 super electromagnetic railguns? I remember that there was no such thing in the previous design drawings. And are you sure that this theoretical parameter can be achieved? Xiang Qian pointed to the launch parameter of 0.98 times the speed of light on the 180 rotating curved orbits around the 9 stars and said, no problem at all. According to the data of the flagship of the 4th-level civilization race built in the microcosm, 180 super electromagnetic railguns can be installed around these 9 stars. If light is accelerated by electromagnetic force, it cannot reach the above parameters, but there is a huge twisted gravitational field around the stars themselves. This design is based on the electromagnetic railgun, and then adds gravity amplification to it, so that the mass of the projectile is larger and the launch speed is faster. After saying this, Shinkong also played a picture of the super electromagnetic railgun launch inside the small universe to Xiang Qian. Even if this is possible, haven't you considered the current technological level of the Earth? What do you let the current scientists use to detect the twisted gravitational field of the star, and then let the magnetic acceleration track of the electromagnetic railgun overlap with the gravitational twist tunnel? Xiang Qian was speechless. Although the electromagnetic projectile with a speed of 0.98 times the speed of light can be comparable to the speed of energy weapons, it is more powerful, but such a combination is completely impossible with the current level of technology on Earth. You can let me detect this, and then give you the detection data directly. The equipment manufacturer on Earth can directly manufacture the equipment according to the data and install it in a designated orbit. Xiang Qian was too lazy to continue discussing this issue with Shinkong. Anyway, the data in front of him has fully demonstrated that the flagship of the 4th-level civilization race designed by Tesla has been played. Although the power is more powerful, it seems that except for the design ideas, there is no longer any similarity with the previous data. Chapter 573. 1 month later, in the highest conference room of the Earth Federation, Xiang Qian reluctantly took out the design drawing of the 4th-level civilization race flagship that was optimized to the limit by scientists in the small universe. Then he said, "This is the future 4th-level civilization race flagship of our Earth Federation. This 4th-level civilization race flagship was designed by academician Nikola Tesla, and then supplemented and optimized by professionals from various departments of the Earth Federation, and finally formed the ultimate plan in my hand. Now let's first understand the power of the flagship of the 4th-level civilization race. Please look at the big screen." Then Xiang Qian helplessly played the test video of the 4th-level civilization race flagship by scientists in the small universe. Of course, the video is a computer-synthesized CG animation. Anyway, with the current level of technology on Earth, the quality of computer-made CG animation is about the same as that of camera shots, and no one will take it seriously, so he can say whatever he wants. When the big screen played the situation of the extreme test in this small universe, the whole hall burst into exclamations. A series of tests, such as the group battle limit test of 1 trillion warships besieging the flagship of a level 4 civilization race, the limit firepower defense test of being attacked by the main guns of countless warships, and the limit burst test of the full firepower of the flagship of a level 4 civilization race, made everyone fascinated and deeply impressed by the power of the flagship of a level 4 civilization race. Although some people think that these test data are computer simulations, that is, theoretical, and not necessarily accurate. But how could they know that these tests were real? After all, the industrial base in the small universe can produce warships of level 3 and level 4 civilizations at the same speed as the production of toys on Earth. In addition, the use of fully intelligent assembly lines in the small universe can speed up the flow of time, and trillions of warships only took a few hours. When the video was finished, warm applause broke out in the hall. Especially the group of scientific masters, they were extremely excited. As a result, when the meeting was over, Xiang Qian was surrounded by a large group of scientific masters. How is the gravitational distortion field of a star detected? What are the characteristics of the gravitational distortion field? Does the flow rate of time affect the electromagnetic projectile? Einstein was the first to stop in front of Xiang Qian and said excitedly, "How does the overlap of the magnetic field and the gravitational distortion tunnel occur? Are the force field forms of both sides similar? Where is the point of unity between magnetism and gravity?" Nikola Tesla followed closely, and asked the questions he wanted to know. who designed the interplanetary mechanical arm and curvature design. I want to be his disciple. What theory is the secondary loss return of energy conversion design based on? Interplanetary force field. In an instant, Xiang Qian was surrounded by a group of scientists. These scientists were even more powerful than the brainless fans on Earth back then. Their fighting power exploded under the attraction of scientific answers. Stop! Xiang Qian yelled. The group of scientists who were almost crazy finally calmed down, but looking at the excited expressions of these scientists, Xiang Qian knew that if he didn't give these people a positive answer, he wouldn't have to leave today. I know you all have a lot of questions, but I can't tell you about the optimization designers of this fourth-level civilization race flagship. Because the universe is too dangerous, we in the Earth Federation must also leave a spark. When our Earth Federation is about to be destroyed one day, there is another group of people, and we humans still have hope of revival. So, I can't tell you the identity of these people and their location. But I can ask them to take some time to talk to you. Xiang Qian said to all the scientists. When can we communicate with them? Have they developed the Grand Unified Theory? After the Grand Unified Theory is completed, can we study space? Yes. Can we communicate with them quickly? A research I am currently conducting has been realized in the design of the flagship of the fourth-level civilization race, so my current research is a complete waste of time. I want to learn from them, and then conduct new research projects. For a moment, Xiang Qian was overwhelmed by this group of scientists. Stop, that's enough, shut up. Xiang Qian yelled, then rubbed his forehead and said, Stop talking, it's useless even if you surround me, I can't contact them now. If you want to communicate with them, you have to let me go back and make arrangements first. How can I contact them if I am blocked here? Also, don't worry about contacting them. Continue to study the topic, because our technology system is not the same as theirs. Although it seems that the technology there is more powerful, it is actually based on the science and technology of other civilized races, and its foundation is not stable. So, they can provide you with some ideas, but you cannot conduct research completely according to that idea, and you cannot let them affect your scientific thinking. Okay, you go back and wait for news, I'm leaving first. This time no one stopped Xiang Qian, and finally let him leave the conference hall safely. Who said that crazy fans are powerful? Crazy scientists are just as powerful as crazy fans. Xiang Qian returned to the office, and thought of those scientists, shaking his head helplessly. Now, although the scientists of the Earth Federation took into account the current technological level of the Earth, when optimizing the flagship of the fourth-level civilization race. But they forgot another thing, that is, scientific theory. Although the optimization they carried out made the flagship of the entire civilization race more powerful, it can indeed be built with the technological level of the Earth. But this optimization is based on a lot of leading theories. Many of them are elementary school knowledge in the Earth Federation, but they are advanced theories on the current Earth. After all, the gap in technology between the two sides is too big. Just like a math problem that can be solved by a two-variable linear equation or a three-variable linear equation, it would be a century-old problem comparable to the Goldberg conjecture in ancient times. Like the man-powered paddle boats on the sea in ancient times, even if there was technology at that time to use people riding bicycles to power the propellers through various gear combinations, no one would think of using propellers to drive ships. Of course, it is hard to say which of these two methods is faster. But propeller drive is definitely more advanced. After all, it can replace human power with animal power. So this optimization plan, which seems normal to Xiang Qian and the scientists in the small universe, caused such a sensation on Earth. Now Xiang Qian is busy again. If he wants to make up for this lie, he must talk to those scientists in person. Otherwise, he is not sure whether those scientists will come to block his door in the middle of the night. This is what you do when you commit evil. If you don't commit suicide, you won't die. Chapter 574. 50 years have passed in the blink of an eye, and the Earth Federation's technological level has reached the level of a late-stage third-level civilization, and its affiliated races have expanded to 74. At this time, the Earth Federation has begun to prepare to build a fourth-level civilization race flagship, but at this time Xiang Qian just thought of a problem, that is, the number of special rare metals. In the Large Magellanic Cloud, there are simply not so many special rare metals to support the Earth's construction of a fourth-level civilization race flagship. Faced with this situation, Xiang Qian could only order the construction of galaxy battleships according to the design drawings of the flagship of the fourth-level civilization race, even if it was to accumulate experience for the construction of the flagship of the civilization race after returning to the Milky Way. However, this also reminded Xiang Qian that the battle in the Large Magellanic System had better end quickly, and staying here is a complete waste of time. The Earth does not need the scientific and technological information in the remains of prehistoric civilizations, so staying here will not bring any benefits at all, so why stay here? Notify Zhang Lei to come to my office. Xiang Qian pressed the microphone and notified the secretary next door. After a while, Zhang Lei came to Xiang Qian's office. Starry Sky, display the information of the surrounding civilizations. Xiang Qian said to the Starry Sky, and then to Zhang Lei, there are not enough resources to build a 4th-level civilization in the large Magellanic Cloud, so we will speed up the conquest of the subordinate races and then return to the Milky Way. I will give you the data of the civilizations detected by the Starry Sky later, and you will arrange the fleet as soon as possible to speed up the conquest of the subordinate races. Okay, I lead the fleet this time. I've just been bored lately. Zhang Lei nodded. Whatever you want. Xiang Qian said casually, while copying the data displayed by the Starry Sky on the star map. He had no objection to Zhang Lei's personal dispatch. There was no danger anyway, so it was okay to go out for a stroll. The operation of the Earth Federation would be able to run well even without him and Zhang Lei. When you go this time, I ask the Starry Sky to send a few warships to follow you. If you encounter a stubborn civilization, let Xingkong destroy the opponent's combat power. If the opponent still refuses to surrender, let Xingkong destroy the opponent directly. Don't waste time. Xiang Qian handed the copied civilization information to Zhang Lei and reminded him at the same time. Okay, I understand. Efficiency is the most important. Zhang Lei nodded and said. In the next 100 years, Zhang Lei led the fleet under the protection of Xingkong's bug and began to conquer subordinate races everywhere. Whether it is a wanderer civilization or a pioneer civilization, as long as it is a civilization around the Earth Federation, Zhang Lei will accept everyone he sees. In less than 80 years, there is no longer any civilization in the area around the Earth that is not a subsidiary race of the Earth. Then Zhang Lei led the fleet to the area of other evolutionary civilizations to conquer the civilizations in that area. By the year 100, Zhang Lei had led the fleet directly to the base of the evolutionary civilization, ready to conquer an evolutionary civilization for the Earth Federation. Commander, the chief sent a communication, asking us to keep the single alien beast, and it doesn't matter if other alien beast civilizations are destroyed. A communicator said to Zhang Lei. Reply to the chief and tell him we know. Zhang Lei nodded. Since the alien beast civilization was of no help to scientific research, Zhang Lei did not even consider conquering the alien beast civilization when he led the fleet to conquer the subordinate races. Even if the alien beast civilization surrendered, he would not accept it and would just destroy it. So when Xiang Qian saw that there was a single alien beast civilization among the subordinate races of this evolutionary civilization, he immediately sent a message to Zhang Lei, fearing that Zhang Lei would destroy it in excitement. The main body of this single-body alien beast civilization is a huge alien beast similar to a turtle. Although it is not as large as Reglo's, its entire body is as big as it was a month ago. Coupled with the thick bone armor and the surging space fluctuations around it, it is known that the defense of this alien beast must be amazing. Of course, Xiang Qian wanted to keep this alien beast not because of its defense, but to find a companion for Reglo's. Although their main bodies are different, the reproduction of life does not necessarily require the same race. When life science and technology reaches the 6th level of civilization, we know that the reproduction of life is completely the birth of the soul. The birth of the body alone is not considered real life. If that were the case, clones could also be considered life. But in fact, clones have no souls and are not considered life at all. Notify everyone to prepare for the attack. Zhang Lei gave the order. As for the formation, there is no need to consider it at all. Now the Earth Federation only relies on brute force, and it is completely taking the path of one force defeating 10 skills. The flagship Zhang Lei was riding on basically had no attacks. This flagship was used to carry people. All combat personnel were in this flagship, and the warships outside were connected and controlled by virtual devices. So even if more warships were lost, it would not hurt the foundation of the fleet. As long as new warships were added, the strength of the fleet could be restored to its peak in an instant. As for the safety of the flagship Zhang Lei was riding on, there was no need to worry about it. It has been proven in the past 100 years that any enemy who wants to destroy this flagship will perish for no reason in the next second, without exception. 10 minutes later, the fleets of both sides began to exchange fire. At this time, Zhang Lei was hiding in the captain's room alone. If he saw that the fleet had difficulty attacking in a certain direction, he would say to himself, Starry Sky, break the defense line in this direction and destroy their flagship. Then see which civilization controls the warships with remote connection, directly block the opponent's signal, and then let the fleet launch a suicide attack and self-destruct after 10 minutes. In this way, 1 month later, Zhang Lei led the fleet to sweep across the coalition forces composed of 27 civilized races, and directly reached the base of this evolutionary civilization. The big turtle-like beast, after being beaten by Shinkong, instantly became obedient. After canceling the civilization race contract with the Evolver civilization, it followed a warship back to Earth to sign the civilization race contract with Xiang Qian. Half a year later, the big turtle appeared in the cosmic void around the Earth, and Xiang Qian came to it in the spaceship. Aren't you afraid that I will eat you? You are so close to me, no one can save you. Why don't you let me go and promise me not to bother me again, and I won't eat you, how about that? The big turtle said to Xiang Qian, who was only wearing a single soldier space suit. What's your name? Is it Dasha? Xiang Qian said with a smile. My name is Wu Gu, not Dasha. If you curse me again, I will eat you. Wu Gu stared at Xiang Qian with his 6 big eyes. If you want to eat me, then let's go to that planet and talk. Xiang Qian took Wu Gu to a rocky planet. 2 hours later, Xiang Qian returned to Earth with Wu Gu, who was bruised and swollen. Be good, as long as you stay on Earth and be a mascot, I won't hit you. But your name is too bad, I give you a new name, you be called Ba Xia from now on, do you understand? Xiang Qian patted Ba Xia's big head and said, Got it. I wouldn't dare to say no even if I had the guts, Ba Xia thought to himself. In these 2 hours, he finally knew what it meant to be worse than death. With his strength, he was completely suppressed and beaten. And Xiang Qian, who seemed to have no strength, actually slapped him away with a slap. Then he took the beating for 2 hours and understood a truth, that is, the one with the bigger fist is the boss. After Xiang Qian signed a completely equal civilization race contract with Ba Xia, he returned to the office refreshed. To be honest, it feels so good to bully people by cheating. In the blink of an eye, another 100 years have passed, and the number of affiliated races of the Earth Federation has reached more than 23,000. This has also made the Earth Federation's scientific research speed crazy. Even if the Earth Federation cannot break through the 4th level civilization, because it cannot build a 4th level civilization race flagship, it does not mean that the Earth Federation's technological level has not reached the level of 4th level civilization. This also lets Xiang Qian know that the level of science and technology can be improved without the flagship of the 4th level civilization race. However, this kind of improvement requires too much technological background of civilization. If the Earth Federation did not have more than 20,000 affiliated races as scientific research forces, it might be possible to raise the level of science and technology to the level of the 4th level civilization. Just as Xiang Qian continued to speed up the subjugation of the affiliated races, the rules of the universe finally intervened. The camps of all civilization races in the large Magellanic Galaxy have been allocated. One side is the guard camp composed of the Earth civilization and its affiliated races, and the other side is the attack camp composed of all the remaining civilization races in the large Magellanic Galaxy. The rules of the decisive battle are as follows. The attacking camp wins by destroying the Earth civilization. If the Earth civilization cannot be destroyed within 300 years, all civilized races in the attacking camp will be wiped out. The guarding camp is not allowed to leave the limited range. If it violates the limit, it will be wiped out. If the Earth civilization is destroyed, all civilizations in the guarding formation will be wiped out. Xiang Qian was stunned after receiving this news. This is the decisive battle. What a joke. This is not playing by the rules. Moreover, in the large Magellanic Galaxy, in addition to the affiliated races of the Earth Federation, there are nearly 100,000 civilized races in total. The gap in strength between the two sides is too big. Even if the rules of the universe want to take sides, they don't have to be so obvious. Even a fool can see that this is the real Earth Federation. Notify Zhang Lei to return to the Earth Federation, and at the same time order all subordinate races to retreat to the rear of the Earth Federation and not participate in the battle. Xiang Qian said to the secretary. After issuing the order, Xiang Qian asked Shinkong to mark the current situation of all civilized races in the large Magellanic Cloud on the big screen. The rules of the universe are pitting the Earth Federation, not allowing the Earth Federation to continue to subjugate subordinate races, otherwise they would not issue such a pitfall rule. However, it can also be seen from here that the rules of the universe can't do anything to the small universe of the Earth Federation, otherwise it wouldn't be so troublesome. Chapter 575. As the Earth Federation began to shrink its defense, the fleets of other civilizations in the large Magellanic Galaxy began to slowly gather. However, these civilizations were not stupid. Even if they only had the Earth Federation civilization standing alone, no civilization dared to come alone to test the strength of the Earth Federation. But the fleets of these civilizations became larger and larger, and soon the number of warships in the joint fleet exceeded 600 billion. Xiang Qian was looking at the results of the Starry Sky scan in his office, and he was completely disappointed with this huge coalition fleet. Originally, he wanted to make the people of the Earth Federation have a sense of crisis. After all, it is easy for people to be arrogant after so many years of smooth sailing. But in the end, the huge coalition fleet that he had high hopes for was simply a mob. The third-level civilization warships and the second-level civilization warships were mixed together. The warships of different sizes and models were piled together. It looked spectacular from a distance, but if you look closely, you will find that the combination of this fleet is really too inconsistent. Can you imagine what a mechanized infantry division composed of tanks, tractors, and bicycles would look like? This huge coalition fleet in front of Xiang Qian gave him such a feeling. Those second-level civilization warships that account for 2/3 of the coalition fleet, what's the point of displaying them if they are not towed back and recycled as scrap metal? To put it bluntly, it is a question whether these second-level civilization warships can cause damage to the Earth Federation's defense line. They have no speed, no firepower, and no defense. Apart from being used as targets for the Earth Federation to practice, Xiang Qian can't think of any threat these second-level civilization warships can pose to the Earth Federation. The coalition fleet composed of these warships, not to mention that the number of warships is only 600 billion, even if the number is increased tenfold, it will not pose any threat to the Earth Federation. Notify Zhang Lei that when the opponent's fleet comes to attack, the defense system should not use computer control, and let the soldiers of the Federation practice shooting. After reading all the information, Xiang Qian said to the secretary, "Yes, Chief." The secretary didn't know why Xiang Qian gave such a strange order, but he immediately passed it on. Although the Earth Federation did not build a flagship of a Level 4 civilization at this time, it built a galaxy battleship according to the design of a Level 4 civilization. With the power of this galaxy battleship, it was enough to resist the attacks of these civilizations, not to mention the killer of the Starry Sky. That's why Xiang Qian dared to let the Earth Federation face all civilizations alone, and let the subordinate races hide in the rear, because he was afraid that the war would affect the speed of the Earth Federation's scientific research. In the blink of an eye, 10 years passed, and the enemy camp's fleet was finally assembled, and the internal command system was also straightened out, and began to move towards the Earth Federation. However, the moving speed was really horrible. In order to take care of a large number of second-level civilization warships, the moving speed of the entire fleet can be described as a turtle's pace. According to the speed of the other fleet, it would take nearly 25 years to sail through the cosmic void to reach the location of the Earth Federation. This is mainly because there are no motherships of various civilizations to lead, and there is no curvature engine. It is simply a dream to want the second-level civilization warships to fly at a speed of more than 100,000 kilometers per second. Of course, this is their plan to destroy the Earth Federation in one wave, so arriving early or late is almost the same. Looking at the slow speed of the other fleet, Xiang Qian was anxious even if they were not anxious. Xiang Qian really didn't know, with their efficiency, when this fleet was destroyed by the Earth Federation, would they have time to organize another fleet again. However, these things have nothing to do with the Earth Federation. In the absence of sufficient resources to break through the fourth-level civilization, the Earth Federation can only work hard to study technology, and use the most time-consuming method to improve the level of civilization. This is too big a gap compared to the speed of the universe's operation rules to help improve the level of civilization. One only takes a few hours, while the other takes hundreds or even thousands of years. However, there is another benefit that Xiang Qian did not expect in improving the level of civilization, which is that the technological system of the Earth Federation is increasingly deviating from the most basic technological system given by the rules of the universe. Xiang Qian is still optimistic about reducing the reliance on the rules of the universe. At least the Earth has taken a new path. As for what lies ahead on this path, it will take time to verify. When the Earth Federation went to war with other civilizations in the large Magellanic Galaxy, this message was also transmitted to the Soda Civilization mothership. Human civilization, interesting. Let the probe enter the galaxy to scan and see if the Holy Light civilization is hidden in that human civilization. The patriarch of the Soda Civilization looked at the message sent back by the probe and said to the intelligent brain, "Yes, patriarch." After receiving the new command, a Soda Civilization probe 12 million light-years away from the Milky Way quickly flew towards the Milky Way. 25 years later, the coalition fleet finally arrived outside the Earth Federation's Galaxy battleship and launched an attack on the Earth Federation. Xiang Qian asked Zhang Lei to slow down his attack on this mob, so as not to take away the opponent's fleet in one wave, otherwise what's the point of playing? So after the opponent's fleet entered the attack range of the Galaxy battleship, Zhang Lei did not issue an attack order, but just opened the force field shield and let the opponent fire a few shots first. With Xiang Qian's connivance, the opponent's fleet formed a triangle formation and launched a fierce attack on the defense line of the Galaxy battleship. At the same time, laser weapons, electromagnetic weapons, and missiles that dragged flames were all fired at the Galaxy battleship. However, after these attacks touched the force field shield, they were destroyed without even a splash. Only after the missiles exploded, some light and shadow effects could be displayed, but the effects of these missiles were similar to fireworks, just spectacular to look at. Zhang Lei saw that the opponent's fleet had approached the edge of the Galaxy battleship by 6 million kilometers before issuing the attack order. Following Zhang Lei's order, the equipment inside the Galaxy battleship began to start, and the power generation equipment that had been suppressed for a long time instantly generated huge energy. A wave of current mixed with magnetic field that can be clearly seen in the universe instantly rushed to each attack weapon, providing huge energy to the weapons. The three attack methods of electromagnetic rail gun, positron gun, and thunder and lightning magnetic field erupted at the same time. Millions of golden light columns shot up into the sky, illuminating the entire universe, and then fiercely penetrated the battleships, blocking the golden light columns. Then countless purple lightning bolts spread across the entire cosmic void, like a spider web at a speed no slower than that of the positron cannon, spreading towards the enemy fleet. In less than 20 seconds, the 6 million kilometers of cosmic void surrounding the Galaxy battleship enveloped more than half of the enemy fleet. Then countless electromagnetic projectiles covered the enemy fleet like a downpour. When countless lightning bolts disappeared and the cosmic void returned to darkness again, the enemy fleet disappeared by 1/3, as if it had been bitten by a monster. The remaining 2/3 of the fleet and half of the battleships had sparks on their hulls. Chapter 576. Xiang Qian couldn't bear to watch the result. He knew that the other party had assembled hundreds of billions of warships, and was coming so slowly, with the idea of defeating the Earth Federation in one wave. After all, hundreds of billions of warships could almost sweep across most of the large Magellanic Galaxy, so it was normal to destroy the Earth Federation. But the counterattack of the Earth Federation was too fierce. Although he asked Zhang Lei to take it easy, the explosive attack of the Galaxy warships still caused heavy damage to the opponent's miscellaneous fleet. Fortunately, this is not the full fire of the Galaxy warships. If it is really full fire, those third-level civilization warships are not a big deal, but those second-level civilization warships will definitely be completely destroyed. At that time, it was really a wave, but the Earth Federation took away their fleet in a wave. Starry Sky, how many warships are left in the opponent's fleet that can continue to fight? Xiang Qian looked at the countless warship wreckage in the universe, and said to the Starry Sky, "There are still more than 60 billion warships that can continue to fight. The flagships of the second-level civilization races have all their combat power." Shinkong answered immediately. "How is it possible? The flagships of the second-level civilization races behind the enemy fleet were not seriously damaged. How could they not fight? Also, how come there are only so many of their third-level civilization warships left?" Xiang Qian said in surprise. Although he knew that the enemy suffered heavy losses, he did not expect that the enemy's losses were so great that they had basically lost their combat effectiveness. The arrowhead composed of 40 billion third-level civilization warships of the enemy was directly destroyed, most of which were destroyed by the attack of electromagnetic projectiles. When all the second-level civilization warships of the other side were attacked by the thunderstorm, they happened to have their electromagnetic shields turned on. In the thunderstorm just now, the circuit energy systems of all the second-level civilization warships were overloaded, and the internal automatic control system was damaged and could no longer work. Hearing Shinkong's answer, Xiang Qian didn't know what to say. This was a complete accident. He had forgotten that the protection system of the second-level civilization warships was all electromagnetic protection system. Otherwise, he would not let Zhang Lei turn on the electromagnetic thunderstorm weapon system. That thing is completely a nemesis for the second-level civilization warships that use electromagnetic protection systems. Shinkong, how many of the remaining 60 billion warships are controlled by humans? Xiang Qian said helplessly. He didn't expect that by some strange coincidence, he would still destroy the opponent's fleet in one go. He said he would keep a low profile. There are 320,000 warships that are controlled by humans. Okay, interfere with the opponent's remote control system, and then shut down the engine and protective shield of the unmanned warship. Xiang Qian continued. Okay, boss. In an instant, 99% of the warships that were slowly turning around and preparing to escape in the void of the universe suddenly lost power, and then shut down their engines and floated in the void of the universe. After seeing this situation, Zhang Lei immediately understood Xiang Qian's intention and immediately gave orders to attack those warships that were still moving. Dozens of seconds later, hundreds of thousands of positron cannons accurately hit those warships that were still fleeing, turning them into space junk. It was over. Hundreds of billions of warships sailed for 25 years to arrive in front of the Earth Federation, and then were taken away by a wave. This was the whole process of this farce-like war. Sending lives thousands of miles away, what kind of spirit is this? When Xiang Qian was speechless, the people of the Earth Federation were excited, the enemy civilization was terrified, and the affiliated races of the Earth Federation were in a complicated mood. The Soda civilization probe that had just flown to the Milky Way sent the results of the war to the mothership, and then began to conduct a deep scan of the Earth Federation. After reading this message, the expression on the face of the Soda civilization leader finally became serious. A human civilization in the large Magellanic Galaxy can fight against the coalition of tens of thousands of civilized races on its own, and at the same time destroy 600 billion warships in a short period of time. Regardless of whether this human civilization has received the help of the Holy Light civilization, he has decided to destroy this human civilization. If this human civilization has received the help of the Holy Light civilization, then it is very easy to destroy so many warships in a short period of time, and he is not surprised at all. In this way, he does not need to find the hiding place of the Holy Light civilization, just hold on to this human civilization. But if this human civilization does not receive the help of the Holy Light civilization, and only relies on its own strength to achieve this level, then no matter what, he will destroy this human civilization. Because this kind of human civilization is hundreds of times more terrifying than the human civilization with the help of the Holy Light civilization. If this human civilization is allowed to develop, who knows what will happen? The Universe Guardian Alliance may be overthrown by this human civilization, and the order of the entire universe will become chaotic. As the Soda civilization that is about to become a level 7 civilization, he absolutely does not want the current order of the universe to be destroyed, because to a certain extent, the Soda civilization that is about to become a level 7 civilization will also be the vested beneficiary of the current order, so of course he cannot bear to see the destruction of such interests. As for accepting this human civilization under his control, he had never thought about it. He knew that the Universal Guardian Alliance was wary of human civilization. The universe could not accommodate any human civilization at all. If any civilized race dared to take in human civilization privately, it would definitely be a provocation to the Universal Guardian Alliance, and would be crushed in an instant. In the past, he thought that the Universal Guardian Alliance's fear of human civilization was a fuss, but now that he saw the strength of the Earth Federation, he threw that idea behind his mind. Just kidding, in the first stage of this election, there is such a heaven-defying strength. If this human civilization is allowed to develop, it will be terrible. Destroy, this human civilization must be destroyed, the chief of the Soda civilization roared in his heart. But at this time, he couldn't make a move. Because the more the advanced civilization deals with the low-level civilization and interferes with the operation of the parallel universe, the stronger the execution power of the universe operation rules. If he takes action at this time, even the 8th-level civilization cannot protect him, and the Soda civilization will definitely be wiped out by the universe operation rules. Only after the 3rd stage of this election begins can he interfere. If he wants to do it himself, he must wait until the 3rd stage of this election is completed and all civilized races leave the parallel universe. When the Soda civilization detector began to conduct a deep scan of the Earth Federation microcosm finally discovered the signal fluctuations of the Soda civilization detector. Boss, we found a level 6 peak civilization detector, and the other party is conducting a deep scan of us. Shinkong reported this situation to Xiang Qian as soon as possible. Sure enough, Xiang Qian looked at the detector on the big screen and said with squinted eyes. Chapter 577. At the end of the last era, Xingyu and Vacadia joined forces to trap the Kaku civilization in the parallel universe. From that time on, Xiang Qian knew that there would definitely be other level 6 peak civilizations entering the parallel universe in this era. Because the man in black said that behind the Kaku civilization, there are more advanced civilizations to support the Kaku civilization, otherwise it would be impossible for the Kaku civilization to interfere with the 3rd stage selection with its strength. So after receiving this news, he was not surprised. However, he did not expect that this level 6 peak civilization would arrive so quickly. It is estimated that the other party had already entered the parallel universe when the evolution of the parallel universe just ended. Otherwise, the other party's detector would not have been able to reach the Milky Way so quickly. Shinkong analyzed based on this detector, which one is stronger, the other party's technological level or the Kaku civilization's technological level. Xiang Qian said to Shinkong. Okay, boss. When Shinkong began to analyze the detector, Xiang Qian turned around and pressed the button on the desk, and then said, "Let Zhang Lei come to my office." After a while, Zhang Lei came to Xiang Qian's office. If there is no need for remote control, how many warships can be controlled with the current strength of the Earth? Xiang Qian asked seriously. With the minimum personnel configuration, the Earth can currently mobilize up to 10 billion soldiers and control 1 million warships. Zhang Lei thought for a while and said, although he didn't know why Xiang Qian suddenly asked this question, but when he saw the solemn expression on Xiang Qian's face, he knew that something must have happened. 1 million warships are too few. Even if the flagship of a level 4 civilization race is completed, with the current strength of the Earth, it can only protect itself. Xiang Qian shook his head and said disappointedly, 1 million warships are basically the configuration of a small team in a war between a level 4 or even a level 5 civilization. Facing billions of warships of countless races, 1 million warships are too few. What happened? Zhang Lei asked seriously. He didn't know what went wrong. Well, something big has happened. Another level 6 peak civilization has entered the parallel universe. The detector they launched has entered the Milky Way and is conducting a deep scan of us. Xiang Qian said to Zhang Lei. Then our conversation now. Zhang Lei was shocked. He knew the horror of the level 5 civilization detection equipment. With the current level of technology on Earth, it is impossible to shield the scan of that level of technology detector. Don't worry, the whole office is under the cover of my ability. Even the detector of the level 6 civilization cannot detect our conversation. Xiang Qian said calmly. That's good, then what should we do this time? It's probably a bit difficult to deal with this new level 6 peak civilization like we did with the Kaku civilization. After all, there is already a level 6 peak civilization that has been destroyed in a parallel universe. This time, this new level 6 peak civilization cannot be unprepared. After all, the only thing that can destroy a level 6 peak civilization in a parallel universe is the power of the rules of the universe. Zhang Lei said with a frown. And even if we can't use that method again. Because once we use such means, we must stay in the parallel universe for another era. If there is another level 6 peak civilization in the next era, will we continue like this? In that case, we will never think of leaving the parallel universe. Therefore, how to deal with this level 6 peak civilization is a headache. If we did not control so many subordinate races before, we could keep a low profile at this time, and then continue to mix and sneak out of the parallel universe. But now, the other party has obviously set their sights on us. After all, the development of the Earth is too strange. At this time, it is simply too strong to be noticed. Xiang Qian said with a headache. When Xiang Qian and Zhang Lei were considering how to deal with this level 6 peak civilization, Shinkong appeared again and reported to Xiang Qian, Boss, the other party's detector has invaded the central host on Earth and copied the data in it. What data did the other party mainly copy? Xiang Qian asked. The origin of mankind and the history of the development of Earth civilization. The other party also invaded all terminals through the central host to find the data stored in personal terminals. Shinkong replied. I know, don't worry, let the other party copy it. Xiang Qian sighed and said. Even if we stop the other party, what's the use? There is no benefit except that the other party will determine in advance that there is a problem with the Earth Federation. Now Xiang Qian's only advantage is that they can continue to play dumb and let the other party think that they have not been discovered yet. Besides, the data stored in the Earth central host is of no use to a level 6 peak civilization. The history of Earth civilization has become extremely strange since 1800, but this strangeness is for people like Xiang Qian who know the historical trajectory. Like the current citizens of Earth, no one will feel that the current history is strange. Because when the people in the Earth Federation think tank changed history, although the changes were large, the big changes were all reasonable. For example, the most bizarre thing is the unification of all countries on Earth. The real explanation for this is that the resources on Earth are no longer enough for human use. The strength of a single country cannot stabilize human society. On the contrary, because of the clear boundaries of countries, the gap between strong countries and weak countries is getting bigger and bigger. When resources are unevenly distributed and social contradictions reach a certain peak, unless this powerful country eliminates all weak countries, the entire human society will be dragged into an abyss by such turmoil. Therefore, all the countries on Earth came together to discuss the issue of Earth unification. At the same time, after the Earth is unified, there are countless benefits, and there is basically no problem with this historical transition. Otherwise, it would be incredible if several countries that were fighting to the death yesterday suddenly unified the next day. In order to prevent the Earth's history from having unexplainable historical problems, and to make the Earth more unified, the elites of the Earth Federation think tank spent more than 200 years to complete this unification plan. So even if there are some minor problems, these minor problems are not a problem in the real historical context. The only problem that makes the Earth Federation hateful is that the speed of technological development of Earth civilization after 1850 is too fast. It is estimated that, after seeing the history of Earth civilization, the 6th level peak civilization will definitely feel envious and jealous, and then can't help but destroy the Earth Federation. But this is nothing. Anyway, the two sides will confront each other sooner or later, but the speed of development of the Earth Federation will make this happen a little earlier. Chapter 578. Okay, don't be so pessimistic. Anyway, we are invincible now. The final result is just to stay in the parallel universe for one more era. We can still afford to wait for this time. So don't think too much now. Anyway, if the opponent can't go all out, we will have no problem protecting ourselves. Even if the third stage of this election is over and the opponent can go all out, we can hide in this small universe. Ling Ning's figure appeared and said to Xiang Qian and Zhang Lei. However, Zhang Lei could not hear Ling Ning's words. Only Xiang Qian could hear them. I know that the Earth Federation is mainly lacking accumulation now. If we are a level 6 peak civilization, then there is no need to be afraid. Xiang Qian nodded and said, "It would be great if we could become a level 6 peak civilization before the end of the third stage of this election," Zhang Lei said with emotion. Of course, he also knew that this was just an idea, and it was really difficult to realize it. Let's give it a try. Don't show mercy in the next war. We don't have time to continue playing. Let all the civilized races in the large Magellanic Galaxy know the strength of our Earth Federation, and then recruit all civilized races, end the disputes in the large Magellanic Galaxy, and return to the Milky Way as soon as possible. Xiang Qian narrowed his eyes and said, "Okay, I will make arrangements now. In fact, based on the performance just now, I estimate that no civilized race in the large Magellanic Galaxy dares to confront us head-on." Zhang Lei stood up and said, "Well, you can directly broadcast to let all civilized races surrender. Anyway, the battle rules do not say that temporary changes of camps are not allowed." Xiang Qian nodded and said, "After the Earth Federation used a wave of galaxy warships to destroy the coalition fleet of the other camp, the entire attacking camp civilization races panicked. What a joke, 600 billion warships. Even if most of them were second-level civilization warships, it was impossible for them to be defeated so badly and be directly destroyed by the other side in a wave. Originally, they wanted to use a huge fleet to destroy the Earth Federation in a wave, but they didn't expect that the opposite would happen. This almost scared them silly. With the strength of the Earth Federation, even if they organize a fleet to go there, they will be sent to the enemy. They will not be able to destroy the Earth Federation within 300 years. So when they were assigned to the attacking camp, their fate was already determined. What to do? This is a question that all civilized races in the attacking camp are thinking about. Now it is obvious that the Earth Federation camp will definitely win. They will live for a maximum of 265 years before being directly wiped out by the rules of the universe. Just when these civilized races in the attacking camp were getting mad with anxiety, the broadcast sent by Zhang Lei reached the attacking camp. The Earth Federation's final notice to all civilized races in the attacking camp in the large Magellanic Cloud. All civilized races that join the Earth Federation and become affiliated races of the Earth Federation within 30 years will be accepted by the Earth Federation. After 30 years, the Earth Federation will no longer accept any civilized race to become an affiliated race of the Earth Federation. Time is limited, and I hope all civilized races will make the right judgment as soon as possible. As soon as the Earth Federation issued this notice, there was an uproar in the attacking camp. At this time, these civilized races remembered that it seemed that the rules did not really say that they were not allowed to change camps. That is to say, they could change camps and become a subsidiary race of the Earth Federation. This caused chaos within the attacking camp. The issue of attacking the Earth Federation, which was originally under discussion, was directly forgotten by most civilizations. What a joke, Who wants to die when they can live well? Besides, judging from the way the Earth Federation behaves, it doesn't seem like a very demanding civilization. So there's nothing wrong with being a subsidiary of the Earth Federation. At least there's a big tree to lean on, which is better than a civilization living in fear. When the Evolver and Pioneer civilizations were still thinking about whether to join the Earth Federation, the Wanderer civilizations were more single than anyone else, and drove their motherships directly to the Earth Federation. At one time, more than 50,000 civilizations sent clear signals that they wanted to join the Earth Federation, which Xiang Qian had never expected. While the Earth Federation was busy accepting the subordinate races, the large screen in the command hall of the Soda Civilization mothership was playing the development history of Earth civilization, and some unofficial history. Have you found any information about the Holy Light Civilization? The Soda Civilization Patriarch asked. No relevant information has been found so far. The intelligent brain replied. How many legends about control and control are there? A lot. The ancient myths of Earth civilization are full of such legends. We are currently identifying characters in these myths with similar abilities to the controllers. Half an hour later, the intelligent brain displayed the analyzed data on the big screen, but the head of the Soda civilization was overwhelmed by the data. Are all these people related to the controller? The head of the Soda civilization looked at the dense names and introductions of the characters on the big screen and asked the intelligent brain. Yes, the earliest legend about the controller is the ancient Chinese legend of Hong Jun, who controls the way of heaven. It can be said that the development of the entire human race is controlled by the way of heaven. With the ability of the first generation of controllers, it is easy for him to control the entire Earth. If the controller is really on Earth, then he is most likely to be the ancestor of Hong Jun. Of course, after the rise of science and Earth civilization, many of these legends have been overturned. According to the records of the Central Host, between 2003 and 2015, there were more than 200,000 books on the redefinition of ancient mythology. At the same time, there are more than 4 million books in which people with abilities similar to those of the controller appear in the books. According to the records of the Central Host of Earth civilization, there are more than 23 million people who directly or indirectly possess the ability of the controller. Some of these people are born with abilities similar to those of controllers, but most of them have acquired abilities similar to those of controllers after practicing certain techniques to the later stages. The intelligent brain replied. If the chief of the Soda civilization knew that many of the information that the intelligent brain searched for were found in the libraries of the reading group, the palm reading group, and other groups, I wonder what his expression would be. Of course, the premise is that he knows the difference between historical books and online novels. After all, in the Soda civilization, books are an important carrier of civilization inheritance. Anything that has not been verified cannot be recorded in books. So when the intelligent brain copied all the data of the Earth Federation Central Host, the Soda civilization had been led into the ditch. No matter whether this information is tampered by the controller for the purpose of confusion, this human civilization cannot be left. Immediately send interference equipment to that galaxy to block or tamper with the information of this human civilization. The chief of the Soda civilization said. Okay, Chief. Chapter 579. As most of the Wanderer civilization surrendered and became affiliated races of the Earth Federation, those pioneer civilizations had to change their camps. Although the pioneer civilization and the evolutionary civilization are much stronger than the Wanderer civilization, without the support of these Wanderer civilizations, it is difficult to achieve anything with just the number of pioneer civilizations and evolutionary civilizations. The Earth Federation does not need to take action, and the Wanderer civilizations that have just thrown themselves into the arms of the Earth Federation can destroy them. So as the pioneer civilization changed camps, the evolutionary civilization in the attacking camp could no longer sit still. Although the evolutionary civilization was very powerful, and their subordinate races were not considered as powerful, they knew that if they continued to resist, they would only die. So even if they were reluctant, for the sake of the continuation of their race, they had to bow their heads and sign a civilization race contract with the Earth Federation and become a subordinate race of the Earth Federation. In this way, under the guidance of the rules of the universe, the war of destruction that was originally aimed at the Earth Federation ended up benefiting the Earth Federation. Shinkong, have those civilizations that don't meet the requirements been selected? Xiang Qian said to Shinkong with a dizzy head. In the past few months, Xiang Qian has signed civilization contracts with countless civilizations every day, which is unbearable even for a strong man. Physically, he is not tired, but mentally, he is too tired. Boss, there are a total of 4,396 civilizations that don't meet the requirements. Kong displayed the names of those unqualified civilizations on the big screen. Xiang Qian's head started to hurt again when he saw so many civilized races. After all, he was the only one who could see the big screen showing the starry sky, and no one else could see it, so he had to copy the names of these civilized races by himself, and he couldn't find anyone to help him. Okay, I got it. Xiang Qian sat down at his desk and started copying. More than an hour later, Xiang Qian finished copying everything, and then asked his secretary to give the list to Zhang Lei, asking him to remove these civilized races from the list of people waiting to sign the contract. The fate of these removed civilizations has been determined at this time. After signing the civilization race contract with other civilizations, these removed civilizations will become cannon fodder and become the target of annihilation by the universe operation rules. This can be regarded as the explanation of the Earth Federation to the universe operation rules. If all civilizations are subjugated as affiliated races of the Earth Federation, the universe operation rules may still cause something. But leaving these civilizations as cannon fodder and leaving them to be annihilated by the universe operation rules, then on the surface the Earth Federation still acts according to the rules, and then the universe operation rules will be helpless. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. On this day, after Xiang Qian signed the civilization race contract with the last civilized race, he was liberated from this kind of life. As for those civilized races excluded by Xiang Qian, without Xiang Qian saying anything, a large civilized race destroyed all the armed forces of those civilizations, and then kept them on a planet, waiting for the universe operation rules to erase them 264 years later. No civilized race dared to raise objections to Xiang Qian's arrangement. Besides, the Earth Federation's extermination of thousands of civilized races had nothing to do with them. If they jumped out to speak for those civilized races, they might be terminated from the civilization race contract by the Earth Federation immediately, and the consequences were unbearable for them. Originally, Xiang Qian wanted to leave the Large Magellanic Cloud earlier, but after the analysis of the think tank, he gave up this decision. Because if the opponent is destroyed at this time, although the game is over, there is no guarantee that the rules of the universe will do something else. But when the rules of the universe wipe out these civilized races 264 years later, the battles in the satellite galaxies of other galaxies will be almost over by then. At that time, the rules of the universe will continue to embarrass the Earth Federation in order to continue the selection work. Even if the rules of the universe want to embarrass the Earth Federation, there is no time. It is impossible to let other civilized races that have returned to the Milky Way wait in the Milky Way in order to destroy the Earth Federation. Although the Earth Federation can start building the fourth-level civilization race flagship immediately after returning to the Milky Way, the construction of the fourth-level civilization race flagship must be started in advance, when the Earth Federation is the only one in the Large Magellanic Cloud. Even if the resources in the Large Magellanic Cloud are not enough for the Earth Federation to build a civilization race flagship, it doesn't matter. Anyway, as many as can be built, it is not impossible to continue building after returning to the Milky Way. After comprehensive consideration, Xiang Qian agreed to the think tank's plan and stayed in the Large Magellanic Cloud for the time being. With the support of more than 90,000 affiliated races, the Earth Federation's Academy of Sciences has expanded countless times. Now the Earth Federation's Academy of Sciences alone occupies more than 60 life planets. All the genius scientists of those affiliated races have been recruited to the Academy of Sciences by the Earth Federation, and the remaining scientists of those affiliated races are also working for the Earth Federation. After completing one scientific research project, they will immediately take on another one, and they will not be given time to rest. Under such circumstances, all the affiliated races of the Earth Federation no longer spent time and effort to study their own technological systems, and all developed according to the technological system of the Earth Federation. Under the influence of the different thinking directions and different racial characteristics of more than 90,000 civilized races, the technological system released by the Earth Federation instantly showed a situation of 100 flowers blooming and 100 schools of thought contending. This also allowed the Earth Federation to absorb the advantages of the technological systems of these civilized races, and once again accelerated the technological development of the Earth Federation. In the blink of an eye, 260 years have passed. The Earth Federation and more than 90,000 affiliated races have developed peacefully in the Large Magellanic Cloud, raising the level of science and technology to an unimaginable degree. It can be said that as long as all civilized races are given enough resources now, it won't take long for these more than 90,000 civilized races to break through the fourth-level civilization. What is limiting the development of the Earth Federation and these more than 90,000 affiliated races now is the poor resources in the Large Magellanic Cloud. Even if the Earth Federation has dug out all the special rare metals in the Large Magellanic Cloud, it has not yet completed the manufacture of the core components of the 4th level civilized races. However, in these 260 years, the technological level of the Earth Federation has been comparable to that of a mid-level 4 civilization. If the Earth Federation is given more than 100 years, it is not impossible to reach the late level 4. After all, the scientific research power of more than 90,000 civilized races is concentrated together, and the power that can be unleashed is unimaginable. For years later, those captive civilized races were instantly wiped out by the rules of the universe in the early morning of a certain day, and the defense camp represented by the Earth Federation and its affiliated races won. At this time, the decisive battles in other satellite galaxies in the Milky Way had ended, so the rules of the universe did not continue to embarrass the Earth Federation, and directly opened a space gate at the edge of the Large Magellanic Cloud to allow all civilized races to return to the Milky Way. Chapter 580. Finally back. Starry Sky, scan the current location of the Earth, and mark the civilizations around the Earth. Xiang Qian looked at the cosmic void in front of him, and said to the Starry Sky, "Okay, boss." The moment the Earth Federation just returned to the Milky Way, hundreds of billions of mining ships that had been prepared long ago had already flown out of the Galaxy battleship and began to go to the surrounding star systems for mining. "Boss, the scan is complete. Currently, the Earth Federation is in the Sagittarius spiral arm of the Milky Way. There are no other civilizations within 12 light-years around it. The closest civilization to the Earth Federation is 12.7 light-years away from the Earth Federation, and it is a pioneer civilization. There are 315,000 civilized races in the Milky Way, and the affiliated races of the Earth Federation account for nearly 1/3 of them." Starry Sky quickly displayed the scan results. Xiang Qian's mouth twitched after hearing this. No wonder the rules of the universe are targeting the Earth Federation. At this time, the entire Milky Way was eliminated, and there were a total of 315,000 civilized races left, and the Earth Federation accounted for 1/3 of them. In other words, the Earth Federation can completely dominate the Milky Way. Such a result is not what the rules of the universe want to see. However, things have developed to this point, and the Earth Federation has no way back. So Xiang Qian can only let the Earth Federation develop faster, and then conquer more subordinate races. Fortunately, the hundreds of years in the Large Magellanic Cloud were not wasted. Now the subordinate races of the Earth Federation have upgraded their technology to the 4th level civilization. It won't take long. After they have built the 4th level civilization race flagship, the Earth Federation can fight against all the remaining civilizations in the Milky Way with its strength. Shinkong, mark out the subordinate races of the Earth Federation. Xiang Qian continued. "Okay, boss." Xiang Qian looked at the densely packed 90,000 red dots on the big screen, and his head began to hurt again. There was no other way. He had to mark out the civilized races that were threatening around these subordinate races to remind them, and at the same time, he had to tell them about the weaker civilized races around them, so that they could conquer those weaker civilized races. In this way, even if each subordinate race only conquered one subordinate race, the influence of the Earth Federation would instantly double. By then, the strength of these subordinate races will be improved, and the strength of the Earth Federation will also be improved. It is estimated that by the time the Earth Federation is about to go to the Andromeda Galaxy, it will be able to unify the entire Milky Way. Days passed, and Xiang Qian's daily life was to copy the star map from the Starry Sky, and then let Zhang Lei send it to the subordinate races of the Earth Federation. At the same time, the flagship of the 4th level civilization race of the Earth Federation was also under intensive construction. The accumulated genetic nuclear power liquid for more than 300 years was enough for all the evolvers of the Earth Federation to manufacture equipment for 8 hours a day, and last for 50 years. After 50 years, the core components of the flagship of the 4th level civilization race will have been manufactured. As long as there are enough special rare metals, the remaining huge mechanical arms and gears that cross the star system can definitely be manufactured within 200 years with the industrial system of the Earth Federation. In other words, within 300 years, the Earth Federation can definitely break through the 4th level civilization, and then start to sweep across the Milky Way and deal with all kinds of disobedience. After all the civilization races in the Milky Way break through the 4th level civilization, the Earth Federation will lead the civilization races of the entire Milky Way to form a legion and go to the Andromeda Galaxy to make trouble. This time, the strength of the Milky Way will not be like the last era, when the native civilization of the Andromeda Galaxy blocked the door and almost destroyed it. In the blink of an eye, 100 years have passed, and many of the affiliated races of the Earth Federation have begun to break through the fourth-level civilization. After all, the Wanderer civilization is limited by the potential of the race, and the fourth-level civilization race flagship it creates cannot be as large as the evolutionary civilization. So in 100 years, most of the Wanderer civilizations have completed the construction of the fourth-level civilization race flagship, and then broke through the fourth-level civilization. At this time, apart from the affiliated races of the Earth Federation, there were very few races in the Milky Way that had broken through to the fourth-level civilization. Altogether, there were only 3,000, which was just a drop in the ocean for the more than 300,000 civilized races. So these Wanderer civilizations that had broken through the fourth-level civilization suddenly found that they had instantly risen from the bottom of the Milky Way to the top. Although they would not last long, they were no longer the Wanderer civilization that was bullied by others. What are the consequences of a loser suddenly becoming a tall, rich, and handsome man? The answer is simple. He will go out and step on others and slap them in the face. For a time, tens of thousands of Wanderer civilizations that had just broken through the fourth-level civilization began to stir up trouble in the Milky Way, and there was a trend of turning the entire Milky Way upside down. These affiliated races of the Earth Federation, with the support of the intelligence of the starry sky, began to find trouble with the civilized races around them. In just 50 years, these Wanderer civilizations almost all conquered one affiliated race, and some even conquered 2 or 3 affiliated races. In this way, the Earth Federation did not even stay in one place, and half of the civilized races in the Milky Way were under the control of the Earth Federation. These civilized races conquered by the subordinate races also became employees of the Earth Federation and began to contribute to the technological development of the Earth Federation. 150 years later, the construction of the fourth-level civilization race flagship of the Earth Federation was completed. This fourth-level civilization race flagship is many times more advanced than when it was first designed. It can be said that after the Earth Federation breaks through the fourth-level civilization, this fourth-level civilization race flagship will directly have the combat power of the fourth-level peak civilization race flagship, and the Earth Federation will also become a fourth-level peak civilization. It is estimated that only the Earth Federation with a cheat can achieve such a terrifying speed of civilization improvement. No matter how many powerful civilizations there were in the previous eras, at this time, Xiang Qian is sure that no civilized race can reach the current level of the Earth Federation. Level 4 Civilization Breakthrough. Xiang Qian raised the civilization race scepter, without excitement, just said lightly. The moment Xiang Qian finished speaking, the civilization race scepter began to emit light outward. At this time, Xiang Qian suddenly felt the existence of the rules of the universe, and this feeling was so clear. This is the first time that Xiang Qian felt the existence of the rules of the universe so clearly, and at the same time felt the terrible power of the rules of the universe. Boundless, as if the entire universe is suppressing your feeling, making you unable to escape. But in the next second, a more terrifying situation appeared.